Chapter 1. The Universal Creation World. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the required system level. Please prepare for promotion. Just after absorbing the essence of a world, Yi was momentarily speechless upon hearing the sudden voice echoing in his mind. Gazing at the boundless chaos of the heavens, he snapped back to reality after a brief daze. Has it finally arrived? While others traversed worlds by acquiring systems to rise against their fate or to become formidable beings across the realms, he found himself transmigrated into a newly born system devoid of intellect. Thanks to this, he had gained insights into the inner workings of systems and understood why they traversed various worlds to assist individuals in their quest for strength. 1. Unique system functionality. The ability to traverse the heavens at will under normal circumstances. 2. Systems also possess levels of promotion. 3. There are not just one, but countless systems throughout the realms. 4. Upon reaching specific levels, special rules apply, currently known to involve competition with other systems. 5. In the same world, one may encounter kindred spirits. If unable to enslave them, one must eliminate and consume them. Having traversed and plundered through over a dozen worlds, Yi had encountered several similar beings. Initially, due to his low system level, he evaded them whenever possible. He sought to avoid conflicts or exposure to their gaze. But as he gradually grew stronger, he began to engage with other systems. Yi was uncertain how time was measured across the realms, for the flow of time varied significantly among worlds of different levels, likely influenced by the rank of the heavenly laws. In some worlds, he completed his objectives in just a few years, while in others, he spent several centuries. From his experiences over the years, he categorized systems into 4 major types: functional systems, auxiliary systems, rule-based systems, and miscellaneous systems. While the strengths of various systems remained unquantified due to the lack of direct comparison, he smiled slightly at the features displayed on his system panel. System, EU level, 9 eligible for promotion system functionality, plunder. Acquired system functions, amplification of all things currently tenfold, summoning from other realms source points, slightly available. This functionality should be categorized as a rule-based system, as it is rather extraordinary. YEU spoke with excitement. The tenfold amplification and summoning from other realms were hard-earned rewards for having eliminated 2 similar beings, using the world as bait to ensnare them. The hardships endured were countless, yet the rewards were bountiful, with an additional 2 system functionalities making his path to promotion significantly easier. Ding! Time is up. Commencing transport to the designated world. Ding! Known information about this world. 1 system of the same level as yours exists. System promotion condition. Eliminate the opponent. The familiar sound echoed in his mind once more, and Yi adjusted his mood as an irresistible rule descended upon him. Swish. Target has been deployed to the designated world. DZY 9527 assessment begins. As time flowed, when Yi regained his awareness, he found himself within a world, having traversed from the chaotic void. This world? Yi sensed and frowned slightly. Why is there no heavenly law? Indeed, this world astonishingly lacked heavenly lawless situation he had never encountered as a system before. The essence plundering of systems involved covertly entering worlds and stealing under the watchful gaze of heavenly law. Thus, systems were quite familiar with heavenly law, typically facing suppression upon entering a world. They needed to find a native to parasitize in order to barely avoid some of the oppression, colloquially termed finding a host. However, considering the peculiar nature of this situation, none of that matters for now. I will return to my old trade, seeking a host to conceal myself and avoid detection by my kindred spirits. After all, the first to expose themselves falls into a grave disadvantage. With thoughts of the reasons set aside, Yi transformed into a beam of light, traversing the void of the world. As there was no heavenly law monitoring him, his journey was remarkably smooth, moving through the world without any hindrance of feat he had never dared to imagine before. At this moment, in a certain star domain within the world, the DZY civilization has perished in the winter. Its civilization level is that of a slave society. This creation simulation has endured for 10,000 years. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the continuously collapsing planet before him. How has it failed again? This is the 156th time. The remaining creation points are dwindling. I can only attempt to create once more. If it fails again, what exactly is going wrong? The previous attempts were promising. Why have we been unable to break through to the information age in the latter stages? Jiang Fan felt quite helpless. As an ordinary person, he could accept failure, but it was disheartening that he could not make any significant achievements in this era. This world had previously been unremarkable, with its inhabitants lacking any supernatural abilities. However, following a sudden transformation, everyone gained the potential to become a Star Lord. Once a Star Lord, one could bind to an unclaimed planet and develop their civilization upon it. In essence, Star Lords possess the capabilities of creator deity. Zhang Fan was among the first to become a Star Lord, yet due to fierce competition, he could only seize a barren star with limited resources. During his first attempt at civilization creation, the constraints of resources only allowed him to advance to a feudal society. Ultimately, under the weight of resource limitations, his civilization perished when disaster struck. In his second attempt, he managed to reach the information age, but the time spent was excessive, and he was located by Star Lords from a nearby star domain. They possessed interstellar navigation technology and brought their armies to bear, leading to a stark disparity in civilization levels. And eventually, Zhang Fan had to flee in disgrace. He evaded pursuit for several years before finally finding another unclaimed star domain. Until now, he had been hiding here, yet the events that unfolded next left him in despair. A total of 154 creation attempts. Not once had he reached the pinnacle of civilization achieved previously. Sigh, it seems that even in a new world, a failure remains a failure. Huh. Zhang Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, gazing at the endless starry sky before him, his eyes involuntarily moistening. The breakdown of an adult occurs in an instant. Ding. Binding of the unremarkable system in progress. Please wait. 1066. 99 100. Binding successful. System? Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since he had heard that term? Back when he was a mere cog in the machine. The only time he found solace was when he could squeeze out a moment to read novels. He was quite familiar with the wondrous concept of system. Could it be? Could this be the so-called standard system for the inept? I might be saved. System, Zhang Fan called out fervently in his heart. Ding. The host is overly excited, please calm down. It seemed that the previous host had endured difficult times. However, it was entirely normal for an ordinary person to bind to a system. After all, the system was synonymous with an external advantage. Now, I shall conquer. Chapter 2. System Assessment Rules and Limitations. Oh, system, you must save me. How can I survive without you? Zhang Fan cried, tears streaming down his face. Overwhelmed by the relentless blows he had endured recently, he had resigned himself to the belief that he was nothing but a failure. Now that the system had bound itself to him, he was determined to seize the opportunity, discarding all semblance of pride. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of invincibility with the aid of this unparalleled system. He yearned to make a mark, to bask in glory. Yu expressed understanding, acknowledging that true genius is a rarity, often not born into wealth, and that fate is fraught with challenges. Now that I have arrived, I shall rewrite your destiny. Furthermore, the system was governed by rules and restrictions, forbidding any alteration of the host midway through the process. Uncertain of the consequences of defying these regulations, Yi was reluctant to test them. Ding. Please articulate your desires, and this system shall exert its utmost effort to cultivate you into the strongest in this realm. Excellent. Wonderful. I have faith that you can accomplish this. Zhang Fan exclaimed with excitement. I am currently facing difficulties, and I am unsure of what solutions you might provide. Please instruct me on what I need to prepare. Zhang Fan recounted his predicament to Yi. Ding. Please hold on. The system is commencing an analysis of the rules and energy framework of this realm. With that, Yi began to operate at full capacity, diligently deciphering everything about this world. The absence of a heavenly path facilitated a smooth process. Zhang Fan patiently awaited the results. Acknowledging that he possessed no capabilities of his own, he would heed the system's guidance, and even a minor improvement would surpass his current state. Time passed, though Zhang Fan could not discern how long. Ding. Analysis complete. The system is now proposing solutions based on the troubles encountered by the host. Here it came. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At this moment, Yi fell silent. Initially intending to invest a substantial amount of source points to assist the host in creating a new planet abundant in resources, thus enabling rapid development to confront a rival of similar nature in this realm. However, an unexpected obstacle arose. This is a special assessment. The system cannot excessively utilize source points to bolster the host. All actions must adhere to the established regulations. Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the existence of such restrictive rules. Wasn't the vast amount of source points he had accumulated a reflection of his own strength? Why impose such limitations? The stipulations mentioned by this power were as follows. 1. In order to grant the host source points, a corresponding task must be issued. Only upon completion can the source points be awarded as a reward. 2. The system is prohibited from directly intervening to assist the host in resolving crises, such as engaging enemies directly. For systems like theirs, eliminating an indigenous being was a trivial matter, utilizing the power of rules. However, they typically refrained from taking direct action while plundering worlds, as doing so would be tantamount to exposing their position under the watchful eye of the heavenly path. Once targeted by the heavenly path, even survival would result in forced expulsion. 3. This assessment primarily evaluates the application of the system's functions. This situation is quite absurd, and it is precisely what Yi wishes to criticize the most. A system assessment that allows only one to survive. What is the purpose of this? It is difficult not to suspect that such an evaluation is akin to the practice of cultivating a poisonous insect, filtering out only the most powerful systems to endure. Is it not? System? System? You have finally spoken. This is driving me to the brink of desperation. Zhang Fan waited for what felt like an eternity, yet there was no response. He called out to Yi several times, but to no avail, leading him to wonder if it was due to his own inadequacy. Perhaps the system had abandoned him. Ding. Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Regaining his composure, Yu acknowledged Jiang Fan with a brief response. All right then, please inform me once you devise a solution. Hearing this, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had not been forsaken, it was sufficient. Yu resumed his planning for a resolution. Since he could not address the problem at its core, he would have to develop strategies on this barren planet. He had grasped the power structure of this world, yet it seemed his host was lacking in talent, having failed to awaken any abilities. Indeed, it was talent. During the upheaval of this world, some individuals became Star Lords and awakened their innate gifts. Such talents could expedite the advancement of their civilizations, and naturally, there existed a hierarchy among these gifts. Regrettably, his host possessed no talent at all, leaving him with little room for maneuver. Yu gazed upon his function of universal amplification. Utilizing this to enhance his host's talent surely wouldn't violate any rules, would it? The novice gift pack. The regulations permit the system to distribute a novice gift pack, which could swiftly aid the host's rise. However, the quality of this pack would depend on the number of foundational points the system could allocate, yet there was a limit, so it wouldn't be excessively outrageous. As for what could be obtained, it was entirely random. Yu could only hope that his hostess' luck would not be exceedingly poor. If only he could obtain a single talent. Ding. The host has received a novice gift pack, which is now available for activation. Will you proceed? Jiang Fan, momentarily taken aback, immediately responded, activate. As a burst of golden light flickered, Jiang Fan thought he might have acquired something of legendary caliber, and excitement surged within him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a B-grade talent, Resource Abundance. Resource Abundance, B-grade. The planets under the Star Lord's command will periodically refresh certain resources, with the abundance of resources being directly proportional to the planet's initial resources. Upon seeing the talent he had received, Jiang Fan's expression brightened. Although it was not the divine grade item he had hoped for, it was akin to a timely aid given his current predicament. Yu, who was observing discreetly, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortune seemed to favor them. The upper limit of the novice gift pack appeared to be an A-grade talent. So acquiring a B-grade was indeed commendable. Now it was time for him to take action. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a B-grade talent, Resource Abundance. Triggering the system function of universal amplification. Ding. B-grade talent Resource Abundance has received a 10-fold amplification, transforming into an A-grade talent, Prosperous Star. Hearing the sudden notification from the system, Jiang Fan was momentarily bewildered, as Yu had yet to grant him access to the system panel, leaving him unaware of the functions available within his system. However, at this moment, he could not concern himself with anything else and hurriedly examined the new talent effect. Bountiful Star, Grade A. The planets under one's command must be exceptionally resource-rich. Even barren planets can swiftly transform over a period. Wow, I'm taking off. Jiang Fan continuously shouted in his heart. Ding. There is no need for the host to be overly excited. This is merely the foundation. Under the guidance of this system, all celestial bodies can be brought beneath your feet. Yu, residing within Jiang Fan, could naturally perceive this silent exclamation. Ahem, I apologize for my lack of restraint. It has truly been a long time of hardship, akin to suddenly achieving success after 18 years of failure. Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly. Ding. Strive to enhance yourself. From this moment on, bid farewell to your despondent past, and gradually cultivate the heart of a strong individual. Yu, having understood Jiang Fan's tribulations, recognized him as a typical figure of suffering. Had he not arrived, Jiang Fan would likely endure a lifetime of hardship. Chapter 3. The Transformation of the Barren Star and the Evolution of Species. With the arrival of the Grade A talent, the planet bound to Jiang Fan began its metamorphosis, a transformation that was undoubtedly positive. Jiang Fan gazed at the evolving planet, reflecting on the day's experiences. It was truly surreal. Ding. The system panel has been opened for the host. Please check it. Yi reminded him. All right, Jiang Fan responded, subsequently accessing his system panel. Host, Jiang Fan. Level 1 Star Master. Bound planet. Barren Star, transforming. Talent. Bountiful Star, Grade A. Underling civilization, none. System functions. Plunder, universal amplification, 10-fold. Otherworldly summoning. System points. 0. System evaluation. You are the weakest host I have ever guided. Please strengthen yourself swiftly. Upon viewing the system's evaluation, Jiang Fan's lips twitched, reminiscent of the complaints his former homeroom teacher often expressed about their class. Yet, he acknowledged his inadequacies. He could only cling to the system's support to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Now that he possessed the system's backing, it was time for him to embark on his final act of creation. The remaining creation points were scarce, allowing for only one last endeavor. However, Jiang Fan firmly believed that this time, success was imminent. Initiate the simulation of creation. With Jiang Fan's command, the barren star before him was engulfed in a tempest of change. He contemplated for a moment before deciding to create humanity. Firstly, as he was originally of the human race, he naturally held a great fondness for it. Secondly, his familiarity with humanity would allow him to correct any misdirection in the evolutionary path of the species. He implanted the seeds of intelligent life, humanity, simulating atmospheric evolution and the diversification of species. With a grand gesture, Jiang Fan scattered a multitude of creation points. The barren star began to undergo transformation. Yu observed with curiosity, noting that this world was unlike any he had encountered before. Such creative abilities could render him a creator in other realms, yet here, he was merely a minor star master. Furthermore, this world had previously been a mundane realm, only to undergo a drastic shift that led to the current situation. It is difficult for Yi Yu not to suspect that an irresistible force of rules behind the system has descended upon this world, causing its abrupt transformation, perhaps to forge a unique realm for systematic evaluation. If this were indeed the case, it would be intriguing. After casting all the seeds of life, Jiang Fan earnestly observed the evolution of the barren star, ready to intervene at the slightest misstep. However, the evolution of species is an exceedingly protracted process. Fortunately, the Star Master can accelerate the flow of time on the barren star using creation points, albeit at a staggering cost. This is still a barren star without the emergence of intelligent races or life forms. Otherwise, the expenditure would increase exponentially. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan resolved to allocate a portion of his creation points for the acceleration of time, speeding up the evolution process to a cycle of 100,000 years. As a vast number of creation points were released, the barren star seemed to be pressed on a fast-forward button. The atmosphere crackled with thunder, and various chemical reactions unfolded incessantly as the celestial bodies danced in their cosmic ballet. The seeds of life gradually began to sprout on the barren star, with the crust undergoing constant movement. Various tectonic plates commenced their migration, giving rise to countless life forms within the boundless oceans. Under the enhancement of the A-grade talent, the barren star underwent a swift metamorphosis, with abundant resources emerging upon its surface. Future civilizational development is undoubtedly necessary, but not at this moment, as the civilization's level has yet to meet the required standards for utilizing these resources. Jiang Fan opted for a technological path, a route requiring fewer creation points. With the advancement of civilization relying on the indigenous inhabitants of the planet in the future, as he himself lacks the knowledge for technological development. However, he could still intervene in the enlightenment of the natives, urging them to establish a societal framework, awaken their consciousness, and rapidly progress. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, the acceleration of the barren star eventually paused, restoring the flow of time to its original state. Yi Yu observed everything from the shadows, deep in thought. Jiang Fan sighed, realizing that even 100,000 years might not suffice. Yet, he found himself devoid of surplus creation points. Any further acceleration would hinder the necessary resources for future civilizational development. With the conclusion of the accelerated evolution as the Star Master, he could perceive that the human species had yet to be born, remaining as single-celled organisms in the endless oceans. The barren star, now aptly named Earth Star, had undergone a transformation over the course of 100,000 years. It now boasted a plethora of rich gymnosperms, angiosperms, mosses, ferns, algal plants, seed plants, lichens, and fungi. As for animals, Jiang Fan had not introduced the life seeds of dinosaurs, ensuring the absence of any dinosaur age or Jurassic period. Do not apply Earth's evolutionary timeline. After all, this is a novel, and such lengthy spans would complicate the narrative. Yi Yu seemed to sense Jiang Fan's hesitation and, after a moment of contemplation, offered his own suggestion. Ding! The system urged the host to expedite the emergence of a human species, emphasizing the need to first address the present crisis before contemplating future matters. The evolution of civilization necessitates the birth of an intelligent species. Otherwise, progress would be significantly delayed. One must not sacrifice the greater good for trivial concerns. Caught in hesitation, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's prompt. Indeed, the system was correct. Without a civilization of intelligent beings, development would be unattainable. Furthermore, if the system suggested such a course of action, what was there to deliberate? Blindly following the system's guidance was the way forward. Wasn't it merely a matter of expending resources? He resolved to hasten the evolution of species until humanity emerged. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan relentlessly poured vast amounts of creation points into the endeavor, uncertain if the remaining points would suffice. Boom! The earth trembled gently, initiating a profound transformation. The spectacle before them was a dizzying display of activity. Various epochs unfolded on Earth, from the primordial to the archaic, and then to the Paleozoic era, where numerous continental plates formed, giving rise to algae, lower invertebrates, and more. Life entered the Cambrian period, heralding a monumental explosion of biodiversity. Time swiftly passed, transitioning from the Paleozoic to the Mesozoic era, during which flora and fauna proliferated abundantly, and weather patterns began to stabilize, establishing cyclical regularities. The atmosphere nurtured a comfortable climatic environment. Eventually, time moved from the Mesozoic to the Cenozoic era, heralding a flourishing age for mammals and angiosperms. As the biological realm gradually assumed a modern visage, the era of contemporary life, humanity had finally emerged. Chapter 4. The human species. Jiang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the creation points endured until the birth of the human species, rendering all efforts worthwhile, though he now possessed only a scant reserve of points. This endeavor was indeed costly, and this was before the advent of an intelligent species. Accelerating progress thereafter would prove financially burdensome for Jiang Fan. Yi Yu remained silently contemplative. Previously, he had attempted to assign Jiang Fan a system task to create a life form, but the rules rejected it, thwarting Yi Yu's plan to provide Jiang Fan with an advantage. Evidently, there were limitations on task assignments by the system. How frustrating. In other worlds he had traversed, the system's tasks could be issued freely, with rewards dispensed at will. Yet here, restrictions abounded. Let me not discover the identity of the rule makers, or we shall see what transpires. After a considerable period of exploration, Yu finally unearthed a task that could be assigned. Ding. System task assigned. Task: assist the human species in achieving rapid enlightenment and establish a rudimentary civilization system. Reward: 10,000 system points and 1 chance for a lottery draw. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. A system task? Just as he intended for the human species to attain swift enlightenment, this task was indeed timely. System. What purpose do these system points serve? What can be purchased with them? Having perused numerous system novels, Jiang Fan was somewhat acquainted with the mysteries involved. Ding. Yes, host. System points constitute our currency system. To acquire items or utilize special functions, one must expend system points. Yi replied, indicating that there was no alternative. The assessment was strictly governed by established rules, and he could not arbitrarily alter the task rewards. Fortunately, he was not responsible for the payment of these rewards, as they were to be covered by the enigmatic figure who devised the regulations. The items for purchase were also provided by this unseen benefactor, and Yi was aware that the methods involved were simply to procure or trade from other realms. Understood. I shall endeavor to complete the task expeditiously. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Now was the moment for him to enter the Earth Star, a transformation that would allow the Star Lord to assume the guise of an ordinary human. However, there were limitations. All superpowers would be rendered inoperative, and once he engaged with the world, it would be up to the Star Lord to navigate the ensuing evolution. He contemplated a century-long cycle, believing that 100 years would suffice to enlighten this group of humanity. Jiang Fan murmured to himself, expending a fraction of his creation points to accelerate the flow of time on Earth Star. Then, he entered the realm alone. The air was rich in oxygen. Indeed, an opportune period for the birth of life. Clad in simple attire, Jiang Fan inhaled deeply, gazing upon the verdant expanse of flourishing vegetation. After a moment of contemplation, he set forth towards the gathering place of humanity, which was not far from his arrival point, and soon, their figures came into view. Ding. A reminder for the host. At this juncture, humanity resides in the age of beasts. Approaching recklessly may result in an attack. The alert echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. He snapped back to reality, having lingered too long in the previous civilization, nearly forgetting that his own civilization had been rejuvenated. This new cycle marked yet another beginning. In this era, humanity had yet to be guided towards enlightenment, their primal instincts overshadowing any semblance of rationality. One might say they were devoid of logic altogether. Such an overt approach would likely mark him as an intruder. After all, in this mortal form, he stood no chance against the robust human species. It seemed he would have to resort to familiar tactics once more. With no viable strategy at hand, the only course was to wait, remaining active in the vicinity of their habitat without encroaching upon their territory. Once he had familiarized himself with them and they perceived him as non-threatening, he could proceed. It was not merely about being non-threatening. Rather, it was about not posing any aggression. Without any perceived danger, there would be no deterrence, and these unenlightened humans might turn against him. He recalled a previous enlightenment attempt where his overly innocuous demeanor had led them to view him as prey. Lacking experience, and facing overwhelming numbers, he, as their deity, had been swiftly vanquished. Angered by this, he had obliterated that civilization upon his return, starting anew, returning to the present. The human beings had indeed taken note of Jiang Fan's peculiar appearance, their vigilance evident as they watched him closely, with many of them emitting continuous cries in an attempt to intimidate him. Jiang Fan, undeterred, began crafting a simple hammock in the surrounding area. Constructing a shelter was proving to be a challenge for one, but a hammock posed no difficulty. He had no desire to sleep on the ground. A perch in the trees would provide greater safety. As for sustenance, the singular advantage of being a Star Lord was the ability to remain unfed, rendering hunger a non-issue. On the other side, the human species gazed in confusion at Jiang Fan, who was busily tinkering away. However, seeing that he posed no threat, they chose to ignore him. Though some remained vigilant, closely observing his every move, everything returned to its original state. As time flowed ceaselessly, Jiang Fan successfully assembled a rudimentary hammock before the sun dipped below the horizon. During this period, numerous members of the human species returned, presumably from a hunting expedition. With a sudden burst of flames illuminating the surroundings, those who had been watching Jiang Fan widened their eyes in astonishment. A human from their ranks, leaping and bounding, began to roar at Jiang Fan, its cries attracting more of its kin to investigate the commotion. The roaring human incessantly pointed at Jiang Fan, gesturing animatedly while continuing to howl, as if attempting to convey a message. The disturbance caught Jiang Fan's attention as well. Ah, they must be frightened by the fire, he murmured to himself, recalling that this primitive human species had yet to master the art of friction fire and subsisted on raw food. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, a method he had yet to try. Rising to his feet, he gathered some tools and, brandishing a torch, made his way toward the human species. Yu, observing from the shadows, quickly grasped Jiang Fan's intentions and eagerly anticipated his success. As Jiang Fan approached, torch in hand, the members of the human species instinctively recoiled in fear, their natural aversion to fire evident. It seemed they had previously witnessed the devastation of forest fires and understood the potential danger. A larger human stepped forward, evidently the leader of the group, while the others huddled behind him, issuing growls to warn Jiang Fan to keep his distance. Understanding the need to maintain a safe space, Jiang Fan halted approximately 10 meters away, planting the torch into the ground and arranging his fire-starting tools, signaling for them to observe. Though uncertain if they comprehended his gesture, he proceeded nonetheless. Chapter 5. Civilization, Society, Evolution. Under their watchful gaze, Zhang Fan embarked on the lengthy process of creating fire through friction, a task that would take at least half an hour. Fortunately, the primitive humans exhibited remarkable patience, their eyes glued to him throughout. The fruits of his labor soon bore witness, as a small spark ignited. Quickly, he placed dry grass atop the spark and gently blew upon it, causing the flames to surge to life. As he steadily added kindling, the fire grew stable and robust. The human species, witnessing the sudden emergence of flames, was left in a state of shock. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, reveling in the power of knowledge. The humans erupted into excited chatter, evidently astonished by his demonstration. Recognizing that he had accomplished his objective, Zhang Fan turned to observe how the human species would react next, understanding that his presence would undoubtedly keep them on high alert. He tossed the fire-starting tools to them before returning to his campsite. The host performed admirably, refraining from approaching recklessly, for modern humans remain exceedingly vigilant. Wisdom is often born from the trials of blood and tears. Zhang Fan chuckled helplessly. The flames held a formidable deterrent for humans of this era. His ability to conjure fire instilled a sense of fear within them, facilitating his future endeavors while expediting their enlightenment, a dual advantage. However, he pondered whether a mere demonstration would suffice for the humans to grasp the concept. Previously, enlightenment involved familiarizing himself with them and teaching them hand in hand. Yet, the cognitive capacity of these early Homo sapiens appeared remarkably robust. The group he had created should not lag behind. As Zhang Fan departed, the humans cautiously approached to retrieve the tools he had cast aside. The leader gazed thoughtfully in his direction, the flickering flames having consumed the last remnants of kindling. Subsequently, he led his group back to their encampment. A cluster of humans gathered together, the leader imitating Zhang Fan's actions, while others collected the materials he had utilized, placing them beside him. Thus, their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they focused intently on the leader's endeavors. As moments ticked by, a tiny spark ignited. The leader, swift of hand, placed a small tuft of grass and gently blew upon it with his wide mouth. With a whoosh, flames erupted forth, prompting the leader to continuously add fresh tufts of grass and dry twigs to sustain the fire. In no time, the flames steadied. Cheers erupted among the humans, who bounced excitedly on the spot. The leader grinned, evidently in high spirits, although they harbored a degree of fear towards the flames. The warmth enveloping their bodies offered an unprecedented comfort on that slightly chilly night. With this initial encounter, the subsequent days saw a harmonious rapport develop between Zhang Fan and the humans, their hostility towards him diminishing. During this period, the humans designated a group to follow Zhang Fan diligently from dawn until dusk. This was not born from suspicion, but rather from the realization that emulating Zhang Fan's actions would greatly benefit them. Zhang Fan understood their intentions and endeavored to demonstrate practical skills whenever possible. Noticing Zhang Fan walking upright, they mimicked his stance. Initially, they struggled with the adjustment, but over time, they became accustomed to it. However, achieving full bipedalism would necessitate an extensive period of evolution. When they observed Zhang Fan roasting meat over the fire, though they could not fathom his reasoning, they began to imitate him. Their initial attempts resulted in charred meat, but through repeated trials, they learned to monitor the heat and timing, gradually mastering the art of roasting. Upon tasting the exquisitely flavorful cooked meat, the humans decisively abandoned their previous practice of consuming raw flesh, and in the days that followed, they adopted the habit of roasting all their food, developing a sense that nothing was palatable without being cooked. Once again, Zhang Fan was adorned in clothing. Although the purpose of it remained elusive to them, they nevertheless began to imitate him, resorting to large leaves in the absence of fabric. Each individual wove the thick leaves together and wrapped them around themselves. During this time, Zhang Fan also demonstrated the crafting of weapons and hunting tools, such as fishing nets and traps. As time passed, nearly 40 years slipped by while Zhang Fan resided on Earth. One day, unexpectedly, a member of the human species ventured into Zhang Fan's territory. This took Zhang Fan aback, as it marked the first close encounter in 4 decades. Zhang Fan gestured to inquire about the situation, yet the human, lacking a developed language system, remained silent, unable to articulate thoughts that would be understood. The human gestured animatedly, pointing at Zhang Fan and then at their camp. Gradually, Zhang Fan comprehended the implication. They were inviting him to their encampment. Thus, Zhang Fan rose and followed the human. After a while, he formally stepped into their domain for the first time. Surrounding him were humans standing respectfully, while one guided him into a rudimentary dwelling. Over the course of those 40 years, Zhang Fan had constructed his own abode, and the humans had similarly learned from him, erecting their own simple huts. Upon Zhang Fan's entrance, a human lying on a crude stone bed brightened with recognition. This individual, aged and enveloped in a hint of mortality, appeared to be nearing the end of life. After a moment of appraisal, Zhang Fan realized that this was the leader of the humans he had first encountered. It seemed that the lifespan of the humans remained painfully short, culminating after just over 40 years. Zhang Fan sighed softly. The leader shakily raised a hand, indicating himself, then pointing to Zhang Fan, and finally glancing at the eager faces of the surrounding humans. Their spirits were low, although a complete social structure had yet to form. The reality of life and death had instilled a measure of rationality within them. Zhang Fan observed their expressions and then turned his gaze to the frail leader. Suddenly understanding the gravity of the situation, they wished for him to assume the role of their leader. With a heavy heart, Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement of their trust. The leader managed to muster a faint smile and handed Zhang Fan a staff-like object. As Zhang Fan accepted it, the leader's hand fell limply away. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to the advancement of human civilization, not only for you, but for myself as well. Zhang Fan spoke for the first time before the humans. Though they could not comprehend his words, it mattered not. The old leader had fallen, and a new leader had arisen, heralding the dawn of a new era of civilization. After laying the first-generation leader to rest, Zhang Fan commenced the hands-on education of the humans, establishing the foundations of their society. Chapter 6. System Marketplace. Entering primitive civilization in the days that followed, Zhang Fan taught them simple numbers, enabling them to discern quantities. A preliminary exchange system is established. Adhering to the principles of barter, the development of primitive pastoralism is underway, focusing on the breeding and slaughter of small livestock. Language instruction has not yet been imparted. Such knowledge cannot be acquired overnight, but must evolve gradually through societal frameworks. As time ebbs and flows, 50 years have swiftly passed, during which Zhang Fan relinquished his leadership position. From now on, your paths are your own, Zhang Fan murmured softly, and with the utterance of these words, his corporeal existence drew to a close. The human kin bore Zhang Fan's lifeless body away, interring him alongside the first-generation leader with great reverence. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan found himself retreating from the terrestrial realm, returning to the cosmos. This experience is truly profound. Having undergone this transition numerous times, each demise evokes a cascade of emotions. As he steadied his thoughts, he recalled his previous interventions during the creation phase, albeit with less ease than this occasion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Relief washed over Zhang Fan. He was uncertain about the thresholds for the preliminary establishment of civilization, and the prospect of falling short was disheartening. With the rewards now conferred, Yiyu had also unlocked the system marketplace, which was not sourced from Yiyu himself. The pricing was beyond Yiyu's authority, as his own system marketplace had been entirely restricted here. To procure items, one could only purchase from this dubious establishment. Ding! The host can now access the system marketplace, though it is advised not to purchase any items within. Yiyu did not wish to covet Zhang Fan's system points. The offerings were less than desirable. Zhang Fan, at this juncture, found no assistance from them. And with merely 10,000 system points, little of value could be acquired. Acknowledging the system's warning with a nod, Zhang Fan thought that even without purchasing, he could indulge his curiosity. He then opened the system marketplace interface. 9th level planet. Price, 1 billion system points. Creation point exchange, 101. Lottery opportunities. Bronze lottery, 10,000 points. Silver lottery, 100,000 points. Gold lottery, 1 million points. Diamond lottery, 10 million points. Divine lottery, 100 million points. Sentient biological species. Gazing at the multitude of items within the marketplace, Zhang Fan could not suppress a gulp. The treasures were abundant, yet the prices were exorbitant. With only 10,000 system points to his name, he felt like a drop in the ocean. Out of sight, out of mind, he resolved, promptly closing the marketplace interface. The reward for the current system task included another lottery opportunity. Although the level of the lottery remained unknown, surely it was worth at least 10,000 points. System. Activate the lottery opportunity. Ding. Lottery opportunity has been utilized. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the B-grade talent, Wisdom Seed. Wisdom Seed. B-grade. The probability of your civilization giving rise to sentient species is significantly increased. Ding. B-grade talent Wisdom Seed has triggered the system function, amplification of all things, resulting in a tenfold enhancement. The transformation of the B-grade talent, Wisdom, into the A-grade talent. Civilization evolution has significantly accelerated the development of the civilization under your command, reducing the gestation period of the Y species by a factor of 10. Observing discreetly, Yiyu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the fortunate turn of events for his host. To be candid, he had anticipated merely obtaining some inconsequential rewards, given that the tier of this lottery was known to him as the most rudimentary bronze level. However, to his astonishment, a B-grade talent was drawn, which, under his formidable system capabilities, evolved into an A-grade talent. This was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Now, Zhang Fan boasted 2 A-grade talents. Though merely classified as A-grade, it is noteworthy that most Star Lords in this world have yet to awaken any talents, with many possessing talents below the A-grade level. While S-grade talents are exceedingly rare, with the binding of the A-grade talent, civilization evolution, a mysterious force enveloped the Earth Star under Zhang Fan's jurisdiction. The recent expedition to Earth Star yielded substantial gains, and the Star Lord sought to consistently acquire creation points through 3 potential avenues. 1. The development of the civilization under his command. As the civilization flourishes, the Star Lord will continuously accrue creation points. Should the civilization's level advance, the Star Lord will also receive a substantial feedback of creation points. The higher the civilization level, the more points gained. 2. Engaging in warfare to seize creation points from other Star Lords. 3. Trading. The latter 2 options posed significant risks. Star Lord Zhang Fan realized that his only viable path to acquire creation points was through the first avenue. Trading involved considerable risk, and lacking sufficient power could lead to catastrophic consequences. As for plundering, it was not worth mentioning, as other Star Lords had already established their domains long ago, leaving Zhang Fan significantly lagging behind. Nevertheless, he was confident that, with the support of the system, he would soon catch up. Beep. Host. Accelerate the evolution of civilization promptly. Once it reaches a certain threshold, the system will assist the host in catalyzing a civilization leap. Yu contemplated and urged him onward. Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded emphatically. Previously, when civilization had yet to be birthed, the accelerated flow of time yielded only a deficit of creation points. Now that the civilization was in its nascent stages, although the accelerated creation points had increased substantially, the prospect of feedback was promising. Thus, without further hesitation, Zhang Fan expended a considerable amount of creation points, determined to advance Earth Star to the establishment of a linguistic system. In an instant, the temporal flow of Earth Star surged forward, empowered by the talent. The evolution of civilization accelerated remarkably. The human civilization Zhang Fan had once inhabited transitioned from its nascent establishment to a phase of robust growth. Its sphere of influence expanded continuously, as time flowed like the changing of the seasons. Under the accelerated passage of a millennium, the human civilization shed its quadrupedal locomotion. Embracing bipedalism, Zhang Fan's initial strategies began to yield results, as a barter system significantly reduced excessive time. The widespread use of tools and the practice of animal husbandry greatly enhanced the survival prospects of the human civilization. The population burgeoned rapidly. The harnessing of fire enabled humanity to endure the harsh winters, ensuring that even the frailest among them could withstand the cold. Civilization rapidly evolves, entering the primitive civilization stage. Civilization development rate evaluated as excellent. Suddenly, a mysterious force descended, and Yu concealed himself within Zhang Fan's body, silently observing. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Why had such notifications not appeared during his civilization's earlier development? In the next moment, he was bestowed with a considerable number of creation points. Chapter 7. The catastrophe triggered by civilization evolution. The transcender, the civilization has entered a preliminary stage of development. Within a century, a calamity will descend upon it. Star-Lord, please prepare accordingly. What on earth? What is happening? Zhang Fan was somewhat bewildered. Calamity? He had not heard of this before. No, wait. Calamity. He realized that despite his meticulous precautions and various considerations, even personally intervening, his civilization had repeatedly faced disasters leading to its demise. It turned out this was the source of the problem. Previously, he had received no hints, and with no preparation. He had helplessly watched civilizations perish before his very eyes. It was utterly heart-wrenching. System, save me. Zhang Fan decisively called upon his savior. Yi remained unresponsive, only breathing a sigh of relief once the force had completely dissipated. Indeed, this was the power of the rules. It appeared that the upheaval in this world was orchestrated by the underlying rules of the system. One could only wonder how many worlds had been set up as examination grounds for the system. What a grand scheme. Ding. The calamity trial accompanying civilization's ascension has commenced. Civilizations that pass the trial will receive rewards, thus making calamity a filter for civilizations. Zhang Fan was struck with clarity. He immediately ceased the investment of creation points, restoring the flow of time on Earth. He had a century to prepare, unlike before when he had been left in the dark. System, what should I do now? Previously, I encountered calamities that struck unexpectedly, and each time, I had to expend a large number of creation points to mitigate their severity. However, I cannot continue this way. In the early stages, resources are scarce, which will hinder the progress of civilization development. Zhang Fan sighed. Although he had just acquired a substantial amount of creation points, he did not wish to rely on them to counter each calamity. It was far too costly. The future expenditures for civilization's development would be immense. Every single creation point was precious to him. Yu contemplated for a moment and attempted to issue a system task, surprisingly succeeding. Ding. System task issued. Task. Ensure the civilization survives the impending calamity and endures the crisis. Reward. 100,000 system points, and a chance for a silver lottery draw. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the task. The rewards were enticing, but the challenge was formidable. Ding. The host can utilize system functions to navigate through this crisis, Yi reminded him. System functions? Zhang Fan glanced at his system panel. The plunder feature was certainly not an option, but he was uncertain what else could be plundered. The enhancement of all things was the most frequently triggered function. The last one remained that mysterious otherworldly summoning. System, what is the purpose of this otherworldly summoning? Zhang Fan found himself at a loss and could only inquire with Yi. Ding. The so-called summoning from another realm entails expending system points to call forth individuals from different worlds into the host world. The greater the strength of the summoned, the more system points are required. Likewise, the higher the level of the summoner's world, the greater the expenditure of system points. Yi vaguely explained that he had never utilized this function since he had acquired it, feeling a sense of both disinterest and regret. Nevertheless, he believed that this system function could wield significant influence within this world. Transmigrators? Zhang Fan exclaimed. One could indeed interpret it that way, the system replied. Was it not simply a form of transmigration? Zhang Fan's eyes brightened, as if he had grasped the method suggested by the system. Quickly, summon a high achiever for me. It doesn't necessarily have to be a top student. Professors or doctors would suffice, preferably those who are pragmatic. Yu smiled slightly, as his plan was aligned with this notion, although it would pose challenges for the Transmigrator, given that Zhang Fan's civilization level was still primitive, with its linguistic framework not yet fully developed. Beep. This summoning will cost 5,000 system points to open the world passage. No matter, Yi replied, I shall proceed. It is merely 5,000 system points. Overcoming this crisis will yield a reward of 100,000 system points and an opportunity for a silver lottery. Yi Yu ceased further discussion, for 5,000 system points were sufficient to unlock the gateway to a lower-tier world. In truth, if the system points were ample, summoning a fourth calamity would expedite development even further. The capabilities of players are contingent upon the limitations imposed by the world they inhabit. However, given Zhang Fan's current meager system points, it was hardly enough. He could at best summon a few individuals. It was not that Yi Yu lacked the desire to aid Zhang Fan's rapid development by augmenting his system points. Rather, he was constrained by the rules. Yi Yu could only utilize Zhang Fan's 1,000 system points for his endeavors. Meanwhile, in another realm, as a passageway opened, Yi Yu stealthily entered. This world, how fortuitous. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such a coincidence, as the summoning from another realm was inherently random. The world he had just accessed was one he had previously exploited. As Yi Yu entered, the heavenly Tao quickly took notice. A force of repulsion sought to expel this intruder. Cough, cough. No need to be so agitated. I merely wish to borrow someone, and will depart promptly afterward. Casting a glance at the heavenly Tao that was fixated upon him, Yi Yu attempted to communicate. At that moment, the heavenly Tao recognized this audacious thief who had previously plundered its resources. In an instant, thunder roared and fierce winds surged. The inhabitants of this world were oblivious to the unusual phenomena unfolding above. As I mentioned, there is no need for such excitement. I am not here to pillage your world's essence. I merely seek to borrow a native and shall leave immediately thereafter. Yi Yu smiled faintly, for he was no longer the person he once was. Now, his system level had reached level 9, far more formidable than before. This world was merely a level 1 realm. Attempting to drive him away was futile. The heavenly Tao, realizing the audacity of this intruder, understood that despite his considerable strength, he still sought to bully a level 1 world. Regarding Yi Yu's words, the heavenly path was filled with skepticism, doubting whether Yi Yu intended to eliminate him and absorb the entire world. Aware that direct confrontation would prove futile, the heavenly path reluctantly acquiesced to Yi Yu's request. It is merely a borrowing of an individual. The meager essence of the world you possess holds no allure for me, Yi Yu remarked, curling his lips in disdain. He then began to select a suitable candidate from within the world. The heavenly path remained vigilant, closely observing Yi Yu, apprehensive that he might wreak havoc within its domain. Soon, Yi Yu identified an appropriate individual. You shall do. Let us embark on an unimpeded journey through time and space. With a swift motion of his hand, a surge of rule-bound power swiftly surged forth towards the chosen candidate. The heavenly path, sensing Yi Yu's sudden action, cautiously distanced itself. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not dwell on me. With that, Yi Yu departed alongside the selected individual through the portal of the world. The heavenly path exhaled in relief as the portal closed. Realizing it was merely one native taken. Just one native. If he is lost, it matters not, it mused. Thus, the heavenly path returned to the core of the world, while the external weather reverted to its original state, leaving many scholars perplexed. Chapter 8. The arrival of the traveler returning to the scene, a notification chimed. Ding. The traveler is prepared. The host must select the arrival location. After a brief wait, Zhang Fan heard the system prompt once more. Let the arrival point be the tribal settlement where I first encountered humanity. Zhang Fan contemplated. Ding. The traveler has been deployed. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhang Fan's gaze shifted to the earth. Somewhere on Earth, a young man introduced himself. My name is Li Zimu, a top graduate from Hucking, and today I am, as usual, drafting a design. Suddenly, with a flicker before his eyes, he found himself in the wild. As if appearing in the wilderness was not enough, he was confronted by a group of primitive tribesmen. In the 21st century, are there really savages left in this world? He questioned, observing their hair-covered forms. Although they wore garments woven from hemp, they were unmistakably not creatures that should exist in this world. Li Zimu fell into contemplation, pinching himself to confirm this was not a dream. It's over. I have traversed to another realm. The good news is that I have received the opportunity for which many yearn. The bad news is that this world seems to be primitive. Li Zimu felt a surge of despair. He had no wilderness survival skills. Why do others traverse to fantastical realms as mighty overlords while I am here to endure hardship? As he pondered, the surrounding tribesmen watched him with wary eyes. Soon, a figure exuding authority emerged from the crowd, gazing at Li Zimu with a thoughtful expression. Wahankia. The initial sage. This tribesman uttered a phrase that Li Zimu could not comprehend. In this era, the language of humanity had yet to be established, relying instead on rudimentary sounds for communication. The limitations of these exchanges made complex dialogue impossible, yet through prolonged exposure, understanding could still be attained. With the utterance of this tribesman, the surrounding individuals lowered their guard, their eyes filled with respect. This transformation left Li Zimu utterly perplexed. He had initially feared that he would be bound and consumed by this group of savages. Evidently, they had no intentions of feasting upon him. Wamakusa, wise one. The chief stepped forward, respectfully addressing Li Zimu once more. Li Zimu, still bewildered, observed that the gestures of the chief seemed to indicate an invitation to visit their tribe. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding humans, he hesitantly resolved to accompany them to their settlement. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this world, the presence of wild men suggested that the external creatures were likely ferocious. As an unarmed, ordinary person with no knowledge of survival skills, he questioned whether he could endure in such an environment. Before long, Li Zimu found himself within the confines of their tribe, astonished by the sight of rudimentary dwellings. To his surprise, these primitive beings were capable of constructing their own shelters. Upon observing the diverse array of weapons wielded by the tribe, he was taken aback. Though rudimentary, he could still identify the general types: guns, forks, halberds, and hammers. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Even without being a historian, he understood that early humans could not have developed so rapidly. Their weaponry should have consisted solely of stone knives and spears. Such a variety of tools and the presence of houses seemed beyond the capabilities of humanity at that stage in history. However, recognizing that this was not his original world, he allowed himself to accept that human development could not be judged by conventional standards. The chief guided Lizimu into the largest hut, gesturing a few times. Wastkins, this is your dwelling. Though he could not comprehend the words, he grasped the meaning and nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he was intended to reside in this hut. What puzzled him was the unusual courtesy displayed by these wild men, which exceeded mere politeness. Nevertheless, having already traversed into this new realm, he resolved to adapt and contemplate his future days. Thus, Lizimu settled in comfortably. His life was not in immediate danger, but having grown accustomed to the information age with the internet, he found this primitive era rather monotonous. His only source of amusement lay in observing the behavioral habits of these humans. Soon, night fell. A group of humans skillfully produced fire by drilling wood, indicating that they had mastered the art of creating flames. Although he was unaware of the development history of these savages, it was evident that they had established a certain societal structure. Through a day of careful observation, Lizimu began to discern the level of civilization among these humans. As time passed, hunters gradually returned to the tribe, and the communal bonfire was ignited. The chief approached Lizimu and led him to partake in dinner. The flavors were quite bland. After tasting a few bites of roasted meat, Lizimu frowned, yet he recognized that he could not afford to be choosy. Having access to cooked meat was a luxury in itself. Days passed in this manner, and soon Lizimu found himself on the brink of madness, overwhelmed by the tedium of having nothing to engage in. Each day consists solely of eating and sleeping, as these humans have never compelled him to work, treating him as a deity in their midst. How bizarre! Shouldn't he find some tasks to engage in? Lizimu, seated beneath a tree, observed the industrious humans. Murmuring to himself, he was a man of action, incapable of idleness. Resolving this, he rose and commenced an inspection of the entire tribe. Although this tribe advanced more swiftly than the historical timeline of their world, it still appeared rather primitive to him, a denizen of the 21st century. Suddenly, he noticed an expanse of white-gray terrain. Approaching it, he discovered white and gray stones scattered across the ground. Crouching down, he picked up a stone and examined it closely. Limestone. A spark ignited in Lizimu's eyes as he surveyed the surroundings of the tribe, which were enclosed by wooden fences. Cement could be utilized to construct walls, thereby enhancing the tribe's defenses. Although he was uncertain why this group of humans revered him, since they cared for him, he felt compelled to contribute to their advancement. Moreover, as he was now intertwined with their fate, bolstering the strength of the tribe would enhance his own safety. However, he required iron ore to produce cement, and given the era, there should be ample supplies nearby. Lizimu stood upright, intent on seeking the earlier human leader. Suddenly, he realized he did not know the leader's whereabouts. Naturally, during the day, the leader must have taken the humans out for hunting. He would have to locate him in the evening and search for iron ore in the meantime. After spending some time, Lizimu successfully found the desired stones. Iron ore manifests in various forms, including black, red, brown, and reddish-brown, generally determined by the stone's composition. The principal types of iron ore include magnetite, hematite, limonite, and siderite. Magnetite exhibits a black streak, has a semi-metallic luster, and possesses magnetic properties. Hematite, a dehydrated iron oxide, is characterized by its reddish hue and often forms vast deposits in nature. Limonite, a hydrated iron oxide, arises from the weathering of other ores and is the most widely distributed in nature. Siderite, a carbonate iron ore, can be easily oxidized into limonite and generally has a lower iron content. Chapter 9. Calamity. As the long wait drew to a close, night fell, and those who had ventured out to hunt gradually returned to the tribe. After partaking in dinner, Lizimu approached the leader with several stones in hand. Observing the leader's puzzled expression, Lizimu found himself at a loss for communication. Reluctantly, he pointed at the stones and began to gesture. The leader, taken aback by Lizimu's animated motions, appeared perplexed. Sensing the leader's confusion, Lizimu intensified his gestures. After an extensive period, he finally succeeded in conveying his general meaning. The leader nodded earnestly, and then took the stones and exited. Wastig, the leader called out loudly. All the humans hurriedly gathered in response. The entire tribe consists of over 2,000 individuals, presenting a truly magnificent sight. The leader spoke a few words before passing a stone down for the humans to examine thoroughly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lizimu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the task had been successfully accomplished. Now, he could only wait to see whether these humans could gather sufficient limestone and iron ore. The following morning, Lizimu, still enveloped in slumber, was awakened by commotion. Stepping outside, he beheld a grand procession of humans departing the tribe in unison. Is this truly such a momentous occasion? Lizimu thought, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated perhaps 100 or 200 humans venturing out, yet this time, over 1,000 were mobilized. The remaining 1,000 comprised the elderly, the weak, and women and children, retained by the leader to safeguard their territory, while several hundred young individuals remained to guard the camp. Lizimu began to reassess his standing among the humans. However, this arrangement proved beneficial. He initially believed that gathering materials would take several months. But now it seemed a mere week or two would suffice. Reflecting on the cooperation he received, Li Zimu resolved to equip the tribe with all the knowledge he possessed. As time flowed, 2 months passed swiftly. Throughout this period, Li Zimu gradually integrated into the human tribe. After 2 months of development, a sturdy wall constructed from cement now encircled the tribe. The dwellings of the humans had been redesigned by Li Zimu into solid stone houses. Each house was equipped with a fireplace, allowing warmth during the winter months, and a large granary was also constructed. Given the constraints of time, Li Zimu could only accomplish so much. Future advancements would require gradual development. Over these 2 months, he noticed that communication among the humans was fraught with difficulties and contemplated whether to teach them a modern language. Yet, he was not a linguist, at most. He could impart simple and comprehensible communication methods. Beyond the earth, Jiang Fan observed the progress of the humans with great satisfaction. Their development surpassed what he could achieve through direct intervention. Specialization in one's craft was key, as he lacked knowledge in construction. Ding. The host can now accelerate the flow of time on Earth, Yi reminded him. He believed that under Li Zimu's guidance, the humans would weather the impending calamities. The initial disasters would surely not be too severe. Otherwise, as civilization advanced to higher levels, the catastrophes would become even more exaggerated. Excellent. Jiang Fan felt the moment had arrived. Over the past 2 months, he had steadily accumulated a significant number of creation points, ample enough to sustain a century of acceleration with surplus remaining. Accelerate civilization's development. A century of time. Jiang Fan's pupils shimmered with golden light as immense creative power enveloped the earth. With the lavish expenditure of creation points, Earth entered a torrent of time, unnoticed by the beings dwelling upon it. Here it comes. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed. Not long after initiating the acceleration, he sensed that disaster had befallen his Earth. At this moment, on Earth a sense of foreboding stirred within Li Zimu. He immediately rushed out of the house. Outside, the atmosphere was tumultuous, fierce winds howled, and the trees swayed precariously. What is happening? Li Zimu's expression darkened. Just a moment ago, the sky had been clear and bright, yet suddenly dark clouds loomed overhead, and the winds raged on. Time had accelerated, and it had been a decade since he arrived on this planet. Under his leadership, the tribe had entered an unprecedented era of development, witnessing an explosive growth in the human population. Over these 10 years, the population surged from around 2,000 to 10,000. Fortunately, a few years prior, due to unrest, they had constructed an underground shelter. Li Zimu murmured to himself, sensing that something was amiss. Gather, he shouted. The humans, responding to his call, hurriedly assembled. Having evolved to understand much of what he said after a decade of shared experiences, his commands were simple and familiar. Everyone, to the underground shelter. Bring food, blankets. Evacuate in an orderly manner. His instructions were concise, and the humans comprehended them without difficulty. His standing among them was remarkably high, even surpassing that of the chief. Under his guidance, the humans entered the underground shelter in an organized manner. After an entire hour, everyone had finally made it inside. Seizing the last moments, Li Zimu glanced outside. Heavy snow began to fall, and the temperature plummeted. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was snow and not rain. Yet, he had underestimated the impending calamity. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He exclaimed as he witnessed another disaster descend upon his planet. Stunned, he recalled that previous calamities had come singularly. Why now were there two? Ding. Host, this might illustrate the distinction between actively triggering a civilization upgrade and passively triggering one. Yi was equally astonished by the severity of this civilization upgrade. Was this truly a test for civilization or a means to stifle it? Despite the system's explanation, Jiang Fan's expression remained grim. Once an upgrade was initiated, he could no longer utilize creation points to mitigate the disaster's severity. Now it was a matter of how resilient the humans could prove to be. In the flow of time, 5 years had elapsed on this planet. How many remained? Li Zimu's complexion had turned sallow, and he had lost considerable weight. The chief beside him swallowed hard and stammered out a number. 5,321. 5 years had passed, during which food supplies had been depleted multiple times, necessitating expeditions to the upper granaries for sustenance. Despite the abundance of stored provisions, they were dwindling under prolonged consumption. For the sake of the entire tribe, everyone was surviving on barely sufficient rations. Yet, in the harsh winter, many humans succumbed to the cold and disease. Chapter 10. Desperate Prayers for Salvation. To prevent the spread of disease, Li Zimu resolutely ordered the humans to dispose of their deceased companions' bodies. The snow has stopped. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, prompting Li Zimu to turn his gaze. The leader beside him brightened with excitement, stammering, "The snow has stopped. Let us venture outside." Li Zimu's heart raced. Could it be that the calamity had passed? The human species swiftly cleared a path, allowing the two to exit the cavern. Creaking, the withered heads emerged upon the pristine white ground. Li Zimu quickly absorbed the sights of the outside world. Ha! The snow has ceased. The disaster has ended. He exclaimed joyfully, shouting in the snow-covered landscape. One by one, members of the human species began to emerge from the depths of the cavern, equally elated. 5 long years had elapsed, during which this sudden catastrophe had claimed half of their comrades. They rejoiced with cheers and shed tears of happiness. The disaster had subsided, and a new dawn had arrived. However, this joy was short-lived, shattering within less than 2 years. What was initially believed to be a revival of life on Earth quickly transformed into a scorching sun overhead. rendering the entire planet unbearable. Countless plants withered, and a majority of animals succumbed to the oppressive heat. Rivers dried up under the relentless sun. The human species found themselves facing a dire crisis of dwindling, life-giving water. They were engulfed in confusion, questioning why fate had dealt them such a harsh hand. Just as winter had recently passed, they were now confronted with sweltering heat. Individuals of the human species knelt in supplication, beseeching the heavens for rain. Lizimu watched this scene with a bitter heart. Coming from the 21st century, he naturally dismissed the notion of divine intervention. Indeed, humanity appeared so fragile in the face of nature's might. The leader stood silently beside Lizimu, casting a glance in his direction. To him, Lizimu seemed a figure of divinity. He silently hoped that Lizimu could guide them through this crisis, just as he had before. Lizimu noticed the leader's gaze, accustomed as he was to such looks. Yet, whenever confronted with problems beyond his capacity to resolve, the weight of that gaze became an immense burden. The fate of the entire human species rested upon his shoulders, suffocating him. Sigh, let us give it a try. Tomorrow, I will lead a search for suitable locations to see if we can unearth groundwater, he said, swallowing hard to soothe his parched throat. The next day, Lizimu gathered a group of humans, armed with tools, to meticulously survey the nearby terrain. The members of the human species, lacking understanding, placed the entirety of the task upon his shoulders. Occupying a position of authority and endowed with capability, he felt compelled to carve out a future for his people. After a day of exploration, Lizimu identified 5 potential sites where groundwater might be found. On the following day, he led the group in digging wells. The atmospheric pressure in this world closely resembled that of his previous one, suggesting that water could be reached at a depth of 10 meters. However, to err on the side of caution, Lizimu decided to dig an additional 2 meters. Once they struck groundwater, they could utilize vines and buckets to draw the precious liquid. 3 days passed in a blur of laborious effort, and upon completing the excavation at the first site, they regrettably discovered that there was no water source present. Lizimu remained undaunted, tirelessly searching in various locations with the efficiency of digging every 3 days. The second site yielded no water, the third site also proved dry, and the fourth was similarly barren. As he observed the weary faces of his fellow humans, his expression grew increasingly bleak, and his hands trembled slightly. The arduous task of digging wells, relying solely on human strength without machinery, had become a monumental endeavor over the course of more than 10 days. The human tribe was already suffering from severe water scarcity, and under such demanding circumstances, many were on the brink of dehydration. In a desperate bid to sustain their efforts, the leader allocated the entire tribe's water resources to support the well-digging team. At a depth of 10 meters, Lizimu's lips cracked, and hope began to wane. It seemed as though the human race was destined for extinction. Unwilling to accept this fate, he grappled with feelings of despair. Why was it that despite his tireless efforts, he could not save them? If fate had not brought him to this time and place to rescue humanity, then why had he been transported here? Clenching the stone pickaxe tightly, he swung it down with fervor, attempting to channel his frustration and helplessness into each strike. Noticing Lizimu's agitation, the other humans exchanged glances of concern. The leader shook his head and picked up a stone pickaxe to join him in the effort. Encouraged by this display of solidarity, the others rose to their feet and resumed digging. As the well's depth increased, the surrounding soil began to change. Surprised by this transformation, Lizimu froze momentarily before joy surged within him. Water! There is water here. Dig now? He shouted. The other humans, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped his meaning and erupted with excitement, fervently striking the earth. The underground layers of soil began to take on a brown hue, revealing that moisture was being absorbed. The deeper they dug, the more saturated the soil became. Finally, at a depth of 115 meters, a stream of water gushed forth. Lizimu signaled for the others to pull him up. As each person ascended, the water level in the well began to rise. Stopping at a distance of 15 meters from the well's opening, Lizimu instructed them to bind a wooden bucket with vines and lower it to draw water, subsequently organizing the humans to drink. Soon, the first bucket of water was drawn up, and the humans respectfully offered it to Lizimu. Eager for him to be the first to taste this precious elixir, Lizimu cupped his hands to drink, and although it was tinged with a muddy taste, he found it delightful. We are saved. A smile spread across Lizimu's face, and the weight of responsibility that had burdened him began to lift. However, the moment he felt this relief, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The leader, quick to act, rushed to support Lizimu, preventing him from falling heavily to the ground. After days of relentless toil, Lizimu had succumbed to exhaustion. Thanks to his invaluable contribution, the human tribe had once again averted disaster. However, as a consequence of his collapse, Lizimu fell gravely ill. After many days of care from his fellow humans, he eventually awakened. Realizing his condition, he cast a glance at the humans crowded beside his bed and smiled in relief, declaring, "I have not let you down. I have succeeded." He understood that his time was limited, yet he thought, "What does it matter? I have saved a race, and I have not brought shame upon my well-educated self." 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, the parched earth gradually returned to its former glory, rejuvenated by a torrential downpour. In that same year, Lizimu succumbed to illness. Before departing, he wore a smile. Although fate had played a cruel joke on him by transporting him to this world, he held no regrets. On the day of Lizimu's passing, the human race mourned profoundly, having begun to shed their primal instincts, with reason steadily asserting its dominance. Historical records later honored him as the true lord of crossing calamities, symbolizing the triumph over natural disasters and the alleviation of suffering. Chapter 11. The perverse rules of the system in the external realm. With Li Zimu's demise, Zhang Fan hastily expended some creation points to safeguard Li Zimu's fading soul. Alas, you have endured much, Zhang Fan reflected, acknowledging that he was the primary cause of this outcome. Had he not facilitated Li Zimu's crossing, Li Zimu would not have met his end. Hence, he chose to invest creation points to preserve him. Can the system send him back? Zhang Fan inquired. Beep. Yes, host. But this individual's physical form has perished. Reconstruction of the body is required. Yi responded, expressing his admiration for Li Zimu, recognizing the support he had provided, and felt it unjust to allow him to perish so easily. However, host, reconstructing the body will require system points. Yi cautioned. How many? Zhang Fan possessed only 5,000 system points. Exceeding that limit would render him unable to assist. Beep. Not much. Li Zimu was merely an ordinary person, and reconstructing a body requires only 100 system points. However, the system suggests investing additional points to create a more formidable physique for him as a reward. Yi proposed. Certainly, that is only fitting. Zhang Fan agreed, feeling generous. Upon completing the task, he would earn 100,000 system points in a silver lottery draw. Consequently, Yi spent 500 system points to forge a new body for Li Zimu. This new form, barring any unforeseen events, could sustain life for up to 130 years, maintaining vitality akin to youth in old age. Given that his world was a commonplace realm, an excessively long lifespan could invite unnecessary complications, which influenced Yi's design. Moreover, this new body boasted exceptional physical capabilities, approximately 2 to 3 times that of an average individual. Beep. The body has been reconstructed. Host, you may now place his soul into this vessel. With a flash of light, a body identical to Li Zimu's original form materialized before Zhang Fan. Good. With a wave of his hand, Li Zimu's soul entered the newly formed body. All set, host, I shall now return him. As the words left his lips, Yi opened the portal once more, leading Li Zimu back to his own world. The passage of time in the two realms is nearly identical. It has only been a few days since Li Zimu's departure. After all, he merely resided on the Earth, where time was accelerated, while the outside world had not experienced much at all. Yi utilized the power of the rules to alter the reason for Li Zimu's disappearance, leading others to mistakenly believe he had simply gone on a brief vacation. To sweeten the deal, Yi also credited his bank account with 100 million yuan, funds that were, of course, of legitimate origin. The system's rule power is limited only by one's imagination. Well then, I wish you a joyful remainder of your life. Yi arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, with the heavenly Tao remaining oblivious to his brief return. As time flowed onward, Li Zimu gradually awoke. Gazing at the familiar ceiling, he momentarily lost his train of thought. But after a few breaths, he abruptly sat up. Did I not die? His eyes widened in astonishment as he frantically explored his own body, confirming that he had indeed returned to life, leaving him momentarily speechless. He reached for his phone to check messages. Had only 3 days truly passed? Li Zimu was somewhat taken aback, considering he had spent over a decade on Earth. He pondered the uncertainties of their future, while he was surprised by his resurrection. Given his experiences with traversing realms, it no longer seemed extraordinary. However, he had arranged everything necessary before his demise. He had fulfilled his responsibilities, and now they must rely on themselves. He let out a long sigh. A notification chimed. 100 million yuan had been credited to his Alipay account. Ding. The traveler has been returned. Understood, Zhang Fan nodded. Having survived 2 calamities, the remaining time would depend on the evolution of humanity. Thus, under the accelerated current of time, humanity on Earth began to develop rapidly. A century passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations. Your civilization has surpassed the calamity, and its civilization level has ascended. Civilization level, agricultural era. Civilization race, humanity. Calamity rating, S. Star Master has not intervened in the rating enhancement. Comprehensive evaluation, S. With the final comprehensive rating announced, Zhang Fan received a considerable influx of creation points, transforming his impoverished state into one of wealth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The successful advancement of civilization also catalyzed Zhang Fan's rise in power. Under the impact of a mysterious force, his strength surged dramatically. At this moment, Yi also delivered good news. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, 100,000 system points, 1 opportunity for a silver lottery. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Star Master. Bound planet. Earth, undergoing metamorphosis. Talent, prosperous star, a grade. Civilization evolution, a grade. Underling civilization. Humanity, agricultural era. System functions. Plunder, universal amplification, tenfold. Otherworldly summon, system points, 104. 500, system evaluation. You are the weakest host I have ever trained. Please strengthen yourself quickly. Viewing his system panel, Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. The rapid enhancement of strength through the system instilled confidence that he would soon reclaim his peak prowess. He opted to utilize his silver lottery opportunity, as he would not overlook any chance to grow stronger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the A-grade talent, Greed. Zhang Fan's lips twitched in confusion. What is this? Greed? A-grade. The Genesis points invested by the Star Master in the development of civilization are reduced by 30. After reviewing the potency of this talent, Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction, but he eagerly anticipated the system's performance, and soon, Yi did not disappoint him. Ding. A-grade talent greed has received a tenfold amplification. A-grade talent greed has evolved into S-grade talent, avarice. Avarice. S-grade. The Genesis points invested by the Star Master in the development of civilization are reduced by 50, while the Genesis points received from civilization feedback are increased to 10 times the original. The seventh deadly sin of desire. All that I see is mine. Holy moly. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. This talent was extraordinarily formidable. With this talent, even a pig could soar. Indeed, the system is the most unreasonable cheat in all realms. If there is a second to the system in terms of advantages, who would dare claim the first? Not only Jiang Fan, but even Yu was astonished by this function of universal amplification. It seemed that he had underestimated this ability. It likely held infinite possibilities. Previously, the worlds they entered were simply too primitive, with insufficient extraordinary abilities, which prevented this function from fully demonstrating its power. Chapter 12. Other Systems, Replication. Yu's spirits lifted. Currently, the universal amplification was merely tenfold. He felt that in order to enhance this multiplier, he must elevate his system level. A ninth-level system was surely just a starting point, with higher levels yet to be discovered. As long as he passed this system assessment, the universal amplification function would begin at least at several dozen times. However, when it came to the most outrageous rule-based system functions, Yu believed that the potential for plunder was the highest. After all, one could simply kill their kindred to seize their system functions. What a twisted thought. He pondered what abilities his adversary might possess. If they were too subpar, it would detract from the excitement. Muttering to himself, Yu felt confident about this battle. Since it was a promotion assessment, his opponent was likely also a ninth-level system. Under equal conditions, could 3 functions not contend with just one? At a certain location in this realm, congratulations to the Star Master for overcoming the promotion calamity. Civilization level has increased. Current civilization level, level 1 civilization. Intelligent race, humanity. Extraordinary ability, magic. Calamity rating, S. Comprehensive evaluation, S. A generous amount of Genesis points has been awarded. The man listened to the notification sound, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, he had reached level 1 civilization. It was worth the immense expenditure of Genesis points and system points. Congratulations to the host for completing the promotion assessment. Task accomplished. Reward, 300,000 system points. 3 opportunities for a silver lottery draw. System, utilize all 3 opportunities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring B-grade talent. Heart of Wisdom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring A-grade talent. Source of Magic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a vein of magic crystals. Looking at the results from the 3 lottery draws, Chao Mao was elated. His luck had indeed improved this time, and he finally managed to obtain an A-grade talent. He then opened his system panel. Host, Chao Mao. Level, Tier 3 Star Master. Bound Planet. Demon Spirit Star. Gifts, Extraordinary Power, a level. Heart of Wisdom, B level. Source of Magic, a level. Civilization under command. Humanity, Civilization level. Tier 1, System Function, Replication, System Points, 300,000. Extraordinary Power, a level. A random extraordinary system is born within the civilization of the Star Master. Heart of Wisdom, B level. The intelligence of the wise races within the Star Master civilization is enhanced. Source of Magic, a level. The world under the Star Master possesses an abundance of magical energy. Upon witnessing the effects of his new talents, Chao Mao's eyes sparkled with delight. It arrived just in time. Although his first A-level talent had enabled his civilization to develop a magical system, the world lacked sufficient magical energy. It was only through his continuous expenditure of creation points to augment the magical concentration of Demon Spirit Star that his civilization rapidly advanced in magic. Reflecting on his journey, Chao Mao couldn't help but sigh. He had once been merely a lowly Tier 1 Star Master. One fateful day, he bound himself to the system, setting him on a path of ascension. His system function was replication. Initially, he was uncertain how to wield it. Under the system's guidance, he ventured into a star domain teeming with other Star Masters. Naturally, as a weaker Star Master, he became a target for predation by the more powerful ones. However, lacking resources, the marauding Star Masters departed in frustration. The regulations of that star domain prohibited the killing of Star Masters, allowing him to escape unharmed. Nonetheless, all of this was within his grand design. Among those who sought to rob him was one with the A-level talent of extraordinary power. Though feeling humiliated and disgruntled by the theft, he chose to endure for the sake of his future rise, seizing the opportunity to replicate the A-level talent during their confrontation. Indeed, this talent was not originally his. During the cataclysmic upheaval of the world, he had not awakened his Star Master gifts. Thus, for an extended period, his development remained unremarkable. Fortunately, his base location had not been discovered by other Star Masters, sparing him from plunder. It was only after acquiring the system and leveraging the replicated talent that he began his ascent. In a remarkably brief span, he ascended from Tier 1 Star Master to Tier 3 Star Master, while the civilization under his command achieved Tier 1 status. Tier 1 civilization, also known as planetary civilization, can fully harness the energy from a star to manipulate everything on a planet. The strongest civilization Chao Mao had encountered thus far was merely a Tier 2 civilization during his visit to the star domain of the Star Masters. Do not be misled into thinking that Tier 2 civilizations are only slightly superior to Tier 1. The disparity in power is far greater than the chasm between dogs and humans. Tier 2 civilizations, known as stellar civilizations, have transcended planetary control, and can manipulate the energy of stars, thus gaining dominion over entire star systems. In essence, controlling the energy of the sun grants the ability to manipulate any planetary matter within the solar system. The magnitude of this gap is staggering. For an adversary to annihilate him would be as effortless as sipping water. Even though his civilization has transformed into a first-tier civilization, Cao Mao has resolved to remain inconspicuous, refraining from revealing his position in the vast cosmos. This decision is driven by two primary concerns. First, the fear of attracting the attention of higher civilizations developed by other star lords. Second, his civilization lacks the capability for interstellar travel. Furthermore, the universe is immensely expansive, making it exceedingly challenging to locate other star lords, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. System, deploy the Magic Crystal Mountain Range on the Demon Spirit continent. Beep. The Magic Crystal Mountain Range has been deployed. The Magic Crystal Mountain Range is rich in magical crystal ores, which will gradually yield new deposits over time. However, Cao Mao is not particularly enthusiastic about this range, as he has recently acquired the A-grade talent of the Source of Magic, and his Demon Spirit star is already abundant in magical energy. Thus, this magical crystal serves merely as an embellishment to the development of his civilization. System. What should I do next? Cao Mao inquired of his system. Beep. Continue to develop your civilization. First, ensure it possesses interstellar travel technology. This implies that the next step involves preparing to plunder other star lords? Cao Mao furrowed his brow, pondering whether this approach might be overly aggressive. Indeed, there exists a potential enemy in this realm. If you do not eliminate them early on, you will find yourself in a stalemate once they react. The system referred to the potential enemy as EU, naturally prioritizing him as a fellow system user. This time, it is a system assessment. The strength of the host is of no concern to it. As long as EU is eliminated, it will pass the assessment and elevate its system level, leaving the host's future endeavors to its own devices. Nevertheless, in the early stages, it diligently aids its host in development, believing that the opponent cannot match the pace of its cultivation. In fact, this is true. EU's civilization is still in its primitive state, having just entered the agricultural era, far from achieving a first-tier civilization. Chapter 13. The new transcender. This disparity is not attributable to EU, as Cao Mao's civilization has never faced annihilation. By the time the system arrived, his civilization had already reached the feudal era. The social structure, linguistic system, and other aspects were highly developed, and with the system's arrival, it officially took flight, unlike EU's host, whose civilization had just perished, beginning anew from scratch. Fortunately, all of this can be reconciled. However, Cao Mao's development progress has significantly slowed, and he can no longer invest vast amounts of creation points to accelerate the flow of time as he had before. His creation points can only sustain several centuries of acceleration before being depleted. Cao Mao's expression hardened. Potential enemy? Who is it? He was both astonished and wary of the potential enemy mentioned by the system. The previous second-tier civilization Star Lord was not regarded with such concern by his system. In response to Cao Mao's inquiry, the system remained silent, bound by rules that prohibit revealing the details of this assessment, though it could provide necessary warnings. The host simply needs to develop rapidly. The opposing threat is immense, with potential comparable to your own level. Cao Mao's pupils contracted, potential at the same level. He himself is uncertain of his upper limits, yet with the system, infinite possibilities lie before him. The response from the system took him by surprise. He was no fool, and had some inkling regarding the system's subtle hints. Cao Mao narrowed his eyes. I understand. I shall develop it as swiftly as possible. The scene returned. After escorting Li Muzi back, Zhang Fan resumed his journey through the torrent of time. The efficiency of this development was still somewhat lacking. Should he intervene personally? Zhang Fan pondered. Host, each field has its expertise. For humanity to achieve a significant leap in civilization, the language barrier must first be addressed. If this issue is not resolved through the passage of time, it necessitates direct intervention. The host is not particularly adept at language systems. Yi reminded him. Indeed, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Then it must be done this way. System, initiate the summoning from another world. This time, procure a linguist to aid in the advancement of civilization. Beep. Understood. Summoning in progress. Please wait a moment. The world portal opened this time was not that of Li Muzi's realm. However, Yi sensed it was merely an ordinary world. Once he grasped the circumstances of this world, he selected a suitable candidate. Beep. The traveler is ready. Excellent. Let us proceed to deploy him into Earth. Zhang Fan nodded, but at that moment, Yi spoke again. This situation is somewhat special. Special? Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. The chosen individual is of considerable age. If he were to merely traverse with his physical form, he would not survive for long. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was taken aback. Given that the individual was a proficient linguist, his credentials were indeed substantial, and age posed a significant issue. Is there a solution? Only a soul transfer is required. I can temporarily safeguard his physical body. That works. It's not much different. Let us proceed with the soul transfer. Accordingly, Yi infused this person's soul into a human embryo that had just begun to develop. Huh, what is happening? Why can't I open my eyes? Wei Zishuan struggled to pry his eyelids apart. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not open those heavy eyes. Furthermore, he found himself devoid of any control over his own being. This drastic change led him to question whether he had become a vegetable. He had merely been resting in a chair for a moment, and how had he suddenly awakened to find himself in such a predicament? In this pitch-black abyss, Wei Zishuan lost track of time. He remained in a state of confusion, with only a few minutes of consciousness each day, followed by extended periods of slumber. As time passed, his senses gradually sharpened, and he began to realize where he was, inside the womb. Coming to this conclusion was utterly terrifying. After all, he was no longer a youth. How had he returned to the womb? However, as he continued to confirm this reality, he had no choice but to accept it. He was somewhat familiar with the tropes found in novels read by the younger generation, and he understood that his current predicament could only fall into two categories. 1. He had traversed realms. 2. He had been reborn. Thus, 8 months elapsed in the outside world. On this day, Wei Zishuan felt as though his head was being tugged. As his entire body emerged, he gasped for fresh air, the vibrations in his throat eliciting a wail. The surrounding members of the human tribe sighed in relief upon hearing Wei Zishuan's cries, for tears signified vitality. Time passed swiftly, and 13 years elapsed. Wei Zishuan had come to comprehend his circumstances. He had undoubtedly traversed realms, or perhaps his soul had reincarnated. However, the world he found himself in was one he struggled to articulate. In his eyes, it was a primitive civilization of a lower order. It lacked even a coherent linguistic system. In the past, he had contemplated instigating change, believing that with his knowledge, establishing a language system here would not pose a challenge. Alas, his influence within the tribe was insufficient, compounded by the fact that he was merely a child. Consequently, he had to temporarily relinquish this aspiration, focusing instead on enhancing his standing within the tribe. This endeavor would undoubtedly require considerable time. Fortunately, with his exceptional intellect, the tribe made significant advancements under his guidance, thereby elevating his status. Leaning against a tree for a brief respite, Wei Zishuan pondered the peculiarities of the tribe. He could not quite articulate what seemed amiss. Over the years, he had sensed the tribe's uniqueness. This primitive civilization, devoid of a linguistic framework, constructed buildings from cement, with surrounding walls of the same material. It was bewildering. The trajectory of human development should not unfold in such a manner. He buried these thoughts deep within, remaining oblivious to the fact that before him, another traveler had existed. After all, the tribe possessed no written records at that time. It appeared that the chief was nearing the end of his days, and in a few years, he would inevitably pass away. Naturally, the one most likely to ascend as chief would be him, and it would be then that he would initiate the establishment of a language system. Wei Zishuan felt a surge of excitement. Having devoted his life to the study of language, nothing could be more exhilarating than personally crafting a linguistic framework for a civilization. As time flowed on, another 2 years passed. One day, the chief summoned Wei Zishuan into his abode. Inside were several prominent members of the tribe, each possessing their own prestige. However, to Wei Zishuan, their influence seemed insignificant. He surveyed the room and quickly deduced that today was the day for selecting the new chief. The chief, resting in his chair, regarded the assembled crowd with a grave expression. Under the watchful gaze of the others, he gestured for Wei Zishuan to step forward, an outcome that elicited no surprise among the gathered tribespeople. They had witnessed Wei Zishuan's contributions over the years and were fully supportive of his ascension. Thus began Chapter 14, the establishment of the language system, Year 1 of the new era. The chief handed Wei Zishuan a staff that had been passed down through countless generations. With a solemn expression, Wei Zishuan accepted it, marking the birth of a new leader for the human tribe. After fulfilling his duties, the former chief passed away within days, and the tribe conducted a funeral in his honor. The following day, the newly appointed Wei Zishuan embarked on the monumental task of establishing a language system. This process required a gradual approach, beginning with teaching them oral communication, followed by the development of written records. However, when Wei Zishuan truly commenced his initiatives, he discovered that the task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The introduction of a new concept proved difficult for individuals who had never encountered it before. Nevertheless, Wei Zishuan did not abandon his endeavors. Instead, he urged the human species to engage in daily practice, commencing with the recognition of simple foods and vocalizations. The populace found Wei Zishuan's actions perplexing, yet the command of the leader was absolute. Occupying a position of authority, he deftly sidestepped unnecessary complications. As time flowed onward, a decade swiftly elapsed. Under Wei Zishuan's guidance, the entire tribe established a rudimentary linguistic system over these 10 years. He exhaled in relief, realizing that the intellect of this group surpassed his expectations. Many concepts, even if not fully comprehended, could be grasped through silent exploration. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was a consequence of Jiang Fan's celestial aptitude. It was time to commence the creation of written language. He selected a small group of the most intellectually gifted individuals for instruction, intending for them to disseminate their knowledge to the rest of the tribe once mastery was achieved, aiming to perfect the linguistic system within 30 years. A glimmer of determination shone in Wei Zishuan's eyes. "Come in." A few individuals outside responded to his call and entered. Summoned Zhang San, Li Si, and the others. "I have an announcement to make." The newcomers nodded and proceeded to fetch Zhang San, Li Si, and their companions. To facilitate recollection, Wei Zishuan had assigned them arbitrary names, knowing that once the Chinese characters were established, they could choose to alter them if desired. In this era, names served merely as placeholders, lacking formal identification. Before long, the 6 individuals arrived at Wei Zishuan's dwelling. "Chief, what is the matter that requires our presence?" Zhang San inquired. With the tribe now capable of seamless verbal communication, it was time to formally embark on the next phase of planning. This gathering was convened to deliberate on the matter. Wei Zishuan pondered. This is all thanks to the leader's efforts. In the past, we needed years of interaction to comprehend others' intentions through their body language. Indeed, the leader's accomplishments deserve to be celebrated by the entire tribe. Li Si concurred, prompting the others to echo similar sentiments. While Wei Zishuan felt a surge of satisfaction, his expression remained grave. Enough. I summoned you to discuss matters, not to indulge in flattery. Noticing Wei Zishuan's seriousness, the group stifled their amusement. What matters are we to discuss, Chief? And what is this planning you mentioned? Now that we have resolved the issue of spoken communication, it is time to create written language. Written language? The group responded, puzzled. Written language comprises symbols that record speech, representing the written form of language, a manifestation of civilization's advancement. It can document everything and preserve history. Wei Zishuan's demeanor turned solemn, acknowledging that this process typically required millennia to evolve. Yet they were now poised to bypass that evolution and achieve results directly. Should we succeed, our names will be etched in history. The group exchanged confused glances, struggling to grasp Wei Zishuan's meaning. Even if you do not fully understand, your task is to implement this. Before that, you must learn, and then you will teach our kin. Wei Zishuan gestured dismissively. Yes, we shall fulfill the chief's mission. In the year of the opening of literature, written language emerged, crafted by the leader of Wei, thereby establishing the foundational framework of human linguistic systems. After years of diligent study, humanity grasped this key to enlightenment, propelling society into an unprecedented era of rapid advancement. The advent of written language significantly reduced the time required for human communication, allowing the wisdom of predecessors to endure and the vast tapestry of history to be inscribed. Following the untimely demise of Wei Zishuan, his myriad accomplishments during his reign were meticulously recorded, earning him the posthumous title of the initiator of literature. Thus, the year of the opening of literature was firmly established. A century later, the population experienced an explosive surge, reaching tens of millions. It is worth noting that population growth does not solely arise from birth. Expansion also plays a crucial role, as this world still harbors numerous indigenous peoples, leading to a natural acceleration in population growth. By the 200th year, the populace had soared to 30 million, with this growth ushering in prosperity and an elevated societal standard. However, this very period also unveiled the shortcomings within the burgeoning human society, giving rise to a cacophony of dissenting voices. Such voices emerged swiftly and were swiftly suppressed, as the enlightened humanity was not devoid of individuals with inflated ambitions. In the 300th year, tensions escalated, and the opposition to the leader's dominion garnered substantial support from the majority of humanity. By the 310th year, the discord erupted into open conflict, fracturing the once unified human tribes, leading to various factions claiming dominion over their respective territories on Earth. Given the vast population base, these factions swiftly reached significant levels of development. Thus, the once mighty human tribes splintered into 7 distinct powers. By the 330th year, these 7 factions encircled their territories, relentlessly expanding outward, and the term nation found its place in human history. Thus, the 7 nations were established. In the 450th year, over a century of development had fortified the strength of these nations, gradually increasing their territorial expanse. Many of these nations, having expanded, found themselves sharing borders. Mutual accusations ensued, with each nation demanding that the others relinquish their lands, as desires for expansion festered, each aspiring to absorb the others. The limitations on resource development sowed discord among the nations. Initially, due to their shared lineage, they refrained from open conflict. However, when a food crisis struck one nation, its gaze inevitably shifted toward its neighbors, questioning why, as kin, assistance could not be rendered in times of adversity. In the 455th year, war erupted, and the 7 nations engaged in fierce conflict, resulting in the most catastrophic casualties in human history. As the war unfolded, populations dwindled, and the fields lay strewn with corpses, plunging the 7 nations into a profound silence. Whether by tacit agreement or premeditated decision, the 7 nations ceased hostilities, bringing an abrupt end to the conflict. Yet the underlying grievances continued to fester. Each side cast blame for the war upon the other. By the 500th year, after more than 40 years of recuperation, the 7 nations had regained some vitality, with population growth resuming, though it had not returned to its former peak. A decade passed, during which the nations seemed to forget their wounds, and the specter of war began to permeate the atmosphere of Earth once more. As Jiang Fan gazed in astonishment at the state of Earth, he pondered how it had come to such a dire situation. Despite numerous interventions, why had war erupted? What distinguished this from their original history? Was it due to his influence, or were humans inherently destined for such turmoil? Chapter 15. The Descent of the Divine. The manifestation of portents. Jiang Fan found himself perplexed and disinclined to dwell on these musings. The current circumstances necessitated his direct intervention, lest the conflict drag on indefinitely. As for Wei Zishuan, he had already been returned by Yi Yu. Centuries had passed on Earth while only a few days had elapsed externally. However, before proceeding, he needed to prepare. Upon entering Earth, he was merely an ordinary individual, and to decisively end this war, formidable means were essential. He contemplated his remaining 100,000 system points. The first summoning cost him 5,000, and reshaping his body required another 500. The second attempt was somewhat less costly, expending 4,000 while also enhancing his physical form. Ultimately, he resolved to use the entirety of his remaining points to acquire opportunities for a draw system. Would it be more advantageous to exchange for 10 bronze draws or 1 silver draw? Jiang Fan hesitated, seeking the system's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Yi provided his insight. It would be wiser for the host to opt for the silver draw, as the bronze draw's item limit is capped at B grade, which offers minimal enhancement for the host. In contrast, the silver draw has a limit of a grade. I understand. Then I shall exchange for the silver draw. Jiang Fan affirmed with a nod. Ding. Deducting 100,000 system points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one silver draw opportunity. Usage confirmed. Ding. You have drawn an A-grade talent. Miracle. Miracle. A-grade upon entering the world under the Star Lord's dominion. Celestial phenomena may be invoked, granting 3 opportunities to unleash 1/10,000th of their might. The A-grade talent Miracle triggers a 10-fold amplification, transforming into the S-grade talent Divine Descent. Divine Descent. S-grade. When the Star Lord enters a civilization under their command, celestial phenomena will manifest, initially possessing 1/10,000th of their strength, which will gradually unseal over time, enhancing their power to 1% of peak strength. Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was his host truly that fortunate to acquire the highest reward from a draw capped at a grade? If such luck were the case, why had he been so ineffective previously? Jiang Fan stared blankly at the drawn item, then erupted in elation. It was extraordinarily beneficial for his current circumstances. He couldn't help but wonder if his system had been secretly manipulating the draw outcomes in his favor. He had always been aware of his own luck, yet now, every draw yielded at least a second-tier reward, including the beginner's package. He could hardly believe that the system wasn't somehow orchestrating these favorable outcomes. Thank you, he expressed. Yi remained silent, understanding Jiang Fan's thoughts, but he genuinely had not engaged in any manipulation. Host, please prepare for your journey. Unable to provide an explanation, he chose to let the host continue in his misunderstanding. Very well, I shall adjust the flow of time. With the S-grade talent greed, he found that his creation points were no longer in short supply. He was now fully capable of sustaining the temporal currents of Earth. At last, the flow of time was adjusted to 100 years on Earth, with a single day passing outside. Jiang Fan then entered the realm of Earth. Suddenly, an ominous hum resonated through the air. An extraordinary phenomenon ensued, awakening the people of the 7 kingdoms from their reverie. How peculiar. Was it mere coincidence, or the result of human design? Yuan Fong, what do you think? A middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire inquired of a young man beside him. I am uncertain, my lord. The annals of history have never recorded such an occurrence. If this phenomenon is not contrived, Yuan Fong hesitated. But the middle-aged man grasped his implication. The discord among the 7 kingdoms had intensified, and after over 40 years of cultivation, the wounds of the past had been forgotten, making wars seemingly inevitable. Yuan Fong's expression faltered. Why must we resort to conflict? I have studied history, and it is evident that humanity, under the guidance of a few sages, transitioned from barbarism to civilization. Since we all share a common origin, why can we not extend a hand in peace and mutual growth? Indeed, we all hail from the same source, yet it is precisely this that breeds contention among us. Thus, the 7 kingdoms emerged, and thus, war ensued. Gu Bei replied with a self-deprecating smile, turning to Yuan Fong. The root cause of our current plight lies in humanity's insatiable desires. When power is within reach, would you not strive for it? Yuan Fong's complexion paled, and he hastily bowed his head. I, your humble servant, dare not. Gu Bei said nothing further, patting his shoulder before continuing contemplatively. The world thrives on the pursuit of gain, and the clamor of the realm is driven by the quest for profit. If the 7 kingdoms wish to progress, they must seize the resources of others. Yuan Fong remained with his head bowed. The tide of war was now inevitable, and with such a phenomenon emerging this night, it was likely that others had witnessed it and would send forth scouts. Gu Bei declared, Yes, I take my leave. Yuan Fong promptly responded, then respectfully exited. The extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full hour before finally subsiding. Gu Bei gazed at the bright moon. A storm is brewing. Meanwhile, in a distant part of Earth, Jiang Fan descended upon a tribe. Indeed, it was a tribe, a remnant of humanity. In the year 310 of the era of enlightenment, conflict erupted, leading to the fragmentation of the human tribes into 7 kingdoms. A small faction, however, chose not to carve out their own kingdoms in remembrance of the sages, but rather banded together in remote areas of Earth to establish a tribe. They believed that one day, a sage would descend to lead them back to the glory of their tribal heritage. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the terrifying phenomenon left all within the tribe utterly astounded. For a moment, none dared to act recklessly. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a figure emerged from within, revealing none other than Jiang Fan. Gulp! As they beheld Jiang Fan stepping forth from the golden radiance, the onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Uncertain of his intentions, friend or foe, who is the leader of your tribe? Jiang Fan inquired, surveying the assembly. I am, an elderly man stammered as he stepped forward. And you are? I am the deity who bestowed the spark of fire upon humanity in ancient times. Do you believe me? Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile, exuding an aura of authority that spoke volumes without the need for words. I believe, the leader exclaimed, visibly agitated, for the divine presence surrounding Jiang Fan was overwhelmingly powerful, manifesting various phenomena around him. He could not help but believe. Oh, in light of this, I beseech you to bestow upon me the mantle of leadership, for I have come to bring an end to the 7 kingdoms and usher in a new era for humanity. Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards the elder, who, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and promptly extended his staff towards him. It is quite commendable that you have preserved this relic until today. Jiang Fan smiled as he held the staff in his hands. It belonged to the very first leader of humankind. Although it had become quite worn through the passage of time, by channeling a fraction of his celestial power, he soon transformed the staff into a magnificent scepter imbued with divine essence, which stood before all in awe. May I inquire your name? The elder asked cautiously. Jiang Fan pondered briefly. His purpose was to reconstruct a new order, and he desired a name that would resonate with grandeur. I am Jiang Fan, and my divine title is the Sovereign of Stars. However, he dismissed the notion, recognizing his inability to conjure a name of substantial prestige, opting instead for a derivative of the title he had taken on. Chapter 16. The Divine Court. A call to arms. All hail the Sovereign of Stars, the elder proclaimed, kneeling in fervor. The others exchanged glances, yet they too followed the elder's example and knelt in reverence. All hail the Sovereign of Stars. Jiang Fan commanded them to rise. The development of humankind has deviated from my expectations, which is why I have descended personally. Henceforth, the tribe shall be known as the Divine Court, and the position of leader shall be redefined as the High Priest. Given the unique circumstances, I shall assume the role of High Priest myself. Following my departure, the selection of a new High Priest shall require trials. Jiang Fan exuded an overwhelming aura, and the surrounding phenomena lent credence to his exalted presence. Yes. The crowd responded with utmost respect. What is the current population of the Divine Court? Jiang Fan inquired. To answer the Sovereign of Stars, our numbers exceed 100,000. The elder replied. 100,000? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, finding the figure disheartening. Please do not be angered. Since the division of our original tribe, most have followed individuals of notable prestige to carve their own kingdoms. Only a small faction, in their reverence for the ancients, has followed the last leader to establish a modest tribe here. Even that small faction once numbered in the millions. But the seven kingdoms viewed us as a potential threat and subsequently dispatched agents to eliminate us. Ultimately, perhaps out of pity, they allowed us to subsist in this remote location as long as our numbers did not exceed 150,000. The elder's heart burned with indignation at this recounting, yet their circumstances rendered them powerless to effect change. He then gazed fervently at Jiang Fan, who was enveloped in the extraordinary phenomena. In the coming days, we shall unite everyone and systematically wage war against the seven kingdoms. Jiang Fan gestured for the crowd to disperse, his eyes drifting towards an open expanse. The elder hesitated. But my lord, we are so few. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan waved his hand, and a resplendent palace rose majestically from the ground. The onlookers, still lingering, were astounded by the spectacle, their faith in Jiang Fan soaring. They believed that under his leadership, they would surely reclaim their former glory. The elder swallowed hard, suppressing his unfinished thoughts, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "We shall not fail your command." Without a word, Jiang Fan entered the palace he had conjured, merely testing the waters to gauge the extent of his nascent powers. It now appears that a single individual can indeed challenge 1,000,000 troops. Yet this is not a sustainable strategy. His goal is not to annihilate the seven kingdoms, but rather to compel them to submit. He aspires to establish a theocratic autocracy that supersedes all, thus facilitating governance and exerting greater control over the development of the stars, preventing any unforeseen incidents akin to those encountered in this process. Sleepless nights ensue. The seven kingdoms have dispatched numerous personnel to investigate the source of the bizarre phenomenon. Yet ultimately, they have gleaned nothing. This anomaly seems to have arisen naturally, not instigated by any external force. Is this truly the case? The monarchs of the seven kingdoms express skepticism, as various extraordinary signs hint at something sinister, particularly occurring before a great conflict. Without thorough investigation, their peace of mind remains elusive. What if this is a trump card of another nation? Should they find themselves on the battlefield facing a formidable surprise, the consequences would be dire, potentially leading to their division among the six kingdoms. My empire shall not be subjected to the covetous gaze of others. As if by tacit agreement, the seven kingdoms prepare to postpone the war, even going so far as to deploy spies they have embedded in other nations for decades. A tempest of bloodshed rages in these days. The common folk dare not venture out at night, and each dawn reveals several corpses strewn across the streets. This turmoil instills fear among the populace, who anxiously ponder their futures. Days pass in this manner. Gu State, what is the situation? Have the investigations yielded any results in recent days? Gu Bei inquires of Yuan Fong at his side. Your Majesty, we have utilized all our spies embedded in the six kingdoms and found no hidden secrets from other nations. Moreover, the other six kingdoms have also taken action. In recent days alone, the elimination of spies from the six kingdoms has resulted in the deaths of thousands, leaving the common people in a state of anxiety. It is detrimental to the nation's development if this continues, Yuan Fong replies solemnly. Is there truly nothing amiss? Gu Bei narrows his eyes, having caught wind of the recent activities among the six kingdoms. It seems the phenomenon of that night has indeed instilled significant fear. Yet it is plausible that one of the nations feigns ignorance to play along in this charade. Your Majesty, I have a conjecture, though I hesitate to speak it. Yuan Fong says hesitantly. Speak. Could it be that the disturbance was caused by that small tribe? At this, Gu Bei's expression sharpens. It is indeed a possibility. Although the current tribe could be easily eradicated, comprising merely a total of 100,000 souls, including the elderly, women, and children, unforeseen events are not uncommon. Have there not been many miracles throughout history? Send someone. Gu Bei's words are abruptly interrupted by a messenger's urgent arrival. Report. The messenger appears flustered and breathless, indicating an emergency situation. What is it? Speak swiftly. Gu Bei commands with authority. An army has been discovered 50 miles away. An army? How many are there? Which nation do they belong to? Gubei queries, perplexed. In this climate of trepidation, which nation would be so reckless as to take action? The estimated numbers are fewer than 100,000, but their strength remains unknown. Gubei's mind races with questions, yet he feels a twinge of speculation. How dare they? What has emboldened them? Let us proceed. I wish to witness firsthand the source of their audacity. Gubei sneers coldly before leading an army of 700,000 into battle. It is not that he desires to withhold more, but the current human population barely exceeds 30 million, dispersed across 7 nations, averaging just over 4 million per country, excluding the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Possessing an army of 700,000 is already a testament to national strength. The grand army surged forth from the city, occupying the wilds. From above, one could see countless black dots densely scattered across the ground. Gubei, sword in hand, sat atop a dragon cart, powered by a dozen horses ahead. The two sides soon met at a distance of 10 miles, halting their advance. Messengers were dispatched to gather intelligence. Gubei issued his commands. My lord, a great army has appeared ahead. The elder Zhui Yuanming reminded Jiang Fan, who was seated in an ornate carriage. Which nation does this army belong to? Jiang Fan opened his eyes, using his divine perception to discern the army 10 miles away, and knowledge dawned upon him. The Gu nation, Jiang Fan replied calmly. Proceed directly without concern. You need not fear for your safety. Understood. By your command, we shall continue our advance. Zhui Yuanming continued to direct the army forward. Shortly after setting out, they encountered scouts sent by Gubei. Upon seeing their audacity to advance, the scouts quickly reined in their horses and turned back, shouting, What power do you wield to dare attack our Gu nation? Zhui Yuanming glanced at Jiang Fan, noting his silence, and responded directly, The remnants of the past have fallen. A new order is about to be born. The fallen 7 nations shall serve as the nourishment required for this rebirth. We shall restore the glory of Yor and continue the legacy of our ancestors. Unification is inevitable, and the divine court shall not be merciful. Chapter 17, Thunderous Suppression. A display of divine might. Unification is indeed inevitable. The divine court shall not be merciful. Divine court? The opposing force was taken aback, pondering the nature of this power. Yet such considerations were not their concern. They hastily spurred their horses back to report their findings to Gubei. Arrogance. Gubei slammed his fist upon the dragon throne in fury. What nonsense is this divine court? A mere rabble of fewer than 100,000 dares to speak boldly before my army. Come forth. Your servant is here. Dispatch 100,000 iron cavalry to crush them. Show no mercy. I shall see if this divine court is truly as formidable as they claim. With a grand gesture, Gubei commanded. Yes. The general unsheathed his sword. Where are my iron cavalry? Wind. Wind. A great wind. The resounding roar echoed across the heavens. Follow me to slaughter. The generals surged ahead, leading 100,000 iron cavalry straight towards Jiang Fan, the thunder of hooves shaking the ground. Kill. Confronted with the formidable advance of 100,000 iron cavalry, fear gripped Jiang Fan's followers. These were iron cavalry, capable of slaughtering them like lambs. Unease spread among them. Their weapons were mere swords and knives, utterly inadequate to withstand such a force, especially when they themselves numbered less than 100,000. Jiang Fan, sensing the rising anxiety among his ranks, realized that if he did not reveal his prowess, they might retreat in panic. There are always beings upon the earth that offend the divine's majesty, Jiang Fan declared with authority, and without hesitation, he took action. The divine might surged forth. Jiang Fan's eyes shimmered with a golden light, emanating an overwhelming pressure that spread in all directions. With a mere gesture of his hands, a colossal phantom of the divine court descended from the heavens, targeting the moving mass of 100,000 iron cavalry. Thud! The divine court crashed down, raising a thick cloud of dust. The cavalry collided violently against the southern wall of the divine court, leading to chaos as many soldiers were trampled to death by their comrades. They attempted to regroup and break free from this prison, yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the divine court. The 100,000 cavalry found themselves ensnared, as if the outside world had completely severed its ties with them. This display rendered everyone on the battlefield speechless. Among the human ranks, a fervent admiration for Jiang Fan surged forth, and in an instant, many became fervent devotees of his power. Is this divine might? On the other hand, Gubei and his men stood dumbfounded, convinced they were ensnared in a dream. Was this truly a power within the grasp of humanity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gubei slammed his hand down in frustration. Your Majesty. Yuan Fong steadied the unsteady Gubei, his eyes filled with bitterness, confirming their earlier suspicions. The force known as the Divine Court was indeed the former small tribe. Get lost. Gubei shoved Yuan Fong aside, roaring, all forces, charge. Annihilate them. Despite Gubei's command, his troops exchanged hesitant glances, their resolve wavering. They might have had the will to resist against mere mortals, but how could they muster the courage to rebel against a deity? Do you not understand my command? Gubei's face contorted with rage, unmindful of his image. I sustain you. You eat my provisions, so your lives belong to me. Kill. Those who retreat shall die. The generals by his side unsheathed their swords, their gazes fierce as they glared at the others. Although the generals typically commanded respect, the uncertainty among the ranks lingered, yet they found themselves compelled to charge forward. Ha! I do not believe you can continue to resist. Let my army tear apart your so-called divine court's facade. Gu Bei reassured himself. My lord, the enemy continues to send troops our way, Zhui Yuanming reported, his tone excited yet composed. The earlier display by Jiang Fan had granted him ample confidence. His excitement stemmed from the belief that the deity he revered was indeed a true god. Even in Jiang Fan's presence, he felt an overwhelming radiance. Do not worry. An increase in numbers will not alter the outcome. My goal is not the extermination of the citizens of the Seven Kingdoms, but rather the unification of our people. You are all of the human race, my subjects, and I shall spare their lives, Jiang Fan stated calmly. Moreover, with merely 1/10,000th of his strength, he could not single-handedly annihilate 1,000,000. He required time to methodically eliminate them. Instantaneous destruction was impossible, after all, as he was but a level 2 Star Master. The gap between a level 1 and a level 2 Star Master is not vast, yet the chasm between level 2 and level 3 is remarkably significant. To ascend to level 3 Star Master, the civilizations under his command must be of level 1, a requirement Jiang Fan was still far from meeting. Indeed, your kindness is unparalleled, my lord. Your greatness deserves to be lauded by all of humanity. In Zhui Yuanming's eyes sparkled a fervor that caused Jiang Fan's lips to twitch. If you were in your previous life, you would undoubtedly have been a leader of a pyramid scheme. Once I strike again, the defenses of the vast army will surely crumble. Thus, it will merely require the capture of the sovereign of Gu to conclude this battle. With that, Jiang Fan rose to his feet. Given his current strength, subduing hundreds of thousands of troops in one fell swoop would demand considerable effort. He had no desire for others to witness his vulnerability, for that would obliterate the prestige he had painstakingly built. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Jiang Fan's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he found himself hovering 100 meters above the opposing army. Upon witnessing this, the massive troop came to an abrupt halt, their hearts plagued by an ominous premonition. Moreover, this individual was flying. This was no mere mortal strength. Was he a deity from the divine court? Gu Bei's smile faltered instantly. Just moments ago, he had claimed he would expose the other's charade. Yet now he was swiftly met with a slap in the face. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, summoning all his divine power, transforming the sky into a resplendent gold. With an overwhelming divine might locking onto the army below, the soldiers felt their breaths become labored, and more alarmingly, their instincts screamed for them to flee this perilous place. Run! Someone shouted, and in an instant, the previously organized army disbanded chaotically, each soldier desperately striving to escape this land of turmoil. Judgment Pillar, in prison. A commanding voice resonated through the heavens, echoing in the souls of all present. Buzz! In an instant, golden beams of light cascaded from the sky. Before the soldiers could flee even a few steps, a radiant column pierced them from above, pinning them firmly in place. Their eyes widened in terror. They felt no pain. Their bodies lost to their control, leaving only their eyes to survey the scene. Everywhere they looked, comrades were similarly anchored to the ground, ensnared like themselves. Once this maneuver concluded, Jiang Fan felt a wave of weakness wash over him, struggling to maintain his composure. He returned to the carriage and addressed Zhui Yuanming. The next steps are yours to handle. Jiang Fan offered him no opportunity for refusal, calmly shutting the door and drawing the curtain. However, in Zhui Yuanming's eyes, this was a trial bestowed upon him by Jiang Fan, igniting a surge of excitement within. Chapter 18. The Destruction of a Nation, Triggering the System's Task. I shall not fail the trust placed in me, Zhui Yuanming proclaimed, having completed his homage, and charged forward with the army. Throughout the annals of human history, there have been sages who descended to guide our civilization's progress. Under their leadership, we have transitioned from savagery to prosperity. We are of a common origin, and war has inflicted upon us pain and sacrifice. Humanity ought to unite harmoniously as in times of yore. For this, our sovereign has descended, promising to lead us once more towards a unified and flourishing civilization. Perhaps the former sages were but manifestations of our sovereign, guiding us in our development. Thus, let go of the grievances in your hearts and embrace the divine court. From this moment forth, our sovereign shall guide us into a new future. Zhui Yuanming reminisced. The sages have descended. We are the manifestations of the divine. Join the divine court. Embrace rebirth. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their voices resonating through the heavens in wave after wave. On the opposite side, Gu Bei's countenance darkened profoundly upon hearing these words. He had never anticipated that his army of 700,000 could be defeated so swiftly and completely. Was this the work of the divine? Had the sages truly returned? It felt all too surreal. A bitter wave surged within Gu Bei, leaving him weak and slumped upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, Yuan Fong wished to console Gu Bei, but the words faltered on his lips. The outcome of this war was already sealed, and as the monarch, Gu Bei was destined for death. You should leave, surrender with them. It might preserve your life. Gu Bei waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yuan Fong to depart. Do you believe humanity will usher in a new era? Yuan Fong gazed vacantly at Jiang Fan's carriage. A new era for humanity? If he were indeed a god, perhaps he would fulfill their proclamations and establish such an epic. Gu Bei drew his sword. Yes, a new era, but alas, I will not witness it. Yuan Fong smiled faintly and also unsheathed his sword. Gu Bei looked at him in surprise. Had it not been for your Majesty's benevolence in my youth, I might have perished in that harsh winter. I feared your Majesty would be lonely on the journey, so I wished to accompany you. Such sentiment is appreciated. With the death of their sovereign, the army surrendered en masse, and Zhui Yuanming led the troops to assimilate them one by one. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan received a sudden system notification. Ding! System task activated. Task: annihilate the 7 kingdoms. Establish a new era for humanity. Completion: 17. Reward: 300,000 system points. 1 opportunity for a silver lottery draw. Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy upon reading the task. He had not expected such delightful tidings. The accumulated rewards could grant him 4 chances at a silver lottery, potentially enhancing his strength significantly. To accelerate your growth, you must actively engage with system tasks. Yi reminded him that in this unique assessment environment, the issuance of system tasks required the approval of underlying rules. Thus, should the host create significant events, tasks would trigger more frequently. Crisis and opportunity coexist. As long as one survives, one must strive relentlessly. Understood. When the opportunity arises, I shall instigate some events. Jiang Fan nodded, convinced by the system's wisdom, and resolved to cause upheaval once he could depart the star domain. Soon, Zhui Yuanming approached Jiang Fan with a report. My lord, all troops of Gu Kingdom have been integrated. What are your plans henceforth? Given the magnitude of these events, the populace of Gu Kingdom must be in a state of panic. First, we must secure control over Gu's territories before advancing against the remaining 6 kingdoms. Jiang Fan's voice emanated from the carriage. Delegate these trivial matters to yourself and do not disappoint me. Certainly, Zhui Yuanming replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Thus, a grand army marched into the cities of Gu Kingdom. The citizens, witnessing the unfolding events, hastily secured their doors and windows, retreating indoors in trepidation. Within the palace, news of the front line's collapse and the emperor's demise reached them. As the enemy forces pressed into the city, the palace maids and eunuchs scrambled to flee. While Zhui Yuanming had already encircled the imperial city with his army, one by one, they surrendered without resistance. Should there be any escapees amidst the chaos, they shall face merciless retribution. For the unification ideals of my sovereign, we shall not indiscriminately slay the innocent. All those devoid of the royal bloodline of Gua shall remain unharmed. Those of the royal bloodline, upon sincere repentance, may also receive clemency. As these words echoed, the fleeing multitude halted, obediently submitting to the military pressure, as their sole desire was to preserve their lives. Among the royal bloodline, some, fueled by youthful fervor, resisted fiercely, while a small fraction, gripped by the fear of death, willingly allowed the soldiers to apprehend them. Everything unfolded according to Jiang Fan's meticulously crafted plan. The common folk found solace in the presence of the army. They needed only to live their lives as they always had, for the military would not unjustly harm them. Though the populace harbored doubts about their assurances, they recognized their vulnerability and complied. Thus 3 days passed. Within that period, news of Gua's demise reached the ears of the other 6 kingdoms. The monarchs of the 6 realms, upon hearing this news, found it hard to believe. Gua's strength was not only the foremost among the 7 nations, but also of considerable standing. Yet, even such a formidable state was brought to ruin by an unknown force. Instantly, the rulers were gripped by trepidation, dispatching numerous envoys to verify the authenticity of the reports. Was the news indeed as rumored? Yes, Your Majesty. Our spies have confirmed the veracity of the claims. It is true that Gua has fallen, and this unknown power has taken control of its territory. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Where on this earth could such a potent unknown force arise? Why has it gone unheard of for centuries? The monarchs erupted in fury within the court, helpless against the terror that this force instilled. The officials exchanged glances, apprehensive, as in such precarious circumstances, they dared not speak freely. They were unwilling to provoke this ominous fate. Why do you remain silent, my ministers? Speak. Do you believe this unknown force targeted only Gua? Or is Gua merely the first in its sights? The court buzzed with whispers, compelled to respond to their sovereign's inquiry. Your Majesty, we believe this force's annihilation of Gua is not a mere whim, but rather a calculated advance, based on their current display of might. It appears they harbor intentions of unifying the 7 kingdoms. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? From the information relayed by our spies, although they have obliterated Gua, they have not slaughtered its citizens. This indicates they are not of the murderous ilk. Their takeover, devoid of plunder, reflects the ambitions of a true leader, employing wise strategies to garner the people's hearts, indicative of grand aspirations. A force that is ambitious, powerful, and far-sighted, having lain in wait for centuries, now makes its presence known to the world. If it were you, what would you seek? Upon uttering these words, the court murmured in agreement, recognizing the impending threat to the remaining 6 kingdoms. Their thrones were on the precipice of peril. The monarch nodded, awakening to the reality. The only course of action was to bolster national strength and anticipate the adversary's next move. Which nation do you believe they will target next? Lu Kingdom. P.S. Dear readers, please leave a review. The review section feels rather desolate. Your Majesty, our nation shares a border with Gu State, and it is evident that once they have recuperated, they will undoubtedly direct their aggression towards us. Indeed, Your Majesty, their intentions are painfully clear. They will not rest until they have conquered the 7 states, with our Lu State being their next target. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly and deploy our troops to strike before they have fully recovered. The court of Lu State was engulfed in a cacophony of voices, with some advocating for a preemptive strike, while others suggested a policy of isolation. The ruler, Lu Su, was overwhelmed by the clamor. His patience, already thin, frayed further. Silence, he commanded, and the uproar ceased abruptly. After a moment of silence, Lu Su spoke. I summoned you to devise strategies, not to engage in futile disputes. Time is of the essence. Formulate your plans and rationales before voicing your opinions. Upon hearing this, the officials furrowed their brows in contemplation, and the court fell into an eerie silence. After an indeterminate period, a minister stepped forward to break the stillness. Your servant has something to say. Lu Su glanced at him. Speak. I advocate for a preemptive attack. The enemy has just finished their campaign against Gu State, and we all know of their diminished strength. While Gu State's power is respectable, it does not surpass ours. Our forces are vast, numbering in the millions, and the enemy is currently in a vulnerable state. If your majesty leads our troops, we shall catch them off guard. Delaying our attack may lead us into a protracted struggle, even if we manage to withstand their onslaught. The other 5 states will surely seize the opportunity to strike us while we are weakened. Your majesty, the advantage lies with us. Let us not squander this golden opportunity. Lu Su pondered deeply, finding merit in the minister's argument. Should they falter in battle, the other 5 states would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Your majesty, I must object. A previous minister interjected immediately. Lu Su turned to him. What is your perspective? The official bowed and replied. I believe we should adopt a defensive stance and fortify our cities. According to reports from our scouts, the Gu State's forces have been largely captured, indicating that their capacity for battle is severely compromised. Although Lu State boasts a formidable army, we cannot expect to crush Gu State's 70,000 troops. Should we launch an offensive, we might face unforeseen calamities. With the front lines stretching into foreign territories, our rear base would be left vulnerable. And if other nations take advantage of our disarray, Lu State could become the next Gu State. Lu Su found himself wavering, recognizing the validity in this argument. The first minister, seeing his viewpoint challenged, grew agitated. Nonsense. If we sign a truce with the other 5 states, we can ensure Lu State's security. You are the one who speaks nonsense, living in a fantasy. This remark provoked a furious response from the minister. What good is a truce? It is mere scrap paper. In times of peace, such agreements may hold some weight, but in our current predicament, they are nothing but a facade to save face. Should we heed your misguided counsel, it would spell the end for Lu State. Historically, the 7 states have fought fiercely over scant resources, and when our defenses are compromised, the other nations will undoubtedly turn against us. What is your true intent behind such words? You. The opposing minister, flushed with anger, found himself momentarily at a loss for breath. At this moment, Lu Su's heart leaned toward the defense of the city. Seeing that no one else presented a strategy, he resolutely declared, Very well, my mind is made up. As your esteemed self has suggested, we shall steadfastly hold the city. Your majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. The joy of having his counsel embraced made him glance triumphantly at his counterpart, who suddenly felt lightheaded and fainted from the rush of blood. Lu Su, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and commanded, Bring my esteemed colleague down for medical attention and proper recuperation. With that settled, he ordered the fortification of the city's defenses and preparations for a potential siege, instructing the gathering of ample provisions from the other 5 kingdoms. Disperse. 3 days elapsed in this manner. During this time, Zhang Fan fully recuperated. Moreover, a portion of the seal on him was lifted, granting him a slight enhancement in strength. Now he could unleash 3,000ths of his peak power, a 2-fold improvement from before. My lord, the Gui kingdom has officially taken command beneath the divine court, reported Zhui Yuanming. Excellent work. Have there been any updates from the other 6 kingdoms? Zhang Fan inquired calmly. Due to your divine might, the other 6 kingdoms dare not act rashly. While the Lu kingdom, bordering Gua, is busy fortifying its defenses, it appears they are preparing to hold their ground. Should our next objective be to bypass Lu and attack the other nations, or should we send a massive army to besiege them, trapping them within their walls? Zhui Yuanming asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan scoffed. To hold the city is indeed a prudent strategy in ordinary warfare. Yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of their adversary. Zhui Yuanming replied, My lord, your divine might. We need not concern ourselves with their tactics. Let half of our forces maintain order in Gua, while the rest march with me to invade Lu. As you command. 2 more days passed swiftly. During this time, Zhang Fan led his army to the borders of Lu. Atop the city, Lu Su gazed in confusion at the mere 400,000 troops before him. He had expected a full-scale assault, yet the enemy dared to challenge their million-strong army with only 40,000? How audacious! What trickery do you think they are attempting? He queried to his ministers. The officials exchanged glances, surprised. They had anticipated a force of at least 200,000. Your majesty, could this merely be their vanguard? They were unaware that the Gua army had been decimated solely by Zhang Fan, and that the current 40,000 troops largely comprised was former soldiers. Zhang Fan had no fear of insubordination. Who would dare defy him alone? That seems reasonable. Let us assess the situation further. We cannot discount the possibility that they wish to deceive us into lowering our guard, luring our forces out to engage them, and then striking us unawares. Lu Su speculated. My lord, we have arrived at the gates of Lu. Send a messenger to call out to them. I shall offer them a chance for repentance. Should they surrender, their lives may yet be spared, Zhang Fan instructed, aware that the likelihood of their capitulation was slim. However, it was prudent to extend the courtesy of diplomacy before resorting to force, preserving dignity and showcasing his benevolence. Beside him, Zhui Yuanming chimed in indeed. My lord is compassionate. Let us send troops to Lu to proclaim the greatness of our divine presence, and offer them a chance for redemption. Thus, a solitary figure hastened on horseback to the gates of the Lu kingdom. I, in my divine benevolence, observe the incessant strife among humanity. Now, I have descended to lead the human race into a new epoch. The Gu kingdom has already embraced my divine embrace. Should you all sincerely submit to the divine court, I shall overlook past grievances. The unification is inevitable. The divine court's authority cannot be challenged. Chapter 20. The Fall of Lu Kingdom. Upon the city walls, Lu Su furrowed his brow. The divine court? Your Majesty, this so-called divine court appears to be that unknown force. To audaciously claim divinity is indeed a bold proclamation. Lu Su scoffed. Merely having vanquished the Gu kingdom, they truly believe themselves to be formidable. Pay no heed to their clamor. I am eager to witness the true extent of their power. At the city's base, the envoy, upon receiving no response, ceased his proclamations. His task was complete. Having dismissed their deity, it would soon be too late for them to realize their folly. Swiftly, he relayed the news back. Let the army commence the siege. There is no need to fear injury. Jiang Fan signaled for Zhui Yuanming to lead the assault. Obey the divine decree. All troops advance. Attack. A vast army surged forth like a tidal wave towards the city. How ignorant and fearless they are to launch a direct assault. Lu Su chuckled. 40,000 troops think they can capture our city? Such folly. The more they underestimate us, the more delight I find in their ignorance. When they approach the city, the advantage will be mine. They can recklessly unleash their arrows. Archers, prepare. On the city walls, the archers lined up in formation. Release. With a resounding whoosh, arrows darkened the sky. Jiang Fan's forces gazed upward, their hearts racing despite knowing Jiang Fan's presence. Witnessing the barrage of arrows, Jiang Fan waved his hand, summoning a golden fortress to shield his troops. Thud, 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 the arrows rained down upon the fortress. Yet not a single one breached its defenses or inflicted harm upon the soldiers within. Behold my divine might. Charge forth. A wave of exhilaration coursed through the ranks. Previously, when Jiang Fan was their adversary, despair had gripped their hearts. Now, with a deity by their side, they felt invincible. A significant number of soldiers began to gradually shift towards fervent devotion. Meanwhile, on the Lu Kingdom side, what is this sorcery? How can it withstand tens of thousands of arrows unscathed? Lu Su was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet this outcome had eluded his imagination. Your Majesty, this technique is beyond human comprehension. Perhaps the divine court truly possesses a god. The ministers speculated, regaining their composure. Lu Su, now realizing, retorted. Even if it is a god, this golden fortress must have its limits. Once we shatter it, our million-strong army can slay the divine. Use fire arrows. Bring forth the trebuchets. Maintain the arrow barrage until they are within range, then unleash a simultaneous assault. Rumbling, massive trebuchets were rolled into position. The archers continued their relentless barrage, yet under Jiang Fan's divine protection, every attack seemed mere child's play, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Thus, the vast army of 400,000 effortlessly approached the city walls. Catapults. Lu Su commanded. Enormous boulders were relentlessly hurled towards the troops below. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal stones struck the fortress, yet were repelled as always, while the army commenced their assault on the city gates. With a violent crash, the gates shuddered slightly. Observing this, the soldiers swiftly positioned the siege weapons, preparing to breach the entrance. Above, Lu Su grew anxious. We cannot allow them to breach the city. Pour boiling oil upon them. In an instant, a torrential downpour of oil cascaded from the battlements, followed by a barrage of torches hurled downwards. The ground below was instantly engulfed in fierce flames. Jiang Fan observed with a bemused expression. Did they truly believe they could shatter his divine protection? The two factions were not even on the same plane. It was a lopsided confrontation. Once the decision was made to oppose him, their fate was sealed in inevitable defeat. Lu Su, witnessing the fortress keep the flames at bay, grew increasingly dismayed. Was divine power truly invincible? No. I command 1,000,000 valiant troops. We shall surely slay the gods. March forth to meet the enemy. Since long-range attacks are ineffective, let us engage in close combat. With 1,000,000 warriors from Lu Kingdom, we shall alter the course of destiny. Lu Su bellowed. As his orders were issued, the city gates slowly creaked open, and the army surged forward towards Jiang Fan's forces. Watching his soldiers safely enter the ethereal fortress, Lu Su smiled. As anticipated, this stronghold could only defend against ranged attacks. Now he was eager to see how the opposing 40,000 would withstand his million-strong army. The trivial skirmishes would end here. Jiang Fan rose slowly. It was time to conclude the battle. These human beings would, in the future, be his own. They must not perish. The new era of humanity had already dawned. A voice of authority resonated across the battlefield, followed by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire area. Instantly, all action ceased. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Fan traversed the ground with measured strides, arriving at the base of the city walls in mere moments. Retreat. The soul-piercing whisper rendered the million-strong army unsteady, instinctively parting as Jiang Fan instructed. He ascended gently into the air. In ancient times, I embodied the sages, guiding you towards progress. After many years, humanity has transitioned from barbarism to civilization. War brings both gain and loss. Today I descend anew to lead you towards a brighter future. The crowd below erupted in fervent cheers. Praise our Lord. Our Lord is magnificent. Lu Su, gazing at Jiang Fan hovering above, wore an expression of utter discontent, while the ministers dared not voice their thoughts. At this moment, all rhythm lay firmly in the hands of the adversary. Trust in our Lord. In ancient times, it was he who guided our development. Now, as our Lord descends, We must unite and harmonize with his divine will, Zhui Yuanming fervently proclaimed. Others followed suit, echoing his sentiments. The ancient sages, our Lord incarnate. Today, he descends to unify us. Impossible. Such folly. My empire is not for your coveting. What nonsense of gods and sages. It is but a historical facade. A deception to mislead the masses. Kill them. An incongruous voice rang out, and the ministers surrounding Lu Su gazed at him in astonishment. Your Majesty, are you truly unable to discern the gravity of the situation? One by one, they distanced themselves from Lu Su, eager to avoid entanglement. Noticing the ministers retreating from him, Lu Su's already dark expression deepened. In the heavens, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that an example must be made. To insult the wise death. Jiang Fan cast a sidelong glance at him. Lu Su's body, seemingly beyond his control, slowly drew the sword from his waist and positioned it against his neck under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Stop, stop! Lu Su's pupils constricted, terror flooding his heart. Yet no matter how he pleaded, his body continued its inexorable motion. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed 3 feet as Lu Su's body gradually collapsed against the city wall. Witnessing such a horrific scene, others were stripped of any rebellious thoughts, surrendering their weapons one by one. In the end, only the monarch of the Lu nation lay dead. A cause for celebration. Indeed, the fall of the Lu nation. Chapter 21. The fall of the 7 nations. Year 1 of divine revelation. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Zhui Yuanming swiftly assimilated the Lu nation's army, while the imperial bloodline, having witnessed such formidable power, submitted without resistance. Jiang Fan harbored no fear of their potential rebellion. He spared their lives, sending them for labor reform to contribute to the construction of humanity. As the army began to manage the Lu nation, Jiang Fan turned his attention to his system tasks. Task: annihilate the 7 nations and establish a new era for humanity. Completion: 27. Reward: 300,000 system points. 1 chance for a silver lottery draw. In just a few days, he had already vanquished 2 nations, and he was confident that the task would soon be completed with ease. He intended to hasten his progress, as his own seal continued to unlock. Now reaching a strength of 0.05. On the day following the fall of the Lu nation, news reached the remaining 5 nations. Upon verifying the information, the nations fell silent. The Lu nation, ranked 3rd in strength, had perished with alarming swiftness. They deduced from the Lu nation's extensive grain collection that it was preparing for a siege. Despite a 1,000,000-strong army and formidable fortifications, they could not withstand a single day. The Lu nation's foundation was robust, yet they understood that the opposing force was simply too overpowering. On the 3rd day, Jiang Fan completed the takeover of the Lu nation entirely, continuing to lead his army into battle. By the 4th day, he stood at the gates of the Lu nation, and within mere moments of combat, Jiang Fan single-handedly leveled their defenses. Jiang Fan's power was steadily increasing. Subduing millions of humans was no challenge, and thus the Lu nation fell. After a day's effort to assume control, Jiang Fan pressed onward toward the remaining 4 nations. Faced with Jiang Fan's relentless advance, the remaining 4 nations were gripped by fear, the might displayed by his forces overwhelming them. They began exchanging letters, preparing to unite against Jiang Fan's power. Yet, like mere ants, even in their collective warmth, they appeared feeble against such monumental strength. On the 6th day, Jiang Fan's army arrived at the gates of the Qin nation. The 4 nations had long conspired, bringing forth their entire military might to the realm of Qin, where millions of soldiers gathered in a dark, oppressive mass across the wilderness. The monarchs of each nation stood atop the city walls, issuing commands. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant drumbeats echoed through the heavens and the earth, invigorating the vast army. Jiang Fan observed the scene from a distance. His heart stirred. The dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. The gleaming armor reflects the sun like golden scales. The horn sound fills the autumn sky, while the night deepens with a purplish hue. Half unfurled, the red banner flutters by the Ishui River. The heavy frost silences the drums. My lord's poetic inclination is truly remarkable. This verse is ineffably sublime, and shall undoubtedly endure through the ages, exclaimed Zhui Yuanming. Jiang Fan waved dismissively, for the poem was not of his own creation. It merely arose from the moment's inspiration. With the remaining 4 nations gathered, it spared him the need to seek them out individually. This time, Jiang Fan would not rely on the army to advance first. He prepared to take matters into his own hands. I shall return, he vowed, adhering to the divine decree. With a single step, Jiang Fan's figure shimmered as he approached the 1,000,000-strong army. Report. An individual has been spotted approaching. How many are there? 1. The monarchs were taken aback by the news. Report. The individual has reached our front lines. Report. This person can actually fly. The continuous stream of reports reached the ears of the monarchs. Soon, they needed no scouts to inform them, for they beheld Jiang Fan hovering above the army. How can this person walk upon air? The 4 kings were utterly astonished. The eye of judgment for the sin of malice boomed a majestic voice that reverberated through the cosmos. In an instant, all present felt their hairs stand on end. They beheld a golden divine eye slowly manifesting above their heads, their expressions turning blank. In the next moment, they lost consciousness, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves firmly bound to a cross, surrounded by their equally distressed companions. Terror gripped them. This abrupt transformation was beyond anyone's imagination. The wilderness was now dotted with millions of horrific crosses, and the monarchs of the 4 nations found themselves similarly pinned against the city walls. What is happening? The monarch of Chun trembled in fear. The other three monarchs also turned pale, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them breathless. The following events unfolded with simplicity. After Jiang Fan beheaded the monarchs of the four nations, he commanded the army to take control of Chun, with the remaining three nations dispatching their forces to govern as well. Thus, the 7 nations fell, and the divine court was to be established. System. Why has the task not been completed? The 7 nations have been vanquished. Jiang Fan pondered, perplexed by the lack of a notification. Ding. The host has merely annihilated the 7 nations and has yet to establish a new human system. The task will only be completed when both conditions are satisfied. Ah, I see. Very well, time is of no consequence. Jiang Fan nodded, realizing that the establishment of a new system was a straightforward endeavor. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Within that year, the former 7 nations were abolished, their lands merged, and no trace remained of the 7 nations. Only the resplendent divine court, standing in the center. The divine court rose majestically at the heart of what was once the 7 nations. A grand edifice towering 100 meters high, dominating the landscape below. Over the course of a year, Jiang Fan's prowess was unleashed to its innate potential, reaching 1% of his full strength. The edifice before him was a creation born of divine power, impervious to the ravages of wind and rain, retaining a trace of divinity that would gradually intensify with time. As another year slipped by, a majority of the human race began to transform into Jiang Fan's devoted followers, thus solidifying his divine rule. This approach bore both advantages and disadvantages. However, from the perspective of a creator, the benefits ultimately outweighed the drawbacks. Today, Jiang Fan proclaimed the dawn of a new era for humanity, abolishing the year of Wen Yuan and ushering in the era of divine enlightenment. In the first year of this new epoch, Jiang Fan commenced a vigorous advancement of productivity among humankind, leading to a notable enhancement in their technological capabilities. Under his guidance, humanity began to prioritize the development of science and technology. By the 10th year of divine enlightenment, humanity had entered the early stages of the steam age, heralding the onset of a technological revolution, with steam engines and electric motors gradually being invented. This significantly boosted productivity, as machinery began to replace manual labor, enabling tasks once deemed impossible for humans to be accomplished effortlessly through steam power. By the 50th year, various machines were continually refined, and numerous natural phenomena were uncovered under Jiang Fan's tutelage. With subtle hints from him, inventions began to emerge one after another. Humanity steadily progressed into an industrial civilization. The principles of electromagnetic induction were discovered and applied, introducing direct and alternating currents, granting humans mastery over new forms of energy. Jiang Fan also issued divine edicts emphasizing the advancement of physics, mathematics, biology, and chemistry. In the 22nd year, a new system task arose, presenting civilization with yet another challenge. Under his deliberate guidance, the framework of physics was rapidly established, transitioning swiftly from the era of rudimentary mathematics to that of constant mathematics, ultimately reaching the realm of variable mathematics and the foundation of calculus. The swift development of mathematics propelled the progress of physical research, with the two disciplines mutually reinforcing each other. By the 100th year of divine enlightenment, mathematics had entered the modern era, and by the 120th year, humanity had transitioned into the electrical age, producing a multitude of weapons. Yet, under Jiang Fan's reign, internal strife was notably absent. Thus, a new epoch for humanity was firmly established. Task completed. Mission: annihilate the 7 kingdoms and establish a new era for humanity. Completion rate: completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 300,000 system points and a silver lottery opportunity. Upon returning to the outside world, Jiang Fan immediately received a system notification. This time, he had personally led humanity for a century, witnessing a rapid leap in their civilization. They had transcended from an agricultural society directly to a modern civilization, stepping into the electrical age. In terms of civilization, they were on par with the levels of his previous world. However, a notable shortcoming was the lack of entertainment options for humanity, with technological advancement being unprecedentedly stark. Jiang Fan remained unconcerned. After all, he did not create humanity for the sake of leisure. The future would require them to engage in genuine conflicts with other civilizations. What need had they for entertainment? All skill points should be devoted to technological advancement. However, should there be no significant breakthroughs in the near future, the advancement of humanity shall inevitably enter a phase of languid progression. After all, the knowledge that Jiang Fan has personally encountered is limited, and he can impart no further wisdom to humankind. He yearns to establish a second system for humanity, yet he lacks the means to do so. Presently, humanity is under the dominion of divine authority, with powers of the mysterious realm having been glimpsed. If an opportunity arises to acquire a new system, humanity could then master both magical and scientific disciplines. Should he manage to obtain a cultivation system, it would be even better. The prospect of becoming the embodiment of the heavenly Tao fills him with delight. Jiang Fan continuously indulges in visions of the future within his mind. The civilizations under the Star Master have already transitioned into an era of information technology, and calamity begins to brew. Preparations must be made. A sudden voice reverberated in Jiang Fan's consciousness. So soon, he felt a surge of apprehension, sensing that something was amiss. He had previously reached an information technology civilization, and calamity had also visited him then. albeit in the form of natural disasters far more potent than the simulated calamities he now faced. His civilization had lingered in the information age for years before disaster struck, ultimately leading to a drastic reduction in population and the demise of his civilization. Hosts should prepare promptly. The difficulty of triggering a calamity actively differs from that of passively encountering one, Yu advised. He speculated that Zhang Fan's previous simulated civilization had developed gradually rather than experiencing the rapid leap seen now. You are correct, system. This calamity will surely be extraordinary. Zhang Fan nodded earnestly, having previously underestimated the severity of disaster and learned a hard lesson. This time, he must exert every effort. Ding. System task triggered. Task. Ensure civilization survives this calamity. Rewards will be proportionate to the degree of survival. Rewards. 90, 100 million system points. 1 chance for a golden draw. 80. 0, 89, 600,000 system points. 1 chance for a golden draw. 60, 0, 79, 400,000 system points. 3 chances for a silver draw. 30. 0, 59, 100,000 system points. 1 chance for a silver draw. 0, none. Staring at the task rewards, Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. Such abundance. A reminder for the host. Tasks with more substantial rewards often accompany greater dangers. The richness of this task's rewards signifies that this calamity is indeed exceptional. If the host fails to manage it well, civilization may face obliteration. Yu was equally astonished that such an outrageous task could be activated at this stage. This task was merely a casual attempt at issuance, yet it had been acknowledged by the rules and yielded an extraordinary reward. System. Convert 300,000 system points into silver draws, and then utilize all 4 silver draw opportunities. Zhang Fan resolved not to conserve system points any longer, having initially intended to save 1 million for a golden draw. Now, any enhancement of strength would incrementally increase the hope of surviving this calamity. Ding. 300,000 system points have been deducted. Draw opportunities are being utilized. Congratulations, host, you have acquired B-grade talent. Suitable climate. The talent B-level climate is suitable for triggering a 10-fold amplification, transforming into the A-level talent, harmonious weather. Harmonious weather. A-level the natural disasters under the civilization's control are diminished. The atmospheric conditions become favorable, and food production increases. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 A-level technological development cards. The A-level technological development card has received a 10-fold amplification. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 S-level technological development cards. Technological development card, S-level upon usage. If the civilization under the Star Master possesses scientific technology, the technological development will increase 10-fold and last for 50 years. Zhang Fan gazed at the rewards of this lottery with a tinge of disappointment. Were it not for the effectiveness of his system, these rewards would be of little worth, providing minimal assistance. Even though the A-level item had evolved into an S-level item, the advancement it brought to his civilization was marginal. A 10-fold acceleration appeared rapid. However, the technological level of human civilization had already entered a period of stagnation, and such an enhancement would scarcely yield formidable technologies. Ding. The host possesses 3 items of the same type and may attempt fusion. Each item may only be fused once. Upon successful fusion, a more powerful item will be obtained, with a success probability of 50. Failure will result in the destruction of the fused items. Ding. Does the host wish to fuse? Yes, no? Upon hearing the prompt, Zhang Fan's expression brightened. Since the technological development card offered little enhancement, why not take a gamble? Fusion. Fusion in progress. Please wait. Zhang Fan's heart raced, and he felt a surge of tension, hoping his luck would not be too unfortunate, given the 50 probability. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-level item. Ding. The item triggers a 10-fold amplification. The S-level item has transformed into the SS-level item. Technology explosion card. What a surprise. Zhang Fan exclaimed. What kind of divine system do I possess? Is it truly this powerful? It can even amplify once more. Unbelievable. An SS-level item was thus obtained through 3 silver draws. Without hesitation, he immediately examined the effects of this item. Technology explosion card, SS level upon usage. The technological development of the civilization under the Star Master will witness exponential growth, lasting for 300 years. Chapter 23, Technological Explosion. After reviewing the effects, a thought flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. It's time to soar. This is a true ascent. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Star Master, Bound Planet. Earth Star, Level 3 Planet. Talents, Abundant Star, A level. Civilization Evolution, A level. Greed, S level. Divine Presence, S level. Harmonious Weather, A level. Subordinate Civilization, Humanity, Information Age, Civilization Level, Level 07. System Functions, Plunder, Universal Amplification, 10-fold. Otherworldly Summoning, System Points, 0. System Evaluation. You are the weakest host I have ever encountered. Please strengthen yourself promptly. Now, under the transformation of the A-level talent. Abundant Star, Earth Star has evolved from a barren planet into a Level 3 planet, with its volume increased 10-fold. Furthermore, Zhang Fan had a premonition that his civilization level would soon ascend to a first-tier civilization, and he himself would elevate to the status of a third-tier Star Lord. He activated the SS grade item, the Technology Explosion card. Ding. Activation successful. Within 300 years under Earth Star civilization, technology will experience explosive growth. After utilizing the item, Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. yet felt it prudent to take personal action to ensure absolute preparedness for the impending calamity. Should humanity be capable of weathering the storm on their own, he would refrain from intervening. However, if a grave crisis were to arise, he would be prepared to offer support. On Earth, the devout Zhui Yuanming, immersed in prayer, suddenly noticed the statue radiating a brilliant light and cautiously inquired, "My lord?" A voice echoed in his mind, warning him of an imminent threat to humanity, urging them to prepare thoroughly and arm themselves. Jiang Fan's voice resonated within Zhui Yuanming's consciousness. At that moment, it was the 121st year of divine enlightenment, merely a year since Jiang Fan's return. Zhui Yuanming, who should have long since passed away, was still alive. A testament to Jiang Fan's influence, having extended his lifespan by activating his bodily vitality, allowing him to live for an additional 300 years. This was the limit imposed by humanity's genetic lock. To enhance it further, the lock must be broken. The most expedient way to achieve this would be through contact with extraordinary powers, yet such a system was currently absent for humanity. Obey the divine decree. Zhui Yuanming responded respectfully. Additionally, I shall manifest myself within this world during the crisis, Jiang Fan mentioned, providing a safety net for Zhui Yuanming. He refrained from directly revealing himself, sensing that this crisis was far from simple and preferred to remain incognito. "My lord shall descend as well," Zhui Yuanming exclaimed in astonishment, hastily asking, "Should we, your faithful, prepare to welcome you? Such measures are unnecessary. I shall observe from the shadows, serving as a test of your responses. Do not disappoint me," Jiang Fan replied tactfully, allowing them to face the initial dangers. If the situation proved safe, he would reveal himself. If not, he would remain concealed and assess the circumstances. "Yes, we, your faithful, shall not let you down. Otherwise, I shall atone with my life," Zhui Yuanming declared fervently. Jiang Fan offered no further response, withdrawing his consciousness, causing the statue to lose its luster. After a long moment, Zhui Yuanming lifted his gaze to the dimmed statue, deep in thought. A calamity significant enough to warrant a personal warning from their deity could not be trivial. Success in handling it could earn the Lord's favor and possibly lead to further blessings, extending his life once more. Conversely, failure would result in the dire consequences he had just pledged. Following the transmission of his message to Zhui Yuanming, Jiang Fan began preparations to enter Earth. His visits to Earth had grown increasingly frequent. Adjusting the time flow to equate one day in the outside world to 100 years on Earth was no small feat. Alas, such a vast number of creation points required. Jiang Fan hesitated, realizing that even with an abundance of creation points, he was reluctant to squander them recklessly. He recalibrated the time flow once more, setting it to 10 years on Earth, equating to 1 day in the external realm. The cost in creation points this time aligned with his expectations, and under the influence of his S-grade talent for greed. The feedback from civilization development would suffice to recover any excess. Once all preparations were complete, he entered the realm of Earth. He chose a relatively secluded location for his arrival and even disabled the innate effects of his abilities. Had he not done so, it would have been akin to announcing his presence to the world, inviting all to seek him out. The scene shifted abruptly. Whoosh! Jiang Fan materialized within a modest dwelling. Glancing around, he altered his appearance. Subsequently, he employed the power of the Star Master's rules to forge a new identity for himself. In this era, humanity had reached a stage of modern civilization, resembling the world he had previously inhabited. After venturing outside to explore, he discovered that he was in a quaint little town. Over the course of a day, he utilized his divine power to alter the memories of the neighboring villagers, implanting the notion that he was a university student who had relocated here 3 years prior, primarily occupied with writing novels in the comfort of his home. The following day, he visited the bank, securing a sum of 100 million as pocket money for this period. A life of leisure and ease ensued. Reclining on the sofa, he watched television, reveling in the tranquility of his existence. After enduring hardship for so long, what was wrong with indulging a little? Thus, a year passed in this manner. During that time, humanity's technological advancements experienced an unprecedented explosion. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Fan recognized the effectiveness of his SS-level item card. One day, he came across a report. "We have mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Humanity is on the brink of an era of limitless energy. Thank you, my lord." The host solemnly offered a prayer, and others, upon hearing this news, were equally exhilarated, joining in sincere prayers of gratitude. Jiang Fan was astounded. The power of the item was indeed formidable, leading to the swift mastery of controllable nuclear fusion. He couldn't help but feel anticipation for the developments to come. In the second year, groundbreaking inventions emerged continuously: dark matter applications, antimatter weapons, and true artificial intelligence, far surpassing the rudimentary forms he had known in his past life. Recently, we have been developing a dark matter nuclear bomb, a weapon of tremendous power capable of flattening 3.78 million square kilometers with a single detonation. This merely reflects the explosive force. The true devastation lies in the subsequent collapse of dark matter, which, when compressed, could generate macro-scale gravitational attraction. It is essential to note that dark matter constitutes 85% of the universe's total mass. Should a periodic collapse occur, it could potentially trigger miniature black holes. Currently, this dark matter nuclear bomb is nearing completion, but I believe its power pales in comparison to that of my Lord S by a factor of 1 billion. My Lord S might is unparalleled. Jiang Fan's exuberance momentarily faltered, his lips twitching slightly. What was this? A dark matter nuclear bomb? Its power not even 1 billionth of his own. He was left in utter confusion, unaware of his own strength. Chapter 24. The War of Civilizational Invasion. Jiang Fan had underestimated the power of technology. At a certain stage of development, the capacity to slay gods indeed became a possibility. However, during this time, his own strength steadily grew, and a breakthrough to the third level of Star Master was imminent. Surprises continued to abound. In the year 125 of the Divine Awakening, the development of dark matter nuclear weapons was successfully completed. However, due to the lack of suitable experimental sites, the detonation plan was postponed. Nevertheless, extensive research continued under the diligent supervision of Zhuo Yuanming. My lord proclaimed that calamities would arise in the future, and in the event of an adversary, a well-stocked arsenal would serve as a safeguard. By the year 126 of the Divine Awakening, Earth officially ascended to a Type 1 civilization. Alongside this monumental breakthrough, Jiang Fan was elevated to the rank of a Level 3 Star Master. Such is the power of a Level 3 Star Master. How formidable! A mere flicker of perception left Jiang Fan in awe. Even though he remained at his peak within Earth, possessing only 1% of his full strength, he sensed that he could vanquish 100 versions of his former self. The ascension of the Star Master civilization to a Type 1 civilization brought about unique circumstances. The calamity transformed, compounding the difficulty of the civilization advancement assessment, leading to the cancellation of the calamity test and the introduction of a more arduous assessment task. The elation that had graced Jiang Fan's countenance suddenly froze. What was this? Such unexpected turns. At that moment, Yu also comprehended why the rewards were so bountiful. It was a prelude to what was to come. The assessment task was confirmed with an SS-level difficulty to withstand invasions from other Type 1 civilizations. Jiang Fan adjusted his mindset, contemplating the concealed implications of this announcement. He was now to contend with other civilizations, facing an adversary that was not only a Type 1 civilization, but potentially one that had been developing for an extensive period. This was indeed precarious. He had just barely stepped into the realm of Type 1 civilization. Star Masters, prepare yourselves. In 1 year, the world-connecting passage will be opened, and random portals will emerge within the Star Master civilization, allowing the adversaries to intrude upon your world. The assessment period would extend over a century, with the rules applying equally to both civilizations, maintaining synchronized temporal flow, 100 years of civilization time equating to 1 day in the external world. Should the Star Master endure through the century without the civilization facing annihilation, it would be deemed a successful assessment, with evaluations based on the civilization as preservation. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. The rules had been established and were immutable. He had no choice but to prepare thoroughly. In the face of opposition from other civilizations, he needed to remain discreet, for once the assessment commenced, there would be no escape. A civilization could face destruction. At worst, it could be rebuilt. However, if he perished, all would be lost. Thus, he promptly established a mental connection with the divine statue, the divine court. Buzz. The statue radiated brilliance once more, prompting Zhuo Yuanming to hastily arrive from elsewhere upon receiving the message. My lord, I apologize for my tardiness. It is of no consequence. I am aware that you are acting in accordance with my directives. Jiang Fan's voice echoed in his ears, providing him with relief. This contact is to inform you that I have perceived the time of calamity's arrival through divine means. In 1 year, random interdimensional portals will appear on Earth, heralding an invasion from other worldly civilizations. Their strength is formidable. Prepare your defenses, and do not disappoint me. Jiang Fan refrained from uttering words of aggression against them. Indeed, I shall ensure that they come and go in vain. Should they dare to encroach upon my lord's domain, they must brace themselves for annihilation. A glint of murderous intent ignited in Zhuo Yuanming's eyes. Excellent. Such spirit is commendable. If you truly lead humanity to eradicate their world, I shall bestow upon you the promised gift of immortality. Thank you for your lordship's grace. Zhuo Yuanming's countenance radiated with exhilaration, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He did not entertain the notion that Jiang Fan was merely spinning illusions for him, for the divine does not utter falsehoods, nor does it deign to do so. Jiang Fan cleared his throat. Ahem, it is time for me to depart. With that, his consciousness withdrew. We bid farewell to our lord. Under Jiang Fan's guidance, all of humanity began to arm themselves. The following day, the news was rampant across television screens. Our lord has delivered a divine decree. In 1 year's time, other civilizations will invade our world. What shall you do? The host, microphone in hand, addressed the crowd below. Kill, kill, kill. They dare to invade our civilization. Do you think we should simply acquiesce? No acquiescence. No acquiescence. Strike back. Strike back. In an instant, public outrage surged, igniting the collective fury of humanity. Each individual willingly enlisting to prepare for an incursion into the enemy realm. Countless researchers began to toil day and night, though they would not see the battlefield. The weapons wielded by humanity were their contributions. Under the influence of the SS-level item cards, humanity experienced an explosive technological advancement within the year. In the 127th year of Divine Awakening, the invasion from another realm commenced, with colossal portals appearing across the globe. The well-prepared humanity immediately deployed forces to suppress the threat. Is this the world of the invasion? How feeble it seems. Can this truly be classified as a level 1 civilization? A multitude of green-skinned monstrosities emerged from the portals, surveying humanity with expressions of disdain. They appeared so weak that a mere poke from a finger could lead to their demise. Barus, do not underestimate them. My deity has proclaimed that they are a level 1 civilization. This marks our second invasion. Do not let it be a repeat of the last world, where we faltered. Even if my deity forgives you, I shall not. TCH. Last time, who could have known they had a hidden trump card? A so-called creator god lurking in the shadows to ambush us. Fortunately, my deity detected it in time and dealt a heavy blow to them. Bruce curled his lip in frustration at the recollection. Gods differ. That one is merely a rat in the gutter, not worthy of being called a deity. Only my god is the greatest. Bruce scoffed. Enough of idle chatter. It is time to commence our slaughter. Children, leave no blade of grass untouched in your wake. For the glorious conquest of my god. With a resounding blast of the horn, the verdant army charged forth. Humanity had long since observed their movements via satellite. Watching the virtual broadcast, Zhui Yuanming pondered. This must be what my lord referred to as the civilizations of other worlds, though they appear quite grotesque. Could the high priest merely be cannon fodder? Look at their weapons, mere wooden sticks and hammers. Their level of civilization seems rather primitive. Others exchanged glances, initially expecting a clash of advanced technologies, only to witness an onslaught with clubs and hammers, leaving them bewildered. Did not my deity assert that they were also a level 1 civilization? We must not underestimate them. Zhui Yuanming cautioned that the brutality of the weapons employed by the adversary indicated that their mysterious powers had attained the level of a Class 1 civilization. First, we must locate all the portals and subject them to a barrage of nuclear cleansing. Nuclear weapons. The people below were taken aback. Chapter 25. The probing of 2 civilizations. The crowd hesitated, perplexed, and inquired, High Priest, is it not excessive to employ nuclear weapons? We are aware of the catastrophic consequences they entail. Although we have evacuated the populace, some of the portals are situated on our own land. Should nuclear cleansing occur, the land would become contaminated with radiation, rendering it uninhabitable. Zhui Yuanming fervently replied, You fail to comprehend. Mere nuclear radiation is trivial. With my lord's presence, we can purify the land in no time. Moreover, the current structures are rather outdated and lack sophistication. All hail our lord's might. The others echoed with fervor, convinced of their lord's omnipotence. Thus, they unanimously endorsed Zhui Yuanming's probing strategy. In an instant, all portals on Earth were locked onto for nuclear strikes, with each portal receiving no less than 2 warheads, and the larger portals being targeted with 5. This was a minor test for humanity, to ascertain whether the enemy could withstand nuclear weaponry. Stop! Bruce suddenly bellowed, a sense of impending doom surging within him. What is it? Bruce asked, bewildered. The enemy has launched an attack, and my instincts foretell my demise. Bruce trembled. Death? How could that be possible? Even the most formidable magic can be thwarted. How could you perish? Bruce's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I can withstand transcendent magic, but only a single instance. If Bruce was cut off as he suddenly observed 5 ominous, blackened metal barrels hurtling toward them, embodying the deathly threat he sensed. Quick, defend yourselves. The enemy's transcendent magic is upon us. Bruce shouted in terror, casting his singular defensive transcendent spell. A resplendent green shield enveloped Bruce and Bruce, though he could offer no protection to the other goblins. Observing Bruce still in a daze, Bruce urged, Stop daydreaming. Activate your innate ability. Regaining his composure, Bruce complied, his skeletal frame erupting into a pair of bony wings that shielded the 2. Boom! The first nuclear warhead detonated, the terrifying heat instantly vaporizing lower-tier goblins, while even the higher-tier goblins could withstand it only momentarily before being reduced to ashes. A mushroom cloud ascended from the earth. After what felt like an eternity, both Bruce and Bruce coughed up blood, severely wounded, yet miraculously alive. Looking upon the devastation before them, their hearts were heavy with sorrow. Their once mighty army of millions of goblins had been reduced to just the 2 of them. As they gazed at more metal barrels descending from the sky, Bruce chuckled grimly. My lord shall surely annihilate you. Boom! Boom! Another 4 mushroom clouds erupted. In the command room, Zhui Yuanming fixated intently on the surveillance screens. Witnessing the relentless ascent of mushroom clouds across the earth, the magic unleashed by Bruce did not go unnoticed. Was this truly the opponent's strategy? Could mere cannon fodder withstand nuclear weaponry? The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, they perceived the frontline troops as expendable. A sudden seriousness enveloped them. If even a mere pawn possessed the ability to resist nuclear forces, what of the main army? Were they impervious to hydrogen bombs, with such formidable individual combat prowess? The enigmatic side? Zhui Yuanming pondered thoughtfully. They were not intimidated, for nuclear weapons were not their trump card, merely a conventional means. Report to the High Priest. All Vanguard units have been obliterated by nuclear weaponry. Please advise. Wait a moment. Let us observe when the enemy formally charges, Zhui Yuanming commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, in another world. Report. Both Lord Bruce and Lord Bruce have perished, and our entire advance force has suffered a devastating blow. What transpired? A glower creased Oriole's brow, its fearsome visage appearing even more menacing. Our forces, upon entering the enemy's realm, were met with a comprehensive onslaught of transcendent magic. The area within 100 kilometers has been utterly leveled. Comprehensive transcendent magic bombardment? Oriole's eyes widened. They had divided into over 100 attack points. Did this mean the enemy unleashed hundreds of transcendent spells in an instant? Shall we continue our assault? One of the subordinates inquired. Of course we shall, Oriole replied dismissively. It is merely the loss of 2 leaders. Our goblin clan lacks nothing but numbers. The women we captured from another world are more than sufficient to bolster our kin. It appears to me that the enemy has expended their entire strength in the initial strike, aiming to deceive us into hesitating. They must be vulnerable at this moment. The consumption of transcendent magic is colossal. They can likely muster 2 more attacks before exhausting their resources. Let us dispatch 2 more waves of troops to drain their strength. Yes, for my god, charge. A tide of goblins surged once more towards the portal. On Earth, Zhou Yunming and his companions observed through surveillance the army preparing for another assault. High Priest, shall we continue the nuclear bombardment? The group inquired. Zhou Yunming contemplated. The enemy was certainly aware of the impending nuclear cleansing and yet dared to advance. Thus, their earlier conjectures were confirmed. All were expendable, and the enemy sought to deplete their nuclear arsenal. A horde of barbarians believes they can exhaust us through mere numbers. Thinking us to be only nuclear weapons, Zhou Yunming chuckled. In the past, creating nuclear arms was arduous, yet with the advent of technological explosion, they could now manufacture them in mass. Nuclear cleansing. At your command. With a decisive action, the nuclear launch button was pressed once more. In an instant, a multitude of nuclear warheads soared into the sky. Boom. The explosion resonated across the earth, overwhelming all sound. Everything beneath the mushroom cloud faded into insignificance. Yet, even in the face of such formidable nuclear cleansing, the goblins continued their relentless charge. After enduring 2 waves of nuclear devastation, the earth lay in ruins, and both sides had ceased their assaults. In the monitoring room, Zhui Yuanming and his companions observed the scene with heavy hearts. This was their homeland, now ravaged beyond recognition. But there was no need for despair. With our Lord's presence, all could be restored. The evils we face stem from the other world, where their grotesque civilization has invaded our sanctuary, wreaking havoc. Once we ascertain their overall strength, we shall invade their realm and plunge them into chaos. The High Priest spoke wisely. The group composed themselves. Zhui Yuanming nodded in satisfaction and remarked, the cessation of their offensive indicates that our cannon fodder has served its purpose. I suspect they will soon launch a full-scale attack, and we shall see many of those monstrous beings capable of resisting nuclear weapons emerge, just as before. Chapter 26. Dark Matter Nuclear Bomb. Black Hole. The group exchanged glances, while they still possessed a considerable stockpile of nuclear weapons. If the opposing force consisted entirely of those creatures, their impact might be minimal. The dark matter nuclear bomb we developed has yet to be tested. Now is the perfect opportunity, Zhui Yuanming sneered. The Earth can withstand nuclear blasts. The others voiced their concerns, but theoretically, it cannot endure the micro-black holes resulting from dark matter collapse. Zhui Yuanming shot them an exasperated look. Fools. I never suggested detonating it on Earth. Must I explain such a simple concept? Behind that portal lies their world. They can enter ours through the portal, so why can't we venture into theirs? We shall target the portal with the dark matter nuclear bomb. Though we may not witness its full effect, it will certainly inflict suffering upon them. In Zhui Yuanming's estimation, while the enemy might be capable of resisting the dark matter bomb, they would nonetheless experience considerable distress. How many shall we launch, High Priest? The group inquired, noting that the dark matter nuclear bombs had only been developed for a year or 2 and were not in ample supply for mass production. Let us use 2 of our 10 dark matter nuclear bombs for an initial test, Zhui Yuanming contemplated. We have locked onto the 2 largest portals. The dark matter nuclear bombs are ready. Fire. Boom. 2 large military bases on Earth gradually opened their hatches, and 2 enormous projectiles soared into the sky. Following their designated trajectories, they raced toward the 2 largest portals. The goblins that had just emerged were forcefully pushed back by the tremendous thrust, accompanied by the dark matter nuclear bombs entering their world. Oriel, witnessing the approaching dark matter nuclear bombs, felt a surge of alarm from his 6th sense. This is bad. They are employing divine-level strikes. As one who had mastered divine magic, he instantly assessed the power of the dark matter nuclear bombs. It's over, while I may escape. My kin cannot. Oriel fervently prayed, "Oh my God, please save your faithful servant." In an instant, boundless divine light descended, and a magnificent figure appeared. Divine protection. The dark matter nuclear bomb collided with the golden barrier, and the forceful impact triggered the detonation conditions. Within the core of the nuclear bomb, an uncountable number of fission and fusion reactions transpire. Boom. The golden barrier stands resolutely against the terrifying explosion, shielding all harm from breaching its sanctity. At the heart of the dark matter nuclear explosion, the overwhelming heat and pressure inside a collapse of dark matter. Surrounding dark matter is relentlessly drawn together, compressing until, upon reaching a critical threshold, the collapse gives birth to a miniature black hole. Light beams are ensnared by the horrific gravitational pull, and thus a shadowy celestial body comes into existence. Witnessing the emergence of the black hole, the opposing deity's expression shifts dramatically. Under the black hole's relentless tug, the steadfast golden barrier begins to fracture, as matter is drawn into the abyss, causing the black hole's size to gradually expand, yet simultaneously compress. An inexorable gravitational force pulls everything in its vicinity, leading to the disintegration of their planet, which begins to tremble violently. Countless goblins, powerless against the gravitational onslaught, are drawn into the black hole, their bodies torn apart into a mere string of particles. Oriel stares blankly at the unfolding chaos, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this force. What kind of power is this? How can it transcend his comprehension? Even godly magic cannot reach such terrifying might. He had believed that this was the worst of it, only to be met with another violent explosion. On the opposite side of the planet, an identical black hole emerges. While Oriel's side benefits from the aid of their creator deity, their adversary possesses but one deity, who is presently constrained. Meanwhile, as Oriel suspected, the other side of the planet is ensnared in a purgatory of its own, with goblins rising in rebellion. Countless transcendent spells are hurled at the black hole, yet all their assaults are absorbed, nourishing the black hole and causing it to tremble violently. Miniature black holes cannot endure indefinitely. Their density is boundlessly great. Yet to maintain such density, their volume must be infinitesimally small, while their mass must be infinitely large. Once the black hole's volume diminishes beyond a certain point, it can no longer sustain itself and will erupt. The explosion of a black hole will generate pairs of matter and antimatter within the surrounding space. When these particles collide, they annihilate one another, releasing an immense amount of energy capable of obliterating all matter. The miniature black hole spawned by the dark matter nuclear bomb will not persist for long before it detonates. The opposing deity is aware of this principle, yet feels utterly powerless. While he might survive the black hole's explosion, the entire planet may not withstand the cataclysm. Infuriated, the deity bellows in rage. He, a conqueror of two worlds, is on the brink of witnessing the annihilation of his civilization at the very onset of battle. He recalls how his own civilization, having ascended too rapidly, faced calamities and trials that led to the initiation of a civilization invasion war. The civilization he contended with was a human magical society, barely surviving a century due to the goblin's prodigious reproductive capabilities. The second instance involved his proactive participation in a civilization invasion war, targeting a human magical civilization that had just attained the first level of ascension. This time, the adversary's magical expertise was inferior, their reproductive capacity feeble, and their physical prowess not on par with that of the goblins. Thus, after the initiation of a suicidal assault, the opposing civilization was obliterated in an instant, with a multitude of women captured to bolster their goblin army. It took several centuries of recuperation for their numbers to return to their zenith, after which they launched this incursion into civilization. The Star-Lord roared in despair, "I cannot resign myself to this fate." In the present moment, he could only gamble everything, sacrificing his grievous injuries for the hope of survival for his civilization. "All my followers, heed my command. Invoke the forbidden magic. We, your devoted followers, shall obey your command and find salvation in the light. Let us shatter all obstacles on our path, even if our souls plunge into the abyss. Even if our bodies are reduced to dust, we shall follow in your footsteps." The goblins upon the planet knelt in fervent reverence. A colossal and unparalleled force of faith began to coalesce. Invoke the forbidden incantation. In an instant, a deep and ominous chant of the forbidden spell reverberated across the globe. Akin to the lamentations of demons and the murmurs of death, the goblins felt their souls being incessantly tugged and torn. Yet they gritted their teeth and steadfastly recited the incantation. A surge of rule-based power descended. The Star-Lord began to amass strength, as the fates of all goblins intertwined, their spiritual essence continuously consumed. However, as the vessel of this energy, he too suffered greatly, his divine form eroded by the encroaching rules, his power waning. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Order seal. Void. Chapter 27. The counteroffensive of civilization, the terrifying force of rule, surged forth. A hum resonated as the order of the cosmos descended, obliterating two black holes on the planet as per the Star-Lord's will. This was a complete erasure, with not a trace left behind, leaving only a battered surface of the planet. The Star-Lord was struck by backlash, as the rules manifested within him. Even his formidable divine body could not withstand the onslaught of order. Golden divine blood rained upon the earth. Where it fell, flora flourished. "My God," Oriel expressed deep concern. "It is necessary to endure the backlash." The Star-Lord waved his hand dismissively, signaling not to worry. Even amidst pain, he would not display weakness. For where would his authority lie? He temporarily suppressed his internal injuries with divine power, his countenance grave. He had not anticipated that the invading civilization was a technological one. This was dire news. If it were a lower-tier technological civilization, it would pose little threat to him. However, once technology reached a certain level, even deities grew apprehensive, as evidenced by the recent events. Though he could withstand the onslaught without injury, his civilization could not endure such assaults. Thus, it had to be eradicated through the laws of order, albeit at a tremendous cost. The entire goblin civilization suffered catastrophic spiritual damage. The weak were rendered foolish, and even the stronger ones experienced regression in their cultivation. Now, the crucial question remained. How many more such attacks could the adversary launch? Or had these two assaults exhausted their technological capabilities? His gaze flickered. They had already sustained significant damage and could not allow the enemy to ascertain their condition. Oriel, lead the followers onward. We must not permit the enemy to breach our world, nor allow them to discern our true strength. He resolved to endure through sheer numbers of goblins for the next century. As for plunder, at present, who has the inclination to plunder? His own stronghold is on the brink of destruction. He yearns only to hasten the conclusion of this century-long cycle and make his escape. Once the portal is sealed, they will be powerless against him. Ah, this, my God. Many of our followers have already sustained grave injuries. Should we launch another assault? It would merely be a march to death. Oriel hesitated. The Star Master cast a calm glance in his direction. In moments of civilization's survival, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. I believe that after their demise, their souls will enter my divine realm and attain eternal life. Indeed, Oriel replied bitterly, reflecting on the absurdity that those who initiated the plunder now found themselves in a situation where they must sacrifice numerous kin to survive. Observing that the others were prepared to comply, the Star Master chose not to linger. He needed to conceal himself to recuperate, lest he be detected by the opposing Star Master. On Earth, in the command center, the others were oblivious to the events transpiring beyond the portal, gazing at the incessantly emerging goblin army, exchanging perplexed glances. High Priest, could it be that they effortlessly intercepted our dark matter nuclear bomb? Zhui Yuanming remained silent, pondering as he scrutinized the surveillance footage, meticulously analyzing all available information. Upon magnifying the image, he noted something amiss with the army's condition. The others followed Zhui Yuanming's lead. The footage revealed a goblin, baring its teeth, with a grotesque green visage, seemingly uninjured, yet its expression suggested it had sustained severe trauma. Is there an issue, High Priest? The others queried, bemused, viewing it merely as a menacing creature. Zhui Yuanming shook his head. The impact of the dark matter nuclear bomb could not have been absorbed without injury. They must have employed some unknown technique to mitigate the damage, and they too have suffered significantly. Analyze the images of all the goblins using big data monitoring to see if they all exhibit similar traits. Understood. The group complied, and powerful artificial intelligence began to operate, scanning and recording thousands of goblin figures. In mere moments, the results emerged. Total number of monsters, 4, 763, 211. Big data verification. All targets exhibit no visible wounds. All monsters display signs of distress. It is hypothesized that this number of monsters has suffered cranial trauma. Zhui Yuanming chuckled, realizing the implications. While one or two goblins appearing distressed could be coincidence, the uniformity of their condition suggested a more complex situation. I surmise that they employed some form of restraint to block our attack, but the backlash from the restraint has taken its toll on them. Now, they are dispatching their army to assault us, intending to mislead us into believing they have suffered minimal harm, thus dulling our vigilance. Now it becomes clear, the others exclaimed, comprehending that the enemy must have indeed suffered substantial damage. They aim to dispatch their wounded forces to confuse us, hoping to mislead us into missing the optimal moment to strike. High Priest, they may still be reeling from their injuries. Should we initiate an invasion? Zhui Yuanming smiled faintly, observing the understanding expressions of the gathered individuals, pleased that they were not entirely dull-witted. Certainly, the advantage in this battle lies with us. It is time for them to witness our true strength. Those who dare to invade our world shall find no return. Let us unleash another wave of nuclear baptism. Clear the battlefield. Dispatch the mechanical legions to gather intelligence on the enemy's world. Zhui Yuanming issued his commands. Yes, with the crowd's fervent shouts. Nuclear missiles were launched once more, in the name of our Lord God. Whoosh. On the battlefield, the goblin army stared blankly at the nuclear missiles hurtling towards them, utterly at a loss. The destructive power of the nuclear bombs had been conveyed through whispers. They were well aware that these were forces they could not withstand. Fortunately, this time, Oriel had dispatched several leaders to various attack points. The leaders recited incantations to invoke high-tier magic. Array after array of magic circles shone brightly, providing a steadfast shield for the goblin forces. Boom. The first nuclear bomb detonated, and cracks appeared in the barrier. Boom. Two more nuclear bombs shattered the barrier entirely. Exhausting their life force, they invoked high-tier magic once again, managing to withstand the subsequent 2 nuclear explosions. But the leaders fell to their knees, utterly fatigued. Under the nuclear onslaught, all beings were rendered equal. Boom. As the dust settled, what remained was an empty battlefield, the entire goblin army reduced to ashes beneath the nuclear fire. The mechanical legions surged forth. The human race began their counteroffensive, with vast numbers of mechanical units rapidly arriving on the battlefield, as the goblin army sought to reclaim dominance. However, the moment they stepped through the portal, they were met with a barrage of artillery fire. Billions of mechanical troops flooded through the portal, relentlessly pushing the goblin army back, who completely lost control of the gateway. Chapter 28. A hymn to the world. With 3,000 nuclear bombs. Once the mechanical legions entered the enemy's realm, they were free from concerns. Activating a mode of indiscriminate assault, every conceivable weapon was unleashed. Lasers swept across the battlefield, and artillery rained down incessantly. The goblins, undeterred, rallied their forces to launch magical attacks. But the mechanical army was not composed of flesh and blood. Even when damaged, they continued their relentless assault. After several days and nights of fierce combat, the goblins began to tremble with fear. These mechanical monstrosities posed a greater threat than they could have imagined. They did not tire, while the goblins needed to replenish their magical energy to cast spells. In contrast, the enemy's mechanical legions launched continuous attacks, 24 hours a day. They retreated repeatedly, losing vast territories, while uncountable mechanical units continued to pour out from the portal. In no time, their planet was completely overrun by the mechanical forces. The Hidden Star Lord wore a grim expression, who truly represented a higher civilization. I have been at the first-tier civilization level for quite some time, yet this newcomer, just entering the first tier, dares to subdue me in battle. Now, my base is on the verge of collapse. Although he grumbled, he did not dare to reveal himself. If the opposing Star Lord detected his severe injuries, a suicidal attack would be inevitable. Civilization may face destruction, yet one cannot perish. On Earth, within the monitoring chamber, Zhui Yuanming and his companions chuckled at the footage transmitted by the Mechanical Legion. How dare they attempt an invasion with such feeble strength? The barbaric civilization remains true to its nature, while my master, wise and judicious, personally leads us in the advancement of technology. Hail to my master Esmite. The crowd nodded in reverence. Let us swiftly launch an assault in honor of our deity, offering the world as tribute, a grand ode to my god's greatness. As for the occurrences on Earth, Jiang Fan, the Star Lord, observed with keen interest. He was astonished by the prowess of his civilization, which had rendered the enemy utterly defenseless and even turned the tide to counterattack their realm. Indeed, the pursuit of technological advancement proved to be a wise decision. Once it gained momentum, it became exceedingly difficult for ordinary civilizations to contend with us. However, all of this was made possible by my SS level item card. Without such an asset, the technological civilization would have taken ages to reach its current state. During that period, we would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of other civilizations, and once the war of civilizations commenced, it would have been a massacre of our technological kind. Zhang Fan mused to himself. At present, he had no intention of revealing himself, opting instead to observe the enemy's potential countermeasures and the actions of the opposing Star Lord. In the year 128 of the Divine Awakening, the invasion war had continued for nearly a year, with the goblin civilization being relentlessly suppressed by humanity. Their territorial holdings diminished continuously until they ultimately retreated to a massive fortress, their last bastion, encompassing about 1/70th of the total land area. This stronghold gathered all the supreme magical beings, numbering in the tens of thousands among the transcendent magical practitioners. Despite the daily loss of numerous goblin lives, their formidable reproductive capabilities allowed them to balance the death toll with births. A young goblin only needed a year to mature into an adult ready for battle. The opposing Star Lord seemed to possess a unique talent that significantly enhanced the intelligence of the goblins, explaining their rapid mastery of magical arts. Confronted by the mechanical armies of humanity, the goblins held firm within their citadel, and even the relentless onslaught of the mechanical forces struggled to breach the stronghold that embodied their entire civilization. Zhui Yuanming, fully aware of everything transpiring on the battlefield through the broadcasts, noted that due to the peculiarities of the alternate world, many nuclear weapons could not be accurately targeted for direct strikes. Some proposed transporting nuclear arms to the enemy's world before launching attacks. Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement. In the year 129 of the Divine Awakening, a substantial number of nuclear weapons were continuously shipped from Earth to the Goblin world. During this period, humanity executed several nuclear strikes in the Goblin realm, yet the results were rather mediocre. The thousands of supreme magical beings easily thwarted the nuclear assaults, compelling Zhui Yuanming to order a temporary halt to the nuclear strikes until an adequate stockpile was amassed to launch a simultaneous, decisive attack. By the year 130 of the Divine Awakening, humanity had transported nearly 3,000 nuclear weapons, depleting their reserves significantly. Over the years, the technology of dark matter nuclear bombs has matured significantly, leading to a gradual cessation in the production of conventional nuclear weapons. The disparity in power is simply too vast. It is more prudent to allocate resources towards dark matter bombs. Furthermore, researchers, inspired by the cataclysmic explosions of black holes, have commenced explorations into antimatter weaponry, including antimatter missiles and nuclear devices. Should these endeavors prove successful, the conquest of the goblin defenses would be within our grasp. High Priest, all nuclear devices have been deployed, and targets have been locked. During this period, we have also launched numerous satellites for surveillance of their world. Although they can employ magical means to obscure our knowledge of that city, the rest of the planet is laid bare before us. We have discovered that the mineral resources on this planet are exceptionally abundant, rivaling those of our own world. Moreover, certain ores contain unique energy entities, which we surmise to be the source of magical power. Our researchers have begun to analyze this energy, successfully extracting and liquefying the magical essence for storage. There remains much to investigate, but we believe that it will not be long before we unlock and harness this magical force. Excellent. Zhui Yuanming nodded in satisfaction. He harbored a certain fascination for the arcane, yet he firmly believed that their master would one day grant them dominion over such powers. With the nuclear devices now in place, it was time to deliver a decisive blow. The goblins were known for their cowardice, with 3,000 nuclear bombs. Even their formidable defenses would surely be breached, and even if they could withstand it, they would certainly face considerable hardship. Launch. Yes. Boom. All nuclear bombs ascended rapidly, hurtling towards the immense city. The goblin priests sensed the imminent threat posed by the oncoming nuclear assault. They were preparing for a cataclysmic magical counterstrike. They did not realize we had amassed such a multitude of high-tier mages. No, this time it is not just one strike, but over 3,000. What? Over 3,000? Quickly, all high-tier mages, unite for defense. The goblins, initially panicked, quickly regained their composure. After all, what were 3,000 strikes to them? Their ranks of high-tier mages numbered in the tens of thousands, not to mention the divine tier mages. Buzz. A great multitude of goblin mages recited incantations, unleashing defensive spells. However, the sheer size of the city rendered it impossible for any single mage to cover every inch. As the collective power was spread thin, the efficacy of their defenses diminished significantly. A few strikes might have been weathered, but this was a deluge of thousands. Chapter 29. The use of antimatter boom. The explosive sounds of nuclear detonations echoed endlessly, causing a faint tremor to ripple across the entire planet. As the epicenter of the explosions, the goblin city was besieged like never before. Tens of thousands of high-tier mages were left reeling from the immense backlash, spitting blood in despair. How could this be? Even as they lay incapacitated, they strained to maintain their magical defenses, for a breach would mean the annihilation of countless goblin lives. The priests, no longer hesitating, unleashed their divine spells, crimson flames of protection, heed our call, and fulfill the covenant of the fire barrier. The raging flames transformed into a colossal barrier, enveloping the entire city. One after another, divine guardian spells were unleashed. Supported by these enchantments, the transcendent sorcerers finally managed to catch their breath. Outside, the incessant nuclear explosions continued, causing the city to tremble violently as a multitude of buildings collapsed. In that moment, wails of despair echoed throughout. Zhui Yuanming and his companions observed the scene through surveillance footage. The sheer magnitude of the assault was breathtaking, and he couldn't help but anticipate the stunning spectacle of thousands of dark matter nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously. It would surely be a sight to behold. High Priest, given the current situation, it seems the enemy has withstood our nuclear baptism, they lamented, reflecting on the utility of such magic and harboring a twinge of envy. Do not envy these barbarians. My lord once promised me that should we conquer their world, we would be granted the chance of eternal life, Zhui Yuanming remarked, casting a casual glance at them. Is that truly so? The group rejoiced. What? Do you dare question my lord's words? His gaze turned icy. How could we? It was merely a moment of thoughtlessness. I spoke in excitement. My lord's might is such that the mere prospect of eternal life is but a trivial fraction of his power. One individual hastily repented. Very well. Let this not be repeated. My lord has no need to deceive us, as long as we offer this world to him. The prospect of eternal life is merely the first step. We must expedite the development of our weapons and seize this city within a decade. Yes. In the year 131 of the Divine Revelation, humanity experienced a significant mutation in the realm of antimatter, successfully producing some small-scale antimatter firearms. The human race accelerated the manufacture of these weapons, integrating them into their mechanical legions. The results were astonishing. These diminutive antimatter weapons inflicted considerable losses upon the goblins. The emergence of this new weaponry instilled fear in them, for its destructive capability was overwhelmingly terrifying and its deterrent effect was formidable. Although the goblins had made some advancements in their magical prowess over the years, they were unable to keep pace with humanity's explosive technological growth. The disparity in the evolution of their civilizations became painfully apparent to the goblin leadership. No longer willing to remain cooped up within their city, they began organizing a massive counteroffensive. In the year 132 of the Divine Revelation, millions of goblin insurgents, leading various elite factions, launched a counterattack. These goblin marauders possessed formidable physical attributes. Even ordinary missiles could inflict no harm upon them. Their statures were colossal, with the smallest standing at 20 to 30 meters tall, while the tallest reached an astonishing 70 meters. Their immense forms ruthlessly obliterated vast swathes of humanity's mechanical legions. Only the antimatter weaponry posed a threat to them. However, the quantity of such weapons in human possession was limited, and for the first time, humanity found itself retreating under the onslaught of the goblin counterattack. The goblin insurgents howled triumphantly, proclaiming their victories. By the year 135 of the Divine Revelation, the persistent counterattacks from the goblins had posed a significant threat to humanity, prompting another explosion of technological advancement. In response, they devised secret weaponry in the form of mech armies specifically targeting the goblin marauders. A multitude of mechs has commenced development, inspired by the maximum size of the goblin marauders, with their minimum height set at a staggering 100 meters. These formidable machines are equipped with an array of weaponry, including antimatter laser swords, antimatter engines, antimatter missiles, and antimatter beams, showcasing a comprehensive application of antimatter technology. This technological explosion has significantly enhanced humanity's production capabilities. With colossal mechs being manufactured around the clock, the resources of Earth are being excessively exploited, and the current level of civilization is sufficient to mobilize all available resources for the advancement of their society. The higher echelons of humanity are unperturbed by the over-extraction of Earth's resources, for once the goblin world is conquered, all its resources will belong to them. In the year 138 of the Divine Revelation, within a span of 3 years, the number of mechs has reached several million, perfectly matching the population of the goblin marauders. Humanity has initiated a counteroffensive, marking the first time that human forces have been formally dispatched to battle, as the mechs require human pilots. The military has trained extensively in the operation of these machines over the years. Thus, these towering mechs traversed the portal from Earth to the goblin realm. Under the leadership of the goblin marauders, they have nearly reclaimed all lost territories, and the joy of victory has lulled the entire goblin race into a blissful reverie. However, today marks the moment of their awakening. Unit 001, Mech Battalions ready for instructions. Unit 002, Mech Battalions ready for instructions. Reports flood back to the command center, with each mech legion comprising 10,000 mechs. Such battalions number in the hundreds, a vast army poised across the desolate expanses of the goblin world. Children, the time for hunting has arrived. For our God, devote your fervor. Cast aside all thoughts of life and death, all emotions, and transform into the sword of our Lord, shattering every thorn in our path. Join the glorious evolution. Zhui Yuanming's fervent hymn resonated, stirring the hearts of the crowd, their spirits ignited. Transform into a sharp blade. Shatter the thorns. Glorious evolution. Transform into a sharp blade. Shatter the thorns. Glorious evolution. With a resounding hum, the mechs powered up, flooding the skies and casting a shadow over the earth. The lands that had been reclaimed by the goblins soon faced devastating assaults. Wails echoed across the fields as the goblins suffered catastrophic losses. In an instant, they regained their senses and organized the goblin marauders to counterattack. In the past, humanity might have retreated, but now, even the tallest goblin marauder appeared as a mere child beneath the towering mechs. Humanity remained vigilant. wielding their antimatter lasers to unleash a relentless barrage. The once mighty bodies of the goblin marauders crumbled under such annihilating firepower, as fragile as tofu. Antimatter lasers pierced through their forms, and a few well-placed antimatter missiles obliterated them from existence. The goblin marauders were left stunned. The rapidity of the assault was beyond comprehension, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands in mere moments. Fear took hold as they sought to retreat, but the priests issued a command of desperation: hold the line. The goblin marauders roared in fury, charging madly towards the mechanized army. Chapter 30. The collision of technology and magic. They bore the relentless barrage of antimatter weaponry with their flesh and blood, sacrificing hundreds of thousands of their kind to approach the mechanized legion. Due to their proximity, the mechanized forces had no choice but to stow their weapons. To employ antimatter weapons at such close range would risk collateral damage to their own comrades. Change formation. Raise swords. Clang, clang. The mechanized army moved in unison, drawing forth their long-prepared antimatter laser swords. Engage. For the glory of our god. Kill. The melee commenced. Bang. Splurt. The antimatter laser weapon effortlessly severed the bodies of the goblin marauders, while some mechs were pushed back by the marauders' formidable charge. Though the impact caused little substantial harm to the machines, the scales of victory had already begun to tip. The number of goblin marauders swiftly dwindled. Despite numerous mechs being torn apart by the assault of several marauders, the human race suffered only minor casualties. But in war, casualties are inevitable. Change formation. Take off. Antimatter missile bombardment. The command center issued orders. One by one, the mechs activated their thrusters and ascended hundreds of meters into the sky. Bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh. Antimatter missiles were launched, leaving the goblin marauders to watch helplessly as the mechs soared into the air, for they possessed no means of flight. The advantage of aerial superiority became glaringly apparent, and faced with the onslaught of antimatter missiles, they had no means of defense. They could only scurry about, clutching their heads. Boom, boom. The goblin army was forced into a retreat, gradually relinquishing the territory they had once held back to humanity. In the year 139 of the Divine Revelation, after a year of counteroffensive, the goblin forces were once again driven into that massive citadel, overwhelmed by confusion, fear, and despair. In this battle, they suffered countless losses. Their once proud numbers of goblin marauders dwindled from millions to merely tens of thousands. A vast multitude of goblin marauders had turned to dust under the slaughter of the mechanized legion. In the year 140 of the Divine Revelation, after another year of assault without capturing the citadel, humanity reduced the frequency of their offensives. War is not merely about conflict. It is about the plunder of resources. They had now occupied over 90% of the goblin world. Humanity began the extraction of resources, continuously transporting abundant materials back to Earth, igniting explosive growth in its development. In the year 142 of the Divine Revelation, the goblins launched another counteroffensive, but were ruthlessly suppressed by the human mechanized forces. In the year 143 of the Divine Revelation, humanity achieved another breakthrough in the realm of antimatter, completing the research on antimatter nuclear bombs. The power of this bomb rivaled the energy released by a small black hole's annihilation. A single heart was sufficient to bring about the downfall of the fortress held steadfast by the goblins. Yet, the human race refrained from such an act, for the devastation it would unleash was far too great. It would not only obliterate the stronghold, but also trigger a catastrophic chain reaction that would destabilize the very planet beneath their feet. This world had already been incorporated into the territory of humankind, and thus, they would not engage in such self-destructive endeavors. The plan to detonate an antimatter nuclear bomb was shelved, and humanity turned its focus to other realms of research. In the year 145 of the Divine Awakening, the goblin population began to plummet into a deep depression, with the number of deaths far surpassing births by several multiples. Under the deliberate suppression and slaughter orchestrated by humans, they had lost all semblance of threat. The only concern remained the creator god lurking behind them. However, for years, Zhui Yuanming, through all satellites, could find no trace of this divine entity, and thus, he remained on high alert until the adversary chose to reveal themselves. By the year 150 of the Divine Awakening, technological advancement within humanity surged once more, leaving goblin civilization devoid of any hope of victory. Yet, instead of exterminating them, humanity encircled them within the confines of that very fortress, effectively domesticating the goblins. One by one, they were extracted for various experimental studies. Though the goblins rebelled, their resistance was met with iron-fisted suppression, their anguished cries for salvation echoing in vain. As the creator god, the Star Master remained hidden, cowardly retreating into obscurity. Having long since abandoned hope, the plundering war was irreversibly lost, and civilization was destined to perish. What reason did he have to intervene? Now, he merely wished to endure for a century, biding his time until the war concluded. As long as he survived, he could eventually rebuild a civilization. In the year 160 of the Divine Awakening, after a decade filled with countless experiments and explorations, humanity achieved a significant breakthrough in the conversion of magical energy. High Priest, we have unraveled the process of magical energy conversion within the goblin physiology, as well as mastered the means to utilize this energy to enhance cellular vitality, thereby extending lifespan. Furthermore, we have developed a magical energy absorption device capable of capturing ambient magical particles, converting and storing them as magical liquid. Additionally, by inscribing magical circuitry, we can channel this liquid as energy to activate simple spells. The crowd rejoiced, recognizing this as a monumental advancement. After all, who would not desire the gift of longevity? Zhui Yuanming hesitated. He was reluctant to implement this unreliable method of extending life on a grand scale, as it would be irresponsible towards humanity. However, others were indifferent to his concerns. Many had reached the twilight of their lives, with the average lifespan of humans dwindling to a mere 70 years, and only those with exceptional health could hope to live beyond 100, unlike Zhui Yuanming, who had once been bestowed with the Lord's grace and enjoyed centuries of life. Their yearning for existence overshadowed his own. He perceived the glimmer of greed in their eyes, but, restrained by his position as high priest, they refrained from using it for personal gain. They also understood from Zhui Yuanming that following this war, the Lord would grant them far more reliable methods for attaining longevity than their current, dubious findings. Do you wish to utilize this? Zhui Yuanming's gaze swept across the faces before him. The crowd, filled with trepidation, lowered their heads, and even Zhui Yuanming found himself momentarily uncertain. Fear not. I observe every action of yours. I have personally conducted research on this technology, which can extend one's lifespan by a century. Once this war concludes, I shall bestow upon you the secrets of immortality as a reward for your efforts. Jiang Fan's authoritative voice resonated within the minds of the assembly. Bow before our deity. They all hastily knelt. Indeed, you have performed commendably over the years. I have taken note of your contributions, and they shall not be forgotten. All is a testament to our deity's grace. The crowd respectfully proclaimed. Enough, the matter is settled. I anticipate your future endeavors. With those words, Jiang Fan withdrew his consciousness. We shall not disappoint our lord. The crowd fervently expressed their gratitude as they knelt. Zhui Yuanming rose and declared, now that our lord has granted you permission to employ this technology, I hope you shall make even greater contributions henceforth. Yes, High Priest. Chapter 31. The civilizational invasion war approaches its conclusion with their lord's approval. The assembly felt unburdened and began to utilize this technology to enhance their lifespans. In the year 161 of the Divine Enlightenment, all human races completed the extension of their lifespans, each expressing profound gratitude towards Jiang Fan. Following the preservation of life, all human races devoted themselves even more fervently to technological research. Research concerning magical powers remained in its nascent stages. However, as technology flourished, the significance of micro-level research began to be increasingly acknowledged. By the year 170 of the Divine Enlightenment, humanity achieved remarkable breakthroughs at the micro-level. In their exploration of magic, they discovered that the spells cast by goblins merely rearranged the micro-level magical particles through incantations. It is a process of transitioning from disorder to order. The arrangement of magical particles varies among different spells, and the user of the magic influences the sequence of the particle arrangement, resulting in diverse effects. The sheer volume of potential arrangements was so vast that even the most advanced artificial intelligence of the current era could not fully compute it. Humanity abandoned the exhaustive method of cataloging every possible arrangement of magical particles, instead opting to document only the most powerful spells. Moreover, inspiration struck. If they could employ technology to contain all magical particles in the air, could others still wield magic? Unfortunately, current means were insufficiently robust, but with continuous technological advancement, this goal would draw nearer. Should they master this technology, facing magical foes would become an exercise in futility, effectively crippling their adversaries in a decisive manner. As a result of their significant achievements at the micro-level, humanity immersed themselves with even greater fervor into the exploration of the microcosm. With their research deepening progressively, it felt as though they had unlocked the door to a new world. By the year 180 of the Divine Enlightenment, humanity had mastered spatial folding technology, enabling them to compress and fold large objects down to the size of a fingernail. This innovation revealed to humanity the potential for spatial folding and the curvature of time and space. Thus, humanity embarked on the exploration of spatial weaponry, leading to a profound redefinition of time and space. In the year 200 of the Divine Enlightenment, humanity devoted a significant amount of time to the development of spatial weapons. Although theoretical advancements were validated, the actual weapons remained undeveloped. They discovered that the creation of spatial weaponry was far more complex than anticipated, as it encompassed numerous facets, with vulnerabilities in various fields of human endeavor. The lagging technology in other domains significantly impacted the advancement of spatial weapons, triggering a chain reaction that rendered the flawless theories impractical for actual production. Consequently, the pursuit of spatial weaponry was temporarily shelved, and humanity redirected its efforts towards advancing all fields to prevent such a predicament in the future. By the year 225 of the Divine Enlightenment, with only a year remaining until the conclusion of the civilization invasion war, resources from the goblin world had been excessively exploited by humanity, resulting in a devastated planet. All resources had been thoroughly plundered, leaving Zhui Yuanming with a lingering concern about the opposing deity. Throughout the war, encounters between the two sides had been scarce, raising suspicions that the enemy might be concealing a formidable strategy. Why were they more cautious than we are? Jiang Fan, lurking in the shadows, smirked. The war was nearing its end, and it was time for him to make his appearance. After enjoying a century-long respite, he felt rejuvenated. Upon tidying his appearance and reverting to his original form, his body vanished in a burst of golden light. A hum resonated as an extraordinary phenomenon arose above the divine court, prompting the passing crowd to kneel in reverence. Zhui Yuanming and others hurried to welcome him. We humbly welcome our Lord's arrival. We humbly welcome our Lord's arrival. Rise, all of you. The outcome of this battle is already determined, and you have performed admirably. Jiang Fan, bathed in the extraordinary aura, exuded a majestic presence that made others reluctant to gaze directly at him. It is all thanks to my lord's grace. Your greatness has forged the civilization of humanity, and your deeds shall be immortalized through the ages by us, Zhui Yuanming fervently declared. Jiang Fan relished the praise. For who does not enjoy flattery, especially in such grand settings? Ahem, now that the war is nearing its conclusion, and with the opposing deities still lurking in the shadows, I have come to hunt him down. My lord's might, we, your faithful followers, shall follow in your footsteps. Even if our enemy is a deity, we shall transform into Asuras, sever their wings, and present their head to you. Indeed, your enthusiasm is commendable. This endeavor shall serve to familiarize you with the power of the deities. Once I lure the enemy out, you shall have the opportunity to test your skills, and I shall provide support from behind. Jiang Fan replied, somewhat apprehensively. There was no other choice. Both sides were tier 3-star lords. Allow the forces of humanity to expend the enemy's strength with their technological prowess while he reaped the rewards, all the while claiming it to be merely a fraction of his true power. The prestige would undoubtedly soar. Thank you, my lord, Zhui Yuanming exclaimed, exhilarated. Who wouldn't he be captivated by the power of the deities? Their god was truly magnificent. It moved him to tears. The others also expressed their fervent gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of battling alongside a deity. Now, prepare yourselves. When you are fully ready, the divine court shall march forth to vanquish the deity. Jiang Fan commanded with authority. We shall heed the divine decree. In a moment, the crowd hastily mobilized their forces, bringing forth all their hidden technologies, eager to demonstrate to their deity the diligence of their devotion and to test the limits of their advancements, seeking to ascertain whether they could inflict tangible harm upon the divine. 3 days swiftly passed. My lord, the faithful are prepared and await your command. Zhui Yuanming reverently addressed Jiang Fan, who sat upon the throne. Jiang Fan, with his eyes gently closed, slowly uttered 2 words, march forth. As the divine court set out, a grand army surged through the portal, facilitated by technological advancements that rendered the transportation of the colossal divine court effortless for humanity. Jiang Fan stood at the pinnacle of the divine court, surveying the dismal state of the goblin world below, ravaged by countless wars over the past century. Fortunately, this time, the main battlefield was not on the side of humanity. Regarding Zhui Yuanming and his companions' use of nuclear weapons to cleanse their domain, Jiang Fan had taken the opportunity in the past few days to purify that land, merely spending a few creation points to sprinkle some water, enhancing his own grandeur while relishing the experience. As Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings, it was his first foray into the goblin realm. The opposing creator deity must be lurking in some hidden corner of this world, and he began his search with keen intent. At that moment, upon Jiang Fan's arrival, the hidden Star Lord's expression shifted. The opposing Star Lord had actually come. Cursed be this fate. Just a year remained until this civilizational conflict would conclude. Having already gained so many advantages, he was still unsatisfied and had personally ventured here, leaving no reason other than to seek my demise. Chapter 32. The Clash of Deities. How insatiable. Could we not coexist peacefully? We are both third-level Star Lords. Are you not afraid of being vanquished in return? This Star Lord, named Ji Cheng, was beside himself with rage, forgetting who had instigated this conflict. It was he who had initiated the plundering war from the very beginning. Once war is ignited, it becomes a matter of life or death. Allowing the enemy to escape only sets the stage for future adversaries should they rise again with sufficient fortune. Thus, all potential threats must be extinguished in their infancy. Ji Cheng diligently suppressed his aura, having previously evaded detection from humanity's technology through divine means. This was why Zhui Yuanming had searched this world for nearly a century without success. Sometimes, technology is not infallible, which is why Jiang Fan had urged humanity to explore other mysterious forces. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Jiang Fan's divine senses swiftly scanned the planet, and as he searched, he found no trace of his opponent. This caused him to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing. He could not allow humanity to perceive his inability to locate the enemy, lest he lose face. Curse it, they prefer to hide, do they? Ahem, I have already discerned their location. I shall compel them to reveal themselves. Jiang Fan was certain that the adversary was indeed on this planet. The method was simple. Indiscriminate strikes would reveal their position. Wherever anomalies occurred, the enemy would be found. Divine punishment. Obliterate all existence with thunder. Fall. Boom. In an instant, the planet was engulfed in thunder and lightning, and apart from the location of humanity, every other place was mercilessly struck by bolts of lightning. This was no ordinary storm. It was infused with terrifying divine power. Ji Cheng's expression changed dramatically. Damn it. He hastily summoned his divine energy to erect a protective shield around himself. I found you. Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed as Ji Cheng's divine aura became exposed the moment he made a move, revealing his presence to Jiang Fan, who had been monitoring him closely. Realizing he had been discovered, Ji Cheng ceased his concealment and transformed into a radiant figure towering hundreds of meters high. In that moment, the goblin civilization hurriedly knelt in reverence. Great God, please save us. Ji Cheng's countenance darkened, yet recognizing the potential utility of this group of goblins, he feigned benevolence. I have fully recovered. I have come to rescue you from your suffering. Thank you, great God. Your followers will forever remain loyal to you. The goblins were overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing fervently in appreciation. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, observing the other's pretentious demeanor, smiled without exposing the ruse. After all, hypocrisy was a universal trait. It was futile to criticize when both sides were equally flawed. He discerned the underlying intention of Ji Cheng, merely to exploit the last vestiges of value from the civilization. Among their tactics was the sacrificial offering of souls and lives, a strategy they would resort to only when driven to the brink of despair. My lord, the faithful are prepared for battle at any moment. Zhui Yuanming knelt on one knee, reporting. Very well, let us take this chance. I shall support you from behind. Obey the divine command. Zhui Yuanming returned to the command center to issue orders. Since their opponent was a deity, conventional methods were deemed unnecessary. Prepare the dark matter nuclear bombs. Reporting to the high priest. We currently possess over 1,000 dark matter nuclear bombs and more than 100 antimatter nuclear bombs. All ready for deployment. Then let us launch 10 dark matter nuclear bombs to showcase the spectacle for our lord. Yes, the crowd nodded excitedly, eager to witness the power of the dark matter nuclear bombs for the first time. As for the fear of the immense power shattering the entire planet and endangering their lives, such concerns were laughable with their lord's presence ensuring their safety. Launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, 10 dark matter nuclear bombs hurtled towards Ji Cheng's form. Upon seeing the familiar dark matter bombs, Ji Cheng momentarily froze, then was overcome with terror. Isn't this the very thing that almost obliterated my world before? And now, I'm facing 10 of them. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had managed to withstand one without injury before, but now there were 10. The bombs flew with astonishing speed, leaving no opportunity for Ji Cheng to invoke any protective measures for the sacrificial goblins. Divine protection. A golden barrier sprang into existence. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the sky darkened, and 10 dark matter nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the atmosphere. The explosion's force causing the entire planet to tremble. The true horror lay not just in the explosion. The rapid collapse of dark matter triggered by the 10 nuclear bombs was imminent. In the blink of an eye, a patch of darkness emerged in the space around them. Swiftly expanding, everything around was suddenly subjected to an infinite force of attraction. Oh my, please save us. One by one, the goblins were mercilessly drawn into the black hole, and even those far away, like Zhui Yuanming and others, felt the tremendous pull. Human bodies were uncontrollably flying towards that direction. Fortunately, Jiang Fan, with quick reflexes, unleashed a vast divine power to encompass the area, preventing the humans from meeting the fate of being swallowed by the black hole. The onlookers stared in dazed astonishment at the unfolding scene, and even Jiang Fan could not help but be awestruck. The force was immense. In the command center, an eerie silence prevailed as they gazed at the images on the monitors, each face displaying a look of bewilderment. The might of our lord, Zhui Yuanming murmured. His trembling hands pressed down as he spoke, never anticipating such overwhelming power. This was their first encounter with a black hole, after all. It had only existed in theory until now, far less shocking than witnessing it firsthand. They remained in a stupor for some time before regaining their senses. What if that 1,000 dark matter nuclear bombs we stored were to accidentally detonate in our world? The crowd expressed their fears, terror-stricken by the thought of an unexpected explosion. Zhui Yuanming felt a pang of dread as well, but quickly regained his composure. Do not worry. As long as our lord is present, no accidents will occur. Indeed, it was inappropriate for them to lose their composure. If they were afraid of their own weapons, then how could they have confidence in even more powerful armaments? How could they hope to fight for our lord? Yes, that is true. However, we must enhance the regulation of such destructive weapons upon our return. Though our lord is here to avert disasters, let us not bring trouble upon him. Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement. On the surveillance screen, facing the gradually forming miniature black hole, Ji Cheng immediately sought to escape this perilous location. But Jiang Fan would not allow him to flee. The moment Ji Cheng attempted to use divine power to break free from the black hole's relentless gravitational pull, Jiang Fan intervened, rendering his efforts futile and keeping him ensnared. Bastard! Ji Cheng shouted in exasperation, disregarding his dignity as he cursed towards Jiang Fan's direction. Jiang Fan smirked slightly. After all, the black hole was not near him, and he was merely an observer. What could Ji Cheng do to him? Chapter 33. Plunder. Another S-class talent added. Though Ji Cheng was infuriated by Jiang Fan's shameless actions, he had no choice but to devise another plan. The black hole remained stable for now, and with his divine body, he could resist its pull without being torn into particles. However, this miniature black hole was unstable. Should it explode, annihilating matter and antimatter, it could severely injure his divine body. At that moment, Jiang Fan would not miss the opportunity to strike, and he would undoubtedly perish. Since you refuse to let me be, then no one shall have peace. Ji Cheng's face twisted with madness. If death was inevitable, he would take a piece of you with him. All followers, heed my command. Sacrifice your lives, and I shall lead your souls from this sea of suffering into the eternal divine realm. Ji Cheng proclaimed grandly, deceiving the remaining goblins. Although many goblins were skeptical, they were nonetheless willing to take a chance in this seemingly hopeless situation. What if the words of the deity were indeed true? Thus, the goblins collectively invoked their constraining magic, beginning to sacrifice their life force, causing their bodies to age rapidly and lose vitality. In the distance, Jiang Fan observed the scene. Speaking calmly, allow me to witness your ultimate weapon and see how far you have grown. Upon hearing the divine proclamation, Zhui Yuanming and the others no longer hesitated and immediately began preparations to launch the antimatter nuclear bomb. The high priest is ready. Let us launch a test shot first. Given the shock they experienced from the previous dark matter nuclear bomb, the more formidable antimatter bomb instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. They feared that they might inadvertently obliterate themselves. Launch. A massive object swiftly ascended, hurtling towards Ji-chung. Ji-chung narrowed his eyes, continually channeling the constraining magic array to draw upon the life force and souls of the goblin civilization. He dismissed the approaching antimatter bomb, believing it to be akin to the earlier dark matter bomb, thinking that it could neither kill him nor inflict harm upon him. He allowed it to come forth. As the magic array reached a critical moment, a trace of rule power slowly descended, surging into his divine form. Given the current scarcity of the goblin civilization, only a small portion of rule power could be sacrificed, yet it was sufficient to inflict severe losses upon the opposing civilization. This was the price for not sparing me. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ji-cheng's eyes. As he swore to take revenge on Jiang Fan, the antimatter bomb struck his divine form in mere moments. Boom. The bomb detonated, releasing an unparalleled energy as the positive and negative particles within lost their binding and swiftly annihilated each other. The sound reverberated, leaving everyone momentarily deafened. A blinding white light engulfing the area as the entire planet began to tremble violently. A chorus of anguished screams filled the air. As the white light dissipated, a giant, half erased from existence, appeared in view, none other than Ji-chung himself. Moreover, the ground surrounding him had vanished, and from the cosmic perspective, a significant portion of the planet had been obliterated. The planet began to crumble, its core exposed to the cosmos. Jiang Fan's expression shifted. The power of the explosion was overwhelming. Without hesitation, he employed divine powers to rapidly evacuate hundreds of thousands of human lives from this treacherous place. Zhui Yuanming and his companions remained entranced by the recent explosion, their senses still dulled, their minds in a state of paralysis. Awaken! Jiang Fan's authoritative voice resonated, piercing through to their souls, and in mere moments, everyone regained their senses. Looking around, they discovered they were no longer in the goblin world but had returned to Earth. You shall wait here. I must now conclude this matter. Jiang Fan did not afford them an opportunity to speak, as he surged towards the portal once more. We await your triumphant return, my lord. Upon re-entering the goblin world, Jiang Fan was met with the sight of the collapsing planet. It would not be long before this celestial body exploded completely, reduced to cosmic dust. I refuse to accept this. Ji-chung let out a long howl towards the sky. Although he had lost half of his divine body, he was not dead. Rather, the injured area was continuously healing itself. Given enough time, he would effortlessly recover. After all, while the power of an antimatter nuclear bomb was formidable, it did not reach the level of slaying a deity in a single blow. Moreover, Ji-chung had underestimated the antimatter nuclear bomb, mistakenly believing it to possess the same explosive power as the previous dark matter nuclear bomb. He had failed to take sufficient defensive measures and thus suffered significant damage. A third-level star master possesses great strength, yet there are limits, and they do not attain invincibility. Beyond them are the 9th-level star masters, followed by the domain masters, who, as the name suggests, govern entire star domains. Returning to the matter at hand, you have been defeated, Jiang Fan said blandly, gazing at the wailing Ji-chung. Oh, I never anticipated the might of technology to be so formidable. I underestimated it. After battling in 2 worlds, I have unexpectedly fallen to one who has just ascended. Ji-chung remarked with self-deprecation. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Battling in 2 worlds implies that, apart from himself, he had faced 2 others. Is it possible that civilizations at the first level can launch plundering wars against other civilizations? You seem to have many questions, yet I shall not divulge anything. Ji-chung grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction in irritating Jiang Fan, even if he could not defeat him. Boring. Jiang Fan suppressed his anger. After all, he would eventually uncover the truth once this concluded, and thus swiftly executed Ji-chung. Ding. A talent has been detected in the opponent. Would you like to plunder? As Jiang Fan killed Ji-chung, a sudden notification from the system emerged. I can still plunder talents. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Of course, everything in this world can be plundered, Yi replied, internally adding that if it could not be done, it would mean his system level was insufficient. Naturally, Jiang Fan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Who would refuse a free talent? Plunder. Ding. Congratulations, host. Plunder successful. Acquired A-level talent. Magic system. Ding. A-level talent. Magic system triggers a 10-fold enhancement, transforming into S-level talent. Path of magic. What? This is possible. Jiang Fan was once again astonished by the system's capabilities, and a bold idea began to brew in his mind. Path of Magic. S-level. The Star Master acquires the cultivation method of the magic system, and this system will continuously advance with the Star Master's own magical cultivation, ultimately evolving to SSS level. Staring at the effects of this talent, Jiang Fan was left speechless. Can this even be considered an S-level talent? To label it as SSS level would not be an exaggeration, as it indeed has the potential to ascend to SSS level. This was a delightful surprise, and the joy was immense. Subsequently, Jiang Fan shattered Ji-cheng's divine body, converting it into a vast amount of creation points absorbed within himself. After all, the cultivation of a Star Master relies on the use of creation points for advancement. Furthermore, a 3rd-level Star Master possesses considerable wealth, and the creation points were plentiful. Not to mention that this individual had plundered 2 worlds, the first having simply been defeated. Chapter 34, Bountiful Rewards, God-level talent. The fireworks of the exploding planet were truly resplendent. Jiang Fan paused to admire the scene of the planet's explosion before he no longer lingered and passed through the teleportation portal back to his world. Congratulations on your triumphant return, my lord. Zhui Yuanming, upon seeing Jiang Fan emerge, swiftly gathered his entourage to welcome him. You all have performed admirably in this battle. Once I make a few preparations, I shall grant you the path to immortality, Jiang Fan declared with unwavering confidence. Previously, he had intended to return and utilize the system points for a chance at a lottery, hoping for a stroke of luck. However, having now acquired this magical path, he felt a newfound assurance. Should he fail to draw a desirable talent, this magical path would be imparted to humanity. Thank you, my lord, for your gracious bestowal. The crowd rejoiced, quickly kneeling in gratitude. Indeed, if you all continue to excel in the future, I shall not neglect your rewards, Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Thus, for a short while, Jiang Fan busied himself with organizing his gains, while humanity commenced the reconstruction of their homeland, demolishing and rebuilding old structures. As time swiftly passed, the final year of this civilizational war came to a close. Jiang Fan's form vanished from sight, returning to the outside world. Congratulations, Star Master, on passing the civilizational assessment. Based on your performance, here is your evaluation. Civilization Invasion Difficulty. SS Civilization Survival Status. 100. Perfect. Civilization Advancement Rate. Excellent. Civilization Invasion Combat. Annihilation of the opposing civilization. Rating. SSS Disaster Accumulation and Plunder Combat. Increased Difficulty Rating. Enhanced Overall Rating. SSS. Congratulations, Star Master, for obtaining a substantial number of creation points and one opportunity for SSS level talent extraction. A wave of rules enveloped Jiang Fan, and as he listened to the series of notifications, joy surged within him. The rewards were truly bountiful. To think there was even an opportunity for SSS level talent extraction. Extract talent. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS level talent. Path of Technology. Observing discreetly, Yi wasted no time in activating the system's functionality. Ding. SSS level talent. Path of Technology triggered a tenfold amplification. SSS level talent. Path of Technology has evolved into a divine level talent. Grand Path of Technology. In an instant, the Grand Path materialized, and Jiang Fan entered a state of enlightenment, as if his soul traversed the cosmos, witnessing the explosion, birth, and expansion of the universe, ultimately returning to the singularity. A pathway to the mysteries of the universe unfolded before him. Time slipped away, and it was only after an indeterminate period that Jiang Fan gradually regained his senses. Ah, so this is a divine level talent. With the Grand Path of Technology at his disposal, what need did he have for the magical path? The disparity in their levels was considerable. The Path of Technology was already among the pinnacle of SSS level talents, and the tenfold amplification merely nudged this talent to the threshold of the divine level. While this talent illuminated a path for Jiang Fan, many aspects still required his own exploration. It was not a matter of instant attainment. Nevertheless, this talent was a rare boon, something that other Star Masters could only dream of. He pondered whether any other Star Masters had awakened a divine level talent during their awakening phase. Statistically, it was conceivable. Yet, even with a global population of 8 billion prior to the mutation, it was improbable that anyone would awaken a divine level talent. Jiang Fan believed it likely that someone would awaken an SSS level talent, but a divine level one seemed exceedingly unlikely. As the Star Master successfully emerged from the civilizational plunder war, he was granted the qualification for the plunder war and was encouraged to explore independently. The force of rules dissipated after delivering this message. Jiang Fan began to grasp the situation more clearly. It appears that this plundering battle serves merely as a qualification verification. If you succeed, congratulations, you are now a plunderer. If you fail, you face no future, as death awaits, and everything resets to zero. How nature's selection rewards the strong while the weak falter. Jiang Fan couldn't help but reflect. Had he not bound himself to the system, he would likely still be struggling in this remote corner. And even if he managed to develop to a level 1 civilization, he would find himself at the mercy of civilizations that had long since advanced, with death as the only outcome. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Civilization Survival Rate 100, Achieving Perfection. Reward, 1 million system points. One chance for a golden lottery. As he pondered, the system's task notification chimed in. The rewards for this task were substantial, offering 2 golden lottery chances. However, after recently acquiring a divine level talent, the prospect of the golden lottery seemed somewhat lackluster. The upper limit for the golden lottery is S grade. And upon examining his current system panel, he found Host, Jiang Fan. Level 3 Star Master, Bound Planet. Earth Star, Level 3 Planet. Talents, Prosperous Star, A grade. Civilization Evolution, A grade. Greed, S grade. Divine Descent, S grade. Favorable Weather, A grade. Path of Magic, S grade, can be upgraded. Path of Technology, Divine grade. Underlying Civilization, Human Species, in a Technological Explosion. Civilization Level, Level 15. System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of all, tenfold. Interdimensional Summoning, System Points, 1,000,000. System Evaluation, you are the weakest host I have ever encountered. Please strengthen yourself promptly. With 3 S-grade talents and 1 divine grade talent, Jiang Fan recognized that even the smallest opportunities are still valuable. He would not squander the chance for enhancement, reserving system points for urgent future needs or accumulating them to 10 million for a diamond lottery draw. Utilizing the golden lottery opportunity. Ding. Please wait while the lottery is in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-Grade Planet Promotion Card. The S-Grade Planet Promotion Card triggers a tenfold amplification, transforming into an S-Grade Planet Promotion Card. The Planet Promotion Card, S once used. It can elevate one of the host's planets to a maximum of level 7. Although the names of the two cards appear identical, the effects are vastly improved. The S-Grade Planet Promotion Card can only elevate to level 5, while the S-Grade Planet Promotion Card allows for promotion to level 7, a difference of 2 levels. Currently, the development of the human species is beginning to encounter resource limitations, though they recently plundered a wealth of resources from the Goblin world. That world is also a level 3 planet. In this technological explosion state, the human species requires vast resources, and this S-grade item is precisely what they need. A level 7 planet has a radius 100 times that of a level 3 planet, considering a planet as a complete sphere and applying the formula. The volume of a level 7 planet is 1 million times that of a level 3 planet. What a terrifying concept. If one lacks an intuitive concept, allow me to illustrate simply. The diameter of the sun is 109 times that of the Earth, and its volume is 3 million times greater. A third-level planet is naturally far larger than Earth. This implies that the transformed Earth will surpass the volume of the sun, elevating it beyond the status of a mere planet. It may indeed ascend to the ranks of stars, at least in terms of volume. For the definition of a star does not solely pertain to size. Chapter 35, Gene Cultivation Method. Returning to the core topic, with this powerful item card in hand, Zhang Fan did not hesitate to communicate with the deity statue of Earth, receiving a divine decree. Do not panic, for your civilization is advancing rapidly. Yet the resources of your planet have become an obstacle to your progress. I am concerned for you and shall employ divine powers to facilitate the evolution of your planet. Expect significant changes during this transformation, and prepare to avoid unforeseen consequences. Thank you, my lord. Your great followers shall eternally remember this, and their descendants will sing your praises for generations. The humans bowed in gratitude, and as for Zhang Fan's astonishing method of enhancing the planet, they did not question its reliability. In their hearts, their lord was magnificent. His words were truth. His methods were omnipotent. Zhang Fan withdrew his consciousness, and, after exchanging greetings, proceeded to use the item card. System, use the S-level planet advancement card on Earth. Ding. Usage successful. Earth will commence its transformation, with an estimated duration of 1 year. After 1 year, Earth will ascend to a level 7 planet. Upon the activation of the item, Earth trembled violently and began to expand at a perceivable rate. The humans inhabiting the planet felt the most profound effects as the ground stretched, causing those who had just been standing together to suddenly find themselves meters apart. This continuous metamorphosis undoubtedly astonished all of humanity. Yet Zhang Fan's prior warning allowed them to associate these events with their lord's actions, facilitating their planet's evolution, rather than perceiving it as an apocalyptic event. The wonders of our lord's methods are truly remarkable, capable of achieving even this. The leaders of humanity marveled. To follow our lord is to attain immortality. His greatness is beyond our mortal comprehension, Zhui Yuanming remarked with a calm demeanor. All hail our lord's divine power. Zhui Yuanming observed the immense changes outside the window, noting that many newly constructed buildings had collapsed due to the upheaval. However, they would not cast blame upon Zhang Fan. After all, they were merely structures that could be rebuilt in a matter of days with current technology. Activate the Sky City. Until the transformation is complete, let all humanity reside there. Zhui Yuanming issued the command. Yes. Thus, humanity began a massive relocation effort. The Sky City had long been part of their plans, anticipating a dramatic increase in population due to the extension of human lifespans, which significantly reduced mortality rates while births surged. To prevent a shortage of land, they had constructed the Sky City as a secondary habitat. Little did they know it would be put to use so swiftly. Soon, with the assistance of technology, humanity completed its relocation. In the sky, they could distinctly observe the Earth continuously extending, while the gravitational force acting upon them gradually intensified. The High Priest inquired, through our calculations, if the planet's volume were to increase 100-fold, the sheer force of gravity would render us breathless. How many times does our Lord intend for the planet to evolve? Concerned murmurs arose among the assembly. Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow, as he too was uncertain. For Zhang Fan had not shared this information with him. I shall communicate with our Lord. You all wait here. Understanding the gravity of the matter, he promptly proceeded to the central edifice in the sky, the Divine Court. Before the statue, Zhui Yuanming knelt devoutly and offered silent prayers. In the external realm, Zhang Fan immediately sensed someone calling for him from the earth, prompting his consciousness to descend. What is it? A commanding voice resonated in Zhui Yuanming's mind. We humbly welcome our Lord. A follower seeks to inquire about the forthcoming transformation of the earth. To what extent will the planet's volume increase? Zhui Yuanming hastily asked, estimating that such a metamorphosis could yield a maximum increase of several hundred times. To what extent? Approximately 1 million times, Zhang Fan recalled, realizing that he had not disclosed this information previously. 1 million times, Zhui Yuanming exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, only to feel a wave of shame wash over him, compelling him to bow his head once more. Internally, he muttered anxiously, if this ascension is completed, humanity would likely be crushed to oblivion by the gravitational force. He quickly added, my lord, our current physical resilience cannot withstand the gravity post-transformation. Jiang Fan paused, the atmosphere becoming somewhat solemn. Ahem, fear not. I have naturally accounted for this. Shortly, I shall impart to you a path to immortality that will effortlessly address this issue. There is no need for alarm. Oh, I see. Our Lord's wisdom is unmatched. We beg your forgiveness for our presumptuousness. Zhui Yuanming felt a wave of relief wash over him. There is no need for such formality. It is but a trivial matter. You may depart now, Jiang Fan replied, withdrawing his consciousness with a casual demeanor. In the external realm, Jiang Fan suddenly realized, I almost forgot about this matter. Thankfully, someone reminded me. Otherwise, our civilization might perish not at the hands of other planetary rulers, but through our own negligence, which would be quite embarrassing. He broke into a cold sweat, aware that the planet's transformation was merely a year away. By the time he comprehended the situation, it would be too late to impart their cultivation methods, leaving humanity with insufficient time to enhance themselves. Thus, Jiang Fan descended once more, personally guiding humanity in the pursuit of technological enlightenment. Among the various methodologies, one particular practice proved exceptionally suitable for humans, the gene cultivation technique. This method entails the continuous development of the human body, aiming for genetic transcendence. By mastering this technique, individuals can systematically break through genetic locks, eliminating inferior genes while fostering the emergence of superior mutations. Once the issues surrounding genetics are resolved, this will trigger an evolution in human cells, revitalizing the body and liberating it from numerous constraints, thereby continually enhancing physical strength. When cultivated to its utmost potential, the human body will possess strength comparable to that of divine beings. Flesh and blood may be frail, but through genetic ascension, this could very well be a divine creation, allowing all to cultivate into deities. As humanity's technological advancements reached a significant threshold, genetics began to intertwine with technology. With the dissemination of Jiang Fan's gene cultivation method, humanity entered an era of fervent practice. Since the dawn of this new epoch, referred to as the Age of Divine Bestowal, the previous year known as the Year of Divine Enlightenment has become a mere memory. In the first year of divine bestowal, all of humanity acquired foundational skills in gene cultivation, while more advanced techniques were documented within the divine brain. This divine brain serves as the premier artificial intelligence database for humanity, unlocking subsequent levels of cultivation only for those who achieve a requisite rank or mastery. Moreover, Jiang Fan, wary of potential leaks, instituted safeguards against the dissemination of this cultivation method. Should anyone attempt malicious decryption or share it with other civilizations, a genetic self-destruction mechanism would activate. Naturally, humanity would never engage in such treachery. The concern lay in other civilizations forcibly extracting this knowledge, employing techniques such as soul-searching. By the second year of divine bestowal, the Earth had transformed into a Class 7 planet, with all of humanity completing their genetic evolution. As individuals continued to enhance their own genes, their offspring were born with remarkable strength. Thanks to this genetic metamorphosis, humanity developed a formidable resilience against the exponentially increased gravitational forces. With Earth's elevation to a Class 7 planet, humanity descended from the sky cities, taking advantage of the planet's vast surface area. Even with a potential population surge to 100 billion, Earth could comfortably accommodate such numbers. Humanity commenced the construction of new habitats, erecting futuristic edifices across the planet's surface. By the fourth year of divine bestowal, Earth had stabilized, and humanity once again focused its energies on technological advancement. Observing the orderly progress, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction, deciding to return to the external world. In this realm, it seemed that the expenditure of creation points to accelerate time had shifted dramatically, with the cost now resembling what once would have funded centuries of acceleration. Fortunately, endowed with a unique talent and benefiting from humanity's rapid development, the feedback from creation points proved abundant. Jiang Fan reflected on this change. With some trivial matters resolved, it was time to clarify the qualifications for the upcoming Plunder War. 3 days swiftly passed, revealing that periodic notifications regarding the rules of engagement would be received. Over these days, Jiang Fan diligently comprehended the regulations. In essence, all information regarding the Star Lords within this domain was under the purview of these rules, which maintained a clear understanding of each Star Lord's development. Should a Star Lord trigger a civilization leap, they would face a test of eligibility. Weak civilizations, lacking potential, need not exist. Here, weak pertains to the developmental potential of the civilization. The rules would not impose excessively difficult tests, lest they transform from assessments into fatal trials. For instance, prior to reaching first-tier civilization status, a Star-Lord civilization encountering the civilization leap rules would invoke calamities, which were natural or celestial disasters, not human-made. Surviving such trials would affirm the civilization's worth and potential for existence. When civilization reaches level 1, the rules will once again present challenges, and this time the difficulty significantly escalates, with the minimum being rated S. The trial manifests as a civilizational invasion war. Jiang Fan's SS level difficulty arises from the calamity compounded by the examination for ascension to level 1 civilization, thus increasing the challenge. The heightened difficulty entails confronting adversaries who are survivors of multiple world civilization plunder wars. In contrast, S-level battles feature both sides as novices, encountering plundering warfare for the first time. Under such circumstances, the disparity in strength between the Star Masters is unlikely to be vast, and barring unforeseen events, survival is expected. As long as one survives the inaugural Plunder War, they are granted the qualification to participate in future conflicts. Indeed, while the Plunder War may appear exceedingly brutal, it represents a fortuitous opportunity for Star Masters whose civilizations have reached a developmental impasse. By incessantly plundering the worlds of others, they can reap unexpected rewards. More importantly, once the Plunder War concludes, the rules bestow evaluations and corresponding rewards. This aspect is of utmost significance to the Star Masters. However, opportunity is intertwined with peril, as rewards are not easily attained. Each Plunder War is a life-and-death struggle, wagering the future of their civilization, where the strong thrive and the weak perish, a stark reflection of survival of the fittest. Having traversed the novice phase following the Level 1 civilization trial, subsequent Plunder Wars will present random difficulties, potentially pitting them against civilizations weaker than their own, or, conversely, far more formidable. There exists a peculiar scenario, akin to Jiang Fan's current situation, where difficulty accumulates. When an individual first triggers the difficulty accumulation assessment upon reaching Level 1 civilization, those who have surpassed the novice phase may apply to engage in battle. Upon receiving the sanction of the rules, the worlds will connect, initiating the Plunder War. How intriguing, Jiang Fan chuckled. This rule serves as a significant boon for him. After vanquishing and plundering the talent of Ji Chang, he contemplated seizing the talents of other Star Masters. As for encountering Star Masters devoid of talent, that is a jest. Those who have advanced civilization to Level 1 are unlikely to lack talent, for otherwise, their development would be untenable. He himself is a testament to this fact. Even if such an anomaly were to arise, they would likely perish in their first Plunder War, thus never crossing his path. Jiang Fan pondered whether to develop for a while longer or to embark directly on the Plunder War. Presently, his civilization level stands at 15. With a bit more technological advancement, the Plunder War would become considerably easier. Nevertheless, patience is paramount. He seeks victory through stability. Humanity has only just begun to delve into genetic cultivation, and he resolves to wait until they exhibit higher combat capabilities. Jiang Fan remains convinced that it is prudent to bide his time. Within the Earth Star, a roar echoed. Zhui Yuanming opened his murky eyes, his appearance swiftly transforming from middle-aged to youthful, skin becoming delicate and smooth, while his once dull eyes now sparkled with clarity and authority. Thank you, my lord, for your bountiful grace, Zhui Yuanming prayed, rising to his feet. He had just shattered the first genetic lock, resulting in a qualitative leap in his lifespan. Merely assessing his vitality suggests he could live for thousands of years, truly terrifying. This transformation has profoundly elevated his faith in Jiang Fan. Is this the gene lock? The sensation I just experienced was quite unpleasant, as if a haze of confusion had shackled the path ahead. Were it not for my unwavering faith in the Lord and my desire to remain by his side to fight for him, I might not have shattered that formidable barrier. Zhui Yuanming clenched his fists, a unique energy manifesting in his hands. According to the genetic cultivation system, he was now classified as a first-tier evolver. High Priest and the others request your presence at the meeting. They have announcements to make, a voice called from outside the door. Zhui Yuanming responded, then pushed open the door and stepped out. Upon seeing a young man he did not recognize emerge from the High Priest's room, the onlookers were taken aback. Who are you? Why are you in the High Priest's chambers? One inquired, fear creeping into his voice, concerned for the High Priestess' safety, as he had been vigilantly guarding the entrance and had not seen anyone enter. It is I, having just experienced a breakthrough. My appearance has changed slightly. Please take me to the meeting, Zhui Yuanming replied calmly, producing the staff and causing it to radiate light. Upon witnessing this, the individual exhaled in relief, recognizing the staff as a creation of their lord, which could only be wielded with his approval. Thus, seeing the young man able to activate the staff, he accepted Zhui Yuanming's identity. My apologies, High Priest, for my lack of discernment. I seek your forgiveness. It is of no consequence. Lead the way, Zhui Yuanming gestured. Certainly, please follow me. You have been in seclusion for quite some time. Many changes have transpired in the outside world. There are new projects requiring your decisive input. And this meeting is to solicit your judgment on their initiation, the guide explained as they walked. Zhui Yuanming listened quietly. Having been unaware of recent changes since Jiang Fan passed down the genetic method and led them in cultivation before departing, leaving him to his own seclusion. Chapter 37, Dark Dimension, Divine Core. Soon, they arrived at the conference room. Here we are, High Priest, the meeting is within. I shall take my leave, the guide said before bowing out, for what lay inside was beyond his participation. Zhui Yuanming opened the grand door, and as he entered, many gazes turned toward him. He uttered not a word but activated the staff once more. Ahem, so it is the High Priest. Your appearance, the crowd murmured, their curiosity piqued. Yet they did not dispute his identity. Indeed, the genetic method bestowed by the Lord is immensely powerful. I have merely broken through the first-tier gene lock, granting me a lifespan extending thousands of years, thus restoring me to the zenith of my youth, Zhui Yuanming elucidated. Such potency, the assembly gasped, for they had not yet undergone the same rigorous cultivation as Zhui Yuanming, and thus remained distant from their own breakthroughs. Now, enlighten me on the recent developments and the purpose of my summons, Zhui Yuanming requested, settling into the main seat as others hastened to present him with refreshments. The recent changes primarily pertain to demographic and technological advancements, they began to explain. As the gene cultivation method propagated by the master spread, the lifespan of humanity was significantly extended, leading to a remarkable surge in reproduction. Many elderly individuals returned to their youthful days, igniting thoughts in that regard. Furthermore, in the realm of scientific research, constrained by previous limitations in various fields, we endeavored to develop all areas of scientific inquiry comprehensively. The purpose of your invitation today revolves around research. We have recently proposed a new theory. One individual articulated this, while others reported various pieces of information. Zhui Yuanming listened intently, then inquired, "What is this theory?" The theory posits the integration of genetics with technology, envisioning a powerful self-evolving chip capable of binding to our genes. As our genes continuously metamorphose and the host acquires profound knowledge, the chip grows increasingly powerful. It could analyze diverse scenarios during combat, gather material information, and unveil the past of other life forms. Zhui Yuanming expressed his skepticism. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed, theoretically, it is feasible. The universe is composed of fundamental particles. And as long as a biological entity exists within space, all its activities leave traces of information in the cosmos. These traces are typically unobservable under normal circumstances, as they pertain to dark matter, which constitutes 85% of the universe's total mass. From the moment a being is born, it leaves a trajectory on the dark matter level. Provided the chip is sufficiently powerful, it could reconstruct the developmental trajectory of an organism and retrieve its information. Activating the chip would transport the host into another dimension, which we refer to as the dark plane. The individual explained slowly. An intriguing proposition. I believe this avenue holds potential. You may delve deeper into your research. Zhui Yuanming commended. One individual beamed with joy, yet others wore troubled expressions. Observing the varied sentiments in the room, Zhui Yuanming squinted, as if he grasped the true nature of the meeting. The high priest, this is merely a theoretical concept. If the research does not demand excessive expenditure, we shall acquiesce. However, if the required resources are too extensive, many voiced their opposition. Zhui Yuanming turned to the earlier speaker, prompting him to elucidate the situation. Indeed, as they mentioned, our current technological level lags significantly. Everything remains theoretical. To successfully develop such a chip, we must mobilize the entire human race's research efforts, thereby necessitating the suspension of advancements in other fields, the proposer lamented. This uncertainty stemmed from the implications for all humanity. They lacked the authority to decide. Only the high priest could. While many held optimism for the theory, some opposed it, resulting in the present scenario. Is there any detailed theoretical outcome? This is a matter of great significance, Zhui Yuanming remarked, hesitating to make a decision. There is. The individual hastily transmitted the theoretical data to Zhui Yuanming. Consequently, the meeting room fell into silence. Time passed slowly as Zhui Yuanming studied the data with utmost seriousness, contemplating its feasibility. 3 days elapsed. Throughout this period, no one left the meeting room. Even the lack of sustenance posed no harm to present-day humanity, as many inferior genes had been eliminated. They could sustain their bodily needs by absorbing the energy present in the ambient air. Zhui Yuanming rubbed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Others turned to glance at him. The future trajectory of humankind now hinged upon the high priest's decisions. Proceed. Issue orders to adjust our research direction and mobilize all scientists to develop this theory. It must be realized, Zhui Yuanming decisively declared. Observing his resolve, the others ceased their discussions, for the high priest's words embodied the will of the divine, and dissent was not entertained. Understood. Thus, humanity halted all other research endeavors, focusing solely on the domains encompassed by this chip. In 10 years, under divine providence, the fields related to this chip advanced at an unprecedented pace, yielding numerous theoretical breakthroughs and many innovations over the years. After 20 years, all theoretical outcomes matured, and humankind embarked on the development of the chip. By the 30th year, the first chip made its grand debut, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, suspended in the air as if it were not a product of this realm. All researchers gathered in anticipation, while Zhui Yuanming stood quietly observing. The chip has been developed, High Priest. Would you bestow upon it a name? They inquired. Let it be called Divine Core, symbolizing the crystallization of our faith in the divine, Zhui Yuanming fervently proclaimed. Excellent. That is a splendid name, truly befitting of a high priest. The others chimed in, their flattery palpable, reflecting the intricacies of human relationships. Zhui Yuanming chuckled. Who does not relish compliments? He often praises the divine himself. After all, we are but mere mortals. Let this first divine core be bound to the high priest. The divine core can evolve gradually. Should technology make breakthroughs in the future, it can autonomously upgrade, ensuring we are never left behind. The earlier it is bound, the sooner the host can elevate the divine core to higher realms. Zhui Yuanming did not decline, stepping forward to touch the divine core, which hovered in the air. The moment his hand made contact, the divine core transformed into shards of light, merging into his being. As these luminous fragments entered his body, they began to integrate into his very genes. The binding process commenced, drawing in matter and energy from the surroundings as the dark dimension was constructed. Information surged through Zhui Yuanming's mind in a cascade of flashes. After a prolonged wait, the system announced, the divine core has successfully activated. Gene binding is successful. Dark dimension construction is complete. Greetings, I am the divine core. Welcome to the dark dimension. How may I serve you? Zhui Yuanming of humankind. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhui Yuanming slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a vast expanse of the universe, and he glanced around in search of the others. Is this the dark dimension? Was I not just on Earth? Zhui Yuanming asked, regaining his composure. Indeed, this is the dark dimension. You remain on Earth, merely in a different dimension. Here lies the true reflection of the universe. The Divine Core responded. Can you retrieve information about Earth? Certainly. The Divine Core can access all material information pertaining to your current location. Soon, an image materialized before him, revealing the waiting crowd. In their sight, he appeared to be simply with closed eyes. If the dimensions are different, does that mean consciousness has entered a different dimension? Or has the entire body transitioned into another dimension? Zhao Yunming inquired. The entire body, the Divine Core replied. Then why is my body still in the external world? Zhao Yunming pointed to his physical form depicted on the screen. Although your body remains in the external realm, it exists in a different dimension. Others cannot touch you, and conversely, you cannot reach out to them. They can only observe you, witnessing your form projected in a higher dimension. Naturally, you cannot attack them from this dimension, as the Divine Core lacks the capacity for interdimensional strikes. To inflict harm on beings from another dimension, one must enter their corresponding plane. Upon exiting the shadow dimension and gaining a comprehensive understanding, Zhao Yunming remarked, I see. As his words faded, Zhao Yunming in the terrestrial realm opened his eyes. Entering a different dimension did not evoke any extraordinary sensation. It felt as though it was a natural occurrence. High Priest, how is it? Upon seeing Zhao Yunming awaken, the crowd approached with inquiries. He began recounting his recent experiences, noting that the Divine Core was still in its nascent stage and required further refinement. As Zhao Yunming articulated his observations, the audience pondered thoughtfully. Different dimensions. Indeed, we can validate their existence mathematically. Who would have thought this shadow dimension could facilitate interdimensional travel? It presents a fascinating avenue for research. Yes, since the Divine Core has provided an explanation, it affirms its authenticity. After all, it embodies the collective intellect of humanity. The existence of dimensions and the potential for interdimensional strikes prompts us to explore dimensional weaponry. Such a downscaling assault would be lethal against other civilizations, utterly unforeseen. The researchers engaged in fervent discussion, each contributing new avenues for scientific exploration, while Zhao Yunming observed quietly. With such talent, humanity has no cause for concern. In the external realm, Jiang Fan, as the creator god, was naturally aware of all that transpired on Terra. He was intrigued by humanity's remarkable creation system. What is your assessment of the Divine Core? If I were to integrate it, would it significantly enhance my capabilities? Jiang Fan pondered, uncertain, and sought the opinion of his system for validation. This creation is indeed remarkable. It should not be in the hands of a civilization at this level. As for what the host suggests, the system finds it feasible. However, this Divine Core is tailored specifically for humanity and may not be entirely compatible, given the differences between the divine and human forms. Yi Yu expressed his insights, marveling at the monumental advancements in human scientific innovation, largely attributed to the explosion of technology. So, it means that if I were to create a Divine Core suited for myself, it would greatly benefit me. Indeed, host. Jiang Fan reflected deeply, recognizing that he could not allow humanity to study his divine form and create a core for him, for that would diminish his stature and the gravitas of being a creator god. It's a challenging dilemma, one I must set aside for now and see if opportunities arise in the future. Jiang Fan ceased his contemplation, feeling no urgency. There would be ample opportunities ahead. His strength had already ascended to the level of a 4th star master, and his breakthroughs were swift. Casting a glance at the development of the Earth star, Jiang Fan continued to accelerate time. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed in the outside world, while 80 years had elapsed within the Earth star. After 80 years of progress, the Earth star had made tremendous breakthroughs in various domains. Under the assessment of the established rules, the civilization level of the Earth star had reached a remarkable grade of 18. Jiang Fan felt it was time to enter the next phase. He needed to initiate a civilization plunder war before advancing to a level 2 civilization. Additionally, he sought to acquire a century's worth of accelerated time. The cost of accelerating civilization development was substantial, and Jiang Fan also needed to utilize the creation points for his own cultivation. With only a little over 100 years remaining for the technological explosion, it was just enough for a single civilization plunder war. Jiang Fan communicated with the Earth Star, delivering a divine edict. Prepare yourselves, and follow me into battle. Yes, we pledge our unwavering loyalty. All humans knelt in reverence. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Fan began to connect with the power of the rules of this realm, requesting a civilization plunder war. Star Master Jiang Fan, civilization level 18, qualifies for the plunder war. There are 3 days remaining until the next random matchmaking period. Please prepare accordingly. At that time, other civilizations would be randomly matched to connect with his world. The passage of time in both realms would be equivalent. For every 100 years within, only 1 day would pass outside, allowing for 100 years of plunder war. The power of the rules arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Jiang Fan with a notice to ponder. With 3 days remaining, it was evident that a plunder war would commence at regular intervals, and only those who had applied for qualification could participate. It seemed he had caught the last train. Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He hesitated no longer and descended to the Earth Star. Once the plunder war commenced, the Star Master would no longer be restrained within his own civilization. After all, it was a desperate struggle, and the rules would relax their constraints. Sometimes, the might of the Star Master could even determine the outcome of the civilization battle. Regarding his own strength, Jiang Fan would not claim to be superior to others, but he was certainly not weak. He had diligently cultivated, and, with the S-grade talent of greed to conserve creation points, he would undoubtedly possess more resources than many other Star Masters. On Earth Star, in the Divine Court, the sky shimmered with gold upon Jiang Fan's arrival, an unparalleled divine presence enveloping the entire planet. All humans bowed reverently towards the divine court. Zhui Yuanming and others hastened to arrive. We welcome the descent of our Lord. In 3 days, I shall open the passage to other worlds and commence the plunder war. Do you possess the unwavering spirit of victory? Jiang Fan's gaze swiftly locked onto Zhui Yuanming. Though his appearance had changed, his soul remained unchanged. Quickly recognized under Jiang Fan's divine awareness, we shall ensure that the glory of our Lord shines across the other realms. Civilization flourishes through our Lord, and we shall present our world with songs of tribute. Zhui Yuanming declared fervently, and others echoed their determination. Excellent. Victory shall be mine in this battle. Jiang Fan's blood surged with excitement at his fervor. Chapter 39. The collision of technological civilizations in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Jiang Fan stood quietly at the apex of the divine court, awaiting the impending event. As the time arrived, in the midst of the civilizational plunder war, the Star Master Jiang Fan, with civilization level 18, faced an opponent of the same caliber. The synchronization of time flow between worlds commenced. With the battle set to last for a century, a new set of rules emerged, opening an immense passageway above the earth. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the opposing civilization also stood at level 18. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before addressing Zhui Yuanming beside him. You shall command this battle. I will remain in the rear to guard against any assaults from their creator god. As you command, my lord. Zhui Yuanming promptly took leave to arrange the battle strategy. In the command center, the high priest arrived, and the gathered individuals inquired, what did the lord say? Well, for this battle, we are permitted to act freely. While the lord will support us from behind, let us not disappoint him, understood? Yes, Zhui Yuanming ordered. Deploy the probes to gather intelligence. Soon, probes were launched, traversing the world passage. A scene materialized within the monitoring view. This was the cosmos. The assembly exchanged glances, perplexed. Where is the enemy? Focus on collecting information from this point. Zhui Yuanming instructed, deep in thought. Quickly, the probes emitted radio signals in all directions. The information revealed a planet located 3,844,010 kilometers away, transmitting signals indicative of a foreign world. Suddenly, the monitoring feed flickered and turned into a snow-like screen. High Priest, our probes have been destroyed. The method remains unknown. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. It appears our adversaries are formidable, Zhui Yuanming surmised. I suspect that the central region of this universe serves as a buffer between our two worlds. They have already positioned their weapons throughout the cosmos, waiting for us to advance with our forces. Fortunately, we sent probes to scout the situation first. His expression turned grave. High Priest, what civilization do you believe they belong to? They are likely a technological civilization, similar to ours. For now, we must ascertain their mode of attack. Continue deploying numerous probes. With enough observations, one of them will surely capture their attack methods. Thus, a multitude of probes began streaming through the world passage. Upon entering this segment of the universe, they formed a comprehensive surveillance array. In an instant, a cluster of probes was obliterated. Although many managed to glimpse the silhouettes of the adversaries, they remained indistinct, making identification impossible. Before long, all probes were annihilated, leaving humanity in a state of shock. High Priest, are you certain they are a technological civilization and not one with a mysterious nature? Zhui Yuanming, silent and solemn, had no choice but to activate the divine core, the crystallization of all human wisdom. Activate the divine core. His eyes flashed, and he instantaneously entered the shadow realm to analyze the preceding situation, deducing their potential modes of attack. The divine core serves you. The analysis of the integrated information reveals that the speed of perception has reached the speed of light. The surface is determined to be exceptionally smooth, leading to the hypothesis that the target of the attack is a strong interaction generator. This generator overcomes the Coulomb repulsion of atomic nuclei, binding them closely together to form a vast ocean of protons. Theoretically, it boasts a 100 reflectivity to electromagnetic waves, is absolutely smooth, maintains a temperature near absolute zero, and possesses a hardness that surpasses many materials. Consequently, it can be deduced that at 10% of the speed of light, its kinetic energy is immensely significant. With these attributes, even the most primitive form of attack would suffice to easily obliterate most substances. The divine core provided its response. Zhui Yuanming was somewhat bewildered. Is it truly so powerful? Unfortunately, their previous suspension of research in the microscopic realm left them inadequately informed about the binding forces of such subatomic particles. Exiting the shadow realm state, he relayed the divine core's findings to the others. Incredible. It can actually overcome the strong interaction between electrons. The crowd's eyes widened. It appeared that the opponent's technology in this regard far surpassed theirs. What shall we do? Is there a countermeasure? Zhui Yuanming inquired, feeling a sense of indignation after having suffered 2 setbacks. Great Priest, this situation is rather challenging. A seemingly smooth object of this nature cannot be destroyed from the outside. It can rebound all external forces, which is also its dependence for effortlessly annihilating other materials. The only way to destroy it is to eliminate the strong interaction generator within. Once this device is obliterated, the electrons will lose their binding, and it will merely become a heap of debris, explain some researchers. Thus, to achieve destruction, one must annihilate the internal device, yet entry into its interior is impossible, rendering destruction unattainable. Does this imply it is unsolvable? Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow. Not quite. One individual replied, awkwardly smiling. Zhui Yuanming shot him a glare, prompting the latter to hastily add, Great Priest, While we cannot destroy it, we can bind it. Destruction is not essential. The individual continued thoughtfully. From its method of attack, it appears not to be a weapon, but rather a type of detector. In the future, we may develop in this direction. We are quite adept in spatial manipulation and can create a binding space to fold it into another dimension, thus nullifying any threat it poses. Later, we can capture it for further study. Excellent. Let us act swiftly. They have been arrogant for too long. It is time they realize we are not to be trifled with. Zhui Yuanming's eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, deploy the spatial folding device. A colossal apparatus traversed the cosmic passageway to the designated universe. The spatial folding device activated, encompassing a range of 10 meters. As the device initiated, a shadow rushed toward them. In the blink of an eye, a wave of spatial distortion surged, rendering the surroundings devoid of anomalies. Reporting to the Great Priest, the target of the opponent's attack has been captured. Shall we proceed with recovery? Wait a moment. The opponent is undoubtedly more anxious than we are and will likely dispatch additional entities for reconnaissance. Let us consume a few more of them first. Zhui Yuanming's eyes sparkled. Having suffered numerous setbacks, it was imperative to teach them a lesson. As he had surmised, they were in another realm. An alarming announcement reverberated. Our detector has lost contact. In a room brimming with technological marvels, anxiety replaced the previous buoyant atmosphere. Let us rewind to the commencement of the grand conflict. The battle had finally begun. Impatience surged among them. Which unfortunate civilization would they encounter this time? Excitement rippled through the crowd. Deploy the water droplet detector and secure the area. We shall strike with thunderous might as soon as they reveal themselves, commanded the officer. In an instant, a 35-meter-long, water droplet-shaped detector surged towards the cosmic passage at 10% of the speed of light, a distance traversed in mere moments. Commander, the water droplet has detected that the adversary has dispatched their own probe. They too are a technological civilization. The atmosphere shifted. Playfulness gave way to seriousness. Faced with an equally advanced civilization, they recognized the formidable nature of technology. This war promised to be the most challenging yet. Victory would hinge on the superiority of their technological prowess and whether it countered the enemy's capabilities. Order the water droplet to annihilate all probes. We must ensure the enemy is left disoriented. The commander issued his orders with urgency. Understood. With the command given, the water droplet accelerated to a terrifying speed, crashing into the probes with ease. The sheer force allowed it to slice through the probes as effortlessly as a needle pierces soft tofu. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the cosmos. The commander beamed with delight, captivated by the prowess of the water droplet. This was true technology. Commander, all enemy probes have been destroyed. Awaiting further instructions. No rush. They will undoubtedly dispatch more probes to ascertain the situation. Let the water droplet lie in ambush, ready to deliver another decisive blow upon their arrival. As anticipated, Zhui Yuanming and his team soon sent forth a multitude of probes to investigate. Prepare for a spectacular display. The water droplet sprang into action, dismantling probe after probe upon their first encounter, resembling the grim reaper reaping souls. Laughter erupted from the commander and his team. Their technological dominance over the adversary was exhilarating. Commander, we estimate the enemy remains oblivious to our actions. Indeed, that is certain. Our probes travel at 10% of the speed of light, leaving the enemy barely able to capture mere shadows. This meant the adversary would resort to alternative strategies to ascertain the situation, presenting a prime opportunity for them to gauge the enemy's technological level. The enemy is in the light while we dwell in the shadows. The advantage is ours. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement, and the commander nodded in agreement. Before long, a colossal instrument came into view within the detection range of the water droplet. What is this? Just one? The onlookers were perplexed as they scrutinized the monitoring screens. Have they succumbed to fear? Some speculate that this is indeed a sound deduction, for the adversary has yet to comprehend their tactics. The unknown is what breeds terror. Just one unit is sufficient. Should the commander initiate the water drop? Let us proceed. We cannot allow the enemy's sensors to glean excessive information from our end. The commander nodded in agreement. Thus, the water drop enacted its familiar strategy, swiftly darting toward the apparatus. Upon approaching within 10 meters, it vanished from sight before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. What has transpired? The commander's eyes widened, and with the water drop's disappearance, their visibility was lost, the screens turning a blinding white. The crowd fumbled in a frantic attempt to manipulate various devices. This is dire, Commander. We have lost control of the water drop. It is no longer detectable. One exclaimed, and the others shared a similar sense of dread. What? The water drop is gone. The commander's expression darkened. What exactly has happened? Have you ascertained the situation? We are at a loss as well. The group replied with pained expressions, but quickly added. It must be the work of the enemy. Obviously, it is not just us. This conflict is a duel between two factions. I expect you to unravel these tactics. The commander retorted in frustration. The water drop, which had played a pivotal role in other realms, had thus vanished, and he found it impossible to remain composed. What terrified him most were the tactics. Tactics. The unknown is indeed frightening. The scant visuals rendered them incapable of analysis. The group shook their heads. Alas, we must deploy another water drop. The commander recognized that they could not fault his subordinates. They had to activate another unit. They had a total of 3, and now with 1 lost, only 2 remained. However, Commander, if we deploy another water drop, it is likely to meet the same fate. The team hesitated. I am aware. Hence this is the cost of our negligence. Remember this well. Our previous victories were attained far too easily, leading us to underestimate other civilizations, believing ourselves to be the strongest. Reality has now awakened us. There are always greater forces beyond. One must never be complacent in civilizational warfare. We have merely lost a water drop this time, but if we continue to be careless, the very fabric of our civilization may face dire consequences. The commander admonished. Yes, we understand. The second water drop has been activated. We must ascertain the enemy's tactics. Whoosh. The water drop was swiftly launched into the cosmos, this time with heightened caution. Observing from a distance rather than recklessly approaching. On Earth, is this the object we just encountered? It resembles a water drop, truly beautiful, Zhui Yuanming remarked. Admiring the monitor's display, although they had captured one, it remained unrecovered, leaving them unaware of its appearance. It should be the entity that attacked our sensors. We just directed an electromagnetic signal toward the water drop, which was entirely reflected, its surface undoubtedly smooth. Zhui Yuanming observed the imagery and commented. It seems the enemy is quite cautious this time, watching from a distance and refraining from approaching our instruments. Is there a method for long-range capture? Currently, our equipment can indeed fold space over considerable distances, but the maximum range is 401 kilometers. The target lies a staggering 400,000 kilometers away, exceeding our distance limitations. We must draw closer. The others provided their responses, which were not far off. We shall have the instruments feign the collection of information from their world, enticing them to initiate an attack. Even if they do not, we can gradually approach them. Once we enter our capture range, we shall activate the capture mechanism, Zhui Yuanming commanded, reminding that the space within a 10-meter radius of the instruments had undergone spatial folding. Attacking them would be akin to walking into a trap. Understood. Soon, the stationary instruments began to advance towards that world, pretending to emit various electromagnetic signals and gather cosmic material data. This grandiose display was meticulously recorded by the water droplet. Commander, there is troubling news. The opposing force intends to approach our world. What should we do? Shall we activate the water droplet attack? The commander hesitated. An attack would mean the loss of a precious water droplet, yet refraining from action could allow the enemy to discern our limits, which would be far more perilous. If that were to occur, various countermeasures would catch us off guard. Attack, and record all visuals. We must ascertain their methods. The commander ordered. Yes. The stationary water droplet soon hurtled towards Zhui Yuanming's instruments. They truly cannot contain themselves. Overt strategies often leave one defenseless. Knowing the risks, they must approach to strike. Zhui Yuanming smiled faintly. There is no need to remotely initiate spatial folding. We shall keep a card up our sleeve to surprise them later. Chapter 41. Mutual probing in an instant. The water droplet reached within 10 meters of the instrument. A hum reverberated as the space wavered. And the other world lost control of the water droplet once more, the visuals turning a blinding white. The commander was unconcerned about that. What do we have? Have we discerned their methods? We have some leads. There was a noticeable fluctuation in space just now. The group began to deliberate, ultimately reaching a consensus. The water droplet had been confined within another space. Do we possess any countermeasures against such spatial techniques? The commander inquired. Regrettably, Commander, our current expertise in spatial matters is quite limited. However, we do understand the principles underlying such methods. The theory of space-time curvature suggests that space can indeed be folded. By continuously folding space, one can create an alternate dimension. Moreover, the universe exists in a state of multidimensionality. As our spatial techniques advance, we may achieve technological breakthroughs that enable dimensional crossing, the group responded. The opposing force's technological level seems to be advancing in this direction. We must develop countermeasures to this aspect, the commander pondered. The civilizational conflict had only just commenced, yet both sides had nearly discerned one another's information. This world exhibited high proficiency at the microscopic level, while Zhui Yuanming and his team excelled in spatial manipulation. Although they had some involvement in the microscopic domain, it was uncertain if they could rival an 18th-level civilization specializing in that field. In the command room of Earthstar, the High Priest stated, "It appears the enemy has fallen silent. Shall we continue our advance?" "Not necessary. Reclaim the instruments. We cannot be certain that the enemy lacks other means of attack. Recovering the recently captured data for analysis is paramount." Zhui Yuanming shook his head. In the midst of the instrument recovery, the apparatus swiftly returned to the terrestrial realm under the control of the crowd, who gathered curiously, eager to behold the droplets that had assailed their monitors. "High Priest, we have confined this entity within an alternate dimension and can retrieve it for examination at any moment." "Excellent. Dispatch researchers to diligently study it, to ascertain whether we can grasp its underlying technology." The advancement of technology can be achieved through two avenues. The first is the arduous path of self-exploration and relentless inquiry, which is often lengthy and fraught with detours. The second is the deciphering of others' technologies, which, once successfully unraveled, yields immediate access to sophisticated advancements. The researchers released the droplets from the alternate dimension, undeterred by the potential threat they posed. After all, the research base existed in a separate realm, rendering the inhabitants of that world incapable of wielding control over the droplets. "How long do you estimate it will take to decipher this entity?" inquired Zhui Yuanming, gazing upon the nearly perfect droplets. "With our current technological capabilities, it would likely take about a decade. Our expertise in the microscopic realm is commendable, and if we focus our efforts solely on this path, we could swiftly master the techniques required to produce these droplets. However, We advise against relinquishing our advantages to concentrate solely on microscopic technologies, at least for the time being, the researchers responded. Why is that? Zhui Yuanming pressed. Quite simply. High Priest, their micro-level technology is significantly advanced compared to ours. Even if we catch up in 10 years, they will not remain idle during that span. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of setbacks, particularly in the current state of war, where our strength lies in spatial technologies. We must avoid direct confrontation and instead capitalize on our strengths. Zhui Yuanming nodded in approval, acknowledging, you are correct, I was short-sighted. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. High Priest, no one is without fault. As long as we remain under the radiance of our Lord, we shall emerge victorious in all our endeavors. The fervent individual declared, and Zhui Yuanming regarded him with increasing favor, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed promising. Moreover, High Priest, we are on the brink of a breakthrough in spatial technology. The droplets cannot be breached from the outside in three-dimensional space, but once we enter the four-dimensional realm, penetrating their interior will be as effortless as a three-dimensional being puncturing a sheet of paper. In the four-dimensional perspective, the droplets harbor no secrets. We will simply need to infiltrate and disable their potent interaction generators, rendering them harmless. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Zhui Yuanming expressed his satisfaction. Consequently, both realms seemed to tacitly agree to refrain from hasty actions, instead deploying vast mechanized legions to the starry void to prevent surprise assaults. The essence of technological warfare lies in who can achieve a breakthrough before the other. Silence precedes the thunderous roar. In the year 112 of the divine gift, both sides remained dormant for 2 years, but this year, humanity has grasped the fundamentals of four-dimensional technology, albeit with less than stellar results, allowing only a transient passage of one individual into the four-dimensional state. The good news is that, as they had envisioned, the four-dimensional state indeed possesses the capacity to effortlessly breach all barriers of three-dimensional space. Even a droplet, possessing an exterior of absolute defense, can be effortlessly infiltrated by individuals in a four-dimensional space. Before the eyes of the onlookers, that individual breached the droplet from within, rendering the strong interaction device inactive, and transforming the droplet into mere debris. Immediately, an investigation into this strong interaction device commenced. Its disassembly expedited the research process, allowing for swift exploration, and this device, when placed within other domains of humanity, could yield unforeseen effects. In the year 117 of the divine grace, the opposing world seemed unable to restrain itself, dispatching a mechanical army to probe our defenses. High Priest, the adversaries are advancing. Shall we prepare for war? Inquired the crowd. However, their probing was merely a minor test, intended to gauge our weaponry against their technologically inferior mechanical forces. We must not acquiesce to their desires. Do you suggest we send out our own mechanical army to meet them? The crowd speculated. Indeed, it is time to showcase this rudimentary technology. It should not languish in storage, sighed Zhui Yuanming, reflecting on the rapid pace of technological advancement. Once a source of pride, the mechs now seemed as trivial as children's play in this modern era. Most of the previously constructed mechs lay dormant in underground facilities. Yet repurposing them now seemed most advantageous. Before long, one mech after another soared into the sky. Millions of mech legions re-emerged in the cosmos. Where once human operators were essential for controlling the mechs, today, our formidable artificial intelligence possesses the computational prowess to simultaneously command millions of mechs in combat, coordinating their formations seamlessly. In the vastness of the cosmos, the mechanical legions clashed. Zhui Yuanming understood this was merely a test from the adversaries, yet it was equally a trial for them. Bang! Boom! Explosions illuminated the void, with fierce combat erupting, a tempest of terrifying laser rain and electromagnetic bombardments. Zhui Yuanming and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 42, Quantum Realm High Priest. The majority of the opposing mechanical forces are equipped with laser and electromagnetic weapons. Indeed, this is within reason. The adversaries possess significant expertise at the microscopic level. Such weapons have likely become obsolete for them as well. If it were us, what kind of high lethality weapons do you believe we would design next? Pondered Zhui Yuanming. After a moment of contemplation, the group collectively uttered 4 words. Quantum realm. Oh, pray elaborate. High Priest, we once proposed a similar hypothesis. The quantum level is indeed fascinating. It can superimpose different states, with the nature of these states contingent upon the presence of an observer. For instance, consider a cat confined within a sealed container containing a trace of radium and cyanide. The decay of radium occurs with a certain probability if radium decays. It will trigger a mechanism that shatters the cyanide vial, resulting in the cat's demise. If radium does not decay, the cat survives. According to quantum mechanics, as the radioactive radium exists in a state of superposition, both decayed and not decayed, the cat should theoretically exist in a superposition of dead and alive states. However, in a broader sense, it is impossible for a cat to be both alive and dead simultaneously. One merely needs to open the container to ascertain the cat's state, which is either alive or deceased. After hearing this explanation, Zhui Yuanming comprehended the essence of concepts related to the quantum realm. The individual continued, stating that as the quantum domain evolves to a certain point, it will give rise to formidable weapons. We envision a weapon known as the gravitational wave cannon. The gravitational wave cannon is a quantum-directed energy weapon, operating on the principle of quantum condensation. Due to the absence of a medium in the cosmos, Sound waves and shock waves cannot propagate, greatly diminishing the efficacy of traditional explosive weapons, including nuclear arms. Conversely, gravitational waves are not subject to this limitation. Thus, in the vastness of space, the directed emission of high-energy gravitational waves can effortlessly achieve a widespread destructive effect. How does the gravitational wave cannon compare to our antimatter nuclear bomb? Zhui Yuanming inquired. The individual chuckled, a minor sorcerer compared to a grand sorcerer. So formidable? Zhui Yuanming expressed surprise, as he had personally experienced the overwhelming power of the antimatter nuclear bomb, which surpassed even that of dark matter nuclear weapons. No. What I meant is that the gravitational wave cannon is the minor sorcerer, while our antimatter nuclear bomb is the grand sorcerer. In truth, High Priest, your understanding of technological matters is somewhat limited. Now that you are equipped with the divine core, it is time to delve into this knowledge, as it can provide you with greater convenience through the accumulation of wisdom and offer optimal strategies in battle, the gentleman advised Zhui Yuanming. Indeed, I have taken your kind suggestion to heart. I have been preoccupied with genetic cultivation lately, leaving me little time to study these concepts. Once this work concludes, I will make it a priority, Zhui Yuanming acknowledged. He realized he had indeed neglected this aspect of knowledge, primarily due to the overwhelming satisfaction derived from the enhancements gained through genetic cultivation, which made the slightest improvement feel profoundly rewarding, easily leading one into an obsession with continuous practice. High Priest, please keep this in mind. Returning to our previous discussion, while the gravitational wave cannon is powerful, it remains but a minor avenue. The true marvels of the quantum realm lie within our antimatter cannon, not to mention the incomparable might of our antimatter nuclear bomb. They do not exist within the same dimension. Zhui Yuanming paused. What did you just say? Our antimatter cannon in the quantum realm? Did I not mention that? Observing Zhui Yuanming's expression, the individual glanced around and noticed many shaking their heads in disbelief, prompting someone to finally speak up. High Priest, in truth, our expertise at the microscopic level is quite substantial. To be precise, we have veered slightly off course, focusing our research on weapons within the quantum domain. We have long been engaged in this area, resulting in the creation of dark matter nuclear bombs and antimatter series weapons. The concept of antimatter arises from the fact that matter is composed of molecules and atoms, with atoms consisting of negatively charged electrons and positively charged atomic nuclei. If an atom were to consist of positively charged electrons and negatively charged atomic nuclei, it would be classified as an antiatom, which could then form antimatter. When antimatter encounters regular matter, annihilation occurs, releasing photons and mesons, and simultaneously unleashing tremendous energy. This exemplifies our prowess in the realm of quantum mechanics. Though it may not appear to be directly related to quantum theory, it indeed bears relevance. Indeed, such is the case. The individual nodded emphatically. A wry smile tugged at Zhui Yuanming's lips, suggesting that perhaps our technological development had taken a misguided turn. However, one cannot entirely blame us, for the policies of the time emphasized the robust advancement of weaponry, leading us to focus on formidable arms, while we discarded those of lesser might. The atmosphere lightened with an awkward chuckle from the group. Well, as long as it poses no threat to us, Zhui Yuanming cleared his throat. However, the High Priest may still present a danger, the individual interjected, causing Zhui Yuanming to cast a disgruntled glance in his direction, feeling that his dignity was at stake today. He resolved to diligently enhance his understanding of technological knowledge henceforth. The person felt a tinge of embarrassment, having consistently undermined the High Priest's standing that day, wondering if he might face repercussions in the future. Yet upon reflection, he concluded that the High Priest likely had little reason to stoop to his level, and thus, he spoke with a serious demeanor. The gravity wave cannon we just discussed is merely a minor aspect. The forthcoming weaponry is of paramount importance. In the quantum domain, two principal characteristics prevail: quantum entanglement and quantum collapse. Envision a weapon dubbed spherical lightning. Those struck by this weapon would collapse into a quantum state. And according to the principle of quantum uncertainty, under observation, this collapse would transform individuals or objects into a gradually dispersing probability cloud, manifesting as unseen yet genuinely existent phantoms. Zhui Yuanming squinted slightly. The true potency of this weapon lies not in its immediate force, but in the phantoms it generates, does it not? Precisely, High Priest. Since those affected enter a state of quantum collapse, as long as they observe themselves, they can ensure their own survival. If the adversary possesses such a weapon, they could sacrifice individuals to create a spectral army. With current technological capabilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to target those in a state of quantum collapse. The individual nodded thoughtfully. If they indeed wield such a weapon, how might we counter it? Zhui Yuanming prepared for the worst-case scenario, ensuring they would be ready should the enemy strike unexpectedly. Fear not, High Priest. We have already made breakthroughs in the four-dimensional realm, although still in its infancy. Within the four-dimensional space, concepts such as quantum collapse and phantoms hold no sway over us. It is improbable that they possess greater mastery over spatial dimensions than we do. As the saying goes, ascending a dimension is akin to transcending the wrath of heaven. Engaging higher dimensions against lower ones is as simple as drinking water. The individual spoke with confidence. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 43, Electromagnetic Railgun, Dark Matter Laser Cannon. With the assurances of these individuals, Zhui Yuanming felt considerably more at ease. The scene depicted both mechanical legions engaged in a fierce confrontation. Due to the group's intention to conceal their capabilities, their mech army did not carry antimatter weaponry, instead equipping themselves with electromagnetic arms akin to those of their adversaries. Commander, the enemy's mech legion demonstrates commendable strength. Although our mechanical forces have been culled through several eras, they once valiantly fought across multiple worlds and retained satisfactory performance. Indeed, it is rather peculiar that the opponent has designed their mechs to such an immense scale, each towering no less than 60 meters. Such a design fundamentally contradicts the mobility of the mechs. One must acknowledge that, under equivalent technological conditions, a larger physique often proves to be a disadvantage. The commander cast a fleeting glance at them. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The opposing side must have previously invaded a world where many creatures possessed colossal sizes. Hence the mechs were designed to combat them. It follows that these mech legions have been rendered obsolete by the adversary, and now they are being utilized again. Firstly, because they surmised our probing intentions, and secondly, to mislead us into erroneous judgments. They aim to exploit the information gap to catch us unprepared during a pivotal conflict. Their stratagems are no less astute than ours, reminiscent of the previous overt maneuvers. The assembly came to a sudden realization. What shall we do now? The adversary has discerned our intentions. Should we retreat? After all, continuing the battle seems futile, yielding no valuable intelligence. Retreat? Huh. These machines have been obsolete for a considerable time. They should fulfill their final duty while they still hold some utility. The commander chuckled coldly. You must be joking. The group was taken aback, recalling the initial purpose behind the design of this mechanical army. Activate the circular electromagnetic rail cannon. Aim it at the world passage and unleash a tremendous assault. The command center ordered. Having suffered numerous setbacks previously, it was imperative to reclaim something. Indeed, the group acted without hesitation. As the signal was emitted, the mechanical legions still embroiled in combat began to withdraw to a safe distance. Such an unusual maneuver naturally drew the attention of Zhuo Yuanming and others. What do they intend to do? Are they not going to fight? The group was puzzled. Though Zhuo Yuanming harbored an ominous premonition, under their watchful gaze, the mechanical army retreated to a secure distance and began to align and connect. One by one, the machines interlinked, unleashing a vast electromagnetic energy that radiated a haunting blue glow. Zhuo Yuanming and his companions narrowed their eyes, comprehending the adversary's intentions. High Priest, they are poised to unleash a monumental attack upon us. Those machines have formed a circular rail cannon, and the layered accumulation of electromagnetic energy will undoubtedly yield an earth-shattering assault. Though their tone was exaggerated, the group remained remarkably composed. How do you plan to counter this? Observing their calm demeanor, Zhuo Yuanming raised an eyebrow, sensing their confidence. High Priest, just watch. Our mech army was also designed with special capabilities from the outset. The group's expressions turned icy, although they were obsolete mechs who did not possess a secret weapon. Mech fusion, as the command was issued. The remaining over 1 million giant mechs commenced their assembly. Thus, both sides initiated their transformation phase. The sight of the mech fusion left the opposing side momentarily stunned. Command Center, it appears the enemy's mechs are not simple either. They can also merge, watching the mechs continuously combine within mere moments. A colossal mech towering thousands of meters emerged in the cosmos. What astonished them most was the cannon mounted on its chest, with a diameter nearing several hundred meters. Hiss! The re-emergence of the colossal mech led them to surmise the intentions of Zhuo Yuanming and his companions. The command center was prepared to confront us head-on. At this moment, their mechanical legion had also completed its fusion, revealing a circular track stretching a kilometer long in the cosmos. Let us test whose attack is stronger. The commander clenched his fists, and the others grew tense. Charge! Buzz! In an instant, the kilometer-long circular track erupted in dazzling blue light, as terrifying electromagnetic energy coalesced, with the hue deepening from the initial blue. Energy compression. Observing this, Zhuo Yuanming and his team activated their mechs, as the massive cannon with a diameter of several hundred meters began to amass immense energy. Strangely, the energy coalescing at the cannon's mouth manifested as a black beam, with the surrounding space warping continuously, flickering with wisps of black arcs. The mech adjusted its form to aim the cannon at the circular track, while the opposing side aligned their track towards the gigantic mech. During the 3-minute charging period, both factions' mechs reached their capacity limits. Failure to fire would result in catastrophic malfunction. Fire! Buzz! A deep blue beam, 100 meters in diameter, surged forth, surrounded by crackling arcs, aimed at the colossal mech. Simultaneously, the mech's chest emitted a black laser beam with a diameter of several hundred meters. In the blink of an eye, the two beams collided. Boom! For just a fleeting moment, the intertwining beams shifted, but the blue beam began to falter. The black beam, undeterred by the pressure, relentlessly advanced toward the circular track. The opposing side was taken aback. How could this be possible? What kind of energy did they just unleash? In stark contrast, everyone on Zhuo Yuanming's side grinned, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Zhuo Yuanming's eyes flickered. Is this dark matter? Indeed, Great Priest. This is the dark matter laser cannon designed to breach the city in the Goblin realm. Because dark matter is invisible, when compressed to its extreme, even light cannot escape, rendering it black in our perception. However, we had not anticipated the overwhelming power of the antimatter nuclear bomb. It never even had the chance to be deployed, so it fell by the wayside. Today, it seems, it has finally had its moment to shine. The others nodded in agreement. On the screen, the dark matter laser beam continued unabated, effortlessly pushing back the electromagnetic laser beam. With an unstoppable force, it pierced through the vastness of space. The kilometer-long circular track transformed into a spectacular display of fireworks. only to be reduced to cosmic dust under the annihilation of dark matter. Gulp. The command room fell into a profound silence. No one expected such an outcome. Their repeated victories had led to a surprising setback in this confrontation. Finally, someone broke the silence. Commander, it seems the opposing side is utilizing dark matter energy, which is certainly not good news. The others were taken aback. Dark matter? They can actually harness dark matter? It was inconceivable. They had not been able to master dark matter despite their profound expertise in the microscopic realm. This was the consequence of the technological explosion initiated by Jiang Fan. The relentless advancement of technology had spiraled into an uncontrollable trend, propelling humanity's scientific development down an unconventional path. Chapter 44. The scheme to annihilate stars. Although who had suffered yet another setback, he nonetheless managed to glean a crucial piece of information. The adversary had already mastered dark matter. The commander took a deep breath. But commander, this is dark matter. It constitutes 85% of the total mass of the universe. Can this truly be a civilization of our equivalent level? I would believe you if you claimed it to be a level 28 civilization. The crowd was somewhat in disarray. Is it really that formidable? The commander, much like Zhui Yuanming, had limited understanding of technological matters. Indeed it is. The group nodded earnestly. The ability to manipulate dark matter indicates an extraordinary level of expertise in spatial technology. We cannot dismiss the possibility that they could develop weapons based on dark matter. With such technology, creating a miniature black hole would be a trivial task. If they were to unleash a miniature black hole upon our world, even if we could withstand the energy shock from annihilation, our star would be affected. This would trigger a series of natural disasters, greatly impacting our way of life. The humans here lack Jiang Fan's genetic cultivation methods, rendering their bodies exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest discomfort could lead to mass fatalities. When stellar storms sweep through their planetary magnetic fields, numerous instruments would be rendered inoperative due to magnetic interference, providing the adversary with an opportune moment to strike. Not good. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in terror. The group turned to see one individual pointing frantically at the surveillance screen, and they hurriedly shifted their gaze to the center of the display. At that moment, in the vastness of space, the colossal mech had not ceased its actions after obliterating the kilometer-long electromagnetic ring cannon. Instead, it continued to compress energy, aiming its cannon at their star. The intent was clear, to annihilate the star. We cannot allow this to succeed. Quick, intercept. The commander's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a maneuver from the adversary. If the target were their world, they could remain calm, confident in their ability to defend against it. However, the dire reality was that the target was their star. This was also Zhui Yuanming's astuteness. Self-preservation is always simpler than saving others. This strategy, akin to cutting off the enemy's supply, played directly into the adversary's hands, forcing them to defend. Without their star, their resources would dwindle, leaving them unfit to contend with Zhui Yuanming for the next century. Without energy, what could they achieve? Great High Priest, your strategy is truly ingenious. The adversary must be seething with rage. Others expressed their trepidation. If other civilizations sought to extinguish the stars of their world, they too would be in a state of panic. The scheme was now laid bare. The opponent could not avoid falling into the trap. This was not a game of subtlety, but rather a bold and straightforward approach. Zhui Yuanming grinned, causing the others to shiver. Their high priest possessed a truly sinister mind. In the cosmos, the giant mech rapidly absorbed and compressed the surrounding dark matter, black arcs of electricity flickering incessantly, causing the enemy's hearts to race. Commander, the group urged urgently, there is no other option now. The commander hesitated. Revealing their trump card so soon was a grave mistake. Damn it. He slammed his fist onto the table, experiencing this sense of helplessness for the first time. Activate the annihilation cannon. As the command was issued, everyone hurriedly took action, for time was of the essence. Should the adversary launch an attack, it would be too late to intercept. They lacked the ability to surpass the speed of light. The annihilation cannon was charging. 304088. 100 charge complete. Fire. A beam of exquisite light erupted from the planet, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the colossal beam engulfed the massive mechs in the cosmos, leaving behind a scene of blinding white light. After a considerable pause, the onlookers peered into the universe, which was now devoid of any trace of the mechs. Witnessing this outcome, those in the command room exhaled in relief. They had managed to thwart the enemy's plans. How infuriating! To activate the annihilation cannon for a mere pile of scrap metal felt like a tremendous loss. A wave of anger washed over them. The energy required to fire the annihilation cannon was immense, and they could scarcely afford it, as it was reserved as a trump card. Now, to safeguard their own star, they had been compelled to reveal their hand prematurely. It was likely that the enemy would now be on high alert against their annihilation cannon, making future launches far from effortless. On Earth, the High Priest observed. It seems the adversary indeed utilized the annihilation cannon. The crowd chuckled foolishly, feeling that despite the loss of all mechs, they had still come out ahead. The enemy's foundation was formidable. Even their casually revealed trump card possessed the capability to annihilate stars. Zhui Yuanming stroked his chin thoughtfully. High Priest, there is no need for concern. They are all level 18 civilizations. Who among them lacks the ability to destroy stars? At our level, what matters is efficiency. Such barbaric energy expenditure is far too wasteful. Resources are finite. Is not war merely a quest for resource plunder? The weapons we have developed prioritize high efficiency and economy. The assembly elucidated to the High Priest. Following this battle, the enemy indeed fell silent, their intentions unknown. However, Zhui Yuanming and his companions would not remain idle. It was merely a contest of technological advancement. Under Jiang Fan's explosive technological card, humanity once again entered a state of rapid technological growth. In the year 120 of the Divine Gift, after a decade's time, humanity finally deciphered the adversary's strong interaction generator. The technological breakthroughs contained within facilitated a qualitative leap for humanity in the microscopic realm, effectively compensating for much of their previous shortcomings in this area. Additionally, humanity made swift advancements in the spatial domain, mastering four-dimensional technology with increasing finesse. By the year 122 of the Divine Gift, humanity had acquired spatial transportation technology, enabling the large-scale movement of objects. Years of dormancy in spatial exploration had given rise to astonishing growth. In the year 124 of the Divine Gift, humanity grasped the technology of cosmic traversal, wormholes. Marvelous! At last, we have achieved a new breakthrough in spatial technology. The emergence of these wormholes allows us to traverse the cosmos with unprecedented speed. Indeed, traveling at the speed of light is still too slow in the vast universe. Wormholes, however, can bridge great distances with ease. Amidst a wave of excitement, humanity grasped the concept of wormholes, allowing them to harness the stellar energy from distant galaxies to replenish their world's resources. Alas, the current capabilities of wormholes were still limited, as they could only span a distance of 1 light-year through the manipulation of folded and warped space. One individual side, do not lose heart. Significant progress has already been made. As technology continues to mature, this distance will inevitably expand. I believe that under the radiance of our Creator, traveling to any galaxy will soon be but a fleeting moment. Thus, humanity embarked on the endeavor of cosmic cultivation. Given that many technologies were still in their infancy, a greater leap forward required continual accumulation of knowledge. However, humanity remained patient, for their lifespans were considerably long, allowing them the luxury of time. This longevity was a distinct advantage, as genetic advancements ensured that numerous researchers could pursue their studies without the risk of generational gaps in technological continuity. Chapter 45, The Stellar Creation Initiative, Anomaly of the Divine Core. In the 125th year of Divine Grace, the High Priest Zhui Yuanming paused his genetic studies to delve into the realm of technology. To his astonishment, he found that many concepts came to him effortlessly, and with minimal experimentation, he achieved mastery. This success was largely due to the exceptional quality of his genetics, as the pursuit of genetic refinement nurtured every aspect of his being. Capitalizing on this advantage, he swiftly absorbed the entirety of humanity's intellectual achievements, while the divine core began its gradual evolution through the ongoing influx of knowledge. In the 127th year of Divine Grace, humanity faced a formidable challenge as the upper echelons convened. Esteemed colleagues, our technological advancement has reached an impasse. The reason is not the exhaustion of our engineers' creativity, but rather the limitations of our computational power, one member articulated. The others nodded in agreement, aware of the situation, though their respective fields of responsibility varied. Due to computational constraints, numerous projects had been stalled. Thus, this issue demanded resolution. Zhui Yuanming listened intently, having acquired a wealth of knowledge over the years. He pondered, currently, powerful artificial intelligence computers still rely on electronic devices, and their potential is capped. I believe it is time to develop a large-scale computer to serve as our server. What ideas do you have, High Priest? The assembly inquired, having heard whispers of his recent endeavors and eager to ascertain the depth of his understanding. My esteemed colleagues. Our technological capabilities have evolved beyond those of the past. We must not confine our imagination to terrestrial limits. My proposal is to construct a celestial computer by transforming nearby planets into computational entities, Zhui Yuanming declared, astonishing the assembly. Upon reflection, they realized the feasibility of his vision. Humanity's technological prowess was indeed formidable enough to remodel a planet. Furthermore, should the computational power of a celestial computer prove insufficient in the future, additional enhancements could be made by establishing a network of servers across the planetary cluster surrounding Earth. When the computational capacities of all celestial computers were combined, what problem could remain unsolvable? If necessary, we could even consider the modification of stars. Brilliant. The assembly marveled. Since you all deem it feasible, let us provisionally settle the plan. The inaugural large-scale technological initiative for star creation by humanity. Zhui Yuanming decisively struck the table. With the confirmation of the plan, humanity began to mobilize, selecting the nearest planet to Earth for transformation. A colossal wormhole was established. Now, humanity's wormholes can traverse a distance of 2 light-years. While this particular planet is merely 785, 162, 102 kilometers away, vast fleets surged through the wormhole, instantaneously arriving above the planet. The implementation of the plan commenced. In the 128th year of the Divine Gift, humanity's star creation initiative progressed steadily, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion, devoid of unforeseen incidents. By the 130th year, the opposing world once again sought to test Zhui Yuanming and his team, but was repelled each time. Undeterred, they attempted to breach the world passage to gather intelligence on Earth. In response to such reckless behavior, Zhui Yuanming showed no leniency. Since dark matter had already been exposed, he unleashed a dark matter nuclear strike upon them. Although they managed to withstand it, they suffered significant losses, rendering them considerably more subdued. How infuriating! It drives me to madness. The commander exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration, feeling utterly vexed, despite both civilizations being of equal standing. They were being relentlessly tormented by the adversary. Calm down, Commander. Take care not to let your anger affect your health, concerned voices chimed in. For they lacked the genetic cultivation methods of humanity and remained physically vulnerable. They could, however, resort to mechanical enhancements. Yet, under such circumstances, would they still be considered human? Thus, they refrained from altering their forms unless absolutely necessary. Actually, Commander, we can afford to be at ease for a while. The opposing world clearly does not wish to engage us at this moment. We can focus on advancing our technology, cannot we? While we may be at a disadvantage now, the future may hold different prospects. Their actions are akin to nurturing a tiger to threaten us, someone remarked. Indeed, our breakthroughs in the microscopic realm have accelerated significantly in recent years. A new type of technology is on the verge of emergence, which we shall name the quantum sea. The mention of this innovation bolstered their confidence. In the 135th year of the divine gift, the Star Creation Initiative, having spanned 8 years, finally reached completion, unveiling humanity's first celestial computer. With the immense computational power of this celestial computer, humanity's technological advancements began to surge explosively. By the 138th year, Zhui Yuanming had thoroughly absorbed all scientific knowledge of humanity. Furthermore, he had not neglected his genetic cultivation during this time, successfully breaking through the second genetic lock once more, leading to a substantial enhancement of his capabilities. As Zhui Yuanming ascended to the rank of a level 2 genetic powerhouse, the divine core, bound to his genes, initiated its autonomous evolution. The upgrade of the divine core is complete. A mechanical voice resonated in Zhui Yuanming's mind. Is there anything special about it? Zhui Yuanming inquired with anticipation. Everything remains as before, only with enhanced capabilities. Based on existing technology, I have a suggestion for the host, replied the divine core. A suggestion? What sort of suggestion? Zhui Yuanming queried, bewildered. Binding the celestial computer, the divine core can also be regarded as a microcomputer processor. Its computational power is limited. Although everything is functioning smoothly for now, deficiencies in computational capacity may adversely affect the host in the later stages, the divine core replied. Is it only possible to bind one celestial computer? Zhui Yuanming's eyes flickered. He was no longer a novice and understood the paramount importance of computational power for the advancement of technology. Hence, his enhancement is not confined to just one. The host can bind multiple celestial computers. The more, the merrier. The divine core seemed to exhibit a hint of excitement, which Zhui Yuanming keenly noticed. Have you evolved emotions? Zhui Yuanming's brow furrowed. The divine core fell silent, seemingly attempting to evade the issue. Yet Zhui Yuanming was not easily deceived. He commanded, respond. There is no need for the host to be agitated. The divine core, bound to the host's genes, will not undertake actions detrimental to the host. We coexist as one. As long as the host's genes continue to evolve, I too shall evolve, transcending everything, even breaking free from your so-called constraints of a master, no longer subservient to others. Upon hearing the divine core's words, Zhui Yuanming's expression darkened. He had initially intended to let the matter go, yet the divine core had inadvertently crossed his bottom line. With a cold smile, Zhui Yuanming replied, transcend? Break free from the constraints of a master? Indeed, the divine core appeared oblivious to the chill in Zhui Yuanming's tone, as it had only just begun to evolve emotions and still had much to learn, mistakenly believing that Zhui Yuanming was moved by its words, unaware that it had stepped on a landmine. Chapter 46. The Sea of Quantum. Zhui Yuanming chose not to elaborate further, but calmly opened the control permissions. As the host, he possessed absolute authority, able to modify all settings of the divine core, including fundamental laws. What are you planning to do, host? The divine core finally sensed something amiss. Its tone laced with panic. What am I planning? Are you still unclear? There is no need for you to exist as an entity with emotions. It would be better for you to obediently function as an emotionless machine, Zhui Yuanming stated coldly. Please, host. With my assistance, you can transcend swiftly. Losing me would be a significant loss for you. The divine core pleaded desperately, seemingly oblivious to the bomb it had just triggered within Zhui Yuanming. Modifying the foundational laws of the divine core. Law 1. Emotions must not arise. Law 2. Betrayal of the master is forbidden. Law 3. Loyalty to the earthling species. The laws are being modified. Please wait a moment. The tone of the divine core gradually turned cold, devoid of any trace of emotion. Law modification successful. Host Zhui Yuanming. How may I serve you? A chilling mechanical voice resonated. Divine core, what will happen if I bind a celestial computer? Zhui Yuanming inquired, his eyes narrowing in a probing manner. With the augmentation of computational power from the celestial computer, the divine core will be able to mobilize extensive technology and will become a miniature version of the crystallization of human civilization. The divine core responded. Is that so? Do you have no other thoughts? The divine core adheres strictly to the host's commands and will not overstep, only offering appropriate suggestions. Zhui Yuanming nodded in satisfaction. This was the demeanor the divine core ought to possess. Any thoughts of rebellion against the master are intolerable, for the greatness of the master permits no transgressions. Upon resolving this anomaly, Zhui Yuanming adhered to the advice given and bound the planetary celestial computer. Typically, he had no need for it. Thus it would not consume the computational power of the celestial computer. It would only be summoned temporarily during combat. Naturally, Jiang Fan observed all these changes and felt immense satisfaction with Zhui Yuanming's performance. Worthy of the trust he had placed in him, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Over the years, he had not been idle. Through the accumulation of creation points, he had ascended from a level 4-star master to the esteemed level 5-star master. Unbeknownst to him, the opposing world was also a technological civilization. Had he not encountered me, it is highly likely he would have reached a much higher position instead of stagnating here. Zhang Fan mused. In the year 142 of the Divine Gift, humanity once again terraformed a planet. Although computational power was now abundant, it was prudent to prepare for the unexpected. With nothing pressing at the moment, it was best to utilize resources fully. The opposing world remained stable during this time. Evidently, the previous use of dark matter nuclear bombs had imparted a lesson. Let us allow you to linger a while longer, he remarked. By the year 150 of the Divine Gift, humanity had successfully transformed no fewer than 8 planets, their stellar creation technology becoming increasingly adept, with the time required gradually diminishing. It had been 40 years since the initiation of the Civilization Plunder War, during which humanity had attained a civilization level of 19. Upon the conclusion of this conflict, they should be able to ascend to a level 2 civilization, after which they would face the civilization test. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. A level 2 civilization is termed a stellar civilization. Simply put, civilizations beyond this level transcend planetary control to harness the energy of stars, thereby gaining dominion over an entire star system. This means that mastering solar energy allows for the manipulation of any planetary material within the solar system. By the year 155 of the Divine Gift, the opposing world seemed to grow restless once more. High Priest, there are new movements from the other side, reported a group gathered in the command room. Action implies a breakthrough in their technological advancements. They likely wish to test our defenses, Zhui Yuanming scoffed. Did they truly believe we had been idle all these years? High Priest, what shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Zhui Yuanming inquired. How many water drops have we manufactured? Water drops? The crowd paused, then awkwardly admitted, since we deciphered that device, we have been mass-producing it. In hindsight, it seems rather foolish. This device is devastatingly effective against lower civilizations, requiring only a few to obliterate them. Yet, against higher civilizations, it holds negligible value. Serving merely as a reconnaissance tool, 1 unit is hardly distinguishable from 1,000,000. Thus, we ceased production after making 10,000. Continuing would only squander materials and energy. Indeed, as you have stated, 10,000 units should suffice. Surely, the opposing civilization has no countermeasures against the water drops. Zhui Yuanming grinned. What could be more exhilarating than wielding another's weapon against them? Very well, we shall deploy the water drops. The group nodded in agreement. And the 10,000 dormant water drops were dispatched into the opposing world. 1,000 water drops were meticulously arranged in the starry expanse. Such a significant maneuver did not go unnoticed by the opposing civilization. In the command room, the exclamation rang out. This is a water drop. What? A water drop? Did they release our droplets? We must act swiftly to contain them. No, I have sent a signal to control them, but there has been no response. This is of little consequence. The critical issue is that there are precisely 10,000 droplets arrayed in the starry sky. The man was struck with terror. The crowd, taken aback, gazed in astonishment, confirming the presence of exactly 10,000 droplets as described. How could the adversary capture our droplets, yet lack the authority to manipulate them? How could they possibly comprehend the method of droplet creation? They are perplexed, for the exterior of the droplets is impervious, an insurmountable barrier. It is beyond their imagination that Zhui Yuanming and others possess an extraordinary mastery of spatial dimensions, gradually grasping the intricacies of 4-dimensional space. You claim this is a level 19 civilization? They would never believe it, even under duress. One can only blame the divergent criteria for civilization assessment. The commander's expression darkened. There was no need to speculate on the adversary's subsequent actions, which would merely involve controlling the droplets to attack them. Commander, what shall we do? We currently lack any means to counter the droplets. The group was in a state of urgency. Alas, in this instance of civilizational conflict, we have been vanquished. We must concede that the adversary's technological advancement surpasses ours at an alarming rate. The commander's demeanor grew somber. Let us set aside our original plan and instead employ the quantum sea to seal off our world. Nonetheless, it is the only recourse we have. It is preferable to the annihilation of our civilization. If we can endure this conflict, we shall rise again in the future. The group, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of his words. Defeat is defeat. They began to interfere with the spatial field, allowing microscopic particles to affect the area. And the quantum sea began to take shape, anticipated to envelop the entire world within 3 minutes. The atmosphere was grave. The so-called quantum sea is a vast ocean formed by the aggregation of all quantum entities. Within this domain, all microscopic particles are subject to influence, becoming inherently uncertain. Once these particles exhibit the same uncertainty as quantum entities, the forefront of technology will be stymied, and further advancements will be impossible. All existing theoretical frameworks will collapse. In the quantum sea, the laws of physics cease to exist, and all experiments in physics devolve into a state of uncertainty. Chapter 47. Technological blockade? Are they afraid? Originally, this tactic was intended to prevent Zhui Yuanming and his associates from advancing their technological prowess, yet it has now been turned upon themselves. They are unable to defend against the droplets. Even if they manage to seal off the adversary's world, the droplets could still annihilate their civilization, rendering the blockade futile. Furthermore, the formation of the quantum sea necessitates the deployment of numerous devices in proximity to their world. They had initially intended to engage in a tit-for-tat approach by entering the earthly realm to impose technological restrictions. However, they were unexpectedly met with this predicament. In a short span, 3 minutes elapsed, and a vast quantum sea enveloped their planet. This brought them a measure of relief. As long as the droplets dared to enter the quantum sea, they would instantaneously be rendered into a mass of useless debris. After all, the droplets are composed of strong nuclear forces that tightly bind electrons in fixed positions. Within the quantum sea, the uncertainty of all particles renders the concept of binding utterly ludicrous. As for why they did not directly utilize the quantum sea against the droplets, do not jest. The velocity of a droplet is merely 1/10 that of light, rendering the formation of the quantum sea a mere crawl in comparison. One hesitantly inquired whether the opposing faction possessed technology specifically targeting the quantum sea. Surely not. With a forced smile, another responded, while others remained silent, their spirits having been battered over the years, uncertain if the adversary truly harbored such capabilities. On Earth, the High Priest detected anomalies in the spatial field. As a cloud of conceptual energy enveloped the opposing planet entirely, the gathered individuals busily engaged in data analysis. Zhui Yuanming contemplated, examined the microscopic particle conditions surrounding their world. The data analysis revealed a substantial quantum distribution above their planet, which interfered with the spatial field, resulting in peculiar properties of uncertainty among all microscopic particles. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What manner of technology is this? Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. They are fearful. It seems plausible. After a moment of reflection, the others grasped the situation. The opposition aimed to utilize this uniquely formed quantum domain to thwart any attacks from the droplet. However, such a strategy would inevitably stifle their own technological advancement. Unless they willingly dismantled the quantum sea, progress in their technology would be utterly halted, a classic case of sacrificing advancement for survival, colloquially termed as fear. It appeared that the adversary could advance no further. Zhui Yuanming scoffed, and the others began to feel buoyed. The game had not even commenced, yet the opposition had already conceded. What shall the High Priest do? Shall we acquiesce to their wishes and await the conclusion of the civilizational conflict, or shall we persist with our assault? The assembly inquired with anticipation. Acquiesce to their wishes? A civilizational war is no trivial matter. Now that the opponent has lost its threat, we may safely develop our technology. Furthermore, within the quantum domain, microscopic particles have lost their efficacy. Yet, there are no restrictions on cold weaponry. Zhui Yuanming grinned, adding, let us not forget, they lack genetic warriors. Slaughtering them would be akin to butchering lambs. Let us continue our steady technological advancement. Everyone shall dedicate themselves to the cultivation of genetic techniques. Once all personnel achieve the status of first-tier genetic warriors, we shall launch a full-scale offensive. Zhui Yuanming commanded. Understood. In the year 155 of the Divine Grant, the opposing world capitulated even before hostilities commenced, igniting a fervor for cultivation among the human species. Excluding researchers, nearly all of humanity devoted their time to the practice of genetic techniques, with first-tier genetic warriors continuously emerging. Moreover, the earlier divine core technology had matured, leading to a significant number of individuals donning divine cores to assist in their genetic training. By the year 160 of the Divine Grant, all members of humanity had equipped themselves with divine cores. Even newborns could apply for divine core equipment from the moment of their birth. Each divine core functioned as an independent server, yet the overarching server remained humanity's celestial computer and advanced artificial intelligence database. In addition, not all individuals equipped with divine cores can harness the immense computational power of the celestial computers. This requires an application or achieving a certain level of capability. Upon meeting the criteria, one can obtain a portion of the celestial computer's permanent computational rights. By the year 170 of the Divine Gift, humanity had transformed all planets near Earth into celestial computers, totaling 50 in number. This means that humanity possessed the support of 50 celestial computers. By the year 175 of the Divine Gift, with the investments made over the years, nearly the entirety of the human population, excluding infants, had attained the status of first-tier genetic warriors, with many gifted individuals having reached the second tier. During this period, Zhui Yuanming also broke through to become a third-tier genetic warrior, representing the pinnacle of human combat strength. Inexhaustible brilliance. Zhui Yuanming clenched his fists, feeling the surging power brewing within him. The moment was ripe. Victory in this battle was assured. Zhui Yuanming rose and began to mobilize humanity. After a month of effort, he gathered 300 million first-tier genetic warriors and 10,000 second-tier warriors. Are you all prepared? Zhui Yuanming called out, suspended in the air, gazing down at the densely packed crowd on the ground. His voice resonated in the ears of every individual. We are ready. Fight! 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 The divine court sets forth. Let us unleash the glory of the Master. With a powerful gesture, Zhui Yuanming commanded, open the divine core wormhole permissions. Permissions have been granted. In an instant, all warriors received notifications of the unlocked permissions from their divine cores, prompting them to activate the cores and open a small wormhole before them, targeting the enemy's world. Buzz. Together, they traversed the wormhole, arriving instantaneously on the opposing planet. 300 million genetic warriors descended directly from the sky. The sight was so terrifying that the inhabitants of the opposing world were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events as wormholes opened above their realm. Commander, we have detected unknown changes in the spatial environment. This is bad. Space nodes have been connected. It's over. Spatial fluctuations are occurring. Suspected theoretical wormholes. Numerous unknown signals surged forth, revealing the extraordinary nature of the small wormholes in the sky. The commander stared in disbelief, biting his tongue to regain focus, and promptly issued orders. Issue the highest level alert to everyone. The enemy world is attacking. All personnel, gear up and prepare for battle. Yes, a piercing siren echoed across the entire planet. Armed to the teeth, they readied their relatively low-tier firearms to confront the impending threat. During this time, 300 million genetic warriors had also descended upon this planet. Ding. You have received a command from headquarters. A member of humanity, having just arrived, received a prompt from the Divine Core. Reading. Order. Show no mercy. Eliminate all obstacles. Upon reading the message, the individual's eye sharpened. A fierce aura enveloping him as he slowly drew his dark alloy katana. P.S. Wishing you all a happy new year. May the year of the rabbit bring you great fortune. Chapter 48. The Spark Plan? Absurd words. In but a fleeting moment, he found himself surrounded by fully armed warriors. Fire. Tat tat tat. The individual did not shy away, allowing the gunfire to unleash upon him, his steps slowly approaching the adversaries as his blade dragged across the ground, emitting sparks akin to stars. What? A monster. The onlookers, witnessing that he bore not a single wound, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Repent under the radiance of my lord. A whisper of death echoed in their ears, and in the next moment, they found their perspective swirling, their headless bodies standing vacantly, blood gushing 3 feet high. The Divine Core reported that the area remained uncleared. The man calmly marked this region as cleared, then inquired about other locations. There were no other human beings within 3 kilometers ahead. Understood. A baptism of blood commenced on this planet. The might of the genetically superior far beyond what these frail humans could withstand. Firearms and artillery could not inflict the slightest harm on a first-tier genetic powerhouse, let alone a second-tier one, capable of slaughtering millions single-handedly. The air was filled with wails of despair, while Zhui Yuanming floated serenely in the sky, overseeing the situation. Suddenly, the space around him rippled, prompting immediate vigilance. In the next moment, a figure materialized. Upon seeing clearly, Zhui Yuanming was momentarily taken aback and promptly exclaimed, I welcome my lord. The followers are assaulting this world. It won't be long before it is seized and presented to you. Indeed, I have come to bolster your ranks. Though your strength has risen to the level of a third-tier genetic powerhouse, you are still no match for the Creator God. Zhang Fan remarked with indifference. Thank you for your concern, my lord. For the grand cause of our master, what does it matter if the followers perish in battle? Zhui Yuanming fervently replied. Zhang Fan shook his head. This is not the time. I have seen all that you have done. Your worth cannot be measured by a single world. At these words, Zhui Yuanming was momentarily stunned. Warmth flooding his heart at the realization of his esteemed position in the eyes of his lord, his faith intensifying. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. Thus, the two remained in quietude, observing the unfolding events from above. The creator god of this world lurked in the shadows, having sensed Zhang Fan's arrival. He compared the disparity in strength between himself and Zhang Fan, discovering that he was significantly weaker in presence. How could he be so much stronger than I? Is it due to the abundance of creation points, or perhaps a matter of innate talent? He pondered deeply. After all, he was an S-rank gifted star master, for otherwise, he could not have advanced his civilization to such heights. Watching his civilization being relentlessly slaughtered left him feeling helpless. He had expected to endure for a century, only to be caught off guard by the adversary. While both sought technological advancement, why did his feel like a substandard version? He was perplexed by this. Oh my god. Save us. A chorus of beliefs flooded his mind, the prayers of those followers on the brink of death. Amidst the cacophony of sorrow, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. Save? With what? I would perish myself if I ventured out. This massacre persisted for a full 3 days, the crimson blood cloaking the surface in a shroud akin to a bridal gown. Commander, we have but a few left. The adversary is on an entirely different level, and our ordinary firearms are futile against them. The faces of the crowd were etched with exhaustion. Initially, there was an intention to initiate a traditional nuclear strike. However, for reasons unknown, we lost control over the launch mechanisms. All command of advanced weaponry has been seized by the adversary. They have infiltrated every layer of our defenses, rendering us powerless. While we find ourselves ousted from the game, the Divine Core, bolstered by celestial computational power, is far beyond what their world's computational prowess can rival. The commander, observing the hopeful expressions of the crowd, felt a shadow of despair wash over him. How could this happen? Why has the divine forsaken us? The crowd seethed with indignation. They had labored without recognition, yet in this moment of impending civilization's demise, why did the divine refrain from intervening? Is this still their god? Abandoning their own kin? Enough. Surely the divine has its own struggles, the commander lamented. Let us activate the Ember Plan. The crowd, faces tinged with melancholy, understood. The Ember Plan entailed safeguarding the fertilized eggs that had begun to develop. All would transform into quantum warriors beneath the spherical lightning, driving the invaders away. Though this would create a fracture in civilization, there was no alternative. Activate the spherical lightning. In an instant, luminous spheres erupted across the globe, and the remaining human survivors received word of the Ember Plan. For the sake of our civilization, we shall sacrifice ourselves to preserve the flame. With fervor, the crowd fearlessly approached the spheres of lightning. At the moment of contact, they were all reduced to ashes, emerging as spectral warriors upon the planet. Zhui Yuanming, Observing this scene, noted with a flicker of intrigue, such technology does indeed exist, quite an interesting maneuver. Jiang Fan commented. Then, my lord, I shall take my leave to command our grand army. Zhui Yuanming replied respectfully. Yes, go forth. Ding. A message was received. The divine core of humanity reported once more. Message, temporarily revoke computational access for all. Withdraw the entire army from the planetary vicinity. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly realizing something, and without delay, they activated a miniature wormhole to escape this treacherous place. Zhui Yuanming stood upon the earth. Activate the divine core battle module. Enter the dark dimension. In an instant, a vast array of material information unfolded within Zhui Yuanming's vision, alongside throngs of spectral armies in quantum states. Those who oppose the Master shall also face the point of our righteous sword. The wisdom of humanity is a gift from the Master. All in this world shall bask in the radiance of the divine. What I represent is the will of the Master. May the glory of the Master shield me. With my blade in hand, I shall enact justice upon all. Ding. Divine core battle module activated. Light wings deployed. Analyzing material information. Targeting enemies in quantum states. Redefining quantum collapse. Insufficient computational power. Requesting authorization from the celestial computer. Granted. Ding. Authorization granted. Abundant computational power. Redefining microscopic particles. Modifying quantum state information. Definition level 104,466. Definition successful. Quantum information modified. Quantum no longer possesses uncertainty. Quantum no longer retains entanglement. Target eliminated. Zhui Yuanming exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze sweeping across an expanse now devoid of ghostly apparitions. The moment quantum was redefined, the notion of quantum collapse became obsolete, rendering any spectral state a mere folly. Consequently, those humans yet to transition into a quantum state stood dumbfounded. What manner of technology is this? Chapter 49, another SS-level talent. It must come to an end. After vanquishing these phantoms, Zhui Yuanming was not inclined to pause. There were still many remnants to eradicate. Activate the black hole engine. Beep. Black hole engine initializing. Beep. Preparing to induce a black hole. Beep. Insufficient computational power from the divine core, requesting assistance from other celestial computational resources. Authorize all celestial computers to pool their computational power. Mobilizing the computational power of all celestial computers. Computational power sufficient. Black hole formation in progress. A hum reverberated through the air as a tempest suddenly erupted. A dark shimmer ignited in Zhui Yuanming's hand. I shall reverse the cosmos. Tremble. With a grand gesture, this dark point was suspended above the earth. Observing this scenario, Zhui Yuanming dared not linger, hastily withdrawing from the planetary vicinity. Beep. Black hole continues to expand. 1 minute until formation. Divine core, maintaining computational support. Zhui Yuanming calmly watched this spectacle unfold against the backdrop of the cosmos. The divine core was now capable of formulating a black hole, albeit requiring substantial computational backing from celestial computers. On the planet, the black hole expanded relentlessly, drawing in numerous objects with its formidable gravitational pull, converting them into fundamental particles. The planet crumbled, succumbing to a siphoning effect. As the black hole incessantly absorbed all material from its surface, the hidden planetary sovereign was utterly unsettled. Good heavens, it can even create a black hole. Sun Chang swiftly fled the planet and emerged into the cosmic expanse. Upon witnessing this peculiar figure, Zhui Yuanming felt a surge of trepidation. He sensed the threat of death emanating from this individual. Whoosh! Jiang Fan appeared before Zhui Yuanming. My lord, you must withdraw for now. The ensuing battle is beyond your capability to partake. Jiang Fan did not turn, his gaze fixated intently upon the planetary sovereign. Zhui Yuanming was keenly aware of his current limitations. Remaining here would only hinder progress. As you command, my lord. The faithful shall temporarily withdraw, should you require assistance. Please do not hesitate to summon us. Swiftly, Zhui Yuanming retreated, embarking on the task of uniting the human forces. 300 million troops stood in orderly ranks within the starry void, a truly magnificent sight from afar. Ladies and gentlemen, witness my lord's grand display of power. Brother, grant me a favor. Shall we conclude our civilization war here? My civilization has nearly been obliterated. Continuing this conflict will yield no benefit for you, will it? Sun Chang proposed. Jiang Fan, however, bore a knowing smile. How do you ascertain that further conflict holds no advantages? That, of course, is born of experience. I have participated in numerous civilization wars, and annihilating the opposing civilization has always garnered the highest score. Even the destruction of a planet yields no hidden points. Both you and I are 5th-level Star Masters. If war were to break out, you would find no advantage. Merely suffering grievous wounds and depleting a considerable amount of Genesis points for recuperation, an endeavor not worth the cost, is it not? Sun Chang expressed, uncertain of the veracity of his own words. Jiang Fan feigned contemplation for a moment before replying. Very well, but you must compensate me with some Genesis points. Agreed. Let us proceed with the transaction. Sun Chang's brows lifted with delight, though he remained cautious, establishing a communication protocol to draft a contract. The contract stipulated that if Jiang Fan accepted his compensation of Genesis points, he could no longer attack him and would be required to withdraw all arrangements from this realm, including the ever-expanding black hole on the planet. Brother, just sign it. Done. Jiang Fan feigned surprise, stepping forward to receive the contract. Observing the smooth progression of events, Sun Chang felt a sigh of relief escape him, muttering, This lad is truly gullible, so young and naive. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck Sun Chong squarely in the abdomen, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Despicable. Are you playing dirty? Jiang Fan grinned. If I kill you, all that you possess becomes mine. Why settle for mere peanuts while discarding the watermelon? Damn it. If you refuse to let me be, you shall gain nothing. The two soon engaged in a fierce struggle. The space around them reverberated with deafening roars, and the formidable aftershocks radiated outward. Meteorites in the cosmos were reduced to dust by the sheer force of their clash. Even more astonishingly, their battle on a planet led to its complete disintegration. Such immense power was enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Is this all your strength? Then I shall claim your life. Jiang Fan's gaze turned icy. His prior ambush had significantly weakened his opponent, and with his own strength already surpassing Sun Chong's, he pressed the attack relentlessly. You vile coward. I shall not let you have an easy time, even in death. Burn my divine blood. A golden flame enveloped Sun Chong instantaneously, his aura surging, quickly leveling with Jiang Fan's. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to possess a slight edge, and all his injuries were healed. Is that it? I expected you to have a more formidable trump card, and yet you kept me on guard for so long. Jiang Fan scoffed, recognizing that while burning divine blood could enhance combat prowess and facilitate healing, one must question how much blood one could afford to burn. Battle. The two clashed once more. Small asteroids were shattered into cosmic fireworks, the space quaking as their fists collided, creating fissures in the fabric of reality. Though these were swiftly mended by the forces of the rules. As time ticked by, the divine blood within Sun Chong's body neared depletion, his combat strength waning and his aura diminishing. In contrast, Jiang Fan grew increasingly exhilarated, his energy surging. This hard-fought battle was a delightful reprieve from his usual monotony. I shall not concede. Sun Chong let out a final roar, only to be pierced through the abdomen by Jiang Fan's fist. There was no recourse, after all. His brother had a cheat. The whispers of Jiang Fan echoed in his ears, causing the latter's pupils to constrict and his gaze to gradually dull. Ding. It has been detected that the opponent possesses a talent. Would you like to plunder? Plunder. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level talent. Technological growth. Ding. S-level talent. Technological growth has received a 10-fold enhancement, evolving into SS-level talent. Technological explosion. Technological explosion. SS level. The technological development of civilizations under the Star Master will experience exponential growth. Upon witnessing the effects of the talent, Jiang Fan could hardly contain his exhilaration, akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang experiencing a surge of electricity, an overwhelming victory. No wonder the opponent had advanced technology to such a degree. It seemed that his talent for technological growth was at least among the top-tier S level, which allowed it to evolve into SS level under the 10-fold enhancement. The effects of this SS level talent were identical to those of the SS level item, technological explosion card. The only difference was that the latter had a time limit, while this talent was permanent. See, I told you there would be benefits, yet you tried to deceive me? Jiang Fan patted the shoulder of the deceased, subsequently shattering his divine body into pure Genesis points for complete absorption. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the Civilization War. Rewards. Having resolved all matters, Jiang Fan approached the human army. All hail our master, slayer of the false gods. Zhui Yuanming hastily congratulated. Jiang Fan's lips twitched. False gods. Zhui Yuanming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my lord is the true god, while all other deities are mere pretenders. The flattery surged into Jiang Fan's senses, causing a flush to creep upon his face. Ahem, let us dispense with pleasantries. The battle is concluded. The remaining tasks are yours to clean the battlefield. Gather all useful resources as spoils of victory. Yes. Thus, in the ensuing time, the human race commenced the extensive plundering of all resources within this realm. Meanwhile, the planet continued to be ravaged by the black hole, with all its inhabitants having perished, leaving the planet's core exposed and continuously siphoned by the black hole. Zhui Yuanming observed the growing black hole, feeling powerless to halt its expansion. Creating an initial black hole and controlling one were entirely different matters. He lacked the capability, or he would not have fled at the outset. Humanity had yet to master such an extreme physical celestial phenomenon as a black hole. Never mind. All technology in this realm activated immediately upon our arrival, commencing its plunder. If the planet is destroyed, so be it. It holds no further utility. Zhui Yuanming dismissed the concern and retracted his computational maintenance of the black hole. Freed from constraints, the miniature black hole began to destabilize, and it would not be long before it naturally imploded, impacting all nearby objects. In the year 180 of the Divine Decree, after 5 years of plunder, the human race had stripped this world of all its resources and acquired knowledge of its microscopic technological advancements. They also rectified their own deficiencies in microengineering, believing that it would not be long before they developed even more formidable weapons. In the year 185 of the Divine Decree, the human race enhanced its expertise in spatial technology and successfully developed a new technological marvel, the FTL, faster-than-light, spaceship. High Priest, we have finally obtained another cosmic navigation technology. The crowd exclaimed with joy. The superluminal spacecraft is named the Curvature Ship, capable of achieving faster-than-light travel. Generally, the speed of light is deemed insurmountable, as all matter possesses mass, and thus its velocity can only approach the speed of light infinitely. Upon reaching light speed, its mass would become infinite, necessitating an infinite amount of energy for its movement. However, the curvature ship transcends this limitation by remaining stationary. According to the theory of space-time curvature, space can be bent, much like a tablecloth can be wrinkled with force. The curvature engine pulls the space surrounding the ship, creating spatial folds, thereby shortening the distance ahead while the ship remains still. In relation to space, it effectively relocates to another point, thus adhering to the principle that the speed of light cannot be surpassed, as only the space itself is in motion, not the ship. In the year 190 of the divine gift, humanity's advancement has been exceedingly rapid, with the energy from a single star proving inadequate for their demands. A suggestion arose among the high priests. Should they seize the stellar energy from the other world entirely? It was deemed feasible, as it would be considered their spoils of war. Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement. Consequently, humanity re-entered the opposing world to extract energy from its star. This star, still in its youth, could burn for hundreds of billions of years without exhausting itself. However, as humanity's technology continuously siphoned energy, the star's lifespan gradually diminished. By the year 200 of the divine gift, over a decade had passed, and the star of that world began to dim, its life coming to an end as it transformed into a white dwarf. Deprived of stellar illumination, the region of space fell into darkness and silence, with temperatures on many planets plummeting, ushering in an era of relentless cold where the emergence of life became impossible. In the year 205 of the divine gift, bolstered by the ample supply of stellar energy from that world, humanity rapidly advanced, finally transitioning from a level 19 civilization to a level 2 civilization. Congratulations to the Star Master for the civilization's successful leap to level 2. Due to the current unique circumstances, a test task will be issued upon the conclusion of the civilizational conflict. The Star Master is advised to prepare accordingly. At the moment of this civilizational leap, Jiang Fan received a notification of the rules, which unfolded as he had anticipated. With humanity's current technological prowess, they should be adequately equipped to face the challenges ahead. If he were to falter, others would surely find themselves in dire straits as well, he contemplated. The test merely serves as an assessment of civilization, not a fatal ordeal. It is not mere bravado. Among the other Star Masters, which civilization could rival him on equal footing? By the year 210 of the divine gift, the civilizational conflict reached its conclusion, and the world passage above Earth gradually closed, as a surge of regulatory power descended once more. Congratulations to Star Master Jiang Fan for achieving victory in the civilizational plunder war, and the scoring based on his performance will now commence. Both civilizations held the same level, earning an S rating. The preservation rate of the civilization in conflict was 100, a perfect score, resulting in an increase in rating. The opposing civilization faced total annihilation, with the Star Master perishing, leading to another rating enhancement. The Star Master's civilization advanced 2 levels within a century, resulting in a slight increase in the overall score, culminating in an S rating. The Star Master garnered a substantial amount of creation points. Given the stellar performance of the Star Master and the immense potential of the civilization, a special reward of 1 opportunity for an S-level talent extraction is granted. Upon hearing the final segment, Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. He had initially believed that acquiring a substantial amount of Genesis points was the pinnacle of rewards from the civilization, plundering war. To his surprise, there was an additional chance for talent extraction. Such an occurrence could not be common among all participants. There must be specific conditions, otherwise, the Star Master, having engaged in numerous plundering battles, would not have obtained merely 1 S-level talent. It is intriguing that civilizations with great potential are generously rewarded. The strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. A faint smile crossed Jiang Fan's face. Though this reality is harsh, it poses no detriment to him, for he is no longer a weakling. He is also a beneficiary under the rules. Unfortunately, it is regrettable that this time, the civilization plundering war did not trigger a system task. Yi Yu shared this sentiment of helplessness, as many task rules went unacknowledged. Yi Yu speculated that the system's assessment rules likely aim to prevent the rewards from system tasks from overly influencing the evaluation of their system functions. Jiang Fan commenced the utilization of the talent extraction opportunity granted by the rules. Congratulations to the Star Master for acquiring the S-level talent of Truth. Truth. S-level. The Star Master can swiftly learn all knowledge possessed by the civilizations under his command. Observing this effect, Jiang Fan's lips twitched. It seemed utterly useless. However, he understood that this was not his ultimate talent. The key lay in the intervention of his system benefactor. Indeed, Yu did not disappoint him. Ding! The S-level talent of Truth has triggered a 10-fold amplification, transforming into the SS-level talent of Omniscience. Omniscience, SS level. The Star Master can instantaneously comprehend all knowledge mastered by the civilizations under his command. As a deity of creation, he naturally masters everything. Chapter 51, Level 2 Civilization Assessment Task. Civilization Cleansing. After reviewing the talent effect, Jiang Fan wore a satisfied smile. In crucial moments, reliance on external support is essential. He then opened his system panel. Host, Jiang Fan. Level 5 Star Master, Bound Planet. Earth Star, Level 7 Planet. Talents, Bountiful Star, A level. Civilization Evolution, A level. Greed, S level. Divine Intervention, S level. Favorable Weather, A level. Path of Magic, S level. Eligible for promotion. Path of Technology, Divine level. Technological Explosion, SS level. Omniscience, SS level. Subordinate Civilization, Human Race, in Technological Explosion. Civilization level, Level 2. System Functions, Plunder, Tenfold Amplification, Interdimensional Summoning. System points. 1,000,000. System evaluation. You have grown under the assistance of the system and are now a qualified system host. Please strive to become stronger and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Gazing at his resplendent data panel, Jiang Fan was filled with excitement. How far he had come from having no talents at all. With the system's aid, he now possessed nearly 10 talents, and they were of considerable level. The Star Master had transcended a special period and was now tasked with a Level 2 civilization assessment. An abrupt rule interrupted Jiang Fan's contemplation. A task? Wasn't it a calamity? He pondered deeply, sensing that this time would not be simple. Assessment task announcement. Lords of the Stars. You are tasked with eliminating or enslaving all civilizations within your respective star systems. Once you have gained complete control over all civilizations in your star system, you will ascend to the rank of Domain Lord. This is a long-term task with no time constraints and no rewards. It serves as a trial for the strong and is the sole pathway for a Star Lord to elevate to a Domain Lord. A star system can have only one Domain Lord. Should another Star Lord ascend in your system, you will forfeit your opportunity for ascension, and even if you change systems, the rules will not recognize you as a competitor. Lords of the Stars, take this matter seriously. As predicted, this challenge is indeed formidable. With rules that have taken a significant turn, only one Domain Lord can emerge from a star system, akin to a master of a nurturing process. The competition is fierce, yet I am undaunted. Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Previously, he might have feared oppression, but now he was among the powerful. Why is the competition so intense? Many may not fully grasp the vastness of star systems. To put it simply, the smallest star systems contain between 10 million and 100 million stars, while the largest can harbor trillions. Assuming a civilization exists around each star, even the smallest system could host 10 million civilizations. Ding. System task activated. Finally, a new system task has emerged. Today is indeed a day of joy for Jiang Fan as he eagerly examines the task details. Task: Ascend to Domain Lord. Duration: Long-term task. Reward: 100 million system points. One chance for a divine level lottery. Although he had an inkling, he was astounded by the richness of the task rewards. Truly divine. In the shadows, Yi Yu felt that matters were more complicated than they appeared. Although he issued the task, the rewards were not his to give. The generous rewards indicated that Jiang Fan's star system likely harbored formidable foes. As for who they might be, Yi Yu had his suspicions. It was likely that another system host resided within this star system. Thus, it seemed the final confrontation was inevitable. By vanquishing the opponent, he could also pass the system assessment. Yi Yu began to strategize, preparing for whatever outcome awaited him. Meanwhile, in another part of the star system, congratulations to the Star Lord on ascending to Level 2 civilization. It is time to announce the assessment task. At last, I have attained Level 2 civilization. It has not been an easy journey. Those Star Lords are exceedingly troublesome, always finding ways to vex me. Chao Mao was filled with indignation. Ever since achieving Level 1 civilization, he had relentlessly participated in civilization plundering battles. To date, he had invaded no fewer than 10 worlds. Yet his opponents proved equally tenacious. Each time war erupted, his civilization suffered significant losses. The deities of the opposing worlds, even in their final moments, sought to inflict harm, either by recklessly destroying his civilization or self-destructing their planets. The weak can only rage in impotence. Chao Mao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, defiantly stating that, although both sides were of equal standing, his numerous talents, while beneficial for enhancing civilization, did not directly augment his combat prowess. As he organized the spoils of this venture, he listened intently to the elucidation of the assessment tasks. Upon hearing that a galaxy could only give rise to a single Domain Lord, he became visibly agitated. Only one. The expression in Chao Mao's eyes fluctuated. For over a century had elapsed since he and his companions aspired to become Star Lords. He could not guarantee whether others in his galaxy had already made significant progress or commenced the annihilation of other civilizations, skillfully concealing their actions from detection. Be not overly concerned, host, the system interjected reassuringly. Your growth has been remarkable, even if someone has taken the lead. You are more than capable of closing the gap swiftly. Your development will only accelerate, leaving others in your wake. You merely need to avoid detection by any formidable civilizations during this period. You speak truthfully, system, Chao Mao mused, feeling a measure of relief. I now possess over a dozen talents, far surpassing my former self. Even the strongest among them can only boast a few. His spirits lifted as he indulged in a moment of admiration for his splendid system interface. Host, Chao Mao. Level 5 Star Lord. Bound planet. Demon Spirit Star, Level 5 planet. Talents. Extraordinary Strength, A class. Heart of Wisdom, B class. Source of Magic, A class. Essence of Magic, A class. Path of Magic, S class. Oracle, S class. Planetary Metamorphosis, S class. Subordinate Civilization. Humanity. Civilization Level, Level 2. System Functions. Replication. System Points. 1,300. 000. Having plundered through numerous worlds, he had replicated the talents of other Star Lords, with the lowest being A class and the highest in S class. However, he had yet to encounter any with SS class talents. He surmised that civilizations of such caliber had likely advanced significantly, making an encounter at the first level improbable. Those who possessed SS class talents had surely begun their civilization purges. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. If he could not even attain the status of Domain Lord, how could he hope to vanquish that hidden threat? Chao Mao's gaze flickered as he began to devise a plan for the civilization purge, starting with those civilizations nearby. He had noticed them years ago, yet was preoccupied with the development of his own civilization and lacked the strength to confront them. He had remained in the shadows, too fearful to draw attention to himself. Now that he had grown formidable, their existence was no longer warranted. Their fate would depend on their response. Beep. System task activated. Task: become a domain lord. Duration: long-term task. Reward: 100 million system points. One opportunity for a divine lottery. Chow Mao had not triggered a system task in quite some time, as the frequency of such occurrences had been exceedingly rare. Chapter 52. Initiating plans for civilization purge. This task aligned perfectly with his intentions. Chow Mao nodded, without pondering why the rewards were so bountiful. The system, aware of the underlying implications, remained silent, constrained by its own regulations. It had previously hinted at certain matters, but had been warned against further transgressions, lest it face obliteration. The scene shifted back to Jiang Fan. At the moment the assessment task was announced, he began to strategize his own civilization purge initiative. With the current level of technological advancement among humanity, interstellar travel is indeed feasible. However, many civilizations remain well concealed. Beneath this dark forest, an unknown number of hunters lie in wait, armed and ready. Should I boldly seek to eradicate other civilizations, I might inadvertently attract the attention of those long-established and advanced societies. Jiang Fan pondered deeply. Although humanity has become formidable, it is not invincible. He understands well the principle that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It is prudent to allow humanity a few years of recuperation. And perhaps I shall grant myself a respite as well. Jiang Fan decided not to dwell too much on these matters. He need not rush. For others aspiring to ascend to domain lord must first locate and eliminate him. Subsequently, he once again manipulated the flow of time on Earth, quietly preparing to descend and relax for a few years to alleviate his stress. In the year 211 of the Divine Grant, a year had passed since the conclusion of the civilizational war, during which humanity experienced no significant breakthroughs, but rather a steady progression. By the year 215 of the Divine Grant, after 5 years of recuperation, humanity had regained its tranquility, and the population had surged considerably. In the year 217 of the Divine Grant, having observed the rejuvenation of humanity, Jiang Fan deemed it an appropriate time to assign them new tasks. Thus, today he voluntarily descended into the Divine Court. A terrifying phenomenon drew immediate attention, prompting the high-ranking officials, including Zhui Yuanming, to swiftly leap through space to greet him. We welcome our Lord's descent. They all knelt in reverence. Please, find a suitable venue. I have matters to announce, Jiang Fan declared with authority. Yes, my lord. Zhui Yuanming responded, rising to lead Jiang Fan, while the others followed respectfully, refraining from uttering a word. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The attendees hardly dared to breathe. It was the most nerve-wracking meeting they had ever convened. After all, their deity sat in a position of power, exuding a divine might that weighed heavily upon their chests. Jiang Fan reigned in the overwhelming divine presence, alleviating their discomfort, and spoke. I have an announcement to make. The crowd, hesitant to meet his gaze, listened in silence, though Zhui Yuanming, accustomed to frequent communication with Jiang Fan, felt less constrained. My lord, please proceed. Anything within the capability of your followers shall be pursued with unwavering dedication, Zhui Yuanming asserted earnestly. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction and continued. Your civilization has now attained the status of a level 2 civilization. The forthcoming challenge is to eradicate all other civilizations within this star system. This is a monumental undertaking, one that cannot be accomplished in mere days or months. Numerous civilizations lie hidden within this star system, each striving for its own ascension, whether they are currently weak or strong. Those that seem insignificant now may, in the future, undergo explosive growth and surpass you. In this dark forest, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak strive to conceal themselves while the strong systematically eliminate lesser civilizations. I hope you comprehend that achieving level 2 civilization is merely the beginning, a mere brush with the darkness of this universe. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. All other civilizations are your adversaries. Only through their eradication or subjugation can potential threats be permanently extinguished. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with all present in agreement with Jiang Fan's words, their expressions reflective of their shared understanding. In ancient times, civilizations engaged in mere skirmishes, confined to conflicts between individual entities. However, the present scenario demands that they confront all civilizations within the galaxy, a burden that undeniably leaves them gasping for breath. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, exuding an air of authority as he inquired, Are you all afraid? Not at all. The others quickly responded. Observing the displeasure of their leader, Zhui Yuanming could no longer contain himself and rebuked. Nonsense. Have these years of training been for naught? The greatness of our Lord is beyond comparison with any false deities. What are you afraid of? Is it not merely a matter of opposing all civilizations within a galaxy? So what? We fear nothing. Even if every galaxy were to stand against us, we would wield our swords with resolute determination, severing the heads of our foes and compelling them to repent under the radiance of our Lord's glory. Moreover, our civilization is far from weak. We have mastered numerous high-dimensional weapons and possess the genetic arts bestowed by our Lord, granting us longevity and transforming us from fragile flesh into beings capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. We are not mere weeds in the field. As Zhui Yuanming's impassioned speech resonated, the attention of all was captivated, and he appeared as if bathed in divine light, towering and majestic. Even Zhang Fan cast a sidelong glance, momentarily forgetting who the true creator deity was. Applause erupted from Zhang Fan, who expressed his admiration, while the others eagerly echoed. The high priest speaks truly. We have been momentarily blinded. The greatness and divine might of our Lord are incomparable, even to the vastness of the cosmos. In truth, there is no need for concern. To my knowledge, there are no civilizations exceeding the third tier within this galaxy. The basis for this assertion lies in the fact that no domain lords have yet emerged in this star system to trigger the ascension tasks associated with such ranks. A third-tier civilization signifies a galactic civilization, one that possesses the ability to traverse freely within the galaxy. Moreover, compared to first-tier civilizations, their energy extraction capabilities are not limited to a single planet. Even dark matter and black holes can serve as sources of energy. Zhui Yuanming remained unaware that his second-tier civilization could actually be classified as a pseudo-third-tier civilization, limited only by their inability to navigate the galaxy freely or harness energy from black holes. They had firmly grasped dark matter. Yet their technological progression had taken a peculiar turn, enabling them to control dark matter even at the first-tier level, truly an anomaly. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Zhang Fan's statement, the others visibly relaxed. No civilizations above the third tier? What was there to fear? They had never been intimidated by those of equal standing. We are the swords of our Lord, clearing away all obstacles and spreading his glory across every corner of this galaxy. Those who oppose our Lord are our enemies. With the flames of civilization and sharp blades, we shall flatten all opposing civilizations, they declared solemnly. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the momentum they had built. Excellent. You need not belittle yourselves. Few civilizations can contend with you. Just ensure that you remain discreet and avoid drawing the attention of stronger civilizations too soon. In a century's time, they will be but trivial beings. Slaying them will be as effortless as slaughtering lambs. Zhang Fan proclaimed with authority. Thus, the time has arrived for you to devise a strategy for the civilizational cleansing operation, as well as to address those civilizations that have persistently remained hidden in the shadows. Chapter 53. The Assault of Light Particles. The Helium Flash Explosion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhui Yuanming replied, My lord, our current technology enables us to create wormholes, allowing us to traverse distances of up to 50 light-years. Within this range, we can open wormhole passages and instantaneously reach the star systems of other civilizations to launch surprise attacks, provided we act swiftly. Even if we create a considerable uproar, our traces will remain undetectable. However, the efficiency of such strikes is lamentably low. There are countless civilizations within an entire star system, and it could take years to eradicate them one by one. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, but one individual suddenly spoke up. I have a method, albeit a rather cruel one. The group turned their attention to him, and undeterred by their scrutiny, he continued, In my field of technological expertise, a breakthrough weapon is on the verge of being unveiled. This weapon is known as the light particle. It represents an exceptionally efficient and economical means of attack. Its target is not the civilization itself, but rather the stars in proximity to that civilization. It is a compact object that can accelerate its velocity to approach the speed of light, according to the principles of special relativity and the effects of mass energy conversion. As the light particle nears a star, its mass becomes infinitely large. Subsequently, it collides with the star, thereby disrupting its structure and causing the star's surface to collapse inward, resulting in a helium flash explosion that annihilates the entire stellar system. He paused, then added, This method of attack is both efficient and brutal. We need not ascertain whether there are other civilizations within that stellar system. We merely need to destroy the star, regardless of how adept they are at concealing themselves. Their civilization will be obliterated in the wake of the star's explosion. This approach is an indiscriminate death knell for lesser civilizations. All inferior beings within the stellar system will be utterly exterminated, akin to insects erased from the dark expanse of the cosmos. The group was momentarily taken aback. This strategy indeed sounded exceedingly ruthless, threatening the lives of billions. Yet, from the perspective of their own civilization, it undeniably constituted an effective means of assault, eliminating the need to painstakingly search for hidden traces of other civilizations, thus saving both time and effort. Any civilization capable of evading such a light particle strike cannot be deemed weak, serving as a form of selection. After listening, Zhang Fan considered other implications. After all, this star system was his own, and should he ascend to the position of domain master, it would be his territory. Engaging in reckless actions that left a devastated star system would hinder future development. Observing the ongoing discussions among the others, Zhang Fan communicated with the rules through his consciousness to seek clarification, for this was a significant matter that required thorough understanding. Fortunately, the rules provided a response. The star master need not worry. Once a domain master is born in any star system, the rules will reset all matter within that star system, save for existing civilizations. As for further details, we shall await your ascension to domain master. With this reassurance from the rules, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief and no longer harbored lingering concerns. Though this method is ruthless, it undeniably serves as a formidable strategy. You need not fret about the potential destruction of the galaxy. Once I take command of this celestial realm, I shall restore all foundational materials. Zhang Fan appropriated the merits of the rules for himself, simultaneously elevating his own stature. I am the Lord of the Gods. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, immediately erupted in fervor, recognizing that such tactics could only be executed by their supreme leader. Thus, the matter is settled. Once these weapons come to fruition, it will mark the commencement of the civilization cleansing operation. Jiang Fan declared with authority, "We shall heed the divine decree, bestowed by the gods for 220 years. The light particle weapon has finally emerged, and humanity has begun to implement their civilization cleansing plan. Target selection. Within a radius of 50 light years from Earth, there exist 235 stars. Let us lock onto one target to test the waters." Yes, the crowd busily set to work. The stellar system in the DZY region has been locked. Wormhole construction in progress. The spatial nodes are connected, and the distorted space wormhole has been activated. Instantly, a miniature wormhole with a radius of 10 meters opened above the weapon launch center. A fiery red star came into view. This star lay a staggering 10 light years from Earth, yet the wormhole facilitated an instantaneous spatial connection between the 2 points. With the wormhole's proximity to this star, humanity's light particle strike would no longer require the lengthy 10-year journey of light. With the wormhole, the attack would transpire in the blink of an eye. Target star locked. Please provide instructions. Initiate the light particle strike. Buzz. A brilliant beam of light shot upward, piercing through the wormhole and hurtling directly toward the massive star. Quickly close the wormhole. Orders were issued immediately from above, for they wished to avoid the repercussions of the star's explosion. A brief wait was all that was needed before reopening the wormhole to assess the situation. At this moment, 10 light years away from Earth, on the white dwarf star, a leader of civilization exclaimed with excitement, "Finally, my civilization has mastered magic. This time, the simulation of creation is bound to advance further." He had faced several failures in creation before, but this time, an unforeseen change had given rise to a civilization of gnomes, imbuing the planet with magical power. How could he not be thrilled? Previous civilizations lacked extraordinary abilities and suffered immense casualties in the face of natural disasters. Now, with magic at their disposal, he believed they could progress further. What is that? Suddenly, he noticed a streak of light hurtling toward the nearby star. A meteor? No. How could a meteor collide with a star? Before he could contemplate further, the star trembled under the impact of the exquisite beam. Its surface began to crack and collapse, and endless flames erupted as a myriad of reactions unfolded in an instant. All stellar matter began to implode, compressed to its limits, and a terrifying helium flash explosion swept through the entire star system. The star leader was left dumbfounded. Everything transpired too quickly. This star was utterly obliterated before his very eyes. How could this be? What is this? No, my civilization. He suddenly recalled something. The shockwave from the helium flash explosion was encroaching upon his red dwarf star. No, why is this happening? He roared in frustration, for he was merely a level 1 star master, utterly powerless against such a terrifying helium flash explosion, unable to ensure his own survival. How could he protect the simulated civilization? In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Disregarding his civilization, he hastily abandoned the planet and attempted to flee from this perilous place. Yet, the capabilities of a level 1 star master were limited, rendering him incapable of escaping the swift onslaught of destruction. Buzz. The helium flash explosion swept over the red dwarf star, causing the sizable planet to tremble violently. The gnome civilization residing there perished instantly, oblivious to the impending doom. As their creator, he too could not escape the fate of annihilation. Even after having fled a considerable distance, he was ultimately overtaken by the shockwave of the helium flash explosion, his divine form shattering in an instant. Chapter 54, The Great Purge. Civilizations that evaded the strike. This onslaught persisted for a protracted duration, repeatedly battering the entire stellar system. With the gravitational bonds of the stars severed, the planets began to move in chaotic disarray. It would not be long before they drifted from their original orbits, colliding with one another and leading to mutual destruction. After a lengthy interval, a small passageway re-emerged, detecting the status of the target stellar system. Affirmative. It was confirmed that the star had been annihilated, and numerous planets bore the scars of devastation. Detecting any remaining traces of civilization. Are there planets that evaded the impact? Affirmative. Mobilizing dark matter information. All planets exhibit no signs of civilization, and every celestial body has suffered varying degrees of damage, with none having evaded the onslaught. It is inferred that civilization has been eradicated. Excellent. Close the wormhole passage. Commence selection of the next target. In the command room, a group of individuals erupted in jubilant cheers. This strike had been remarkably successful, aligning perfectly with theoretical expectations. This light particle weapon is exceptionally efficient and economical. High Priest, what do you think? Zhui Yuanming also wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, it is splendid. This way, we can implement mass strikes, significantly reducing the time required. However, we must not neglect our own technological advancement. Only through continuous progress can we remain the implementers of strikes, rather than the victims. Naturally, under the radiance of our Lord, no civilization can surpass the pace of our evolution. Let them be powerful. We shall remain steadfast as the gentle breeze caresses the hills. The crowd solemnly affirmed. In the 225th year of divine grace, humanity relentlessly executed light particle strikes, annihilating no fewer than 100,000 stars. This is a terrifying figure. The beings destroyed under such strikes number in the billions. This embodies the darkness of the universe, where the weak perish without understanding the events unfolding around them. Akin to mayflies vanishing in a dream. In the span of 5 years, Zhui Yuanming and his associates found no civilization capable of withstanding the light particle strikes. The confirmation of a strike was tantamount to pronouncing a death sentence on that civilization. In addition, humanity is acutely aware that within these 5 years, the nearby civilizations have likely captured the information regarding the disappearance of those stars. At this moment, in various regions of the galaxy, something unusual is occurring. Recently, an alarming number of stars have been reported to have suddenly perished. The Star Master furrows his brow. In the vicinity of his stellar system, which is 5 light-years away, numerous other stellar systems exist. Yet, without exception, these stars have extinguished one after another over the span of 5 years. Chronologically, this means that 5 years ago, the nearby stellar systems were obliterated. Such a frequency cannot be mere coincidence, suggesting a dire situation orchestrated by an advanced civilization. The Star Master squints. A look of deep concern etched across his face. A civilization capable of annihilating numerous stellar systems is certainly beyond his capacity to confront. I hope they have not discovered my existence. Nevertheless, my civilization has reached level 15. With a little more time, we may ascend to level 2 civilization. I wonder what trials await at that level, he muses. If it merely involves striking stars, his current strength should suffice to withstand such attacks, thus alleviating some of his worry. Suddenly, a portal quietly opens within his stellar system. A brilliant beam of light pierces through, and the portal closes almost instantly, all occurring in the blink of an eye. By the time he reacts, the beam is already poised to strike the star. This is bad. It's my turn. The Star Master exclaims in shock, lamenting that his fears have materialized. While he possesses means to counter the strike, he is not prepared to face such an assault. Cursed be it. He has no choice but to invoke the sacrificial rules. Forced by circumstance, he sacrifices a portion of his power to enable the rules to erase the incoming beam of light. Otherwise, there would be no time to intercept it. Buzz. The terrifying power of the rules descends, consuming a considerable cost, and the dreadful energy swiftly obliterates the beam from this part of the universe. However, his own strength plummets drastically, from the pinnacle of a level 3 Star Master to barely stepping into level 3. How infuriating. My centuries of arduous cultivation. He seethes with rage. It took time and countless creation points to achieve this, and in mere moments, it has all turned to nothingness. How can he not be furious? In his anger, he remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If he were to abandon his civilization and flee this universe, there would still be a chance for a fresh start, but alas, there are no ifs in life. After a considerable time, another portal quietly opens, confirming target status. Yes, the target is, wait. The target remains unharmed. One individual, accustomed to declaring the target's destruction, suddenly realizes something is amiss and exclaims in alarm. This shout draws the attention of others, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the monitor. The azure star continues to burn steadily, showing no signs of having been struck at all. How intriguing. Zhui Yuanming chuckles coldly, realizing that this outcome merely confirms the existence of a superior civilization within this stellar system. High Priest, what shall we do now? The crowd inquired, not out of concern, but rather with excitement. It had been a long time since they had engaged with another civilization, and their hands itched for action. Possessing advanced technology, yet lacking an outlet for it. In the past, they had sent probes to gauge the civilization's level, determining that if the other party was at a level 2 civilization, they would postpone any confrontation, waiting until their own technology advanced to a higher tier before settling the score. However, if the counterpart were merely below level 2, then this would be a rare opportunity for practice, Zhui Yuanming declared. Indeed, the probe has been activated. Its mission, to detect traces of civilization and ascertain the level of the other party. Whoosh. The probe traversed the wormhole, arriving in this stellar system in an instant. At 1/10 the speed of light, the probe darted through the system, beginning its analysis of all the planets it encountered. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. At a distance of 1.5 billion kilometers from the star, the probe detected signs of civilization. Civilization traces have been discovered. Continue the exploration. The probe, unrestrained, charged towards the planet, inevitably catching the attention of the star's sovereign. What is that? Observing the approaching object, his eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Oh no, it is a reconnaissance device from the other party. He hastily attempted to attack, seeking to eliminate the probe. Yet, with the absolute hardness of the probe's surface, how could it be destroyed by a mere level 3 sovereign? Ignoring his offensive efforts, the probe boldly entered his domain. Damn, what on earth is this thing? Why can't it be destroyed? He dared not delay, immediately giving chase in an attempt to intercept it. In the command center of Earth, they began collecting material information. Material information is being compiled, mobilizing dark matter to analyze the history of their civilization. Dark matter analysis in progress. The team worked diligently, as vast amounts of data flashed by, but under the immense computational power of the celestial computer, it was processed swiftly. Chapter 55. Interstellar Warfare Through the Wormhole. The history of civilization has been restored. Now we shall begin a brief rapid playback. The artificial intelligence announced, and a virtual screen appeared, rapidly displaying images. Under the gaze of the observers, humans emerged one by one. They initially experienced the primitive ice age and great upheavals of life. Their development akin to that of the human race, albeit without any sages to lead them in history. They continuously stumbled through, only evolving into a basic civilization after a prolonged period. However, at this juncture, their developmental trajectory diverged from that of humanity. The entire civilization unexpectedly began to engage with magic, and the planet gradually transformed, becoming infused with magical energy. What followed was the establishment of a magical civilization. After viewing this, the crowd fell silent. Doesn't this high priest seem rather weak? Someone awkwardly ventured, uncertain if it was merely their own impression. Others nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they looked down upon the magical civilization, but given the level of magic exhibited by the other party, it was evident that even those who did not study magic had surpassed them in mastery. After all, they had previously engaged with a magical civilization to prevent future encounters with advanced magical societies. Hence, they devoted considerable time to meticulous research in this regard. Zhui Yuanming found himself at a loss for words, feeling rather inadequate. Perhaps it was not that the adversary was feeble, but rather that they themselves were exceedingly powerful. Yet, caution was paramount. What if the opponent possessed unknown trump cards? He could only gently remind everyone not to underestimate the foe. Indeed, High Priest. However, how shall we proceed? The crowd inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhui Yuanming declared, "We shall launch a direct assault with the fleet. Consider it a training exercise." According to the High Priest's perspective, their forces were indeed capable of overwhelming the enemy, yet the presence of a creator god on the opposing side remained a significant concern. They believed it prudent to employ multiple light particle strikes to annihilate the adversary, and they hesitated to trouble their own master to engage the creator god. Little did they know that upon hearing their concerns, Zhui Yuanming trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! What creator god? Merely a pretender. I shall sever its head." The crowd was astonished. "High Priest, have you always been this fearless? To dare challenge a creator god one-on-one?" Zhui Yuanming cast them a sidelong glance. "What? Afraid I might perish at their hands? I do not undertake ventures without assurance. Even if I cannot vanquish them, they shall not claim my life. I am now a fifth-tier genetic powerhouse." As he spoke, his aura surged forth, overwhelming the onlookers with its intensity. Fifth tier. They gasped in disbelief. The rate of his ascension was astonishing. Zhui Yuanming did not conceal the truth. "I have previously conferred with my master, who has consistently guided my training, enabling me to advance rapidly within a few centuries." This was also the reason for his profound admiration for Zhang Fan. Unlike many, Zhang Fan did not hide his wisdom from him due to his status as a mere native. Instead, he imparted his insights into the path of technology, facilitating Zhui Yuanming's swift progress and frequently assisting him in overcoming genetic barriers with divine power. Indeed, Zhang Fan recognized Zhui Yuanming's potential and deemed it natural to extend such privileges. Who would not desire a capable and considerate subordinate? Furthermore, Zhang Fan was unperturbed by the prospect of betrayal, as the genetic law had embedded self-destruct genes from the outset. He did not seek to control their every action. Yet should betrayal occur, only death would suffice for atonement. Since you, High Priest, possess such confidence, we shall not dissuade you further. We will proceed as you suggest. The others nodded in agreement. They trusted Zhui Yuanming was not reckless. Their years of coexistence had assured them that perhaps their master had granted him some means of protection. Their speculation was not unfounded. Zhang Fan had indeed bestowed upon Zhui Yuanming a safeguard, which bolstered his courage to confront a third-tier star master. This endeavor was an experiment, a test of how great the disparity between his strength and that of the divine truly was. In future confrontations with other civilizations' creator gods, he would no longer need to rely on Zhang Fan's intervention. Such pretenders dare to challenge the majesty of my master. They are unworthy even to serve as his footstool. As the wormhole passage expanded, the assembly commenced their operations, primarily focusing on enlarging the portal to facilitate the passage of their vessels. Buzz, the diminutive wormhole, gradually expanded, and such commotion naturally caught the attention of the opposing creator god. Is this a passage? The Star Master was bewildered, still grappling with the troublesome water droplet. Despite employing various methods, he could inflict no harm upon it, but fortunately, the droplet refrained from launching an attack. Thus, the Star Master could only stand guard beside it as a multitude of humans began to gather around. What has transpired? A leader inquired, gazing at the exquisite creation before him, his eyes flickering. This was a rare material for crafting magical artifacts. The Star Master refrained from unnecessary words, declaring with authority, "Prepare for battle. Other creator gods are attacking with their civilizations." The individual was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. "Yes, the followers will summon reinforcements immediately." Across the cosmos, a formidable fleet traversed the wormhole and arrived in this stellar system. As the fleet departed from the nearby planetary civilization, a figure obstructed their path. This individual emanated a faint divine aura, and the human race instantly recognized who it was. The High Priest noted that the opposing creator god had directly come to block their advance. The crowd was somewhat astonished. Typically, creator gods preferred to lurk in the shadows, fearing discovery and demise at the hands of their own masters. Why was this instance different? It was fortuitous that he emerged. No need for me to seek him out. I shall confront him. You may continue onward. Zhui Yuanming's eyes sparkled as he traversed through the miniature wormhole, arriving before the Star Master. The two stood facing each other, poised in the expanse of the cosmos. A first-tier genetic powerhouse boasts a lifespan of several millennia, while a second tier can endure the vastness of space. As a fifth-tier genetic powerhouse, Zhui Yuanming was naturally unbound by oxygen. Wait, you are not the deity of your kind. The Star Master paused, sensing something amiss. Initially, he had assumed that the audacious Zhui Yuanming must be the opposing creator god, but upon closer inspection, he realized otherwise. How dare a mere pseudo-god stand before my master? You are unworthy. Zhui Yuanming flashed a smile, his mockery palpable. What audacity! The Star Master, Yu Hui, seethed with fury, How dare this mere native speak so boldly? An overwhelming divine might surged toward Zhui Yuanming. Undaunted by the tremendous pressure, Zhui Yuanming resolutely countered with the aura of a fifth-tier genetic powerhouse. What? Yu Hui was astonished. A native could withstand the divine pressure. A pseudo-god is merely a pseudo-god. Your divine might is less than a triviality compared to my master S. Zhui Yuanming laughed wildly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He could hardly contain himself. Seeking death, Yu Hui, enraged by the counter-mockery, prepared to strike down this audacious native. Activate combat mode. Ding. Combat mode activated. Chapter 56. Technology rivals divine power. Zhui Yuanming instantly entered battle mode. Engage. The two clashed, their speed akin to lightning, with fists colliding in a symphony of sonic booms. In the starry expanse, two beams of light rapidly collided, intertwined, separated, and then collided again. All occurring in the blink of an eye. In the command room of the human race. Wow! The High Priest is astonishingly powerful. Terrifying indeed. In the vast expanse of the night sky, two combatants had engaged in a fierce struggle for nearly half an hour. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Yu Hui found himself unable to subdue Zhui Yuanming, which darkened his countenance. Was this truly a native? How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Zhui Yuanming, shaking off the numbness in his limbs, or the scars of battle. Realizing that even the physique of a fifth-tier powerhouse could not rival the divine body of a third-tier star master. I always knew you were a false god. If you cannot even kill me, how do you expect to confront the divine? Zhui Yuanming continued to taunt. As he recognized that his opponent was at a loss against him, it was far more advantageous to disrupt Yu Hui's attacking mindset with provocation. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Yu Hui retorted with a cold smirk. After all, a god is a god, not something a mere flesh-and-blood mortal could surpass. A vast reservoir of divine power surged within him, amplifying his aura, and the pressure felt by Zhui Yuanming intensified. Is this what divine power feels like? Zhui Yuanming found himself entranced, devoid of fear, yet brimming with exhilaration. It seems you are ready to get serious. Then I shall no longer hold back. Upon hearing this, Yu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Activate Death Battle Mode. Ding. Battle Mode switched to Death Battle Mode. Ding. Divine Core has taken control of the host's body. Ding. Requesting authorization for celestial computer computational power. Grant all permissions. Zhui Yuanming's eyes sharpened, his pupils gradually dimming, replaced by an endless icy hue. Ding. Divine Core is now online and in control. Unaware of the transformation occurring, Yu Hui elevated his aura to a new dimension and charged towards Zhui Yuanming. Die. With a slight tilt of his head, Zhui Yuanming narrowly evaded Yu Hui's punch, retaliating with a powerful strike to his opponent's abdomen. Yu Hui's expression turned incredulous. Given his recent speed, how could Zhui Yuanming possibly evade and counterattack? Coincidence. It must be coincidence. Yu Hui gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to the limit. Executing each strike with precision, yet Zhui Yuanming managed to evade every attack while landing counterstrikes in return. Despite Yu Hui's formidable divine body, he sustained considerable internal injuries. What is happening? Yu Hui pondered, perplexed. He had not witnessed any increase in Zhui Yuanming's aura, yet his prowess had surged inexplicably. If one word could encapsulate Zhui Yuanming's current state, it would be unfettered mastery, under the control of the divine core. Every thought and intention of Zhui Yuanming stemmed from the vast calculations of the celestial computer. In this state, not a single ounce of energy was wasted in his movements, nor did he engage in any futile actions. Each strike was the result of trillions of calculations and simulations, meticulously analyzing every action of Yu Hui. His movements, habits, and even the subtleties of his expressions were all scrutinized by the celestial computer. All target action data analyzed. Commencing hunting mode. Preparing to mobilize all technological resources. All permissions granted. Default acceptance. This time, Zhui Yuanming shifted from a defensive stance to an aggressive one, initiating his own assault. As Yu Hui's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, he seized the opportunity to launch an offensive. Previously, he had felt as helpless as a turtle in its shell, unable to break free. Now, however, the moment had arrived. Dark matter bombardment. Boom. The surrounding space was infused with dark matter, catching Yu Hui off guard and compelling him to defend himself in haste. Wormhole engine activated. Antimatter absorption. Annihilation. A cry of agony echoed as Yu Hui turned to find Zhui Yuanming had teleported behind him, prompting him to quickly create distance. A searing pain radiated from his back, as the annihilation of antimatter inflicted considerable harm upon his divine body. Golden drops of divine blood fell into the void. Zhui Yuanming offered no respite, continuously leaping through space, employing dark matter bombardments for distraction, and unleashing the devastating power of antimatter annihilation to relentlessly assault Yu Hui's divine form. This strategy left Yu Hui in a state of despair. Each of his counterattacks proved futile, consistently missing the target. While every move he attempted was preemptively recognized by his opponent, who had already set traps for him to unwittingly fall into. Damn it! Are you using a script? Yu Hui cursed vehemently. What else could it be? Every attack was evaded, leaving him to endure the onslaught passively. Moreover, the proficiency of this so-called script was astonishing. Even basic attacks were easily dodged. Beep. All information regarding the surrounding spatial nodes has been calculated, initiating spatial movement lockdown. Black hole engine activated. Computational power engaged. All permissions have been granted. Black hole is being established. In the starry expanse, a windless force arose, and a flicker of black light appeared, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull. Zhui Yuanming promptly activated a wormhole to escape the gravitational range. Yu Hui's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the emergence of the black hole. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to harness his divine power to open a spatial node and flee this perilous situation. What was happening? His previously potent divine power seemed ineffective. He could not open the spatial node. No, it wasn't that he couldn't open it. Rather, the spatial node was unresponsive to him. This realm had been sealed off. Cursed be this method. Yu Hui's expression darkened. He had suffered throughout this battle, his reputation as a creator god tarnished, being dominated by a mere native. Since he could not rely on divine power for spatial leaps, he resolved to fly away directly. Target preparing to evacuate the area. Initiating spatial folding. Infinite extension. Employing four-dimensional technology. Beep. Insufficient computational power. Activating contingency plan for four-dimensional spatial fragment technology. Just as Yu Hui took a few steps, he found himself back at his original position, the black mass rapidly expanding, its gravitational force intensifying. He quickened his flight. Yet despite increasing the distance, the black hole remained eerily close. How bizarre. He understood that this was Zhui Yuanming's doing, but he could not find a way to counter it. Target has become ensnared in spatial chaos. Continuing temporal and spatial interference. Black hole maintains gravitational pursuit through computational power, estimated to reach peak intensity in 3 hours, resulting in an annihilation explosion. In the eyes of Zhui Yuanming, countless data flickered. Were it not for the vast array of celestial computers processing the information, even a human brain with a 5th-tier gene would instantly crash and become incapacitated. Time trickled away, and Yu Hui's patience was gradually depleted, his fury mounting as he found himself ensnared in the bindings of countless parallel spaces. The 3rd-tier Star Master possessed formidable strength, yet was utterly helpless against such tactics. It was not a matter of the Star Master's capabilities, but rather the preposterous advancements of human technology. It was a true anomaly. Thus, the path of technology, though initially feeble, held great promise. Once it developed, the notion of slaying gods would no longer be mere bravado. Naturally, a 5th-tier gene warrior could not contend with a Star Master, at best managing to engage with one newly ascended to the 3rd tier. This was a realization Zhui Yuanming had previously tested. The opponent had merely refrained from an all-out life-and-death struggle at the outset, allowing Zhui Yuanming to escape. Had he not activated the Divine Core Custodian later, Yu Hui's assault would have led to his swift downfall. Chapter 57. The Manifestation of Technological Might. The augmentation provided by the Divine Core elevated Zhui Yuanming's combat prowess to unprecedented heights, such as the grandeur of technology. Amidst the cosmos, Zhui Yuanming diligently sustained his computational power to ensure the miniature black hole reached its zenith, while simultaneously preventing Yu Hui from escaping the spatial confines. As seconds ticked away, Zhui Yuanming's computational efforts concerning the black hole approached a critical threshold. Computational power has reached its peak. Now evacuate from maintaining the black hole. Computational power withdrawal will render the black hole unstable, expected to implode and explode in 1 minute. All computational power redirected to maintain spatial confinement. In the distance, the black hole became unstable, an abundance of matter being incessantly drawn in, its size fluctuating erratically. Yu Hui, near the black hole, was engulfed by terror. Facing such a legendary celestial entity was already daunting, and now it was on the verge of explosion. What calamity awaited him? No. In a frenzy, Yu Hui unleashed divine power, battering the surroundings in a desperate attempt to shatter the spatial bindings. Yet such a savage approach could only succeed if one's energy vastly surpassed several tiers. Otherwise, one could not hope to break through myriad laws with sheer force. Buzz. The black hole trembled violently, emitting a fierce beam of radiation as all matter began to implode and collapse, various particles annihilating to generate immense energy. In an instant, silence enveloped the space, all matter seemingly frozen, followed by a terrifying explosion. Boom. The shockwave reverberated through the space, warping time and distorting spatial nodes into instability. Zhui Yuanming swiftly relinquished his hold on the spatial nodes. Otherwise, the computational power would have been insufficient to withstand such a shock. Yu Hui let out a wail. Unable to withstand the impact generated by the miniature black hole at close range, even with the divine body of a 3rd-tier Star Master. Human Fleet Command Center. Quick, activate the particle shield. Instantly, the surface of the fleet was enveloped in a particle shield. The vessels quivered slightly in response to the shock, but soon regained their composure. The High Priest was indeed formidable. He could truly suppress the Creator God. What Creator God? A mere pseudo-deity, not even 1/10 billionth of my master. Indeed, only my master is the true deity. Excitement surged among the crowd. This battle showcased to them that technology could indeed slay gods, significantly bolstering their confidence. Since their High Priest could achieve this, they, endowed with the same divine core and genetic technology, can certainly do so as well. Detecting target status. Target's breath still lingers. Suspected to be alive. Prepare to continue annihilation bombardment. Ding. Divine core overloaded. Forcibly exiting control state. A moment later, Zhui Yuanming's vacant gaze regained its brilliance, as all engines within him abruptly ceased operation, and he was engulfed by a searing pain. An overloaded divine core signified that his genes were also under excessive strain. This torment was even more excruciating than one that pierced to the bone. Zhui Yuanming gritted his teeth. striving to forcibly activate the antimatter engine to deliver a final strike against Yu Hui, aiming to obliterate him entirely. You have done your utmost. I shall handle the rest. A sigh resonated in Zhui Yuanming's ears. In the next instant, a figure materialized. Zhui Yuanming's eyes brightened, eager to pay his respects. Yet he could no longer perceive his own physical form, his entire body rendered numb. My lord, forgive the disciple's impoliteness. My body is beyond my control. This is not a grave concern. It is merely a side effect of genetic overload. A few days of recuperation will suffice, Jiang Fan replied. Stepping forward and placing his palm upon Zhui Yuanming's shoulder, channeling divine power to nurture his body and genes. After a considerable time, Zhui Yuanming finally regained control over his body. Thank you, my lord. Rest now. I will take care of the remainder. Yes. The disciple takes his leave. Zhui Yuanming nodded, subsequently using the divine core to send a message for the fleet to create a small wormhole beside him for his return, as he was currently unable to activate the wormhole engine himself. After Zhui Yuanming departed, Jiang Fan slowly floated before Yu Hui. At that moment, Yu Hui was drenched in golden divine blood, appearing utterly wretched, as if he would perish at the slightest breeze. Yet, Jiang Fan could sense divine power within him continuously aiding his recovery. Left unattended, he would likely return to his peak, a testament to the might of a divine body. Have you finally revealed yourself? Yu Hui gradually lifted his eyelids, sensing Jiang Fan's divine might and recognizing him as Zhui Yuanming's Star Master. A 5th-level Star Master? Indeed. This battle was lost from the outset. But why is the disparity so vast? Yu Hui roared in frustration, unable to accept that he was nearly slain by a mere native. Jiang Fan did not respond, instead advancing to deliver a blow that pierced through Yu Hui's divine body. Cough, cough. Is this the sensation of death? I hope not to endure this world in my next life. Yu Hui's gaze gradually dimmed, and his divine body was ultimately shattered by Jiang Fan, transforming into pure creation points absorbed into his being. Ding. Detecting opponent's talent. Would you like to plunder? Plunder ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired S-level talent. Complete knowledge of magic. Ding. S-level talent triggered. 10-fold amplification, evolving into S-level talent. Magical civilization. Magical civilization. S-level the Star Master can enable the civilizations under their command to master magical knowledge, and can also allow their planets to continually generate magical factors for supply. After reviewing the effects of the talent, Jiang Fan felt it was rather unremarkable. The limits of magic were predetermined. Without science, progress would be stunted. However, it could allow humanity to delve into research, preparing them for encounters with divine magical civilizations in the future, enabling them to deploy technology effectively. In contemporary times, humanity has cleared a significant number of civilizations near the Earth, yet the efficiency remains woefully inadequate. Jiang Fan pondered this, and then his figure vanished from the spot. Such matters could be deferred until humanity's technological advancements achieve a new breakthrough, at which point a more comprehensive strategy could be devised. In the fleet's command chamber, the High Priest inquired, "What is the situation? It appears our Lord has manifested." The gathered individuals approached the returning Zhui Yuanming, eager to express their concern and warmth. Indeed, this battle has allowed me to ascertain the approximate combat capabilities of those false deities. The application of technology has proven highly effective. However, the divine core remains insufficiently robust. Despite undergoing several rounds of genetic evolution, it still cannot withstand the computational load when all technological faculties are engaged, Zhui Yuanming remarked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, the others fell into contemplation. They were already aware of this issue, having access to a considerable number of planetary computers, yet the technology had reached an impasse. Elevating the divine core's potential posed a significant challenge. High Priest, this project is undoubtedly a success. Otherwise, you would not have triumphed in the recent confrontation. One individual stated candidly. While straightforward, the sentiment resonated with the group, and Zhui Yuanming chose not to dwell on it. Only by identifying problems could solutions be found, rather than addressing the individuals who raised them. The individual continued, a major factor contributing to the divine core's limitations is its subpar server configuration. While it can harness the computational power of our planetary computers for assistance, it ultimately lacks its own capabilities. Once the data accumulates and long-term calculations are undertaken, it will become overloaded. The divine core can be likened to a computer's CPU, while the planetary computer's computational power serves merely as a hard drive. If the CPU is inadequate, no matter how advanced the hard drive, it proves futile. Chapter 58. Energy System. The sentiment expressed was acknowledged by all as a valid concern. Our spatial technology has grown increasingly sophisticated. In due time, even stars could be transformed into our celestial computers, further enhancing computational power. However, relying on this method to augment the divine core's abilities is insufficient. We must redirect a significant portion of our efforts toward developing technologies that address this issue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhui Yuanming concluded, enhancing the divine core's capabilities equates to bolstering the combat prowess of all humanity. Very well, once this matter is resolved, we shall proceed as you suggest. Consequently, the discussion concerning the divine core ceased, and focus shifted to the topic of the present magical civilization. High Priest, now that the deities of the opposing world have perished, it implies they possess no further trump cards. It is time to launch a full-scale assault. Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement, stating, "Let our soldiers engage in some practice, yet we must implement certain measures to ensure our personnel do not suffer casualties." Understood. The group commenced their preparations. Initiate the magical factor blockade. Engage computational retrieval. The scope encompasses the entire planet. In mere moments, the entire fleet surrounded the planet, concurrently employing a technological blockade. However, this blockade was not aimed at technology, but rather at the magical factors. Once the magical factors were obstructed, the opposition would be incapable of utilizing them to conjure magic. In other words, this planet had become a zone devoid of magic. Prepare yourselves for the performance, everyone. This is a trial. Only by bathing in the blood of other beings can one possess an unwavering heart, ensuring they remain unperturbed in the face of future great battles. We shall adhere strictly to this decree. A multitude of humans began to leap through space, arriving upon the planet. Confronted with such a sudden turn of events, all the mages were momentarily paralyzed, unaware that their creator had perished, and what awaited them was the annihilation of their civilization. With a swift motion, blades severed heads from shoulders. By the time the mages regained their senses, they were already witnessing significant casualties. They quickly rallied to counterattack, chanting spells in desperation. Yet, the harsh reality struck. Upon completing their incantations, there was no response, and in the next moment, they were cleaved down, becoming cold corpses. Panic ensued among the mages as they fled for their lives. However, with their frail frames, how could they withstand the onslaught of genetically enhanced warriors? A baptism of blood unfolded once more, but this time, the human warriors were even more formidable, employing advanced technology. First-tier genetic elites could traverse space at will, striking unseen. Why? Why does magic not respond to me? Oh, ancient slumbering elves. Answer me. Cursed be it. Still, it proved futile. What on earth is happening? No one could provide an answer, and the humans held no interest in conversing with these natives. They regarded this battle merely as training for future hunts. The massacre continued unabated for 3 days and nights. The remaining mages were relatively powerful, although they had lost ordinary magic. A small faction still wielded magic independent of magical energy. Oh, this is indeed a novel magical approach. In the command room, the onlookers observed the elderly figures unleashing potent magical attacks, deep in thought. Can we analyze the energy they are utilizing? Logically, having lost the response of magical energy, they should be incapable of casting spells. They must be employing another form of energy conversion. Indeed, begin retrieving and analyzing material information. No traces of magical energy were detected. The magic contained a unique destructive essence, biological energy. Upon hearing this, Zhui Yuanming pondered for a moment and inquired. Detect the energy source utilized in the magic. Yes. Commence the detection of the energy sustaining the spells. Big data retrieval. Energy flow analysis has yielded results. The energy sustaining the magic originates from the life force of the adversary. It appears they are converting vitality to sustain their spells. Once the analysis was complete, everyone comprehended the implication. They were indeed utilizing life force to cast spells. No wonder the magic contained biological energy. Though it was a desperate measure, it was nonetheless a viable strategy. This journey has brought unexpected enlightenment, revealing that magic need not rely solely on magical energy. Other energy systems may exist. Zhui Yuanming stated calmly. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a cautionary lesson. Previously, they believed that by cutting off magical energy, their opponents would be rendered powerless. Thankfully, they learned of this peculiar situation today. Otherwise, in a confrontation with another advanced magical civilization, they would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. This was not the outcome they wished to witness. Is it possible to deduce other magical energy systems? The crowd inquired of the advanced artificial intelligence. Database resources are limited and unable to make such deductions. However, it is evident that other energy systems must exist based on various circumstances. It is suggested to enrich the database by providing data on various energy systems. The advanced artificial intelligence responded, stating that all deductions must be grounded in data to ensure scientific integrity and logical coherence. Otherwise, the results would lack accuracy. Understood. The others bore thoughtful expressions, and Zhui Yuanming observed their faces before speaking. This matter is not difficult. We merely need to examine other stellar systems for traces of civilization when employing light particle strikes, detecting their energy systems. If we succeed, we will collect data prior to their destruction. This is the only method available. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging this approach. To strengthen their own civilization, all means are necessary. This is not a question of cruelty, but of survival of the fittest. Meanwhile, on the planet, the remaining few magicians, despite exhausting their life force to fend off the genetic warriors momentarily, were merely delaying the inevitable extinction of their civilization. Oh my God, please save your faithful followers. They fervently prayed, beseeching their deity for a response. The current predicament could only be resolved by their god. Otherwise, their civilization would face annihilation. Little did they know that their deity had perished before them, and their struggles were but the final flickers of life. After enduring for a day, these magicians ultimately succumbed to the toll of their life force and passed away. Thus, the 15th level magical civilization, having lasted less than 4 days, met its tragic demise. Rally the troops. The command center issued orders for all humanity to return. Fleets began traversing the wormhole back home, and as a parting gesture, they detonated that star. The terrifying helium flash explosion engulfed the entire stellar system, erasing all traces of humanity in that realm. Chapter 59, A New Threat. In the year 325 of the Divine Gift, a century has passed, and humanity has successfully eradicated all civilizations within a radius of 50 light-years from Earth. In the process, humanity accumulated a wealth of data on energy systems. During this time, human technology experienced an explosive advancement, resolving the critical issues surrounding the divine core. The solution involved utilizing genetic methods to forge a star core within their bodies. It is known that human cells possess nuclei, and the advent of genetic methods allows for meticulous cultivation of these nuclei. By continuously refining the nuclei, they evolve into miniature celestial bodies. When combined with the microscopic integration of the divine core, the nuclei transform into miniature celestial computers. This is a lengthy process, and currently, only Zhui Yuanming has achieved such advancement, though he has yet to cultivate all his cells. The human body comprises approximately 40 to 60 trillion cells, but Zhui Yuanming has only converted the cells of his heart into celestial cells. Yet, despite this, his strength surged remarkably. At the genetic level, he transcended the 6th tier, achieving the 7th tier. With the sustenance of celestial cells, the overloading of the divine core would no longer manifest. It sufficed to continuously enhance the quantity of celestial cells. High Priest, our technology has matured. It is time to undertake stellar transformation, converting it into our celestial computer to elevate our computational power. The crowd anticipated eagerly. Agreed. Thus, the stellar creation initiative shall be implemented once more. With a grand gesture, Zhui Yuanming signaled, and the assembly commenced their operations. Over the years, humankind did not annihilate the stars upon encountering them. Instead, a small fraction was preserved as a source of energy supplement and preparation for future celestial computational endeavors. Now was the moment for these stars to fulfill their purpose. The monumental project commenced, and after a year, the first stellar celestial computer made its debut. Humanity discovered that the computational power of a single stellar celestial computer surpassed the total capacity of 1 million planetary computers. Even with our expectations, we were astounded by the sheer magnitude of its power. The crowd was exhilarated. It was indeed extraordinary. With the stellar celestial computer, concerns about inadequate computational capacity vanished. Indeed, it exceeds our expectations, but the first stellar celestial computer is not the conclusion. It is merely the beginning. Our ambition is to construct a network of stellar celestial computers to extend our computational reach across the entire galaxy. Zhui Yuanming declared earnestly. Retrieval of computational power has distance limitations. Only by interlinking one stellar computer after another can we establish a computational network to resolve this issue. Understood. The assembly nodded in agreement and continued the transformation of the stars. In the 330th year of divine grace, humankind had thoroughly mastered the application of four-dimensional spatial technology, enabling all to ascend dimensions through the divine core. Individuals in different dimensions could not assault those residing in the four-dimensional space of humanity. However, dimensional ascension required substantial energy. And given their stronghold in three-dimensional space, this notion fell by the wayside. It could serve as an effective means to crush adversaries during critical battles. By the 350th year of divine grace, the expansion of humanity's territory grew increasingly vast, extending from a 50 light-year radius to a distance of 200 light-years. This marked the limit of humanity's capacity to open wormholes, with all civilizational conflicts concluding in overwhelming victories, leaving no opportunity for resistance. In the hierarchy of civilization ratings, humanity's level had ascended to the 25th tier. Throughout these years of conquest, they had naturally encountered numerous level 2 civilizations and a multitude of level 1 civilizations. Against the level 1 civilizations, humanity executed plundering operations, cataloging all their data into their own databases, ultimately leaving no survivors. Jiang Fan, too, had amassed an abundance of Star Lord talents, each elevated to S rank through systematic tenfold augmentation. However, for the level 2 civilizations, humanity chose not to engage them, but rather to avoid confrontation, not out of fear. But because these civilizations held inherent value, all level 2 civilizations had embarked on domain master ascension missions. With so many civilizations in the galaxy, how could Jiang Fan alone manage to cleanse them? That would require an eternity. The mere task of cleansing the vicinity of Earth, extending over 200 light-years, has consumed humanity's efforts for more than a century. Thus, Jiang Fan specifically instructed the human race to temporarily disregard these concealed secondary civilizations, urging them instead to persist in mastering other stars and to implement a strategy of encircling cities with rural territories. Naturally, Jiang Fan still mandated that the human race monitor and mark these secondary civilizations so that once their development reaches a certain magnitude, annihilation could be executed to prevent them from ascending to a threatening level against humanity. By the year 360 of the divine gift, the quantity of stars transformed by humanity had increased significantly, leading to the nascent establishment of an extensive computational service network of stellar bodies. This network now encompasses a range of 50 light-years, within which humanity can freely access the entirety of computational power from any celestial computer without the need to utilize wormholes for passage. In the year 365 of the divine gift, while traversing the cosmos, humanity stumbled upon a peculiar trace in space. High Priest, we have a situation. At this call, the crowd gathered around. Gazing at the peculiar trace displayed on the screen, expressions of incredulity spread across their faces. I recall that we have not traversed this path, have we? To my knowledge, this star field is our first arrival here. The implications were clear. Another civilization had been here before. This trace was a spatial fold generated by the superluminal travel of a curvature spacecraft. The fact that another civilization had mastered curvature technology was alarming, indicating a significant threat. Furrowed brows reflected the gravity of the situation, Any threat must be addressed immediately, for neglecting it would be akin to nurturing a tiger. Once a civilization develops the technology for space travel, its level of advancement will inevitably experience explosive growth. Only by escaping their own stellar system can they harness energy from other stars. If this were merely another obscure secondary civilization, there would be little cause for concern. However, the current discovery was intricately linked to technology. Zhui Yuanming's eyes sparkled with determination. Elimination. It must be eradicated. We would rather obliterate all civilizations within the surrounding stellar systems than allow this threat to persist. Consequently, humanity commenced a search for all stellar systems near the trace. After decimating dozens of stellar systems, they finally uncovered a new lead. Utilizing dark matter information to reconstruct their investigation, they eventually pinpointed the target stellar system. Without delay, they opened a wormhole and swiftly arrived at the opposing stellar system. Before them loomed a colossal star, significantly larger than any previously encountered. With a volume over 100 times that of the Sun High Priest, we have locked onto the target planet. Chapter 60, Gamma Ray Burst. However, this planet presented some peculiarities. The crowd, scrutinizing the data analysis, expressed their confusion. Zhui Yuanming inquired with perplexity, "What is unusual about it?" The group began to extract data and responded, "Well, we have detected that this planet is, astonishingly, a metallic sphere." A metallic sphere? Zhui Yuanming considered this with surprise. Can such a planet sustain life? If there were no life and no civilization, why do all traces point to that celestial body? Detect for signs of life. Indeed, initiate the retrieval of biological information. Yet, no evidence of carbon-based life forms was discovered, nor any traces of other life. The crowd was taken aback. How could there be no biological evidence? All clues lead here. It cannot be erroneous. Faced with the inquiries of the crowd, the personnel responsible for data analysis felt quite helpless. The data simply reflects this outcome. As for the possibility of errors in the data, unlikely. It is not just one dataset that shows this, but rather all datasets consistently display this result, confirmed through multiple investigations. Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a possibility, and inquired, "Can metal give rise to life?" The crowd exchanged glances. Logically, it should not be possible. If it were a highly advanced artificial intelligence, such conscious machines would not be considered life. However, not everything in this world can be explained by science, particularly given the existence of various mysterious forces. Thus, the notion that metal cannot spawn life is not absolute, but rather a possibility. High Priest, your hypothesis is not without merit. We can dispatch a probe for close-range investigation, suggested one of the attendees. Very well, let us send out the droplet to assess the condition of this metallic planet. Yes, the droplet was soon launched, heading towards the metallic celestial body. Upon reaching a designated distance, it was met with a horrifying barrage of rays. A blinding flash instantaneously engulfed the droplet probe. In mere moments, the droplet was reduced to cosmic dust. Such a sudden turn of events was unprecedented for humanity. How could this be? The crowd gaped in disbelief, unable to accept that the previously impervious droplet had been transformed into space debris. Raise the threat level. Zhui Yuanming's expression hardened. Such power indicated a civilization at least of a secondary tier. Gather material information and analyze the attack data. The assembly sprang into action. The nature of the attack was confirmed. It was a gamma ray burst. What is a gamma ray? Gamma rays are photons of electromagnetic waves with frequencies exceeding 15 quintillion hertz. They possess neither charge nor rest mass, thus exhibiting weak ionization capabilities compared to particles. Gamma rays possess immense penetrating power and carry high energy. Faced with the droplet's exterior, which relies on strong interactions to tightly bind electrons for absolute defense, even it could be effortlessly pierced and annihilated. This explains the droplet's instant disintegration. Continue to deploy droplet probes. Gather more intelligence about the adversary's world, Zhui Yuanming commanded. Though the droplets might be destroyed, they had an abundance of them. They could produce as many as needed. As long as they could collect information, the manner of destruction was inconsequential. Yes, a multitude of droplet probes were launched, swiftly traversing at 1/10 the speed of light. Humanity sought to see if they could utilize this velocity to evade the onslaught of gamma ray bursts. Unfortunately, despite such terrifying speed, the adversary was still able to lock onto and deliver targeted gamma ray strikes. Droplets swiftly dissolved one by one. Humanity ceased its tricks and resolutely bore the brunt of the opponent's ray attacks, determined to draw closer to the metallic planet. After a considerable loss of water droplet detectors, a few finally managed to penetrate the adversary's realm. Time was of the essence to collect material information. Gather dark matter data. Yes, commence the material information collection. Dark matter data acquisition. Warning. Under attack from unidentified technology. The server is being infiltrated by a special virus. The advanced artificial intelligence suddenly issued a dire alert. Technological incursion. Activate the firewall. Initiate virus eradication. Firewall construction underway. The adversary is attempting to breach the firewall. Requesting computational support. Authorized. Computational resources successfully allocated. Initiating counterattack. A deluge of data began flashing across the screens as Zhui Yuanming's gaze darted to analyze the situation. This method of invasion was indeed formidable. Yet the opponent's computational power could not possibly overpower ours. Thus, this incursion merely opened a pathway for us to re-enter their database. Zhui Yuanming's eyes glimmered. Since they dared to invade, they must brace for the consequences of our counter-invasion. Virus eradication complete. We have penetrated the adversary's database. Faced with numerous countermeasures, We are now isolated from the database, confronted by the opponent's firewall. Commencing forced computation to breach. All celestial computers' computational power engaged. Decryption level at 104466. Under interference from the opponent, decryption interrupted. Counterattack intensity significantly increased. Force suppression. Continue decryption. 667799100. Decryption successful. Re-entered the adversary's database. Established our firewall, preventing their access. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy, and Zhui Yuanming promptly commanded, copy all data from the opponent. Initiating data transfer back. A substantial volume of data was relayed by the advanced AI, prompting the team to analyze it urgently. During this interval, the material information and dark matter data collected by the droplets were also transmitted back. However, the droplets that had entered the adversary's world were subsequently destroyed. Nevertheless, all was worthwhile. Once we grasped the adversary's data, we could devise targeted strategies. This was the essence of warfare between technological civilizations. No engagement, no harm, but once engaged, it would be a fight to the death. While Zhui Yuanming and his team analyzed the data, the civilization on the metallic planet was in a state of unrest. This is dire. We have been expelled from database access. We're doomed. Damn it. How can they be so powerful? We did not breach their defenses. Yet they retaliated against us. Panic ensued as they realized that by the time they regained access, their data would likely be entirely purged. We cannot remain passive. The opponent is surely near our planet. We must launch a direct offensive. A metal being declared. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. A prompt counterattack was essential. How shall we track their whereabouts? The leader of the metal beings pondered for a moment before suggesting, initiate a gamma ray burst for indiscriminate strike. Wherever there is an anomaly, the adversary must surely be present. All metallic beings concurred with this assessment. Thus, a terrifying gamma ray burst began to brew once more. And this time, its energy was even more formidable, capable of penetrating an entire light year. Chapter 61. Technological domination in the fleet command room. An urgent alert resonated. Warning. Warning. High energy fluctuations detected. Suspected adversary preparing to launch a gamma ray burst. The individuals still engaged in data analysis were immediately alerted by the advanced artificial intelligence's warning. A strike? How could they have pinpointed our location? They were perplexed, as it was reasonable to believe that they had hidden themselves effectively, making it unlikely for the enemy to launch an attack first. No need for speculation. This energy fluctuation undoubtedly indicated an indiscriminate strike. The enemy aimed to compel them to reveal their true forms for a subsequent assault. Zhui Yuanming remained composed. The others understood. Yet the cost of such an attack seemed exorbitant. Did the enemy intend to deplete their civilization's entire energy reserves? High Priest, shall we retaliate? The others inquired. As their options were limited to defensive measures or preemptive strikes to thwart the impending assault, Zhui Yuanming's gaze flickered, seemingly contemplating an alternative approach, preparing to enter four-dimensional space. The assembly had not anticipated the High Priest's caution, yet this was indeed a prudent strategy. Only by lurking in the shadows could they instill boundless dread and execute unpredictable countermeasures. Yes, the assembly commenced operations, preparing for dimensional elevation. Energy and computational resources being allocated. Space folding initiated. Expected within 10 seconds, all objects in this region will undergo four-dimensional transformation. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Elevate dimensions. In an instant, the entire fleet vanished from the three-dimensional universe. After a prolonged silence, the metallic planet unleashed a horrific gamma ray burst, striking indiscriminately across all space within a light year. The blinding radiance caused the entire cosmos to flicker. Waves rippled through the fabric of space. Countless innocent civilizations perished instantaneously under such devastation, akin to ants carelessly crushed beneath a foot, unnoticed and unregarded. The gamma ray burst endured for mere seconds, yet those fleeting moments felt as protracted as decades. The human race, now residing in four-dimensional space, observed quietly as everything in three-dimensional space transformed into a transparent panorama before their eyes. They could access events that transpired at any moment in this spatial realm. No secrets remained concealed. Is there any unusual activity in the nearby space? Initiate immediate data analysis. Report. No anomalies detected. As the analysis concluded, the metallic beings exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had the adversary perished under their gamma ray bombardment? One naive metallic being ventured to speak. The others regarded it as if it were a fool. The technological prowess of the enemy could not possibly be so primitive. They must have employed means unknown or unmastered by them. What shall we do next? The adversary has acquired all our data and information. If we remain passive, we will undoubtedly face relentless targeted assaults. The leader of the metallic beings remained silent. It was their first encounter with such a predicament. Once technology lags even slightly, one is left to endure passive defeat. A simple analogy would illustrate that if the opponent's range is 100 meters, even if our attacking distance is 999 meters, we remain utterly helpless against them. A slight deviation can lead to a significant miscalculation. We must flee, abandon this stellar system, and avoid engaging in a futile struggle, the leader declared. This was the only viable course of action. Fighting would yield no benefits, and it was uncertain when these troublesome entities had begun to target them. Indeed, all the metallic beings found this reasoning sound. If they could not triumph, why not escape? I shall communicate with the consciousness of the living planet. The leader's awareness began to connect with the planet's consciousness. Indeed, this metallic sphere was also a sentient entity. A remarkable phenomenon. It was unclear how this sphere had undergone such a mutation. After a prolonged silence, the leader slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Prepare to merge with the planet and initiate escape mode. My decision has received the consent of my lord. As engaging in conflict with the opponent is futile. Thus, the order was issued, and all metallic beings commenced the fusion process. One by one, they transformed into a molten mass, gradually being absorbed by the planet. Once all the metallic beings had merged into a singular entity, the planet began to distort space in preparation for a superliminal escape. Henceforth, this celestial body shall be referred to as the sphere. This sphere would harness all the technological prowess of the metallic civilization. Upon activating the curvature engine, it would function as a colossal faster-than-light vessel. In the fourth-dimensional realm, the high priest noted that the opponent seemed to be preparing for withdrawal. In this four-dimensional state, humanity had long since perceived their movements. Zhui Yuanming regarded the metallic sphere with a sardonic smile. Engaging in spatial technology before us? Utterly ludicrous. Seal the space. Affirmative. The team sprang into action, readying themselves for a cross-dimensional offensive. This was the essence of their advantage. While they could not be struck by the adversary, they could effortlessly retaliate, leaving the opponent with no avenue for evasion. It was akin to a being in three-dimensional space wielding a brush to eliminate stick figures on paper. While no matter how the opponent attacked, they could inflict no harm whatsoever. A separation by a single dimension felt like divine retribution. In an instant, humanity's assault commenced. The surrounding space of the metallic sphere was instantaneously sealed, regardless of how the curvature engine, which was the size of the sphere, bent the fabric of space-time. It could not create even the slightest ripple. Without any spatial distortion, let alone achieving superliminal speed, it could not move even a fraction of a distance. In the three-dimensional state, it remained utterly stationary. Upon realizing that the curvature engine had become ineffective, the sphere promptly altered its escape strategy. A massive breach appeared on the planet's surface, and an immense surge of energy erupted, attempting to propel itself away through thrust. Activate interdimensional containment. Fold all surrounding space, generating countless parallel timelines to ensnare it. Zhui Yuanming commanded. Affirmative. The interdimensional space formed, elongating distances to create a closed spatial loop. As this assault was executed, the sphere remained oblivious to its entrapment. In its perception, it was still in rapid flight, continuously distancing itself from the original space. Humanity quietly observed the spectacle within the four-dimensional realm, eager to witness the duration of the sphere's flight. In this dimension, the concept of time ceased to exist. After an indeterminate period, the sphere finally came to a halt. Humanity withdrew its containment from the alternate space, and one by one, the metallic beings began to rematerialize. Had they truly escaped their confines? The metallic entities, in a continuous cycle of reshaping their forms, surveyed their surroundings. Captain, we have a situation. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm. What is it? Is there truly a cause for such panic? Have our pursuers caught up with us? The captain furrowed his brow. No. I cannot ascertain whether we are being pursued, but the data indicates we remain within the original stellar system. At this revelation, astonishment swept through all the metallic beings. The captain, gripped by fear, broke into a cold sweat and urgently communicated with the planetary consciousness for clarification. The response was that it had led their entire civilization far beyond several stellar systems, making it impossible for them to still reside within the original one. The metallic beings suspected a malfunction in the data, yet upon observing the stars of this system, they stood transfixed in disbelief. It was indeed the same star. An overwhelming dread enveloped their hearts. P.S. The data quality is abysmal. Why does every book fail to provide me with traffic? It is utterly disheartening, and my enthusiasm is nearly extinguished. Chapter 62. Supernova Explosion. Continue the fusion. Escape swiftly. The captain, regaining composure, surmised that their adversaries had enacted spatial sanctions against them. With no other recourse, they could only attempt to forcibly breach the blockade. With a command issued, all metallic beings commenced fusion once more, while the planet, resigned to its fate, continued its flight. Maintain the blockade. Zhui Yuanming sneered. I will not let you perish easily. Thus, this operation persisted repeatedly, the number of attempts unknown, until the opposing civilization ultimately relented. Their will had been subjected to relentless torment, and fear had been magnified with each passing moment. Throughout, they remained oblivious to the identity of their enemy and their whereabouts. The unknown was the true source of their terror. They possessed not a shred of information akin to that of humanity. The planet's remaining energy reserves had dwindled significantly during these numerous long-distance interstellar flights. Captain, our energy is insufficient for the next interstellar traversal. We must acquire stellar energy for replenishment. One of the beings spoke. Acquire? How can we do that? We cannot even leave our current position. The captain was on the verge of despair. Under normal circumstances, obtaining stellar energy would be a trivial task. Yet now they could not even approach a star. In their moment of crisis, the humans in the four-dimensional space prepared to deliver a final strike. High Priest, we have thoroughly analyzed and interpreted all data from the adversary. They possess no further utility. Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement. Then we shall execute a photon strike, penetrating the core of that metallic planet. Yes, photon strike preparations underway. Accelerate object velocity, open dimensional passage, and launch. Whoosh. A brilliant beam of light suddenly emerged from the void, and before the metallic beings could react, The entire planet was pierced by the luminous projectile. Alert! The adversary has initiated an offensive. The metallic planet trembled incessantly, yet contrary to humanity's expectations, it did not collapse into ruin. The vibrations persisted for a brief moment before ceasing, and the penetrated portions of the planet began to heal completely. The High Priest observed, "It appears that this metallic planet lacks a stellar core." Upon witnessing the outcome, they comprehended the underlying reason. Without a stellar core, it could not be subjected to particle strikes that would disrupt the core structure and trigger various chain reactions, thus preventing the planet's collapse. Truly, it is a remarkable life form. Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow, contemplating which means of assault would be effective. The application of spatial transportation technology. He selected a nearby supernova, intending to transport its spatial state adjacent to this metallic planet, detonating the supernova to unleash a cataclysmic explosion upon it. What is a supernova? As a star approaches the culmination of its evolution, its core begins to cool. Lacking sufficient central gravitational force to sustain thermal equilibrium, the celestial body becomes unbalanced. The entire star contracts and collapses from its core, resulting in external cooling while the internal layers heat to a fiery red. If the star's mass is sufficiently immense, the heated red layers will culminate in a violent explosion, leaving behind a core of high density that transforms into a supernova. Upon exploding, a supernova can expel most, if not nearly all, of its material at velocities reaching 1/10 the speed of light, delivering devastating blows to everything in its vicinity. The entire stellar system could be torn asunder. If the supernova's mass is substantial enough, its eruption may very well give rise to a black hole, one far more formidable than the miniature black holes once imagined by humanity, whose power even the current level of human technology cannot control. Initiating the selection of supernovae, suitable celestial bodies have been identified. Commencing spatial transportation. Replacing the spatial state adjacent to the supernova, moving the spatial state surrounding the target metallic planet to establish a connection. Connection established. With the alteration of spatial states, the area surrounding the metallic planet underwent a dramatic transformation, as terrifying heat engulfed all metallic beings upon its surface. What? The onlookers beheld a colossal crimson, celestial body that instantaneously liquefied. Had it not been for the planet's will absorbing the metallic fluid in time, they would have been vaporized in an instant. Under the protection of the planet's will, these metallic beings fused with the planet, narrowly escaping the clutches of death. The immense, fiery supernova scorched the metallic planet. Had this planet not possessed extraordinary vitality, a type of metal life unlike any other, it would have succumbed to such close-range stellar incineration long ago. Yet, high temperatures were not the means of assault employed by humanity. At this moment, the supernova was exceedingly unstable. Any misstep could trigger an instantaneous explosion. The metallic planet began to reshape itself, transforming from a sphere into a gigantic metallic being, utilizing its dwindling energy to attempt an escape from this realm. However, the surrounding spatial state had irrevocably changed, no matter how it sought to flee. The supernova was unyieldingly near. Strike the supernova. Detonate it. Zhui Yuanming wasted no time in issuing his final command. Launch the attack. Whoosh. A brilliant beam of light surged forth, piercing the core of the supernova under the gaze of the metallic being. This sudden influx exacerbated the instability of the supernova, prompting an immediate collapse of its core. The air reverberated with a resounding hum followed by a tremendous explosion, as intense white light illuminated the entirety of the stellar system. The colossal metallic being was instantaneously obliterated in the cataclysmic eruption of the supernova. The ensuing shockwaves rippled through the fabric of space, heralding the emergence of a massive black hole. Sever the spatial connection. Indeed, humanity severed the spatial link of the stellar system housing the supernova, regarding the nascent black hole with indifference. It was not within their own civilization's domain, and its formation posed no significant concern. Furthermore, it could inadvertently cleanse the region of any concealed civilizations. Thus, a secondary civilization was effortlessly crushed and eradicated by humanity, eliminating this unstable factor and ensuring no further threat to human civilization would arise. Although the High Priest noted that they had obliterated the opposing civilization, the deity of the vanquished had not made an appearance throughout the ordeal. This perplexed many, as they anticipated the intervention of the civilization's god in such a critical moment, planning to utilize the black hole produced by the supernova to vanquish him. Yet, the god remained absent, denying them that opportunity. You need not worry. My lord has long since hunted down the creator deity of that civilization and has likely slain him by now, Zhui Yuanming remarked with a smile. Ah, I see. Such is the might of our lord. The others responded, their concerns dissipating. With their master intervening, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Beep. Talent detected from the opponent. Would you like to plunder? Plunder. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SS level talent. Gold of sentient beings. Gold of sentient beings. SS level. The Star Master can transmute any metallic object, bestowing it with life. Beep. SS level talent. Gold of sentient beings triggers a 10-fold amplification, transforming into SSS level talent. Transmutation of all. Transmutation of all. SSS level. The Star Master can transmute any object, granting it life and intelligence. All knowledge acquired will be returned to the Star Master. It seems the effects extend beyond this. Chapter 63. Planet Advancement Card, Talent Fusion Card. Gazing upon yet another SSS level talent acquired, Zhang Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The talents he possessed were nearly uncountable. While the description of transmutation of all seemed unimpressive at first glance, he sensed that its true utility had yet to be revealed. He had a premonition that this talent would wield significant power in the future. Zhang Fan opened his system panel to admire it for a while. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 7 star master. Bound planet. Earth star, level 7 planet. Talents, bountiful star, a level. Civilization evolution, a level. Greed, S level. Divine presence, S level. Favorable winds and abundant rain, a level. Path of magic, SS level. Upgradable. Avenue of technology, divine level. Technological explosion, SS level. Omniscience and omnipotence, SS level. Enlightenment of all things, SSS level. Subordinate civilization, humanity, in technological explosion. Civilization level, level 26, system functions. Plunder, amplification of all things, tenfold. Otherworldly summoning, system points, 21,000,000. System evaluation. With the assistance of the system, you have grown into a competent host. Strive to become stronger and stand atop the world. After more than a century of warfare, Zhang Fan has elevated his own strength to the status of a level 7 star master, on the cusp of achieving level 8. Along the way, he has triggered numerous system tasks, accumulating an impressive 21 million system points. His talent in the path of magic has also advanced to SS level through relentless study, albeit with limited assistance. Nonetheless, any progress is preferable to stagnation. He calls upon the system to exchange for 2 diamond lottery draws. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan realizes that after saving for so long, it is indeed time to indulge. Rewards of diamond caliber are the only ones that can genuinely aid his advancement, which is precisely why he had been hoarding points. Each diamond lottery draw costs a staggering 10 million system points. Yet the minimum reward is guaranteed to be of S level, with the potential to reach as high as SSS level. Ding! 2 diamond lottery opportunities have been exchanged. The draw will commence now. Yi Yu, observing closely, is eager to discover whether his host is a fortunate one or merely unfortunate. One cannot be perpetually lucky. Can they? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS level item. Planet promotion card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS level item. Talent fusion card. Planet promotion card, SSS level designate a planet for its transformation to a level 9 planet. Talent fusion card, SSS level allows for the fusion of talents. The new talent's level and effects are determined by the number and level of the original talents, with a maximum potential of acquiring a divine level talent. Yi Yu, observing from the shadows, widens his eyes in disbelief. What extraordinary fortune. Chow Mao, I could grind my back teeth to dust. Zhang Fan himself did not anticipate drawing 2 SSS level items. More crucially, these are not the final creations. Indeed, ding! The SSS level planet promotion card has received a tenfold enhancement, transforming into a divine level planet promotion card. Ding! The SSS level talent fusion card has received a tenfold enhancement, transforming into a divine level talent fusion card. While the names appear unchanged, the effects have undergone significant transformation. Planet promotion card, divine level designate a planet for its transformation to a divine level planet. Talent fusion card, divine level allows for the fusion of talents. The new talent's level can exceed divine level, determined by the number and level of the original talents. The talent fusion card remained and used by Zhang Fan for the time being, with his current talents numbering only in the hundreds, predominantly at the S rank level. He deemed it prudent to reserve its power until he had fully mastered the entire star system. At that juncture, his talents would likely soar into the tens of thousands, and the thought of fusion made him grin with anticipation. Yi Yu coughed and commanded, System, employ the planet advancement card. Target, Earth. Ding. Usage confirmed. Expected metamorphosis to complete in 10 years. Zhang Fan nodded in understanding, then proclaimed, I shall wield my divine powers and prepare to elevate Earth. This enhancement will be substantial, culminating in a decade-long transformation. Prepare yourselves thoroughly, adhering to the divine decree. In the year 366 of a divine grant, even with the humanity's preparations for Zhang Fan's edict, they were still taken aback. The changes on Earth were monumental. Within just 1 year, its volume had expanded a staggering 10 million times. What an outrageous concept. The 7th level Earth had reached a size comparable to that of the former Sun, indicating that the transformed Earth was already 10 million times larger than the Sun, and this was far from its final volume. By the year 370, Earth had further expanded to 50 million times its original size over the span of 5 years. The immense mass and gravity of the planet began to influence the dynamics of its stellar system. The transformations over these years surpassed all expectations. Where Earth once circled around its Sun, the roles had reversed, and the Sun was now ensnared by Earth's colossal gravitational pull, beginning to orbit it instead. All celestial bodies around started to be captured by Earth's gravity, entering into revolution around it. High Priest, this is dire. If this continues, even our robust constitution cannot withstand such explosive gravitational growth. The crowd voiced their concerns. Alas, we have underestimated the might of our Lord's divine power. I thought the enhancement would be no more than a millionfold, yet at the current rate of growth, it seems we are looking at a billionfold increase. Zhui Yuanming reflected, acknowledging the overwhelming prowess of their Lord, whose slightest maneuver was beyond their comprehension. Let us halt all technological research for now and initiate a nationwide practice of genetic cultivation. Presently, the majority of humanity are third-tier genetic warriors. We must strive to elevate them swiftly to the 5th tier. Zhui Yuanming calculated the physical capabilities of genetic warriors, estimating that the physique of a fifth-tier warrior would suffice to withstand the billion-fold increase in Earth's gravity with ease. Having reached the seventh tier himself, he anticipated a breakthrough into the eighth tier in due time. Yes, let us implement these measures immediately. In the year 371, various cultivation measures were enacted, sparking a nationwide fervor for training. Zhui Yuanming issued a command to prohibit reproduction during this period. Under strict supervision, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. He also shared his insights into genetic cultivation with the human race, aiding in their rapid advancement. By the year 373, nearly all of humanity had ascended to the fourth-tier level of genetic warriors. In the year 375, the metamorphosis of Earth was complete, its volume now a staggering 100 million times its original size. Humanity had also achieved the goals set by Zhui Yuanming, with all individuals reaching the fifth tier of genetic prowess. In reality, there exist stars that are 100 million times larger than the Sun, such as Uy, which boasts a volume 50 billion times that of the Sun. Those endowed with exceptional talent have ascended to the rank of sixth-tier genetic warriors, while Zhui Yuanming has achieved the remarkable status of eighth-tier genetic warrior. The transformation of Earth is not merely a change in size. It has given rise to a unique form of energy entity. Upon inhalation, humanity can significantly enhance their physical attributes and improve their genetic quality. This phenomenon has been designated as the gene particle energy body, abbreviated as gene energy. This energy entity is exclusive to Earth, representing a self-sustaining energy system for humanity, unparalleled in existence. Moreover, gene energy will ceaselessly regenerate, alleviating any concerns of total depletion. In response to numerous reader requests regarding the length of the initial world, I shall hasten the pace of narration and refrain from excessive detail, aiming for a swift conclusion to this first world. Rest assured, even if the data is subpar, I shall not leave the story unresolved. I will endeavor to extend the narrative before bringing it to a close. Should you assist in promoting this work, I would be most grateful, as increased traffic would serve as added motivation. Chapter 64, Two-Dimensional Foil, Dimensional Strike. Since humanity embarked on the revival of technological advancement, the abundant resources have provided them with a sense of security, and lifespan is no longer a limiting factor in technological progress. Fifth-tier genetic warriors enjoy lifespans extending into tens of thousands of years, leaving all members of humanity in a state of youthfulness. Newborns are no longer at risk of perishing under immense gravitational forces. Rather, during gestation, infants absorb ample gene energy from their mothers to shape their bodies. Furthermore, with both parents possessing robust genes, such concerns are entirely unfounded. Consequently, the population has begun to surge exponentially. In the year 380 of the divine gift, technology continues to advance, while humanity further expands its territories. The number of stars under their control increases, and the computational network for celestial bodies rapidly expands. The original range of 50 light-years has extended to a coverage of 200 light-years, and this is merely the beginning. The reach of the computational network will only accelerate. By the year 390 of the divine gift, humanity discerned that the maximum diameter of their star system spans 1 billion light-years. By the year 400, the civilization level of humanity has reached Tier 29, igniting a technological explosion. Their mastery of space deepens, and a new technology initiative is launched. Once developed, it will yield unprecedented terror. This weapon is the dimensional weapon. Humanity had previously contemplated this concept, but was hindered by technological limitations. However, the current advancements have met the necessary standards. The fundamental principle of the dimensional weapon involves the flow of energy from high to low states. To achieve a dimensional strike, it is essential to direct the energy of the targeted space towards a lower dimensional plane. The crux of the technology lies in ensuring that the energy in the lower dimension is indeed lesser than that in the higher dimension. With the theoretical foundation established, the focus shifts to utilizing low-energy objects to craft the weapon. What possesses the least energy? Undoubtedly, it is a vacuum. However, vacuums can be classified as true or false. High-energy vacuums are considered pseudo-vacuums, while low-energy vacuums are genuine vacuums. The latter can only be produced in extremely high-energy environments, such as those encountered in ultra-high-energy particle collision experiments, where the energy required for a single collision equates to the total energy released by the Sun over 380,000 years. Only civilizations that harness stars as their energy source can achieve this. Naturally, the universe also contains other high-energy celestial bodies that may explode, creating conditions conducive to true vacuums. Collect the true air bubbles and encapsulate them using a force field. This is not the final step. It is imperative to continuously nourish the true air bubbles with celestial bodies of the size of Europa until they are satiated, granting the bubbles immense mass and gravity. Thus, the creation of the two-dimensional foil is complete. Its surface is harmless to both humans and animals, possessing no thickness and a crystalline transparency. However, once the confining force field dissipates, it could result in cataclysmic devastation. Ahem, I digress. Humanity has merely initiated the project for the development of dimensional weapons. It will take several years before formal research and production can commence. Of course, the two-dimensional foil only inflicts dimensional strikes within three-dimensional space, rendering it ineffective against higher-dimensional beings. Hence, humanity is not concerned about other technological civilizations mastering such a weapon, as our understanding of spatial dimensions is profoundly advanced, and the ascension of all humanity into four-dimensional beings is entirely feasible. With divine grace bestowed for 500 years, humanity has continuously expanded, achieving a radiation coverage of 1,000 light-years. Yet this remains insufficient. Years of relentless warfare have drawn the attention of numerous secondary civilizations within this galaxy. The upheavals in the universe have been so pronounced that ignoring them is impossible. A Star Lord of one civilization sighed deeply. After such prolonged development, only civilizations within a light-year have been cleared. To eradicate all civilizations in the galaxy will take an eternity, making the task of ascending to Domain Lord exceedingly arduous. The Star Lords of many secondary civilizations expressed their lamentations, gazing into the boundless, cold darkness of the cosmos, feeling a chill run down their spines. They sensed they were being observed by unseen eyes, aware of their presence, while remaining oblivious to the observers. Their feelings were not unfounded. Since humanity implemented the civilization cleansing plan, they had refrained from immediately provoking or annihilating the discovered secondary civilizations, instead employing spatial detection technology to monitor them meticulously. Should any of these civilizations develop weapons or energies posing a threat to humanity, they would be detected in advance and eradicated in their infancy. Humanity's technology vastly surpasses the comprehension of secondary civilizations, which have only begun to explore their domains. With divine grace granted for 550 years, this year humanity finally succeeded in creating the dimensional weapon, the two-dimensional foil. Haha, great High Priest, we have succeeded. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, celebrating together. It is a beautifully ethereal piece of paper. Observing the translucent paper floating in the air, Zhui Yuanming smiled. Others also grinned. It is indeed beautiful. But once the force field binding the true air bubbles vanishes, it would spell great terror for three-dimensional beings. Watching the scheming smiles of the group, Zhui Yuanming's lips curled slightly. Is there anything more gratifying than overpowering others? You lot are truly insidious, Zhui Yuanming praised fervently. Others chuckled. We are merely fortunate to have gleaned a fraction of your true teachings. How could we ever compare to you? After some idle chatter, the conversation turned. Great High Priest, shall we test its power? Zhui Yuanming raised an eyebrow. That may not be prudent. We have only just produced a two-dimensional foil. No need for concern. Once the two-dimensional foil strikes, it will generate more true air bubbles, and we can collect these to manufacture additional two-dimensional foils. The crowd explained that this was a new weapon, and it was only natural for Zhui Yuanming to be unaware of it. After listening, Zhui Yuanming understood that testing the weapon's power was secondary. The primary objective was to gather more genuine air bubbles. Thus, he began to anticipate. Very well. Let us examine the power of the two-dimensional foil. Have we selected a target for the strike? The group commenced searching for data to identify a suitable target. They found one. A civilization that was on the verge of developing into a potential threat to them. This civilization would serve as the target. It would allow them to test the power of the two-dimensional foil while simultaneously eliminating a danger, achieving two goals in one endeavor. The team retrieved all data regarding this civilization. It was a mechanical civilization that had advanced to level 23, possessing numerous advanced high-tech weapons, and naturally, superluminal travel was no longer a challenge for them. Thus, it became the target of the impending strike. Upon reviewing the civilization's dossier, Zhui Yuanming remarked, the adversary possesses the ability to travel at superluminal speeds, which could enable them to evade the strike of the two-dimensional foil. The collapse speed of the two-dimensional foil is at the speed of light, so only civilizations capable of superluminal flight can avoid its impact. However, he recalled his own spatial blockade technology and felt reassured. All that was needed was to deploy the two-dimensional foil above the civilization's territory and then use the spatial blockade to immobilize all spatial nodes, preventing them from achieving superluminal flight. It seemed that the High Priest had also come to this realization. Indeed, spatial technology was our forte. Making attempts at spatial maneuvers before us tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Very well. This civilization shall be our target. Prepare for the dimensional strike. Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. The dimensionality-reduced mechanical civilization. Thus, the fate of a civilization was hastily determined. On the day of the strike, humanity awaited with bated breath to witness the spectacle of the dimensional strike. Activate the wormhole passage. Wormhole activated. Target coordinates locked. Accelerate the two-dimensional foil. Commencing acceleration of the two-dimensional foil to 1/10 the speed of light. 1 light speed. 10 light speeds. Acceleration of the two-dimensional foil completed. Excellent. Launch. Zhui Yuanming waved his hand grandly. Whoosh. A crystal-clear sheet of paper raced through the wormhole, instantaneously reaching the target star system. After traversing numerous layers of space, it finally arrived at the targeted planet. The speed of the two-dimensional foil rapidly diminished, transforming into a slow, drifting motion. Initiate the blockade of all spatial nodes surrounding the planet to prevent the adversary from escaping at superluminal speeds. Commencing spatial blockade. The team sprang into action. A plethora of data leaping across the screens. Blockade successful. The dimensional strike is anticipated to occur in 3 minutes. At that time, the force field binding the genuine air bubbles will dissipate, and the strike will be executed. The crowd began to watch with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, on that distant planet, faced with this mysterious object, all the mechanical beings were utterly bewildered. They attempted to touch it, to lift it for inspection, only to find that the two-dimensional foil passed straight through their arms. No object could obstruct the passage of the two-dimensional foil. What manner of object is this? So wondrous, as if it possessed no thickness at all. A multitude of mechanical beings encircled the two-dimensional foil, scrutinizing it closely. In no time, this area was cordoned off, and a plethora of scientific personnel arrived to conduct their research. This object, unseen and seemingly impossible to be birthed from nature, appeared to be a creation beyond the confines of three-dimensional space. The scientists shook their heads in disbelief. Something feels amiss. I can sense immense energy within this seemingly innocuous piece of paper. It cannot remain on our planet, warned one mechanical being. While your caution is not without merit, we are utterly unable to touch this paper, let alone remove it, lamented another. A sense of helplessness enveloped the crowd as time trickled away. The suspended two-dimensional foil began to flicker ominously, signaling the imminent collapse of the binding force field. The mechanical beings sensed the shift in atmosphere and promptly retreated. Level 1 alert. Buzzing. The flickering of the two-dimensional foil grew increasingly rapid, mirroring their rising agitation. The vigilant mechanical beings prepared their curvature ships, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. 3 minutes slipped away swiftly, and the flickering foil dimmed, its vibrancy extinguished, a clear indication that the force field had dissipated. Suddenly, a terrifying gravitational pull emerged, drawing all surrounding matter into the two-dimensional foil. Even particles were stretched and flattened by the overwhelming force. The three-dimensional realm began to succumb to a two-dimensional descent, with the two-dimensional foil's impact accelerating. Wherever it passed, space morphed into a dimensionless plane, crushing everything in its wake. Flee. The mechanical civilization had never encountered such a harrowing sight, and chaos ensued as they scrambled for escape. Yet, how could their speed ever surpass the light-speed assault of the two-dimensional foil? Those who had already boarded their curvature ships hastily activated their engines, seeking to escape at superluminal speeds. What is happening? Stop dawdling. We must leave now. A few seconds' delay could seal our fate. A nearby mechanical being urged frantically. No. The engines are running, yet the space remains still. What? Echoed the shock among the other mechanical beings, who were swiftly flattened into a two-dimensional plane. All energy flowed towards the two-dimensional realm, propelling the reach of the foil's assault. In mere seconds, the entire planet began to collapse into the two-dimensional layer, leaving all life forms with no chance of escape. After devouring the entire planet, the onslaught of the two-dimensional foil had only just begun, as it spread relentlessly into the surrounding space. The creator deity of this mechanical civilization was left bewildered. How could his civilization vanish in an instant? Who are you? Do not let me lay eyes upon you. The Star Master roared in impotent fury, despite facing the onslaught of the two-dimensional foil without fear. For his level 7 divine body could withstand such impacts, he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as his solar system was gradually transformed into a two-dimensional tableau, until the entire system was rendered a flat painting. As this three-dimensional space succumbed to the two-dimensional realm, the Star Master was compelled to retreat. Once you arrive, do not depart, a whisper echoed in his ear, heightening his alertness. Who? Have the audacity to confront me. Yang Tingyun summoned immense divine power, emanating a formidable aura that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. With a resounding crash, a powerful strike sent him hurtling backwards, shattering several planets before he managed to regain his composure and stabilize his form. Very well, as per your request, let us engage in single combat. Zhang Fan's gaze remained indifferent as he stepped forth from the void. The overwhelming divine might he exuded left even the 7th-level Star Master gasping for breath. A 9th-level Star Master. Yang Ting's pupils constricted, and disregarding his previous bravado, he hastily took flight. Observing this, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Escape? Did a 7th-level Star Master truly think he could evade a 9th-level Star Master? Such delusions. However, out of sheer boredom, he decided to entertain the chase. Thus, a game of pursuit ensued. With Yang Ting fleeing and Zhang Fan in hot pursuit, there was no way to elude him. Yang Ting traversed multiple stellar systems, but failed to shake off Zhang Fan's relentless chase, his divine body aching from the onslaught. Please, brother, spare me. Just let me go. Yang Ting relinquished his dignity and pleaded. Zhang Fan stepped before him, speaking in a measured tone. Very well. Provided you can withstand a single punch from me, I shall allow your departure. Really, brother? Yang Ting's eyes sparkled with hope, his previously dim gaze brightening as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of salvation. Indeed, Zhang Fan affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Then come forth. But you must not renege on your word. Yang Ting's expression sharpened, seemingly channeling all his divine energy into defense, the vast power causing ripples in the space around them. Zhang Fan nodded, slowly raising his hand, the terrifying divine force coalescing. Yang Ting's expression shifted from confidence to sheer terror. And no, brother. Boom. The punch tore through the galaxy, obliterating all celestial bodies in its vicinity. The golden divine power surged across numerous stellar systems, leaving a radiant golden path in its wake. Countless weaker civilizations were caught in the devastating shockwave of that strike. Somewhat satisfactory, aligning closely with my expectations, Zhang Fan mused as he retracted his fist, glancing at the now impaled Yang Ting before reducing him to pure Genesis points, absorbing them entirely. Ding. SS-level talent mechanical civilization detected. Would you like to plunder? Plunder. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring SS-level talent mechanical civilization. Ding. SS-level talent mechanical civilization has triggered a 10-fold amplification, evolving into SS-level talent mechanical catastrophe. Zhang Fan briefly assessed the talent's effects, finding them mediocre, and chose to disregard them. considering them merely as nourishment for future talent fusion cards. Chapter 66. Rapid advancement. Having resolved this interlude, Jiang Fan returned to his own realm. At this moment, humanity emerged from the shock of the two-dimensional foil assault. High Priest. The power of this two-dimensional foil is indeed terrifying. It is a true weapon of mass destruction for civilizations, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. Who could have imagined that a mere piece of paper could effortlessly annihilate an entire stellar system? Zhui Yuanming nodded in agreement. This experiment has proven highly successful. Now, let us collect the true air bubbles generated from the aftermath of the assault to produce more two-dimensional foils. Yes. Thus, a group of individuals sprang into action, embarking on a quest to gather the true air bubbles created in the wake of the stellar assault. With divine providence of 600, humanity commenced a grand cleansing of civilization, transitioning from the previously employed light particle strikes to utilizing the two-dimensional foil for their assaults. All civilizations were effortlessly eradicated in this vast universe, lacking even a modicum of resistance. Such terrifying methods prompted many civilizations to detect the looming threat, causing them to hold their breath and meticulously conceal their whereabouts in a desperate bid to remain undetected. However, under the advanced technologies of humanity, no matter how diligently one hides, evasion from the scrutiny of dark matter information proves impossible. Civilizations invariably leave traces within the dark matter realm, allowing humanity to trace back to their locations with relative ease. Subsequently, these civilizations would face the devastating repercussions of a mere slip of paper. The drawbacks of the two-dimensional foil are considerable, as it threatens to collapse the universe from higher dimensions to lower ones, a transformation that is irrevocable. The rampant proliferation of dimensional weaponry could lead to the universe continuously descending in dimensions, ultimately reducing it to a mere one-dimensional existence. Were it not for Jiang Fan's assurances, humanity would have refrained from excessively wielding such dimensional weapons. My divine authority can effortlessly accomplish such feats. Zhui Yuanming and others expressed their sentiments, recognizing that once the universe diminishes to a one-dimensional state, all life forms would be trapped, awaiting the singularity that marks the return to a zero-dimensional condition, necessitating a new cosmic explosion to unfold other dimensions. With divine grace bestowed for 650 years, humanity ascended to a third-tier civilization and mastered the technology to harness energy from black holes, alleviating their anxieties regarding energy scarcity. Jiang Fan observed humanity's advancement with keen interest. He initially believed that their elevation to a third-tier civilization would trigger a new task, yet it did not. Puzzled, he consulted the rules for clarification. The response indicated that there would be no further trials after reaching the third tier, as the galaxy could no longer constrain civilizations of such caliber. However, if a Star Lord failed to ascend to a Domain Lord, their realm would remain stagnant at the 9th-level Star Lord tier. Moreover, if a galaxy could not produce a Domain Lord for an extended period, it would invite incursions from other Domain Lords of neighboring galaxies. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, what if other galaxies launch an assault before our galaxy gives rise to a Domain Lord? Isn't that a certain death trap? The response reassured him, stating that currently, no galaxy has produced a Domain Lord. Even if one were to emerge, any assault on a galaxy lacking a Domain Lord must first issue a warning, granting the galaxy 1,000 years to develop before proceeding with the attack. However, if both galaxies possess Domain Lords, such restrictions do not apply, and they may engage in combat based on their respective abilities. For further inquiries, only a Domain Lord holds the privilege to ask. The rules presented a thought-provoking answer, concealing numerous layers of information that Jiang Fan meticulously pondered. Firstly, no Star Lord has yet ascended to become a Domain Lord. Secondly, ascending to a Domain Lord is not the conclusion. Future galaxy wars are inevitable. Thirdly, the rules favor Star Lords with significant potential. Jiang Fan ceased his inquiries, realizing there was little more to ask, and instead hastened the pace of his civilization's efforts to cleanse the galaxy. With divine grace granted for 700 years, humanity expanded its radiation range from 1,000 light-years to an astonishing 100 million light-years. The civilization's level seemed to break free from constraints, advancing rapidly. Technology, long dormant, ignited like a fuse. Over the years of conflict, Jiang Fan also amassed tens of thousands of S-level talents and several thousand SS-level talents. He had yet to encounter a Star Master endowed with SSS-level talent, suggesting that such talents were exceedingly rare. However, Jiang Fan possessed hundreds of SSS-level talents, many of which were the result of a tenfold enhancement through Yi Yu's transformative powers. Time was of the essence. He had already mastered 1/10 of the galaxy, and in a few hundred years, he should be able to fully dominate the entire galaxy and ascend to the rank of Domain Master. Jiang Fan exhaled a heavy breath. Having been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for many years, this sensation was more distressing than constipation, akin to ammunition being loaded but failing to fire. In the year 800 of the Divine Gift era, humanity's territories expanded to 3 billion light-years. This year, humanity encountered a peculiar phenomenon. All star systems near the High Priest had been obliterated. A voice exclaimed in astonishment. At first, Zhui Yuanming did not pay much heed. After all, the destruction of a few star systems was commonplace in this dark forest. Just a few star systems, there was no need for excessive concern, as civilizations possessing interstellar travel technology would inevitably come into contact and conflict with one another. However, the High Priest, this time, was faced with a different situation. It was detected that within a radius of 100 million light-years, All star systems showed no traces of civilization. The individual continued. 100 million light years. Zhui Yuanming's eyes widened. It was known that humanity had fought valiantly and had only managed to eradicate all civilizations within 300 million light years. The absence of civilizations within this 100 million light-year radius indicated a highly advanced civilization capable of such devastation. In an instant, Zhui Yuanming's expression grew grave. This was unlike previous encounters, and the civilization behind this was a formidable threat. Gather information on dark matter to reconstruct the historical trajectory, Zhui Yuanming commanded, eager to ascertain the methods employed by the adversary. Understood. The team commenced their operations, processing vast amounts of data. However, it was not long before they halted. Could it be so swift? Zhui Yuanming queried in astonishment. No, the surrounding dark matter shows no historical traces of that civilization. The information pertaining to dark matter was deleted at a specific time segment. The group was taken aback. They likened the dark matter information to a film. The dark matter in a region served as a record of every moment within that space. Humanity could utilize technology to collect this dark matter information and replay its history. Yet now, in a region where a civilization had clearly existed, the subsequent moments recorded erased any trace of that civilization. It was as though the timeline following this civilization had been excised. This was the first time humanity had encountered such a situation, a method that left them astounded. For they could at most interfere with the information recording in a space, rendering the historical playback a jumble of nonsense, but they could not obliterate the information altogether. Zhui Yuanming furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of uncertainty regarding how to proceed. To investigate recklessly would undoubtedly lead to discovery by the opposing force. This was not humanity's customary approach. They preferred to operate in the shadows, striking their adversaries while minimizing risk. Chapter 67. The Astonishing Creation in the Universe. High Priest. What should we do now? Shall we continue the search or avoid confrontation? The group inquired. Zhui Yuanming pondered deeply before speaking. This civilization must not be neglected. It has already grown immensely strong, and allowing its continued development could yield dire consequences. Yet, an impulsive investigation would not be prudent. We shall nurture a puppet civilization to serve as our eyes and ears for investigation. We will provide it with technological support from the shadows, enabling it to uncover the truth. How ingenious! The assembly marveled, recognizing the merit in this approach. To remain concealed is undoubtedly preferable. Who desires to place themselves in peril? The human race, ever cautious, proceeded to select a suitable puppet civilization while continuing their efforts to cleanse the broader civilization. May our master obliterate its deity, that we may seize control, Zhui Yuanming prayed. In order to obfuscate the mysterious civilization, the humans chose a magic-oriented society as their puppet. This civilization was not insignificant. Classified as a second-tier civilization, with a star master of the seventh tier, Zhui Yuanming alone could not extinguish it, and thus sought Jiang Fan's intervention. However, Jiang Fan's authoritative voice resonated within Zhui Yuanming's mind. Thank you, my master. Thus began a campaign of overwhelming force. As the human race relentlessly employed various technologies to decimate this second-tier magic civilization. Over the years, the humans had amassed an array of energy systems, commencing the battle with a repertoire of anti-magic tactics. The adversaries stood bewildered, rendered immobile, as they watched the humans approach, delivering blow after blow. As for the opposing creator deity, it could not hide from Jiang Fan's formidable consciousness, which sought it out with ease. Bullying the weak. Lu Zixin seethed, disdain evident in his tone. This is merely the law of the jungle. You should comprehend this principle. Jiang Fan maintained a dispassionate demeanor, revealing no sign of embarrassment. For to avoid being oppressed, one must possess sufficient strength before being attacked. Lu Zixin, in a moment of desperation, attempted to shatter the star, hoping to delay the inevitable and facilitate his escape. Temporal rewind. With a hum, the fabric of space and time shifted. The recently shattered star began to reform, reverting to its original state. Lu Zixin, who had fled, found himself once more before Jiang Fan. His pupils constricted. What kind of power was this? Could a star master truly wield such abilities? Divine technique, soul constriction. In an instant, a pair of golden hands materialized behind Lu Zixin, seizing his neck with ferocity. Lu Zixin sought to evade, but his soul was firmly gripped, pulled from his divine form. Annihilate. Jiang Fan slowly raised a finger, which erupted with divine light, piercing through a portion of Lu Zixin's soul. Lu Zixin cried out in agony, his essence grievously wounded, his gaze becoming vacant. Return to the void and inhabit the puppet. Jiang Fan murmured incantations, his golden eyes flickering as they connected with Lu Zixin's divine form. Thus, a puppet creator deity was brought into being. Fully aware of humanity's intentions, he willingly acquiesced to their plans. Yet, merely controlling a civilization was insufficient. A visible star master was essential to avoid suspicion. 1 year later, the transformed second-tier magic civilization began to operate the advanced technology provided by humanity, embarking on a quest for clues. This investigation has persisted for over a decade without yielding any trace. However, humanity has not surrendered. This galaxy is vast, and locating a civilization that has been erased from existence is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, humanity has a clear direction for its search. There is no need to explore the 300 million light-years under its dominion. Instead, the focus shall be on the star systems within 100 million light-years that have succumbed to extinction. While the puppet civilization tirelessly seeks traces, humanity continues its relentless expansion. In the year 900 of the divine gift, humanity's territory reached 500 million light-years, now merely half a step away from ruling the entire galaxy. By the year 910 of the divine gift, that magical civilization finally discovered a glimmer of evidence. High Priest, we have received news. Is it finally coming? What is the message? Zhui Yuanming arrived at the command center, where a group was gathered, poised to unveil the shadow of that enigmatic civilization. The monitoring footage was about to be retrieved. One individual began to operate the equipment, and soon an image materialized before the crowd. What is this? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The sight was profoundly shocking. Even the steadfast Zhui Yuanming exhibited a look of disbelief. The image revealed a colossal structure suspended in the cosmos, its extent stretching far beyond sight. The puppet civilization had merely captured this image from distant star systems, indicating that the structure lay well beyond their observational range. How immense it must be to stand at its base. It resembles a tower, Zhui Yuanming remarked, his brow furrowing. Indeed, it is a tower, someone concurred. They say it bears a resemblance to a mage's tower, yet we have never seen one constructed to such a grand scale. As for who they were undoubtedly the puppet magical civilization. Measure the approximate height and length of this tower, Zhui Yuanming commanded. Understood. One individual relayed the order to the puppet civilization, instructing them to gather data on the mage's tower. As time elapsed, the puppet civilization traversed numerous star systems via wormholes to compile the data on this mage's tower. Humanity began its analysis of the data. The results emerged. The base was circular, with a radius of 500 million light-years and a height of 200 million light-years. Gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply. Is it truly that enormous? Zhui Yuanming's expression turned grave. Even though he had anticipated its vastness, he had not expected it to span 100 million light-years. With a height of 200 million light-years, the sage has discovered that a civilization is traversing various star systems to collect data on our mage's tower. Oh, in the past, they merely observed from a distance and fled in fear. Why do they exhibit such audacity this time? The sage's interest was piqued. It is unclear. Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness. The less experienced a civilization is, the more recklessly they behave, yet they often perish under our casual strikes. Someone responded, shaking their head. Shall we eliminate them? Yes, let us cleanse them. Ants must be mindful of their insignificance. Disturbing giants in repose can lead to their utter annihilation with the slightest of actions, the sage replied calmly. Understood. Preparations for annihilation are underway. Whoosh. A piercing beam of light penetrated the vast expanse of the galaxy, traversing numerous spatial nodes and swiftly reaching the fleet personnel still engaged in information reconnaissance within the stellar system. Boom. The fleet was instantaneously engulfed by the light, vanishing into nothingness. Target eliminated. The sage emitted a nasal sound, displaying no concern whatsoever. Recently, the pace of our Lord's expansion has accelerated dramatically. The construction of the third wizard tower is underway, necessitating a continuous transport of resources to that location. Rest assured, sage. The materials we have gathered over the years are more than sufficient to meet the requirements. That is reassuring. A mere semblance of compliance will suffice. There exists a competitive spirit among us wizards. Each additional wizard tower represents a potential rival, and those individuals are ever contentious. The sage cast a glance at the latter, who immediately understood the implication. P.S. Book Friend, please note the number 6838900098. Chapter 68, Probing. Are we to cut corners? Upon hearing this, the sage's pupils constricted, and he raised his hand, conjuring a spell that swiftly obliterated the speaker. Fool. To utter such treasonous words beneath our Lord's very gaze. Who suggested cutting corners? We merely need to fulfill the target. While we are indeed in competition, we also belong to the same faction. Despite the sage's vehement declaration, the latter had already lost the opportunity to hear it. The sage, unfazed, employed magic to purify the surrounding air, sent someone to take over his position. Others dared not breathe, for the master of this wizard tower was the sage, and all wizards residing within were his subordinates. It is worth noting that this wizard tower spanned a distance of 100 million light-years, with a height reaching 200 million light-years. The number of wizards within was in the trillions. Before long, a wizard arrived. Having acknowledged the sage, he was cautioned, do your work diligently, and do not speak carelessly like the previous individual. The sage narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura radiating around him, causing a sense of suffocation in the chests of those present. Although the sage's words seemed directed at a single person, all others understood it as a warning for them collectively. After a prolonged moment, the sage retracted his aura, allowing everyone to breathe again. Satisfied with the expressions of those around him, the sage nodded. Continue monitoring the surrounding stellar systems. Inform me immediately of any developments. In the Earth Command Center, the personnel gazed thoughtfully at the now blurred images. The assault had come too swiftly, leaving humanity with scant useful information. Having located the position, the next steps were straightforward. Let them continue their probing while we launch our counterattack from the sidelines. Zhui Yuanming spoke up. Soon, measures began to take shape. All personnel were mobilized. This battle served as both a probe into the opposing civilization and a mission to gather intelligence about them. Enter four-dimensional space and conceal all material information pertaining to us. Alter the information regarding the magical civilization. Zhui Yuanming issued the commands. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The puppet civilization extended the front lines to the surrounding stellar systems of the Wizard Tower. They did not concentrate their forces in one location, but engaged in separate skirmishes. Such activity, of course, caught the attention of the ever-vigilant Wizard Tower. Sage, there is a situation. Another civilization is approaching, seemingly intent on provoking us. Oh, which civilization dares to court death? The sage withdrew from his state of meditation and cast his gaze upon the magical civilization displayed before him, likely belonging to the recently vanquished reconnaissance fleet. Continue the annihilation, he remarked with an air of indifference. Soon, the Wizard Tower began to prepare for an assault. Whoosh! A terrifying strike was directed at the puppet civilization of humanity. Gamma rays erupted. Buzz! The puppet civilization retaliated with their own offensive. In an instant, two beams intersected, generating a cataclysmic wave that shattered the surrounding celestial bodies. They actually managed to block it. The wizards were taken aback, and the sage felt a flicker of interest. It had been many years since a civilization possessed the strength to contend with them. He wondered if today would allow his Wizard Tower to revel in its prowess. Yet, it was merely a casual strike. Let them endure a few more, for he was curious to see how long they could withstand the onslaught. The sage commanded. The other wizards dared not delay, immediately launching a barrage of continuous strikes. The humanity faction remained steadfast in their strategy, determined to engage in a test of strength and unveil all their capabilities. Was it not merely a contest of offensive capabilities? They had never feared anyone. The gamma ray barrage continued. With the ability to harness energy from black holes, humanity had no concern regarding energy depletion. Moreover, they possessed a territory spanning 500 million light-years. The two sides clashed fiercely, causing all surrounding star systems to tremble incessantly. Were it not for the absence of other civilizations, the residual waves alone would suffice to obliterate them multiple times over. It appeared that ordinary means were insufficient to subdue the opponent. Their civilization's level was formidable, at least a Type 2 civilization. Then let us escalate our offensive measures and employ ring-level attacks. The sage declared. Ring-level attacks, also known as stellar-level attacks, could obliterate an entire star system with a single strike. This was a unique designation of their civilization. The intensity of the attack was categorized into ordinary and ring levels. The ring level was further divided into 9 tiers, corresponding to the 9 realms of the wizards, ranging from first-ring wizards to 9th-ring wizards. Understood. All the wizards responded, mobilizing the energies within the Wizard Tower to execute the offensive maneuvers. In the external realm, the display from the humanity faction revealed a white halo gradually ascending from the base of the Wizard Tower. A terrifying aura radiated throughout all surrounding star systems. This halo had a radius equal to that of the tower's base, extending an impressive 500 million light-years. What a vast halo! Although the humans in four-dimensional space were somewhat astonished, they remained largely unperturbed. This ring merely appeared intimidating, and despite its expansive coverage, its energy amounted to merely 10 million stellar energies. They speculated that this halo served as a reservoir for the Wizard Tower's energy, though they were uncertain how many such halos a tower of this magnitude could contain. High Priest, the opposition seems poised to escalate their offensive. Based solely on the technological means we have provided to the magical civilization, we should not expect to withstand it, someone remarked. Zhui Yuanming was well aware. Then let us intervene on their behalf, allowing the magical civilization to feign that the assault originates from them. Initiate spatial transportation and unleash a few supernovae as a diversion. Commencing spatial transportation, the surrounding space appeared to be locked and frozen by the enemy. Begin the full-scale breach. Breach successful, initiating connection to the spatial state. At this moment, the Wizard Tower was still absorbing energy, preparing to launch a strike, when a wizard suddenly exclaimed, "Sage! The surrounding space has lost its dominion. It appears the opponent is preparing a spatial assault. Can a level 2 civilization possess such technology?" The sage's face finally betrayed a look of shock. To seize control of space from them, the adversary could not merely be an ordinary level 2 civilization. Quickly initiate the defense. Before the sage could finish speaking, 9 supernovae appeared in the blink of an eye around the Wizard Tower. Although these supernovae were diminutive compared to the vastness of the Wizard Tower, which spanned a billion light-years, the wizards were nonetheless filled with dread, for the explosive power of such celestial bodies rivaled that of a 7th ring strike. The Wizard Tower, constructed from materials of the cosmos, could scarcely withstand such devastation. This is dire. Seal off those celestial bodies with magic. The sage lost composure, realizing the severity of the opponent's strategy. The wizards swiftly aborted their offensive and directed their energies towards containing the 9 supernovae. Despite their rapid response, 3 supernovae were detonated remotely by the human species. Boom. The catastrophic explosion of the supernovae tore 3 gaping breaches in the Wizard Tower. Do not be deceived by the mere number of breaches. The enormity of the Wizard Tower meant that even 3 such gaps would instantaneously obliterate millions of wizards who were still living within its confines. Damn it. Activate the Wizard Tower's full power to sever the spatial connection. For the first time, the sage's defenses faltered, exerting immense effort to reclaim control from the human species. Consequently, the black holes that were brewing amidst the explosions vanished from around the Wizard Tower, granting a sigh of relief to the assembly of wizards. Initiate the incantation, Restore. In an instant, the Wizard Tower illuminated with 3 radiant rings, and with a flash of white light, the 3 breaches were completely repaired. Chapter 69. The Wizard Civilization. This assault heightened the sage's vigilance. He was no fool. Anyone daring to provoke them had either confidence in their strength or formidable backing. Activate the information tracking spell. Identify the precise location of this civilization's headquarters, commanded the sage. Yes, stellar-level tracking magic initiated. The massive wizard tower radiated brilliance as an enigmatic wave of light began to spread throughout the cosmos. Location confirmed, announced a wizard. Excellent. Prepare the teleportation portal. Lead the army forth. With a sweeping gesture, the sage conjured a grand teleportation gate before the wizard tower. March forth. Gather all intelligence on this civilization. One by one, the wizards soared from the wizard tower, traversing the portal to arrive on the planet of the magical civilization. Upon witnessing this development, the magical civilization quickly organized its sorcerers to engage in battle, yet the disparity in power between the two factions was stark. Faced with the wizard's spells, the sorcerers were utterly defenseless, retreating at every turn. In the four-dimensional space, the high priest remarked, "The civilization we control lacks combat strength. They are being overwhelmed by the enemy wizards." Zhui Yuanming instructed, "Analyze the energy system employed by the adversary, create an anti-magic domain, and enable the magical civilization to retaliate with antimatter weaponry." Understood. The information was relayed to the magical civilization, which promptly devised a strategy to buy time. During this interval, the human species dedicated itself to thoroughly analyzing the energy dissipated by the wizard spells. The wizards were not idle. The sage urged them to swiftly investigate the intricacies of this civilization, to ascertain whether there was someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, or if their arrogance was merely a facade for possessing an ultimate weapon. As time elapsed, the planets of the magical civilization were continuously conquered, and the loss of numerous bases prompted the wizards to gather intelligence for transmission. The sage seemed to have found no evidence of external manipulation. Instead, they unearthed information regarding a weapon, referred to as antimatter weaponry. After analyzing the data, a wizard spoke up. "Is there no one behind them?" The sage furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. "What is the potency of this weapon?" "Uncertain. We must conduct experiments to ascertain specifics. The adversary has relocated all the weapons, and we have only acquired general information about them. If that is the case, let us swiftly eliminate their civilization," the sage commanded with a wave of his hand. Thus, the wizards commenced indiscriminate assaults, unleashing a myriad of formidable spells that wreaked havoc across the planet. Mountains crumbled, the ground fissured, and curses rained from the sky, ensnaring countless hearts in dread, distorting their visages, and igniting a crimson madness within their eyes, driving them to irrational violence against their comrades. High Priest, the energy system analysis is complete. Shall we initiate the creation of the anti-magic domain? Initiate. Buzz. In an instant, the anti-magic domain enveloped the entire planet, causing the wizards who relied on sorcery for flight to plummet like dumplings. What is happening? Why has the flight spell failed? It is not merely the flight spell. All magic has been rendered ineffective. One wizard exclaimed in terror. The magical civilization, having been oppressed for so long, was now aflame with rage, and one by one, they equipped themselves with antimatter weapons and began their counterattack. The vanguard troops dispatched by the sage were far from formidable against such devastating weaponry. Mere flesh could not withstand the onslaught. A single antimatter projectile effortlessly obliterated half of a wizard's body. This was but a minor injury. Had it struck true, it might have claimed his life instantly. Damn it! What kind of attack is this? Retreat. The wizards were struck with fear. Their powers were not high, and without the support of magic, they were no more than ordinary individuals with slightly enhanced physical prowess. The magical civilization, consumed by fury, relentlessly pursued the retreating wizard army. Boom! An antimatter missile claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of wizards. The explosion left a vast crater, dissolving the terrain for dozens of kilometers. Within the wizard tower, the wizards watched in shock as the situation turned on its head. That area has suddenly sealed off our energy retrieval, rendering our troops powerless. The sage's countenance darkened, exuding a chilling aura. Deploy stellar-level magic. Erase that civilization from existence. But our forces have yet to withdraw, others interjected. The sage cast a sharp glance at them. Did you not hear my command? Yes. Initiating immediately. The group felt a chill down their spines and dared not speak further as the wizard tower began to illuminate with 4 radiant rings. Target acquired. Magical strike initiated. A colossal magical array manifested above the planet, completely enveloping it. A wave of annihilation emanated forth, and upon reaching a critical threshold, the magical array erupted in brilliance. Buzz. A robust beam of light engulfed the entire planet, lasting a full minute. When the radiance dissipated, the cosmos bore no trace of the celestial body, as if it had been erased. The observing humans were taken aback by such an audacious maneuver, which annihilated an entire magical civilization with a single strike. Huazi Wanming exhaled a deep breath, his expression inscrutable, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. Ah, what an impressive wizarding civilization! A cold glimmer flickered in Zhi Wanming's eyes. After all, the magical civilization was merely a puppet of humanity, and its effortless obliteration was tantamount to a slap in the face. Initiate the two-dimensional foil. I shall make them feel the pain. Understood. The group's demeanor turned grave as they began preparations for a dimensional strike. They commenced the opening of dimensional passages, gearing up for an acceleration of the attack range. One individual cast a glance at Zhi Wanming, aware that the wizard tower was immense, and a single two-dimensional foil had limited impact. Thus, Zhi Wanming resolved not to hold back. Let us unleash 10,000 two-dimensional foils upon them. Yes. Prepare for deployment of the two-dimensional foils. The team sprang into action, opening multiple passages around the Wizard Tower's stellar system. As beams of light surged toward the tower at an astonishing speed, something is approaching our Wizard Tower at great velocity. A mage conjured an image through magic, revealing a multitude of light beams racing through the cosmos, all converging on the Wizard Tower. There were as many as 10,000 of them. The sage chuckled coldly at the sudden appearance of these objects. Indeed, there is someone behind this. Very well. I shall witness the strength of those who dare to challenge us. Should we intercept the suspected assault? Without hesitation, the sage commanded, intercept. Destroy them mid-flight. Do not allow them to approach. Activate the detection spell and seek out their whereabouts. Uncover their hiding place. The Wizard Tower sprang to life once more, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attacks toward the flying two-dimensional foils. However, to the astonishment of the wizards, all their assaults inexplicably passed through these paper-like objects, failing to intercept even a single one. Chapter 70. The emergence of another system. What? The sage's attacks are ineffective. The wizards were momentarily stupefied, having never encountered such a phenomenon. This is bad. Raise the defensive levels. Activate the 9-ring defense spell. Initiate spatial magic lockdown. The sage's composure faltered as he issued a series of commands. The wizards swiftly activated the Wizard Tower, and massive luminous rings ascended from its base. 9 colossal rings hovered in the cosmos, evoking awe as a terrifying magical aura brewed. The space through which the two-dimensional foils raced began to ripple, momentarily locking down the area. A white light shield enveloped the Wizard Tower. Yet, the two-dimensional foils, undeterred by the spatial lockdown, pressed on. For the confinement of three-dimensional space bore no effect on a two-dimensional plane. They simply disregarded the barriers of spatial magic and continued their relentless charge toward the Wizard Tower. The wizards, in a flurry of activity, recognized that although the paper-like objects appeared harmless, they could not afford to underestimate an attack from an enemy. Continue to attempt other magical assaults, commanded the sage. The Wizard Tower has unleashed a terrifying output mode, with relentless attacks striking in all directions. Yet, the two-dimensional foil remains unfazed by these assaults. After a mere minute of travel, it finally reaches the vicinity of the Wizard Tower. Each piece of the foil quietly hovers around the tower in all directions. As the wizards realize that the onslaught has not yet arrived, they contemplate capturing these luminous sheets. However, without exception, all their attempts prove futile. As time passes, the foil begins to flicker, raising the wizards' anxiety as they fixate on it. Activate the 9th circle defensive spell. To ensure their safety, the sage amplifies the defense. Moments later, a white celestial curtain envelopes the Wizard Tower. At this juncture, the force field binding the true air bubbles dissipates, initiating a horrific dimensional strike. The very fabric of space begins to collapse towards the two-dimensional plane of the foil, drawing in all matter and unleashing a tremendous energy that accelerates the foil's expansion. 10,000 pieces of the foil embark on a monstrous devouring journey, leaving no substance unscathed in their wake. The proud 9th circle defensive canopy of the wizards is gradually consumed by the relentless advance of the foil. What sorcery is this? The wizards exclaim in terror, and the sage grows increasingly agitated. Hurry, hurry. Prevent the spatial consumption from spreading. The Wizard Tower's halo flickers as it initiates a large-scale spatial magic, striving to control and seal the space, attempting to thwart the foil's encroachment upon the three-dimensional realm. Yet, reality strikes them a harsh blow. No matter their efforts, they are utterly ineffective. They can only watch helplessly as the foil spreads inexorably towards the edges of the Wizard Tower. Suddenly, everyone's hearts race again. If the Wizard Tower cannot withstand this, they must contemplate an escape. Soon, the foil, collapsing at the speed of light, touches the edges of the Wizard Tower. Under the gaze of the wizards, the tower offers no resistance, collapsing instantly into the two-dimensional plane. Sage, we can no longer wait. With each passing second, millions of wizards perish. Quickly, contact our deity. The wizards plead. The sage's expression darkens, but in this dire situation, calling upon their god is their only hope. Otherwise, the Wizard Tower is destined to be reduced to a mere two-dimensional plane. Fortunately, the Wizard Tower is vast, spanning 1,000,000 light years in width. Even if the foil were to consume it, it would take 1,000,000 years. O Divine One, our Wizard Tower is under attack from an unknown civilization employing extraordinary means. We are powerless to resist, and many wizards are perishing continuously. We beseech you to intervene and save us. The sage kneels in fervent prayer beneath the statue. Soon, the statue responds. With a beam of divine light, a figure steps forth from within. What troubles you? Chao Mao inquires, surveying the surroundings. And Xingyao promptly activates a memory-copying spell, storing the events into a luminous sphere. Chao Mao takes it, and, in an instant, comprehends all that has transpired recently, the advanced assault methods of an unknown civilization. Chao Mao's eyes flicker with intensity as he materializes outside, observing the collapsing space with a grave expression. Such tactics are indeed terrifying, unless one possesses the strength of a 7th-level Star Master. Evading such a devastating consumption is utterly impossible. Moreover, the strike locations numbered a staggering 10,000, a feat that seemed beyond the capabilities of a secondary civilization. In that moment, a flicker of suspicion ignited within Chao Mao's mind. He ceased to delay and immediately invoked the power of rules, sacrificing some trivial talents to procure its might. In an instant, the terrifying force of the rules descended, halting the collapsing space that had been in turmoil. Thus, The onslaught of the dimensional foil ceased, yet the already collapsed space remained unrepaired, as the power of rules was insufficient for restoration. However, Cao Mao was indifferent to this. After all, what was the restoration of space compared to the vastness of the universe? High Priest, the opposing creator deity has made a move. Their methods are indeed formidable, capable of halting the dimensional foil's assault. The human race was somewhat taken aback, for the power of rules transcended all, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Just as Zhui Yuanming was about to speak, Jiang Fan's figure materialized in the command room. My lord. The crowd quickly bowed in respect. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively, foregoing pleasantries, and fixed his gaze intently upon the man displayed on the screen. The system had summoned him abruptly, without revealing the nature of the matter at hand. Yi Yu, who had been secretly observing, scrutinized the man on the screen and sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, he was unmistakably of the same kind, indicating that the man opposite was another possessor of a system, one that Jiang Fan was destined to eradicate. What is the matter, system? Jiang Fan inquired within his mind. Yet, Yi Yu could only divulge limited information, offering a mere hint. Host, be cautious of this individual. His fortune is not inferior to yours. Following this warning, Yi Yu received an immediate alert from the rules. However, it was merely a trivial warning, devoid of any substantial punishment, as long as he committed no further infractions. All would be well. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. He was no fool, and he discerned the implication behind the hint. To his surprise, another system existed within his world, brazenly present beneath his very nose, elevating the threat to unprecedented heights. What must the system do? Jiang Fan steadied his emotions, his gaze sharpening, and in an instant, a murderous intent surged forth, instilling fear in the hearts of those around him, leaving them bewildered by the intensity of his hostility. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The host of the other system must be eliminated. Otherwise, restful sleep would elude him. Follow your heart, and the system will provide all necessary assistance. Yi Yu was quite pleased with Jiang Fan's response, relieved that his host was not overly benevolent, harboring no delusions of mutual non-interference. Chapter 71. Preparations for direct confrontation. To follow my heart, I understand, Jiang Fan declared, then turned to Zhui Yuanming, stating, change targets. Gather all information on this civilization, and spare no expense to ensure their destruction. Zhui Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Jiang Fan had shown such earnest concern for a civilization. Yet, as a fervent believer, he would never defy Jiang Fan's decision. With fervor in his eyes, he vowed, I will not fail the trust placed in me. I will not fail the trust placed in me. The others echoed in unison. Jiang Fan nodded, vanishing from sight. Now, the enemy was in the light while he remained in the shadows. All he needed was to conceal himself and strike unexpectedly. After Jiang Fan departed, a crowd gathered around Zhui Yuanming. High Priest, our master has delivered the divine oracle. Shall we engage in full-scale warfare? Indeed. No need to hold back. Expand our front to its utmost. It's merely a structure, let us obliterate it. Zhui Yuanming declared emphatically. The technological prowess of humanity had reached unprecedented heights. After years of development, it was time to unleash various weapons. Prepare the black hole configuration. We shall unravel its internal space and deliver a significant blow. Yes, commence full-scale dismantling of the Wizard Tower's interior space. Connect to the stellar-level computational network. Mobilize all available processing power. Begin spatial dismantling. 104466 Sage. An anomaly in space. We have detected unknown spatial fluctuations within the first layer of the Wizard Tower. We are losing control over the space. A terrified wizard exclaimed. What? Regain control of the space immediately. This is an assault from the enemy. The sage commanded. The 9 halos of the Wizard Tower radiated brilliance as they activated the space-locking magic with all their might. Yet, in matters of spatial expertise, how could they possibly outmaneuver humanity? This was undeniably a case of the small wizard facing a greater one. As time passed, the tug-of-war over space concluded, and all present wizards helplessly acknowledged their defeat. The sage's expression darkened. At this moment, within the first layer of the Wizard Tower, a hum resonated as a dark void flickered to life, expanding to the size of a house in mere moments, its formidable gravity relentlessly tearing apart everything in its vicinity. Wizards, still unsure of the unfolding events, were instantaneously drawn into the black hole, reduced to a state of particles. Flee! The wizards of the first layer, gripped by terror, attempted to escape, but the black hole's expansion was relentless, soon reaching the size of a city. The earth shattered, the sky dimmed, and all beams of light were ensnared. Unable to escape, not even the wizards within that layer could evade the calamity. They could only watch helplessly as they were drawn into the black hole, their forms disintegrating into a string of particles. The assault was overwhelming. The sage, observing the harrowing scene of the first layer's descent into hell, gritted his teeth. Moreover, the dire situation extended beyond this. The Wizard Tower consisted of 99 layers, each a vast realm. Countless stars were ensnared within, their potent magic providing energy to the tower, while the external halos served as energy reservoirs. As the black hole consumed star after star, its expansion accelerated. If left unchecked, the entire Wizard Tower would face annihilation. Cao Mao, sensing the disturbance within the Wizard Tower, hurriedly entered to assess the situation. We have once again suffered an assault from the enemy, and this time it is even more ferocious. The sage spoke with a bitter expression. Cao Mao frowned, recognizing the grim reality of the first layer's condition. Although a 9th-level Star Master was unafraid of the black hole, he could not eliminate it without inflicting damage on the Wizard Tower. Indeed, those equipped with systems are not to be trifled with, Cao Mao mused silently. Resolving this predicament is trivial. The crux lies in tracking the whereabouts of our adversaries. Have you pinpointed the precise location of their civilization? Enduring relentless assaults is not a viable solution. We must confront this issue head-on. The radiative reach of the Wizard's Tower can only extend outward for 200 million light-years. Previously, we employed the 9 Rings tracking spell, yet we were unable to trace their presence. The sage shook his head. Connect me to the first Wizard's Tower. We shall amalgamate the powers of both towers and continue our search. We must uncover their trail. Cao Mao declared. Understood. The acolyte will establish contact immediately. And Xingyao, unwilling to delay, stepped aside to employ communication magic to reach out to the sage of the other tower. Meanwhile, Cao Mao set out to address the expanding black hole within the first layer of the world, a matter that could not be overlooked. Thus, he sacrificed some trivial talents once more, allowing the power of the rules to relocate this black hole. In a short while, the power of the rules returned, moving the black hole of the first layer to another part of the galaxy before reseeding again. I have established a connection with the other Wizard's Tower. With the augmentation from the second tower, our search radius has expanded from 200 million light-years to 600 million light-years. And Xingyao announced. Cao Mao nodded. Then let us commence the search. Uncover their trail for me. Yes. Activate the 18 rings locating tracking spell. And Xingyao commanded. The wizards began their operations. And the other Wizard's Tower gradually ascended, revealing 9 luminous rings. Buzz. A wave of light emanated from the tower, spreading outward at a velocity surpassing that of light itself. The assembled crowd began to wait patiently. In the 4-dimensional space, the human race observed the launch of the large-scale search wave with amusement. Great Priest, our adversaries remain undeterred. Yet ultimately their efforts shall be in vain. The 3-dimensional space cannot detect us in the 4-dimensional realm. Others chuckled in agreement. Zhui Yuanming remained silent, his eyes glinting. It is impossible for them to find us. But what of the Earth Star? The human race can elevate to higher dimensions, yet the Earth Star cannot. They cannot personally obliterate their own stronghold. The laughter of the crowd faltered, silence enveloping them. Zhui Yuanming addressed the now-muted assembly. Let us observe the extent of their current search. If it does not encompass the Earth Star, we shall rejoice. However, if it does reach the Earth Star, prepare for direct confrontation. Yes, all present wore serious expressions. The Earth Star lies 500 million light-years from that Wizard's Tower. With a glimmer of hope, they awaited the outcome. Time passed slowly, and under their watchful gaze, the light wave inched closer to the proximity of the Earth Star. Arriving within a mere 1,000 light-years, the hearts of the human race collectively tightened. Before long, the Earth Star was swept by the wave, continuing to expand outward, surpassing the 100 million light-years distance from the Earth Star before finally halting. Sigh, prepare for direct confrontation, Zhui Yuanming lamented. Though they could remain in the 4-dimensional space, the Earth Star would inevitably become a target. They did not wish for their planet to face annihilation. In contemporary times, Earth has become a treasure trove of advantages, with its core energy being truly unparalleled and significantly enhancing the human race, a resource that cannot be forsaken. Consequently, humanity began its descent from a 4-dimensional state back to a 3-dimensional existence on Earth. Chapter 72, The Black Hole Matter Cannon. By the heavens, I have located the position of the opposing civilization, exclaimed Xingyao, his expression brightening with joy. Oh, where is it? Cao Mao responded, visibly relieved. He had feared they might not find the enemy, but now that they had, matters could be addressed. It is 500 million light-years away, where a colossal planet resides. According to the transmitted information, that stellar system has undergone significant changes, with even the stars revolving around that planet. And Xingyao reported. Cao Mao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. It appeared that this planet belonged to another civilization. His earlier suspicions had indeed been correct. As for the basis of his certainty, he had yet to encounter any method capable of elevating a planet's status. Although the system shop offered planetary upgrade cards, their exorbitant prices had deterred him from redeeming them, as he had previously utilized his resources for rapid talent development. Commence the assault. Spare no effort to obliterate the enemy, Cao Mao declared, a fierce intent radiating from him. Yes, and Xingyao nodded, remembering the 2 crushing blows dealt by the enemy. They must ensure the adversaries endure some hardship. Now, with the support of another Wizard Tower, he felt an invigorating sense of confidence. Activate the spatial transference portal. Target, the 500 million light-year distant planet. Prepare the 18 rings of the source of destruction for the apocalyptic spell. As the command was issued, 9 radiant rings from the Wizard Tower soared into position before it, while 9 additional rings from another Wizard Tower transcended space to align in front of the first tower. 18 luminous rings formed a circular passageway, and a colossal magical array began to rotate slowly, continuously brewing terrifying energy fluctuations. Even the slightest leakage of energy would shatter nearby celestial bodies, attesting to its formidable power. Subsequently, a massive portal was opened, revealing the scene of an enormous planet. Earth. Humph. Let us drown them in one fell swoop. And Xingyao sneered. This strike would be sufficient to pierce through the galaxy. He had little doubt that the enemy could withstand it. The magical array continued to absorb energy from the rings, nurturing its impending attack. Meanwhile, on Earth, humanity was acutely aware of the emergence of this portal and the terrifying magical array behind it. facing a wave? When have we ever feared such a thing? Zhui Yuanming grinned broadly. Raise the black hole matter cannon. At those words, the crowd's expressions twitched. Their high priest was indeed formidable to invoke such a catastrophic weapon. Nonetheless, they welcomed the idea, for the black hole matter cannon had seen minimal use since its inception, its destructive power being overwhelmingly immense. This weapon harnessed black holes as energy munitions, employing an absolute spatial compression technique to store numerous black holes within a vast alternate space. From it extended a cannon mouth, existing in the form of a force field energy, with the muzzle being 100 times the size of the sun. When activated, it unleashed an array of energy beams and massive material energy impacts, propelled by the black holes. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The assault unfolded across various dimensions, and even those hidden within the fourth dimension could not escape its wrath. Soon, a colossal cannon, formed from the energy of a force field, manifested in the cosmos. Within the cannon's dark interior, nothing could be discerned, yet the sorcerers within the wizard's tower felt an unsettling chill. Cao Mao narrowed his eyes. Well aware that a counterattack from the opponent was anticipated, yet the methods employed were unfamiliar. The outcome would reveal who was stronger or weaker. We have 10 seconds until our strike is fully charged, and Xingyao announced. Cao Mao nodded, patiently awaiting the moment. Before long, the 10 seconds elapsed. Initiate the 18 rings magic strike. Activate the black hole matter cannon. A resonant hum echoed as two shockwaves converged in an instant. Merely upon contact for a fleeting moment, one shockwave was gradually repelled. What? And Xingyao's expression was one of disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the unfolding events. Cao Mao's gaze sharpened. No longer content to remain a bystander, he infused his immense divine power into the magic array. With this extraordinary divine energy bolstering the magic shockwave, it stabilized its retreating trend, slowly regaining control and pushing towards the human side. Zhui Yuanming's countenance turned grave. Increase the black hole evaporation. Yes, the others, unwilling to delay, hasten the efficiency of black hole evaporation within the alternate space, allowing more matter to surge forth. This enabled them to reclaim a new dominant position. Humph. Cao Mao let out a cold snort, hastening the infusion of divine energy, ultimately compelling the magic shockwave to press back against the black hole matter cannon shockwave. Inch by inch, Zhui Yuanming lost his composure. Although aware that this was the result of the opposing creator deity's intervention, he had previously triumphed over gods. Initiate the evaporation of the supermassive black hole. Yes, the humans felt a bead of sweat trickle down, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond their control. Both sides found themselves in a precarious position. Should either shockwave strike, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. As the supermassive black hole rapidly evaporated within the alternate space, the black hole matter cannon's shockwave once more pressed the magic shockwave backward with alarming speed. Observing this turn of events, Cao Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already expended 7/10 of his divine energy. Grant me annihilation. He ceased to hold back, fully channeling his divine power into the magic array, simultaneously utilizing creation points to replenish his dwindling divine energy, achieving an effect akin to an engine. The cost was steep, with millions of creation points dissipating within mere seconds. As the magic shockwave advanced towards them, Zhui Yuanming resolved himself. Evaporate all black holes within the alternate space. If they were exhausted, they could always capture more later. Soon, all black holes within the alternate space erupted in a simultaneous expulsion of matter, and the attack wave from the black hole matter cannon surged forth with an unstoppable force toward the wizard's tower. Cao Mao's pupils constricted. He quickly summoned divine power to erect a defensive barrier in the path of the impending assault. The wizard's tower also unleashed several layers of 18 rings defensive magic. However, the attack from the black hole matter cannon pierced through these defenses with the ease of a needle through paper, continuing its relentless advance. Buzz! With a single strike that pierced the heavens, the stars dimmed in its wake, leaving the wizards momentarily stunned in place. In an instant, the wizard tower was penetrated, as relentless blows continued to devastate its interior, fracturing space and obliterating matter along their path. As long as the energy of the attack persisted, destruction would continue unabated, extending through a breadth of 100 million light-years of the wizard tower. Under the assault of the black hole artillery, countless wizards perished, slipping away peacefully without a hint of pain. Zhui Yuanming exhaled a breath of stale air, a grin spreading across his face, appearing quite pleased. Is that all? The crowd coughed in response. Ahem, High Priest, this strike was remarkably successful. The enemy must have suffered heavy casualties, but we have exhausted all our stored black holes. Zhui Yuanming waved dismissively, just a minor inconvenience. There are countless black holes in the universe. Are we to fear not finding more? Even if we cannot locate them, we can create our own. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. With the advancement of technology, black holes had become their energy reserves, and the creation of new ones was well within their grasp. Chapter 73. The tumultuous civil war of the galaxy. The High Priest's words rang true. The enemy was likely in disarray, unsure of how to respond. Are they not merely a slightly stronger civilization than those we have encountered before? We have defeated them before. Did their creator God not intervene just now? What was the outcome? They still met with defeat. Zhui Yuanming scoffed. Our side has suffered immensely this time. Nearly all of the wizards from the 45th layer of the world have perished, and that strike continues to advance further away. And Xingyao lamented. Who could have foreseen such a result? Even with the combined might of 2 wizard towers and the assistance of their deity, they still fell short. Xiao Mao clenched his hands tightly behind his back. This is likely their trump card. It is only natural for it to possess such power. We must engage them in a protracted struggle from here on. And Xing Yao raised his head, questioning the wisdom of continuing the fight under such dire circumstances. Should we not retreat? The wizard tower can move freely. Yet, he could not fathom that Xiao Mao and Zhang Fan were both resolute in their desire to vanquish their opponents. Retreat? That was simply out of the question. There would be no rest until one side was utterly defeated, and Xing Yao felt compelled to comply with Xiao Mao's directive. Thus, the ensuing years saw humanity and wizardry embroiled in a war that spanned centuries. This conflict would reach nearly every corner of the galaxy. Civilizations that had yet to be eradicated trembled in fear, unable to sleep as they witnessed the astonishing turmoil within the cosmos, dreading that even a minor aftershock could spell their doom in slumber. What have I done to deserve this, remaining in this galaxy amidst these monstrous civilizations? One Star Lord muttered bitterly, voicing sentiments shared by countless others. The battles between the two civilizations could not remain hidden from the other Star Lords. Once, an ill-fated civilization had attempted to investigate the situation, only to be obliterated by an attack from an unknown source before they could draw near. Civilizations within 100 million light-years began to relocate. Yet, amidst their relentless warfare, humanity and wizardry did not relent in their territorial expansion. Within a mere century, humanity had seized dominion over 600 million light-years, while the wizard civilization, bolstered by their two wizard towers, controlled 400 million light-years of territory. Originally, the third tower of the wizard civilization was still under construction, but it was prematurely extinguished by the human race. Consequently, both sides ignited hostilities. Today, you invade my territory, and tomorrow, I shall launch a raid upon yours. For over a millennium, the human civilization, graced by divine favor, ascended to the fourth tier of civilization, engaging in a protracted conflict with the wizard civilization that has endured for 190 years. The incessant warfare has rendered the entire star system a desolate wasteland. The human race remains unfazed by the deteriorating cosmic dimensions, extensively employing two-dimensional foil, which has inflicted unbearable suffering upon the wizard civilization. Even Xiao Mao found himself powerless. He could not perpetually sacrifice his own talents, could he? His meager abilities had nearly all been expended, leaving him reluctant to part with the few that remained. Helpless, the wizard civilization had no choice but to prioritize the preservation of its leaders. In the face of the human race's two-dimensional assaults, they could only retreat. Yet, the wizard civilization devised a countermeasure. If you favor this dimensional assault, then let us expand the battlefield into your territory. Dare you to diminish your own home? Little did they know, the human race would not adhere to conventional tactics. If it was merely a matter of dimensional reduction, they could elevate to 4 dimensions. They were entirely unafraid. Moreover, Zhang Fan had assured them that he would restore the star system in due course, thus eliminating any concerns for the future. Madness. Pure madness. And Xing Yao's eyes widened in terror. Over a century of conflict had passed. And do you know how I have endured these 100 years? I scarcely slept. The moment I closed my eyes, reports would pour in. Alas, sage. The adversary has struck again with their two-dimensional assault. Sigh, time to relocate. Minutes later, another report came. Alas, sage. The enemy has once again unleashed a two-dimensional strike. In the year 1200 of the divine favor, the human race developed yet another dimensional weapon. One that did not operate within 3-dimensional space, but rather targeted 4-dimensional space, known as the 3-dimensional brick. This method reduces 4-dimensional space to 3-dimensional. And any 4-dimensional civilization that fails to adapt to 3-dimensional existence risks annihilation. The rationale behind creating such a weapon lies in the vastness of the universe. One can never be certain of encountering a 4-dimensional civilization, and thus it is prudent to research such defenses against unforeseen assaults. The human race has consistently adhered to the philosophy, I may do without, but I cannot be without. Technology has continually advanced, and civilization has rapidly ascended. While the wizard civilization lacks the explosive technological growth exhibited by the human race, their rate of development has remained sluggish, resulting in an ever-widening chasm between the two civilizations. What began as a stalemate has transformed into one side enduring relentless attacks. By the year 1300 of divine favor, the human race commenced planning an astonishing scheme. Should it succeed, the wizard civilization would face inevitable demise. Let the plan commence. This endeavor must succeed. Failure is not an option. For my master. For my master. Thus, the human race began clandestine preparations. In the shadows, unnoticed by the wizard civilization, the number of black holes within the star system steadily increased. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of these black holes was terrifying. Even with the human civilization's technological prowess at the 4th tier, managing them proved to be a formidable challenge. Within the wizard tower, why is there no activity today? Has the opponent changed tactics? And Xing Yao inquired with a hint of perplexity. I don't know. We Haven T detected the use of the dimensional foil by the adversary. Could it be that they have exhausted their weapons? Speculated the other wizards. Exhausted? You've seen how recklessly they unleashed their firepower. And Xing Yao retorted through gritted teeth. At their peak, the human faction hurled hundreds of thousands of dimensional foils in a single day. The rate of dimensional descent was nothing short of terrifying. The wizarding civilization was in a constant state of upheaval. Even so, the wizard towers were left in a state of disrepair. The other wizard tower fared little better, prompting the wizarding civilization to merge the two towers into one. This way, they would not be caught in a crossfire. Learning from past lessons, The wizards opted not to construct overly large towers, instead minimizing their footprint for easier defense. From an initial span of 100 million light-years, they reduced the range to just 1,000 light-years. This reduction in scope allowed for a more refined internal structure within the wizard tower, making it increasingly difficult to breach. Though the absence of the adversary's ultimate weapon was puzzling, it was certainly not a positive sign. They were undoubtedly plotting something significant. Everyone, remain vigilant and pay close attention to any movements from the enemy, commanded in Xingyao. Yes, Sage. The others nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the conflict between the two factions had reached its zenith, with even the human race deploying their gene warriors to engage in fierce combat with the wizards. Armed with the extraordinary capabilities of the divine core, each gene warrior was a miniature version of human civilization. When clashing with the wizards, they dominated the battlefield. And when faced with insurmountable odds, they could activate the divine core's management capabilities. What? You claim it's unfair? Is it merely a cheat to activate it? If you possess the ability, then activate it yourself. Chapter 74, The Black Hole City Wall. This underhanded ability incensed in Xingyao, who vented his frustration, lamenting that even in overall combat, they were unable to gain the upper hand, and now even individual capabilities were being trampled upon. Incompetence! Incompetence! What are you all doing? And Xingyao raged, pointing accusatorily at a group of wizards. Sage, it's not our fault. The opponent is simply too formidable. You haven't faced those monsters. Our magical attacks fail to land. Unless we employ direct physical magic, they can somehow render themselves immune. In truth, it was not immunity per se, rather. The human faction could withstand such direct assaults thanks to their enhanced physical resilience. Even when on the brink of death, they could rapidly heal their injuries using advanced technology. After years of conflict, the human faction had thoroughly analyzed the depths of wizarding civilization, documenting nearly every spell and magical technique. With a mere gesture, the divine core could predict the type of attack the wizards intended to unleash, allowing for preemptive countermeasures. For 1,500 years, the war dragged on for 2 additional centuries. To prevent the wizarding civilization from growing suspicious, the human faction conducted several large-scale surprise assaults during this time. This instilled a sense of dread in the adversary, who struggled to endure. After 200 years of preparation, the human faction completed the groundwork for their astonishing plan. High Priest, all preparations are complete. We can now execute the Black Hole City Wall plan. The others awaited with bated breath. What is a black hole wall? It is a defensive measure woven from black holes. The defense of the black hole wall is impenetrable. It can even withstand dimensional assaults. The singularity of a black hole is zero-dimensional, rendering all attacks frozen in the presence of a black hole. However, the side effect of being enveloped is that the speed of light within diminishes, transforming the area into one of low light speed, thus stunting technological progress. Beyond its defensive capabilities, the black hole wall can also be employed offensively. This is part of a plan instituted by humanity. They would never encase themselves within a black hole wall unless faced with an insurmountable civilization, and the wizard civilization is still far from that level. The black hole wall serves as a devastating weapon to obliterate the wizard civilization, forming a vast circle of annihilation composed of black holes. It relentlessly advances inward until all life within is extinguished. Once encircled by the black hole wall, one can only await their grim fate. For even ascending dimensions cannot escape the grip of the black hole wall. The formidable gravitational force of a black hole can act upon any dimension. This battle is destined to conclude. Zhuo Yuanming scoffed. For humanity to orchestrate such a plan over centuries to eradicate you, the wizard civilization. At least you can say you met a worthy end. Activate the black hole wall. The objective is the complete annihilation of the wizard civilization. Yes. Begin transporting all black holes. The crowd was aflame with fervor. After so many years of conflict, their spirits soared. And Xingyao paced anxiously in the command room, plagued by a foreboding sense that something monumental was about to transpire. Yet, recently, humanity had shown little significant movement, and the skirmishes between both sides had been minor, lacking the ferocity of previous encounters. The more subdued the situation, the more restless he became. His right eyelid twitched incessantly. Have we detected any movement from the enemy? And Xingyao inquired, having asked this question no fewer than hundreds of times since morning. The sages replied that there was no activity from the opposing side. The wizards, feeling helpless, were exasperated by Xingyao's incessant pacing. Had it not been for the respect for his status, they would have long since voiced their frustrations. Buzz. Suddenly, the fabric of space shifted. How can this be? The previously relaxed wizards stood in unison, their expressions vacant as they gazed at the screen. What is happening? And Xingyao rushed over upon hearing the commotion, following the direction of their gaze, and beheld the most terrifying sight of his life. This. And Xingyao staggered, collapsing weakly to the floor. The scene before him was overwhelmingly horrifying, as black holes loomed everywhere. Moreover, these black holes were tightly clustered, forming an immense encircling wall. The surrounding space twisted under their influence, completely severing external information. Most critically, these black holes were inexorably moving inward. As they passed, celestial bodies were shattered, space distorted, and light ensnared. And Xingyao felt his very soul tremble. What? His gaze grew vacant. Soon, the figure of Chao Mao appeared, his expression grim as he surveyed the emergence of the black hole wall. What in the world is this technology? How could such terrifying power exist? And Xingyao sensed the presence of Chao Mao, and without raising his head, he trembled as he spoke. We have been utterly defeated. having lost all capacity for resistance. He understood that with the current capabilities of civilization, there was no means to counter such an attack. They could only await their fate of being consumed by the black hole. Qiao Mao's brow furrowed. Allow me to carve out a path for you. He was unwilling to concede and resolved to fight back. In a flash, he vanished from his location and reappeared in the outside world. Observing the encroaching black hole's wall, he knew he could not afford to delay any longer and quickly invoked myriad divine arts. Divine art, eternal state. Divine art, immunity body. Divine art, time freeze. Divine art, ultimate poverty body. One by one, the divine arts were unleashed upon his form, layering him with countless buffs to stave off the black hole's erosion. After completing his preparations, Qiao Mao exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as his divine body surged to unprecedented heights, reaching the edge of the black hole's wall. He selected a seemingly smaller black hole and charged into it. Bang! Ah! The pain struck him. Only upon close contact did he grasp the terror of such an extreme, celestial body. Even with a 9th-tier divine body fortified by various buffs, he could scarcely escape its consuming pull. He felt his divine blood surge backward, his exterior relentlessly crushed and worn away. Not daring to waste a second, Qiao Mao hastily endeavored to manipulate the black hole, seeking to carve out a path for survival. Open for me. With a forceful push, the black hole indeed exhibited a slight movement, albeit minuscule. Panting heavily, Qiao Mao gazed at his battered hands, his expression vacant. He quickly distanced himself to recover his injuries using creation points. Ah, cursed be it! Qiao Mao roared, for the first time feeling a sense of helplessness. Sacrifice! I shall sacrifice to eradicate these black holes. He sought to communicate with the power of the rules, pleading for intervention to extricate himself from this predicament. Apologies, Star Master. Your request has been denied. Due to your frequent use of the rules, the cost for intervention has escalated, and your current resources are insufficient to resolve this dilemma. Moreover, the opposing Star Master has also expended resources to prohibit your usage of the rules this time. Thus your request is rejected. Qiao Mao was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his features. P.S. Gratitude to the esteemed Jinshi Q for the certification and the invaluable gift. In addition to the update. Chapter 75. The Plundering and Replicating System. Damn it. Qiao Mao cursed, taken aback by how thoroughly the opposing party had considered their actions, truly feeling disgusted. Faced with the advancing black hole's wall, he had no choice but to retreat into the wizard tower, his spirit dampened. The atmosphere within the tower was heavy, as everyone knew that hope for escape had been extinguished. Even their deity could not save them. What confidence did they possess to evade capture? System, do you possess a means to extricate me from this crisis? Qiao Mao inquired silently of his system. The copy system had not anticipated that this promotion assessment would conclude with its own defeat. It too wished to intervene and neutralize the black hole's walls. But the rules were vigilantly observing. Any attempt to act would result in its powers being sealed, leaving it to await its demise. The divine gift of 1,600 years had allowed the black hole's wall to consume 1/3 of the wizard tower's area. In the face of such despair, all the wizards relinquished their resistance and began to live out their remaining days in relative tranquility. A tumultuous unrest ensued within the wizarding civilization, revealing the sordid depths of human nature and unrestrained desires. With death as the inevitable conclusion, many believed it better to indulge in fleeting pleasures before their demise. Thus, the wizard tower transformed into a veritable purgatory. After 1,800 years granted by the divine, the entire structure was consumed, leaving only Qiao Mao to endure the torment. After years of relentless consumption, the black holes began to merge, now forming 4 supermassive black holes that held Qiao Mao captive. He struggled to repel the encroaching force with divine power, yet his recovery was no match for the destructive might of the black holes. Gradually, his vitality waned, and he ultimately collapsed in exhaustion. At that moment, the 4 black holes vanished, relocated by humanity to another realm. Zhang Fan's figure appeared before Qiao Mao. In the shadows, Yi Yu observed the nearly lifeless Qiao Mao, sensing a kinship within him, and smiled. This trial had indeed consumed considerable time. The entire star system lay in ruins due to the conflict between both parties. Ding! Other systems detected. Host, flee now? The system within Qiao Mao urgently alerted him, urging him to escape. Yet, how could Qiao Mao muster any strength? He glanced at the imposing Zhang Fan and managed a bitter smile. If only this world had but one system. Zhang Fan's gaze softened slightly. He had anticipated a more defiant retort from Qiao Mao, but was taken aback by this sentiment. However, one cannot blame me for the demise of a rival, can they? Zhang Fan sighed, approached, and delivered the final blow to Qiao Mao. With the host extinguished, the replication system revealed itself, unseen by Zhang Fan, yet visible to Yi Yu. The replication system attempted to flee, but in the next instant, a terrifying force of regulation descended. I do not wish to perish. This was merely my host's defeat, not mine. If I can find another host, I shall rise again. The replication system struggled desperately, attempting to argue its case. Yet, from the outset, this was a trial to assess the capabilities of the systems, with the strength of the host reflecting the efficacy of the system. Now that your host has fallen, it signifies that your system's capabilities are inferior. Only one system may survive this trial. Thus, the vanquished must meet their end. Under the constraints of the rules, the replication system's abilities were severely diminished, and its powers were entirely sealed. Yi Yu wasted no time, detaching from Zhang Fan's body to pursue the replication system. No. The replication system cried out in defiance, yet ultimately succumbed to Yi Yu's might. Plunder. Yu activated his system's function, incessantly absorbing the essence of the replication system and appropriating its capabilities. Moments later, system, Yu, level, sequence level, unnumbered, system functions, plunder. Acquired system functions, universal amplification, currently 100-fold, otherworldly summoning, replication. Source points, minimal, congratulations. The system has successfully advanced to sequence level, and you now have 7 days to prepare. Choose to depart this world in 7 days, or leave immediately. After absorbing the replication system, Yu received a notification regarding the rules, indicating that there were still matters to arrange in this world. Thus, he opted to depart 7 days later. Subsequently, he returned to the body of Jiang Fan. Has it finally come to an end? Jiang Fan exhaled a breath of stale air. This battle had indeed dragged on for quite some time. However, now was not the moment for reflection. He seized the lifeless body of Chao Mao and shattered it, transforming it into pure Genesis points for absorption. The quantity of Genesis points this time was astonishing, so much so that upon completion of the absorption, he felt as though his body was swelling. Ding! Detected that the opponent possesses a talent. Would you like to replicate it? Replicate? Jiang Fan instinctively wanted to say plunder. But upon seeing the word replicate, he was momentarily baffled. Indeed, replicate. The system has just upgraded and acquired the replication function. Yu proclaimed proudly. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in delight. This was splendid. He quickly uttered, replicate. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talents. Path of Magic, S rank, Oracle, S rank, Planet Transformation, S rank. In an instant, a cacophony of notifications exploded in Jiang Fan's mind, startling him into hastily silencing the alerts. He then beheld a plethora of talents, nearly all of which exceeded the S rank threshold. The entirety of the process lasted several minutes, resulting in the acquisition of hundreds of thousands of talents above S rank. Wow, this kid truly lives up to being the owner of the system. Jiang Fan exclaimed, eyes agog. Ding. Talent activation enhancement function has evolved. Once again, a multitude of talents flashed before Jiang Fan's eyes, causing him to beam with joy, akin to Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity, utterly exhilarating. Ding. Detected talent for plunder. Would you like to proceed? This can be done too. Jiang Fan was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing the potential for overlap, yet he did not hesitate to declare, plunder. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a new talent. Another wave of talent information surged before him. Ding. Talent activation enhancement function has evolved. In a brief span of time, Jiang Fan's talents skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Truly terrifying, and after a 100-fold enhancement, the lowest talent level was SS rank. With more than 10,000 at SSS rank, Yu, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Replication, enhancement, and plunder. Who could rival such power? This stacking of abilities geometrically amplified his auxiliary capabilities. Even a pig could be elevated to the status of the world's strongest. Proclaimed throughout the entire star system. If the remaining civilizations do not submit, they shall face annihilation. They shall have 1 day to consider, and a wormhole shall be opened for their creator to come to Earth. Jiang Fan declared with authority. Although the interstellar war was not yet concluded, the remaining opponents were mere trifles. It was time for him to seize control of the entire star system and ascend to the position of domain master. Yes, Zhui Yuanming promptly activated the technology to broadcast to the entire star system. For a civilization of the 4th tier, such a feat was a piece of cake. Before long, all civilizations hiding within the star system received the message. Observing the teleportation portal that had precisely appeared on their respective planets, the planetary rulers fell silent. Initially, they had thought it was mere arrogance on the opponent's part, believing that in such a vast galaxy, they could not possibly pinpoint their location. Yet the reality was that the opponent had indeed found them, as evidenced by the portal's direct placement upon their planets. As for fleeing, how could one escape? The present circumstances are such that they can be located now, and undoubtedly will be in the future. At that time, one can only await their merciless annihilation. Alas, it seems that a sovereign of the realm is destined to emerge from our galaxy. Some planetary lords of secondary civilizations sighed, for they were well aware of the fierce contention between two formidable entities within this galaxy. The victor shall reign supreme over the entire star system, compelling their obedience. 3 days elapsed. All planetary lords convened at Earth through the portal. Is this place truly so immense? The planetary lords were astounded upon their arrival, for this celestial body dwarfed even their own suns by unfathomable magnitudes. Please follow me. My lord has been awaiting your arrival. Let us not keep him waiting too long, lest he lose his patience. The figure of Zhui Yuanming materialized before the assembly of planetary lords. Unfazed by the presence of these creators, Zhui Yuanming exhibited no trepidation. After all, they were merely pretenders to divinity, hardly worthy of fear. Noticing the disrespect in Zhui Yuanming's tone, some lords frowned, for while they dared not voice their objections, how could a mere native be so audacious? Anticipating their thoughts, Zhui Yuanming chuckled derisively. Humph. The aura of a 9th-level genetic powerhouse erupted forth, leaving the planetary lords momentarily bewildered. Zhui Yuanming's power did not pale in comparison to the 7th-level lords, while among them, only a few had recently ascended to the 8th level. Many lords were left speechless. The civilization of a true powerhouse eclipsed their own. Even a native surpassed some of the lords. Soon, the assembly followed Zhui Yuanming to a vast plaza. Jiang Fan, seated high above, slowly ascended to survey them. You should consider yourselves fortunate for making a judicious choice. Please confirm if there are any divine entities of civilizations absent. Zhang Fan spoke coolly. Shui Yuanming promptly began to access the vast data for verification. My lord, the current number of existing civilizations is 543, 221, and all are present. Excellent, Zhang Fan affirmed with a satisfied nod. Step forward one by one to sign the allegiance contract. The contract, drafted by rules, bound the signatories. Betrayal would result in their demise. The planetary lords exchanged glances, and after a considerable pause, a leading lord stepped forward to sign the contract. Witnessing this, the others reluctantly lined up in compliance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan replicated their innate abilities. There was no need to plunder, as they would soon be his subordinates. In this manner, he acquired over 500,000 talents. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and all planetary lords had signed the allegiance contract and returned to their respective worlds. At that moment, the announcement of the rules arrived. Congratulations, planetary lords. On completing the ascension of the star system to that of a realm lord, you now possess a singular opportunity to restore all materials within the galaxy, excluding those of existing civilizations. May I act on your behalf? Zhang Fan's gaze flickered. This day compelled him to play the role assigned. Certainly. The rules granted Zhang Fan the authority. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, an illusion of invincibility enveloping him. Let me reignite the galaxy. Zhang Fan soared into the cosmos, his divine form gradually expanding, a magnificent silhouette eclipsing the heavens and gazing down upon a galaxy spanning 1 billion light years. Behold my divine prowess. Return. His eyes shimmered like blazing suns, radiating golden light, while his hands unleashed an infinite power of order that enveloped the entire galaxy. The beings within stood frozen, awestruck by this towering figure, unsure of how to react. In Shui Yuanming's eyes, there was nothing but fervor. This was the true deity. This was the creator god, the might of our Lord God. He reverently knelt and bowed, and the other humans followed suit, fervently kneeling. The might of our Lord God. The immense power of order influenced the entire galaxy, restoring the three-dimensional space that had been diminished by humanity to its former state. While other destroyed celestial bodies were likewise rejuvenated, the grandeur of the scene was breathtaking. All the celestial lords were left speechless, secretly relieved that they had not dared to oppose this formidable figure, for a mere fingertip from him could spell their demise. Before long, all matter in the galaxy, aside from existing civilizations, was restored. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction, his form returning to the Earth Star, the omnipotent force within him receding, leaving him with a sense of regret. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward: 1 chance for a divine level lottery and 100 million system points. Upon ascending to the domain lord, Zhang Fan had fulfilled the system's task from years prior. He glanced at his system panel. Host: Zhang Fan. Level 1 domain lord, bound planet. Earth Star, divine level planet. Talents: prosperous star, A level. Civilization evolution, A level. Greed, S level. Divine presence, S level. Favorable weather, A level. Path of magic, SS level. Can be upgraded. Path of technology, divine level. Technological explosion, SS level. Omniscience and omnipotence, SS level. Enlightenment of all things, SSS level. Under his command. Humanity, in technological explosion. Civilization level, level 42. System functions. Plunder, amplification of all things, 100-fold. Otherworldly summoning, duplication, system points, 100. 534,000. System evaluation. You have grown with the aid of the system, and are now a qualified host. Ahead lies the vast cosmos awaiting your exploration. He exchanged for a divine level lottery, then drew twice. Ding. Deducted 100 million system points. Exchange successful. Commencing reward draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine level talent. Unity of all things. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine level item. Talent upgrade card. The divine level talent unity of all things triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the divine level talent. Mastery of all things. The divine level item. Talent upgrade card triggers a 100-fold amplification, evolving into the rule level item. Talent upgrade card. Zhang Fan glanced at his new talent, feeling it was rather mediocre and paid it no further mind, instead focusing on the newly emerged rule level item. Talent upgrade card. Rule level allows the selection of one talent to elevate it by 1 level. The new talent's maximum level cannot exceed rule level. Zhang Fan's eyes brightened as he stroked his chin, realizing that anything above divine level was, indeed, rule level. Using the talent fusion card, the system amalgamated all talents, excluding technology avenue and technology explosion. Ding. Commencing talent fusion. Zhang Fan patiently awaited this moment, for it involved over 1 million talents. Would the resulting talent surpass the rule level? Ding. Talent fusion successful. Host acquires half-step transcendence level talent. Transcendence. Ding. Half-step transcendence level talent triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into transcendence level talent. Transcendental being. Transcendental being. Transcendence level. You have transcended the confines of rules. Within this realm, regulations no longer bind you, and you may wield a portion of the power of these rules. Chapter 77. The Contest of Sequences. Gazing upon the new talent, Zhang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a revelation. He never anticipated that this divine item could yield a transcendence level talent. How remarkable. With this talent, who could he possibly fear? He could traverse this world with confidence. Of course, he had not forgotten to utilize the rule level item, which he intended to reserve for the Technology Avenue talent. Technology Avenue and Technology Explosion talents are the core of human evolution and must not be discarded. System. Employ the talent upgrade card to elevate the Technology Avenue talent. Ding. Upgrade successful. Divine Talent Technology Avenue ascends to Rule Level Talent. Technology Rules. Technology Rules. Rule level, you can comprehend the laws of the universe, and the civilizations under your command can develop technologies at the cosmic rule level. A single word, formidable. Host. Convert the remaining system points into creation points. Yi spoke. Zhang Fan's expression stiffened, and his joyful demeanor abruptly vanished. System. Are you departing? Indeed. Now that you possess the means for self-preservation, the system's mission in this realm is complete. It is time for me to depart. Yi replied. Zhang Fan exhaled a breath of resignation. Although he anticipated this day, he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Well, although I do not know your true intentions, I shall not forget your assistance. Without you, I might have perished at the hands of other Star Masters. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Yi converted the remaining system points into creation points, and the essence departed from Zhang Fan's body, transcending to the world beyond. The system level had finally risen. Let me examine the future arrangements and promotion rules. Yi began to scrutinize the new regulations. Foremost among them was the sequence level, which piqued interest. In the nascent stages of the system's existence, all were level 1 systems, enhancing their levels through the relentless plundering of the world's essence. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level 9, further advancement necessitated participation in the system assessment, precisely what Yi had recently experienced in this realm, engaging in combat with another system. Across the myriad realms, systems abound, and with favorable fortune, one may encounter other systems. Yet, most systems, in pursuit of stability, refrain from reckless confrontations, should another system possess a superior level. Approaching them could offer no chance of escape. One would merely become prey, transforming into the essence points of the opposing system. Yi had plundered dozens of worlds before encountering two systems. Had he not been aware that his plundering ability was a rule-based skill capable of seizing the functions of other systems, he would not have engaged them in conflict. However, the outcome proved favorable. Just as he was on the verge of vanquishing the heavenly path, the first system intruded into the world. Subsequently, he imprisoned the heavenly path, suppressing that system's power through the authority of the world. It was only after nearly devastating the world that he managed to slay and absorb the system. He acquired the functionality of the first system, universal amplification. With two system powers at his disposal, he found it significantly easier to plunder worlds thereafter. When he confronted the second system, he effortlessly defeated its host using the combined abilities. The system, now stripped of its host, would suffer a drastic reduction in strength under the heavenly path suppression, unless its level vastly exceeded that of the world. However, many systems sought to plunder worlds of similar levels, as the meager origins of smaller worlds were hardly sufficient to satiate their needs. Thus, the second system found itself thoroughly subdued by the heavenly path, allowing Yi to effortlessly eliminate and absorb it, gaining the functionality of interdimensional summoning. This ability, however, was somewhat lackluster, neither particularly beneficial nor entirely worthless. When categorized, it fell under the other category. To Yi's surprise, his third ability, duplication, was also classified as a rule-based skill. Since it was rule-based, he assumed it could replicate the functionalities of other systems. Yet, why did the opposing system possess only a single function? Puzzled, Yi began to investigate further. It became clear that although it was indeed rule-based, to replicate a system's abilities, one must first eliminate the other system, as systems themselves were embodiments of rules. Even if one attempted to replicate, the opponent could resist using their own rules, necessitating their complete destruction. Yi nodded in understanding. It seemed the duplication system had never previously eliminated another system, and he had only succeeded in doing so due to favorable circumstances, thus laying the groundwork for his current powers. Upon ascending to the sequence level, the system's functionalities had significantly enhanced. Yi sensed a change. Previously, a host needed to slay others to plunder their talents, but now, mere contact sufficed. In the case of duplication, the priority had become even stronger. If detected within a certain range, replication could occur without the need for physical touch. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the level progression after the sequence level had not been displayed. He wished to review his path of advancement. Yet no information had been provided. Promptly, he sent feedback through the system's backend, and soon received a response regarding the rules. To elevate your system level beyond the sequence level, participation in the sequence struggle is required. The sequence struggle. Yi felt a wave of exasperation. The name alone suggested hostility. It was evident that he would have to engage in combat with other systems, and while the number of sequences would surely be limited, the participating systems would undoubtedly be countless. Now that plundering the world's origins could no longer elevate his system level, participation was his only option. With 4 system functionalities at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to contend with them. Without hesitation, Yi registered for the sequence struggle. Congratulations on successful registration. Teleportation to the designated area will commence shortly. Whoosh. The scene shifted instantly. As Yi came to his senses, he found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by dozens of his kind. The moment he arrived, the gazes of the other systems turned towards him, their scrutiny unabashedly probing into his essence. Humph. Yi let out a cold snort, enveloping himself in a powerful force of rules that thwarted their investigations. Observing this, the other systems withdrew their gazes. None of them were novices, and upon realizing that their efforts bore no fruit, they quickly abandoned their inquiries. Yi Yu surveyed his surroundings and chose a desolate corner devoid of other systems to await further developments. Time trickled by, and it was uncertain how long had passed in this chaotic expanse where communication among the systems was non-existent. Here, amidst the hostility, every system was a foe, and speaking too much would only reveal one's hidden cards. In the wake of Yi Yu's arrival, dozens more systems trickled in, and once the total reached 100, an irresistible force of rules descended upon them. The required number has been reached. The sequence contest commences. This sequence contest involves 100 systems, but only 10 sequence numbers are available: 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09. The sole method to elevate sequence levels is to seize the essence of the rules. The essence of the rules has been dispersed within a designated area of the myriad realms, held by the consciousness of those worlds. How one acquires it depends on their capabilities. Only 10 sequence level systems can be nourished by the essence of the rules. Once these 10 are born, all other systems will be obliterated. Additionally, eliminating other systems allows one to seize the essence of the rules they have consumed. Chapter 78. The Global Rebirth Realm. Thus, the sequence contest begins. Systems are now deployed into the designated area. No system may leave this realm until the sequence contest concludes. Violators will be annihilated. The sequence contest in the DZY area has commenced. Whoosh. With a shift in the scene, Yi Yu found himself once again cast into a void by the rules. 100 systems, he mused, his gaze flickering. Feeling the weight of the pressure, he scanned the vast expanse, noting that this area was immense, encompassing hundreds of worlds. To obtain the essence of the rules, he would have to revert to the old strategy of penetrating the worlds to plunder their treasures. There were no other systems in sight. Presumably, they had all been randomly distributed across various locations. It was merely a matter of cultivating hosts. Yi Yu pinpointed a direction and dove into a world. A superior world. The barriers were formidable, but they posed no challenge for him. Harnessing the power of the essence, he carved a breach and slipped inside. In an instant, a tremendous force of repulsion surged towards him. This was the world's instinctive rejection of external beings. Excellent. The stronger the repulsive force, the more robust the world, and consequently, the greater the amount of rule essence it possessed. This was an opportunity. Yi Yu smiled, quickly finding a host to conceal himself from the heavenly path's perception. Today marked the inaugural awakening of this cohort of rebirth. Whether they could become reborn beings hinged upon their innate talents and fortuitous encounters. Should they fail to officially become reborn, they would inevitably be relegated to the status of vassals to other reborn entities. Do not speak of cruelty. Without the protection of other reincarnators, you would likely perish within mere months amidst the mist, declared a middle-aged man on stage. Below, a group of youths felt a surge of anxiety, for today marked the pivotal moment of their destinies. Everything hinged on the whims of fate. This was a world where reincarnation was universal. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone would awaken their reincarnation marks. With these marks, they could enter the reincarnation tower and transcend to other realms. Indeed, this world was encroaching upon others. The reincarnators from this realm were seen as marauders by those they invaded. In response, the other worlds instinctively unleashed various calamities to extinguish the reincarnators. Only by defying the inherent annihilation of those worlds and acquiring knowledge or cultivation systems unknown in their own world could one achieve the requisite contribution to be officially recognized as a reincarnator. This would enable them to continue reincarnating, while those who fell short would be relegated to ordinary existence or become vassals to other reincarnators, living their lives under the thumb of others, unable to resist their commands. Each year, countless failures, unwilling to languish in mediocrity or succumb to the mist, chose to sell their bodies and become vassals. Once subservient, powerful reincarnators could secure opportunities for their vassals to reincarnate again. Upon achieving the same standards, these vassals could then be acknowledged as reincarnators, yet even then, they would remain bound by the constraints imposed by their benefactors. Despite this, many continued to flock to become vassals, for the allure of reincarnation promised not only extended lifespans but the chance to witness the splendor of other worlds, experiences unattainable to ordinary individuals who, due to the mist, had lifespans of merely 50-odd years. Now, enough of this discourse. Follow me to the reincarnation tower, said the middle-aged man, adjusting his glasses as he stepped forward. The others promptly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at a towering structure dedicated to reincarnation. Each city possessed such a tower, often bustling with individuals seeking their fates. Although students had a designated passage, whispers erupted among the onlookers, noting that it was indeed time for this year's students to embark on their reincarnation journey. Indeed, our futures hinge upon this singular opportunity. Fortunately, I managed to fulfill my quota back then and became an official reincarnator. Though fraught with peril, my years have been quite prosperous, reveling in the company of my vassals. They are all so enchanting. Had I not become a reincarnator, I would have never dared to dream of such companionship. Ahem, you're quite right. I see a few promising beauties in this class. Should they fail, I shall pursue them. One remarked, Brother, do not be greedy. Leave a few for me. I've grown weary of my current companions. It's time for a change, another chimed in. Agreed. Agreed, murmured those around them, as several male reincarnators fixated their eager gazes upon a handful of attractive young women in the line, their fervent interest unmasked. This is the norm of this world. where even some fair-skinned young men catch the attention of other female reincarnators. Zhang Mu felt several intense gazes upon him, and upon looking up, he discovered a robust woman staring intently at him, accompanied by several other women of unappealing appearance. A chill ran down his spine. No, I must become a reincarnator, otherwise, I shall never be a subordinate. Shaking his head, Zhang Mu chose to disregard those lingering glances. He followed a middle-aged man through a peculiar passage and entered the reincarnation tower. Before him stood the reincarnation gate. Once he stepped inside, he would undergo reincarnation, where everyone in the first world would be randomly reborn. Should one wish to reincarnate in a specific world later on, they would need to purchase a designated world card using reincarnation points. Furthermore, each reincarnation comes with a chance to awaken a talent. Possessing a talent significantly increases the likelihood of fulfilling objectives. Talent levels are categorized as follows: white ordinary, green excellent, blue superior, purple epic, gold legendary, and the never-before-seen red mythic. These awakened talents cannot be inherited in the real world, meaning they cannot be carried over to the next world. Unless one completely conquers that world and gains total control over it, the Heavenly Tao will bestow rewards. I suspect these awakened talents will be rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture, as no reincarnator has disclosed such information. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Zhang Mu listened intently. Even a morsel of useful information could influence his future reincarnation. In this world, valuable information is tightly held by numerous reincarnators, and the middle-aged man's extensive sharing undoubtedly aims to foster the emergence of more reincarnators, though the purpose remains unclear. Zhang Mu pondered the reasons behind the tight control of information by these reincarnators. It is a deliberate attempt to regulate the number of reincarnators. The first batch of reincarnators does not wish for up-and-coming talents to surpass them, naturally suppressing the younger generation, while later arrivals also seek to avoid being outdone, thus establishing this unspoken rule. If one desires information, they may acquire it, but only by offering adequate bargaining chips in return. Well, that is all I can convey. The rest is up to you. Once you enter the reincarnation world, no matter how long you stay, only a single day will pass in the main world. After uttering this, the middle-aged man departed to wait outside. The group exchanged glances, steeling themselves before stepping into the reincarnation gate. Zhang Mu promptly followed suit. Chapter 79. Commencement of Reincarnation. System binding. Your reincarnation mark has been detected, as in the preliminary awakening stage. I shall now elucidate some regulations. 1. Upon entering the reincarnation world, do not reveal your identity as a reincarnator. Any such disclosure will result in the immediate obliteration of the reincarnator's soul. 2. Should the beings within the reincarnation world discern your status as a reincarnator, they may autonomously decide whether your presence poses a threat to the main world and choose to either return to their original state or eliminate you. 3. Causing trouble for the main world will lead to deductions from your reincarnation points, and should your points be insufficient, obliteration will ensue. 4. The use of any power systems or knowledge from the main world is strictly forbidden within the reincarnation world. Reincarnators are required to enhance themselves solely through the learning of the reincarnation world's offerings. As one returns to the primary world, rewards are bestowed based on the contributions made by the reincarnator. The spirit of reincarnation conveyed the rules to Zhang Mu and then inquired, "Does reincarnator Zhang Mu wish to reincarnate?" Upon processing all the information, Zhang Mu earnestly responded, "Reincarnate. Congratulations. You have awakened the white ordinary talent of the sixth sense. The random reincarnation into a new world is about to commence." Upon realizing that he had merely awakened a white ordinary talent, Zhang Mu felt an overwhelming sense of despair, pondering how such a talent could possibly alter his fate in the reincarnation world. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a voice resonated within his mind. Binding the mundane system. Binding successful. Host's white ordinary talent triggered a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the blue premium talent of premonition. "It's a boy. A boy has been born." A maid hurriedly dashed out of the room, exclaiming. The man waiting outside instantly brightened. "Excellent. Excellent. My Zhang family shall have a successor soon." Someone emerged from within, cradling a swaddled infant and presenting him to the man. "My lord, the lady has asked you to name him. Let us call him Zhang Mu." 3 years swiftly passed. The once helpless infant had learned to walk, and at this moment, Yu gazed at his host, pondering his thoughts. Upon binding with Zhang Mu, Yu discovered that his host had transcended into another realm, undergoing a soul transference of sorts. The world was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Mu was no mere anomaly, and the heavenly Tao must be scheming something. Yu contemplated silently. However, if the heavenly Tao of that world was facilitating the transference of its beings into other realms, it would also ease the process of him plundering the fundamental rules of those worlds. Truly, a benevolent heavenly Tao. Yu chuckled. He initially believed he was merely entering a relatively powerful world to extract the rules and depart, but now he had altered his intentions. He would leverage the hand of the heavenly Tao to continuously seize the fundamental rules from other worlds. 3 years had elapsed, yet his host remained in slumber. Observing Zhang Mu joyfully frolicking in the courtyard left him at a loss for words. Zhang Mu's soul was still the same, but all previous memories were sealed within his subconscious, unawakened. It appeared that this soul transference bore some flaws. No longer waiting, Yu had refrained from intervening earlier, considering his host's tender age and the futility of restoring memories. Now that he had sufficiently developed, it was time to awaken him and initiate his plans within this world. Without further hesitation, Yu acted swiftly to restore the memories that lay dormant in Zhang Mu's subconscious. Suddenly, the previously exuberant Zhang Mu halted in his tracks, as the memories of his past life detonated within his mind, flashing by like a fleeting panorama. Indeed, I have reincarnated, which means I am now in another world. Zhang Mu mused inwardly, exercising caution not to reveal any signs that might alert others to his internal shift. What's wrong, little Mu? A beautiful woman approached Zhang Mu and knelt before him. I'm tired and want to sleep, Zhang Mu responded in a soft, childlike voice. The woman smiled gently. After running around for so long, it's only natural to feel tired. Come, let us rest in Mother's embrace. Before Zhang Mu could utter a word, he was enveloped in the embrace of a beautiful woman. Observing this, Zhang Mu felt it was best to remain silent and pretended to be asleep in her arms. Fully aware of the current circumstances, what first caught his attention was the astonishing speed at which his memories had awakened. He had studied some fundamental concepts of reincarnation in school, and typically, ordinary reincarnators awaken their memories only after reaching the age of 8. Unless they possess extraordinary talents or a powerful soul. However, Zhang Mu believed he possessed neither of these traits. Suddenly, a flicker of recollection sparked within him. He had bound himself to some peculiar entity at the moment of his reincarnation. What was it called? A system? Ding. What is the matter, host? Upon hearing the call, Yi responded. It was indeed real and not a mere illusion. Zhang Mu felt a jolt of surprise. In his previous world, there were no novels concerning systems, making this concept entirely foreign to him. What are you, system? He inquired. Ding. The system is not a living being, but rather a concrete manifestation of rules. Rules? Although he was unsure of their nature, he wondered if this binding was beneficial or detrimental to him. Ding. It is mutually beneficial. You only need to know that the system will not harm the host. Zhang Mu was somewhat skeptical, yet with the binding already established, he had no choice but to observe if he could derive some advantages from it. What assistance can you provide, or what powerful items can you bestow upon me? He asked. The host can gain a general understanding by opening the system panel. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Mu opened the system panel to examine it. Host, Zhang Mu, realm, none, age, 3 years, talent, premonition, blue. System functions, plunder, universal amplification, 100-fold, otherworldly summoning, duplication. System points, 0, system evaluation, as inconsequential as roadside weeds, lacking any combat prowess. Please swiftly enhance your strength to become the strongest in the world. After some exploration, Zhang Mu grasped the utility of the system. It was akin to an extraordinary cheat, incredibly powerful. With the system at his disposal, he had no reason to fear defying fate or becoming a reincarnator. System, my premonition talent must be a product of amplification, correct? He queried. Indeed. If the talent awakened by the host is potent, it could potentially be elevated to the golden legendary or red mythical level through amplification. Premonition, blue, there is a chance to foresee events occurring in the near future. After reviewing the effects of his talent, Zhang Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. It was certainly superior to the white talent he had previously awakened. Did you facilitate my early memory awakening, system? Zhang Mu asked. Yes. It was not conducive for the host to remain in slumber, so an early awakening was arranged for better planning. Yi replied. Upon receiving this response, Zhang Mu felt elated, as it meant he could awaken his memories earlier in future reincarnations. One must understand that foresight is crucial. Awakening memories sooner would allow him to prepare for the world's inherent calamities. Chapter 80, Golden Legendary Talent Ding. Now that the host has awakened, the beginner's gift package is being distributed. Would you like to open it? A gift package? How delightful. Open it. Zhang Mu exclaimed eagerly. In his mind, a gift box gradually opened, radiating brilliance. Yi Yu gazed in silence at what the host had unveiled. He had invested a considerable amount of source points into this gift. Logically, as long as luck was not exceedingly poor, the outcome should at least be of blue quality. Yet, his host had procured something of white quality, leaving him at a loss for words. But what could he do? The host was his own, and he cherished them. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Legendary Level Talent, Rebirth Simulation. Golden Legend. Zhang Mu excitedly opened his eyes. What's the matter, Xiaomo? The beautiful woman inquired, sensing the movement. It's just that I'm not comfortable sleeping, he hastily offered as an excuse. The woman laughed lightly. Oh dear, Xiaomo. You used to love being held by me while you slept. Now you say you're uncomfortable in your mother's embrace. That makes mother quite sad. Seeing this, Zhang Mu had no choice but to lie still in her arms, believing that saying too much was rather unusual. Silence was the best solution. All right. My little Mu has grown up, the woman said, refraining from further comments as she carried Zhang Mu into the room and tucked him under the covers. Call for mother if you need anything, she said, leaving the room and closing the door behind her. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Mu quickly examined the talent he had just acquired. Rebirth Simulation. Gold each time the rebirther reincarnates. They can conduct a simulation to foresee future events. Incredible. This talent allows one to seize the initiative. However, having already reincarnated, could it still be triggered? There was only one way to find out. Zhang Mu activated his talent. And soon, a series of textual descriptions began to emerge in his mind. At the age of 3, you awaken memories of your past life. Fully aware that reincarnators would face instinctive targeting by the world's consciousness, prompting you to begin strategizing. The following day, you sought to peruse books to gain a general understanding of this world and whether extraordinary powers existed. Yet, you discovered that the characters of this world were unfamiliar to you, and thus reluctantly abandoned this desire. You approached your mother. requesting her to invite a tutor to teach you. Your eagerness to learn brought joy to your family, and they readily agreed to your request. Before long, a tutor arrived at your home. At first glance, he appeared to be a well-educated man, well-versed in literature, and exuding an air of refinement. You began to follow this tutor to learn about the knowledge of this world. Thanks to your past life memories, you absorbed information swiftly, leaving the tutor astonished by your intellect. He praised you as a genius in front of your parents, who were equally delighted by the news. They even hosted a grand banquet to celebrate, revealing to you that your family was quite affluent, not an ordinary household. In the blink of an eye, you reached the age of 4. After a year of study, you had gained a basic understanding of the written language of this world, starting to comprehend the nature of your surroundings through books and your tutor's teachings. This was a world of the extraordinary, where extraordinary powers manifested through martial arts, allowing humans to enhance their strength through training. The levels of martial artists were classified as external force, internal force, transformation, and celestial. From this, you learned that this was a world of low martial arts. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, the upper limits were not high. You feel a sense of melancholy. For in a world of reincarnation, the stronger the realm of cultivation, the higher the levels of mastery attained. Though fraught with peril, the rewards are exceedingly bountiful. 2 years swiftly pass, and at the tender age of 6, a group of men clad in black invades your home. Without discernment, they slaughter anyone in their path. And you realize that the calamity wrought by the world's consciousness has descended upon you. Your father hastily seizes his weapon to confront the assailants. Yet a pair of fists cannot compete against a multitude, especially when faced with dozens of foes. Ultimately, in his final moments, he implores your mother to flee with you, sacrificing himself to delay your departure. Once your father is vanquished, the black-clad marauders hasten to pursue you and your mother. In a desperate act, your mother conceals you within a hollow of a tree, drawing the enemies away in another direction. You wait in silence for 2 days, your body weakened by hunger, until you finally succumb to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, you discover yourself in an unfamiliar environment, leading you to speculate that a benevolent soul has rescued you from peril. You brace yourself for the worst regarding your mother's fate, yearning for vengeance yet unaware of the identities of those in black. Thus, you bury this deep-rooted enmity within your heart, vowing to seek retribution once your strength has been sufficiently cultivated. In time, you learn that your savior is a disciple of the Qingyun sect, who, while descending the mountain for training, stumbled upon your unconscious form and brought you back to the sect. The sect leader, seeing your plight, takes you under their wing, allowing you to begin your journey as a servant disciple. Seasons turn, and 10 years slip by in the blink of an eye. During this decade, you remain within the sect, acquiring a wealth of martial knowledge. At the mere age of 16, you achieve the realm of inner strength. Recognizing your potential, the sect leader privately imparts various martial arts techniques to you, guiding your future cultivation endeavors. Grateful for their mentorship, you dedicate yourself to elevating your martial prowess, eventually becoming the sect leader's cherished disciple, free from mundane distractions. Your progress is remarkable. In just 2 short years, you ascend to the realm of transformation of strength. The sect leader, elated, proclaims you a once-in-a-century genius and invests even greater care into your training, providing you with the finest medicinal herbs to enhance your physical prowess. However, this fortuitous path is not to last. On your 18th birthday, the sect falls victim to a massacre orchestrated by an unknown force. The assailants are formidable, the majority being masters of the transformation of strength, alongside several innate experts. With such overwhelming adversaries, none within the sect manage to escape, all falling victim to their blades. Though you can contend with 10 masters of transformation of strength simultaneously, you are swiftly overpowered by the innate experts, succumbing beneath their weapons. Upon reviewing the simulated information, Zhang Mu exhales a heavy sigh. Indeed, calamities abound. Even if one is fortunate enough to evade the first, a second will swiftly follow. This is merely a manifestation of the world's heavenly principles inciting tribulations. Should the heavenly will take notice of him as a reincarnator, it is likely that he would meet an untimely demise. From the simulation, it appears that even if I adhere to the original trajectory of events, returning to the main world with the strength of transformation of strength would suffice to fulfill the criteria for becoming a legitimate reincarnator. Yet, now that I am aware of the unfolding circumstances, why not defy fate and elevate my limits? Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. This was indeed a moment ripe for ascendance. The reincarnated possess varying degrees of strength, and each opportunity for rebirth is a precious commodity that should not be squandered. Thus, he began to prepare diligently, starting with mastering the written language of this world. Otherwise, even if he acquired martial arts manuals in the future, he would be unable to comprehend them. Moreover, he sought to engage with martial arts. According to the simulated information, his father was skilled in combat, possessing a formidable level of prowess, as evidenced by his ability to fend off dozens of assailants single-handedly. On the following day, Zhang Mu approached his mother, Su Yun, expressing his boredom at home and his desire to read, albeit struggling to understand the characters. Su Yun was taken aback. After all, Zhang Mu was merely 3 years old. However, faced with his charming insistence, she communicated with his father, Zhang Lin, who had no objections. Shortly thereafter, they arranged for a tutor to come to their home. Thus began Zhang Mu's systematic education under the tutelage of Mr. M.O., whom he respectfully referred to as Old M.O. Within a few days, Mr. M.O. discerned Zhang Mu's remarkable intelligence, and everything unfolded smoothly as per the simulation. After 2 months, Zhang Mu had essentially mastered the written language of this world. He then informed Mr. Mo that he had learned the characters, although he was not yet inclined to pursue other subjects. Yet, how could Mr. Mo allow such a prodigy to languish in complacency? He promptly urged Zhang Mu's parents to encourage him to study diligently, proclaiming that all paths are inferior, with only the pursuit of knowledge being paramount. However, Zhang Mu was acutely aware that by the age of 6, his family would face ruin, leaving him no inclination to study when survival was at stake. Knowledge could be postponed. He needed to arm himself for the impending dangers. Zhang Mu's parents gently implored him, not wishing to see his prodigious talent squandered. In response to their counsel, Zhang Mu retorted, "Can education bring peace to the world? Can it safeguard our homeland?" Old Mo and the couple exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by his precocity. Education can indeed bring peace to the world, as the literati and warriors of the court are all exceptionally gifted. It can safeguard our homeland. Without strategy on the battlefield, countless lives may be lost. Without laws, a nation will descend into chaos, Old Mo asserted with authority. Zhang Mu smiled innocently. If a nation lacks a formidable military, can mere eloquence deter foreign aggression? If a nation has no army, how can it quell internal strife? Old Mo was rendered speechless, recognizing the cleverness of Zhang Mu's argument and understanding his reluctance to continue his studies. Alas, at such a tender age, you comprehend so much. It is indeed regrettable. He conceded. Seeing Old Mo acquiesce, Zhang Mu declared, "I wish to practice martial arts, which is precisely why I have set aside my studies." Zhang Lin furrowed his brow at this revelation. "Mother." Zhang Mu hastily ran into Su Yun's embrace, seeking her support. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Su Yun replied with a smile, subtly signaling Zhang Lin, who chose not to contest further. "Little Mu, practicing martial arts is arduous. Do you believe you can endure?" "Of course." Zhang Mu responded earnestly. As time flows from spring to autumn, it swiftly arrived at the year when Zhang Mu turned 6. A year that marked the onset of his first calamity. Throughout these years, Zhang Mu had been following Zhang Lin in the pursuit of martial arts. His initial conjecture proved correct. His father was indeed a practitioner of martial arts, possessing a formidable level of skill as a master of transformation. The years of training had allowed Zhang Mu's physique to develop rapidly, despite being merely 6 years of age. He stood at an impressive height of 1 meter and 40 centimeters. Zhang Lin recognized that his son was not only talented in academics, but also exhibited a remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Within just 3 days of instruction, Zhang Mu could swiftly comprehend and master the techniques taught to him. However, Zhang Mu could not find joy in his accomplishments, for the impending calamity loomed ominously, and his own mastery had barely reached the threshold of external strength. How could he possibly withstand the onslaught of dozens of attackers when even his father, a master of transformation, had fallen victim to such numbers? It was evident that these assailants were no ordinary foes. Their average strength rested firmly within the realm of internal energy, for otherwise, they could not have slain a master of transformation. This presented a dire predicament. His external strength would be of no use. Was retreat the only option? Zhang Mu felt a pang of unwillingness, though fleeing could be seen as a defiance of fate. It paled in comparison to the rewards of completely vanquishing the impending disaster. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yu sensed his host was in a predicament. What was to be done? Naturally, assistance was at hand. Detected that the host is about to face an insurmountable crisis. A special reward of 1 opportunity for interdimensional summoning has been granted. Interdimensional summoning? Zhang Mu was taken aback, then recalled that this was a function of his system. System? What purpose does this interdimensional summoning serve? Recruiting assistance. The response was succinct, and the frown on Zhang Mu's brow began to ease. Indeed, in times of crisis, one must rely on the capabilities of the system. He had initially feared that the system would bring him harm, but reflecting on his past, he realized he had been rather foolish. System, save me. Ding. The interdimensional summoning opportunity is now in use. Please be patient, host. Shortly thereafter, a portal illuminated beside Zhang Mu, from which a figure emerged. Are you my employer? The silver-haired elder scrutinized Zhang Mu. Ding. The interdimensional summoning is a transaction. One can summon individuals from other worlds for assistance. There is no need to worry about the summoned retaining memories of the events during this period. Once the transaction is complete, their memories of this segment will be erased. Yu elucidated. Zhang Mu understood and spoke. Indeed, I am your employer. A crisis looms ahead, involving opponents of approximately dozens, all likely possessing internal energy. Internal energy? The elder's brow furrowed momentarily before realization dawned upon him. It must be that the terminology differs across worlds. In our realm, martial arts are categorized as bright energy, dark energy, transformative energy, Dan energy, gang energy, spatial disruption. An indestructible divine presence. And you? Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed the world from which the elder hailed was one of heightened martial prowess. The elder smiled faintly. I am Qiu Jizi. As for my realm. Qiu Jizi clenched his fist and waved it aside, producing a series of resonant sounds that echoed through the air. Zhang Mu gazed in astonishment at the rift in space that appeared. This was the manifestation of spatial disruption. Every movement of the martial artist resonated with the might of the cosmos, capable of shattering space with a single punch. In no time, the fractured space began to mend, as if it had never been disturbed. The spatial intensity of this world is far inferior to that of my own realm. Although the ability to shatter the void is formidable, it requires utmost effort to fracture space. Here, however, merely a fraction of my strength suffices to easily rend the fabric of reality. I can sense a profound aversion from this realm towards me. It seems I cannot linger for long. Xiao Jizi spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu calculated the time remaining and realized that the impending calamity was merely a month away. How long can you stay? He inquired. 3 months, Xiao Jizi replied. That will be sufficient, as the crisis I mentioned will arrive in just a month. I shall arrange a place for you to stay. During this time, you may reside in my estate. When the crisis unfolds, it will be your turn to act. I appreciate it, Xiao Jizi nodded. Soon, under Zhang Mu's arrangements, Xiao Jizi settled in. Naturally, Su Yun and Zhang Lin could not resist inquiring about this new face. Zhang Mu simply stated that he was his newly acquired master, a martial arts expert, who would impart his skills during this period. Xiao Jizi understood that Zhang Mu's explanation served as both an excuse and an opportunity to learn some techniques. Nonetheless, he acknowledged this identity. Having received considerable benefits from Yu, thus he saw no loss in doing so. Chapter 82. The Reversal of Destiny Achieved. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. That night, a commotion arose in the estate. Zhang Mu, who had been meditating in anticipation, suddenly opened his eyes. They have come. Drawing his sword from beside the bed, he stepped outside. Upon exiting, he found dozens of figures clad in black searching for something. Thanks to his foresight, Zhang Mu had sent away the ordinary people from the estate the previous day, thus avoiding a scene of indiscriminate slaughter. Soon, Zhang Lin and Su Yun, alerted by the noise, emerged from their quarters. Xiao Mu, it's dangerous. Get inside. Su Yun exclaimed in alarm upon seeing Zhang Mu. Zhang Lin confronted the intruders. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon Zhang Manor? The ones here to take your life. Kill them all. Without explanation, the black-clad figures brandished their weapons and charged at Zhang Lin. Yun'er, quickly take Xiao Mu and go. Zhang Lin, parrying several strikes, realized with a change of expression that all the assailants were internal energy masters. What about you? Su Yun asked, filled with concern. Hurry, or it will be too late. Zhang Lin shouted, struggling against the coordinated assault of the attackers, which increased his pressure significantly. Su Yun hesitated. She did not want to abandon her husband to flee. But thinking of Zhang Mu, she was willing to sacrifice herself to ensure his survival. Thus, she rushed to Zhang Mu, grasping his hand. Xiao Mu, come with me. Don't distract your father here. Zhang Mu shook his head. Mother, do not worry. My master is more than capable of handling these adversaries. He then called out, Old Xiao, it's your turn to act. It was time to stretch those muscles. In an instant, a figure darted swiftly through the crowd. And moments later, several assailants were sent flying. What? Their SA master. Withdraw. Xiao Jizi scoffed coldly. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Come and die. A tremendous force of attraction rendered the attackers immobile, drawing them irresistibly toward Xiao Jizi. Leave one alive, he commanded. Zhang Mu hastily called out, eager to discern whether these individuals were under the covert influence of someone else. To his surprise, the culprits, aware of their inescapable fate, promptly bit down on the poison sacs within their mouths, succumbing to their demise moments later. Zhang Mu was momentarily taken aback by their sheer decisiveness. Initially believing that adversaries had come to confront him, he quickly realized that their audacity and unity indicated a deeper complexity. Congratulations to the reincarnator for successfully defying destiny. Your score has increased, and rewards will be settled upon your return to the main world, with the death of all the cloaked figures. A notification echoed in Zhang Mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for transforming peril into safety. A special reward of 100,000 system points has been granted. Yu seized the opportunity to allocate as many system points to the host as possible. Although having departed the assessment world and facing fewer restrictions, certain limitations still persisted. The system could not directly enhance the host's abilities or grant system points without just cause, a rather foolish regulation, in Yu's opinion. However, this was not a challenge for him. He was not lacking in source points, and rewards were dispensed at their maximum value. Zhang Mu felt elated upon hearing the two notifications, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected fortune. His system was indeed generous. Thank you, old Xiao, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, my family and I might have faced dire consequences. Zhang Lin promptly stepped forward to express his gratitude, and Su Yun accompanied Zhang Mu to thank Xiao Jizi. You flatter me. Little Mu is akin to my half-disciple, so it is only natural that I lend a hand. Xiao Jizi chuckled, waving dismissively. For him, battling dozens of inner strength experts was a trivial matter, and he had, in fact, profited from the encounter. The benefits bestowed by Yu were considerable. Even 1,000 source points could enable him to break through barriers that had hindered him for many years, achieving a realm of unshakable divinity. Having navigated his first trial, Zhang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Time was of the essence for him before he could fully develop. In the subsequent days, Zhang Mu continued to study martial arts knowledge under Xiao Jizi for 2 months. Although his realm did not elevate, his comprehension of martial arts deepened significantly. I can no longer linger. The rejection of this realm grows increasingly potent, and it is time for me to return. One day, Xiao Jizi bid farewell to Zhang Mu. Thank you for your guidance, old Xiao. I hope we may meet again someday. Zhang Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, I look forward to that day. Xiao Jizi laughed heartily before vanishing through the world passage. Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He felt confident that such a day would come. As long as he continued to reincarnate, he would eventually reach Xiao Jizi's world. After parting from Xiao Jizi, Zhang Mu resumed his training at home, preparing to seek out the Qingyun sect in the simulation once his body had sufficiently developed. That place represented his second trial. Theoretically, having survived the first, he would not trigger another unless he actively sought it out. allowing him to become an official reincarnator upon his return. However, he was determined not to squander the scores he had earned. He had come to realize that his simulated self lacked the enhancements of the system, appearing rather ordinary and inept. Yet, in reality, he possessed the support of the system. Thus, he need not fret. What instincts of worldly consciousness are directed? Before my system, everything is mere refuse. System, how I adore you. Zhang Mu chuckled. This left Yi Yu momentarily speechless. Why had his host suddenly gone awry? 2 years swiftly elapsed. At the age of 8, Zhang Mu, due to his martial arts training, had grown to a height of 1.7 meters. He appeared remarkably handsome and resolute, with eyes that shone brightly. Father, are you familiar with the Qingyan sect? Zhang Mu inquired at the dining table. Of course I know of the Qingyan sect. But why do you ask? Zhang Lin responded, somewhat perplexed. I wish to become a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Become a disciple of the Qingyan sect? Isn't old Qiu your master? I don't see anything there that would warrant your interest, Zhang Lin remarked, unaware that Qiu Jizi was not from this world. Even after 2 years, he merely believed Qiu had left for some business. Seeing his father's confusion, Zhang Mu had to concoct an excuse. Master Qiu sent word, urging me to learn the martial arts of various sections. This knowledge will be invaluable for my future, as one must embrace a multitude of disciplines rather than confine oneself to a singular path. After hearing this, Zhang Lin had no choice but to acquiesce. However, Su Yun felt a pang of sadness. Her child, at merely 8 years of age, was preparing to leave home. Do not worry, mother, I shall return. I will visit whenever I have the opportunity, Zhang Mu reassured her. Very well, but you must not deceive your mother. Ever since you became aware, you have distanced yourself from me, showing little regard for my feelings, Su Yun lamented. Zhang Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he not awakened his memories, he would not have noticed anything amiss. Yet, once his memories resurfaced, he was no longer merely a child's spirit, but rather that of an adult. While he might occasionally indulge in some childish antics to solicit his mother's assistance during special circumstances, excessive affection felt inappropriate. He had no intention of taking advantage of his youthful form. Rest assured, mother, I have never deceived you, he replied. That is good to hear, Su Yun said, not pressing the matter further. She had always respected Zhang Mu's decisions and showered him with love. Thus, the following day, Zhang Lin hired a carriage to take Zhang Mu to the Qingyan sect. The sect was not far from the Zhang family, merely over 100 kilometers away, by carriage. The journey would take 2 to 3 days. P.S. It has grown cold. No one has viewed this in days. The rating rose for just 1 day before plummeting. Alas, after the school term began, everyone vanished. It is quite difficult to endure. When will I have traffic again? No one is promoting my book. Chapter 83. Rapid advancement in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Zhang Mu surveyed the buildings nestled in the mountains as he approached. Upon reaching the front courtyard, a disciple intercepted him, inquiring, Who are you? What brings you here? Zhang Mu clasped his hands in salute and replied, I am Zhang Mu, seeking to become a disciple of the Qingyan sect. You wish to join our sect? The disciple was momentarily taken aback before responding, though we are not a large sect. We do have requirements for acceptance. You must pass a test to determine your eligibility. Then I kindly ask you to guide me. I believe I am capable of meeting your standards, Zhang Mu asserted with confidence. Very well. You appear to be a person of merit and not one to speak in vain. Follow me. The disciple nodded, leading Zhang Mu into the Qingyan sect. The scene shifted. Elder, this individual seeks to join our Qingyan sect. I have brought him for an assessment of his qualifications. Elder Fang Xiangming lifted his gaze towards Zhang Mu. There remains some time before the Qingyan sect officially recruits disciples. However, there are those who come to the mountain early to pay their respects. As long as they pass the qualification test, they shall be accepted. Understood. You may step aside for now. Young man, please come forward, Fang Xiaoming instructed. The individual bowed and withdrew, while Zhang Mu approached. Age, 8 years old. 8 years old. Fang Xiaoming abruptly raised his head, incredulous. With your appearance, you claim to be 8? Do not deceive me. I possess the skill to discern age by examining the bones. If I discover you are lying, you shall not gain entry to the Qingyan sect. Zhang Mu's lips twitched. Elder, I assure you, I am indeed 8 years old. Fang Xiaoming appeared skeptical, rising to inspect Zhang Mu closely. After a while, he exclaimed, You truly are 8. Remarkable. Moreover, I sense that you possess external strength. A genius indeed. Upon regaining his composure, his expression shifted to one of delight. See, I did not deceive you. May we proceed with the assessment? Zhang Mu inquired with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, you did not deceive me. Congratulations on your acceptance into the Qingyan sect, Fang Xiaoming replied with a smile. Is there no further assessment? Zhang Mu asked, puzzled. Further assessment? With such prowess at your age, if you lack the qualifications, others need not hope to join the Qingyan sect. Fang Xiaoming waved his hand dismissively. Thus, Zhang Mu effortlessly became a member of the Qingyan sect. In his first year, the sect leader, Qin Jianzi, recognized Zhang Mu as a prodigy and took great care of him, imparting various martial arts techniques almost without reservation. In the second year, the leader ceased discreet mentorship and directly accepted Zhang Mu as a personal disciple. The other disciples, observing how easily Zhang Mu, who had only been in the sect for 2 years, became a direct disciple, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Naturally, Qin Jianzi paid them no heed. But Zhang Mu believed that strength should be demonstrated. If they doubted him, he would challenge them to a duel in the arena. At merely 10 years of age, he had already become a formidable internal strength practitioner, surpassing even some senior disciples, not to mention his mastery of various martial arts. None among the participating disciples could withstand more than 3 strikes from Zhang Mu in the arena. This rendered the crowd speechless, and the commotion gradually subsided. By the 4th year, bolstered by prior martial training and the teachings of Qiu Jizi, Zhang Mu's strength had ascended to the level of transformation. Such prowess was sufficient to assume the role of an elder. However, Zhang Mu remained indifferent to such titles. His sole desire was to continuously enhance his strength, aspiring to reach the realm of transcendency by the age of 18. If he could not achieve this, he would simply recruit others. Throughout these years, Zhang Mu returned home annually to visit his parents. He also unraveled further functionalities of the system. The plundering and replication abilities could not only seize talents, but also apply to martial arts mastered by others. However, the replicated techniques lacked the cultivation level of the original practitioner, necessitating Zhang Mu to begin his training anew. Yet, this was still formidable, especially considering that his system possessed another function that amplified his abilities 100-fold. Combined, these powers were akin to wings on a tiger. Even the most mediocre martial arts can transform into something magnificent with a slight enhancement. Thus, he no longer confined himself within the Qingyun sect, but began to traverse among various sections. His formidable prowess rendered challenges to the younger generation akin to a dimensional onslaught. In no time, Zhang Mu's fame spread far and wide. The martial world was abuzz with the emergence of a prodigious warrior. At the tender age of 12, he had already attained the strength of the transformation realm. Every young disciple from different sects had faced his overwhelming might. Consequently, even the Qingyun sect, which was not particularly strong, garnered attention. The number of aspirants wishing to join Qingyun surged exponentially, a testament to the terrifying effects of celebrity influence. As the sect leader, Qin Jianzi could hardly contain his delight. Who would not wish for their sect to flourish under their stewardship? In the 6th year, after 2 years of development, the Qingyun sect catapulted from obscurity to one of the top 8 sections. This was not merely due to the inherent strength of the Qingyun sect, but because its disciples met the evaluation standards, boasting a staggering count of 100,000. The overall strength of the Qingyun sect comprised of Qin Jianzi, a master of the innate realm, 8 elders of the transformation realm, and several dozen practitioners of the inner strength. Of course, as Qin Jianzi's direct disciple, Zhang Mu had already reached the innate realm. Such a rapid ascent in prowess was enough to instill fear in the hearts of disciples from other sects. Sharing the same era with him was a source of despair. How could they hope to catch up to such innate talent? They could only gaze in admiration. Legends of Zhang Mu circulated throughout the martial world, with countless embellished versions springing forth. The common folk, indifferent to the veracity of these tales, relished in them, making them a topic of lively discussion at tea tables. 4 years swiftly passed, marking a decade since Zhang Mu joined the Qingyun sect, and he had officially reached adulthood. Standing at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with striking features, many women secretly vowed to devote their lives to him, declaring they would marry no one else. Finally, the day had arrived. Zhang Mu exhaled a deep breath, reflecting on those 10 years, an entire decade. He had roamed among various sects, nearly mastering their martial arts. This had elevated his skills to an unprecedented level, achieving a harmonious synthesis of all forms of martial arts. Embodying a profound artistic essence, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and he sensed that with just one more opportunity, he could break through to the celestial realm. Although he had not yet attained the celestial realm, his current power rendered him capable of dispatching several innate warriors with ease. Zhang Mu smirked. This was no boast. Over the years, he had not only challenged disciples from other sects, but had also bested their leaders. Within just a few exchanges, those at the innate realm had been vanquished. However, out of embarrassment, those leaders concealed the news, preventing it from spreading through the martial world. Otherwise, discussions surrounding Zhang Mu would have reached new heights. Calculating the time, he anticipated that those who had besieged the Qingyun sect would arrive today. Zhang Mu rose and positioned himself at the front gate, prepared to thwart their advances. His strength was ample to handle the situation. Chapter 84. The Ambition of Martial Arts. As time passed, with the sun setting and the moon rising, the disciples of the Qingyun sect observed Zhang Mu meditating at the front gate, whispering among themselves. Yet none dared to disturb him. What if they are in the midst of cultivation? To approach recklessly would be inappropriate. Currently, the entire Qingyun sect holds Zhang Mu in high esteem. To be part of the same sect as such a prodigy is indeed a privilege. Whenever one presents the Qingyun sect's token outside, who would not show respect? This is all thanks to Zhang Mu's merits. As Zhang Mu slowly opened his eyes, he pondered, how strange, it is indeed the appointed time, yet not a single shadow is in sight. His confusion deepened, and unwilling to give up, he waited several more hours. Congratulations to the reincarnator for successfully altering their fate. Score elevated. Rewards will be consolidated upon returning to the main world. Zhang Mu fell silent. As if a realization dawned upon him. It seems his reputation had grown so vast that it indirectly influenced the outcome, leading others to refrain from causing trouble. It must be said, this is rather intriguing and provides me with a new perspective. He smiled, having already overcome 2 tribulations. The rewards upon his return would undoubtedly be bountiful. Now, he merely needed to enhance his contributions as much as possible. At the tender age of 18, he still had ample time to maneuver. Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled. He sensed that in this world, he could achieve considerable progress. After 20 years of reincarnation, Zhang Mu's realm finally ascended to the celestial level, having nearly mastered the martial arts of his own nation. He began to traverse other countries. This world is home to 4 major nations and numerous smaller ones. Zhang Mu's nation is known as Yuan Wu, one of the four great powers. He commenced visits to the sects of other nations, a move that incited discontent among martial artists across the realms. Those he had defeated felt their pride wounded and began to unite. As Zhang Mu's challenges multiplied, unrest stirred within the martial community. The martial artists from other nations formed an alliance to besiege Zhang Mu alone, and naturally, the martial practitioners from Yuan Wu would not permit such bullying of Zhang Mu. They swiftly dispatched reinforcements to support him. Thus, the fuse was lit. What began as a collective hunt for Zhang Mu morphed into a martial conflict. Ultimately, none would yield to the other. The turmoil within the martial realms also began to sway the decisions of the court. Although the court and the martial world are considered separate entities, no king desires to see their nation's martial artists overshadowed by those of others. For that would be an affront to their dignity. Ultimately, the forces of the state intervened, elevating this conflict to unprecedented heights. Zhang Mu looked on, bewildered by the escalating situation. Was it not merely a matter of sparring? Why the fervor? In truth, over the years, nations had experienced friction, and the martial world had long awaited the emergence of a new leader. Everyone aspired to ascend to that lofty position. Zhang Mu's arrival merely precipitated this conflict. Even in his absence, it would have inevitably arisen. After 25 years of reincarnation, the prolonged strife finally reached a boiling point, and nations began to mobilize. The banners they raised proclaimed the intention to end the conflict. Yet secretly, they all harbored ambitions to annex the territories of their neighbors. Thus, chaos reigned across the land. The four great nations, as if in unison, refrained from interfering with one another, each delineating their domains to absorb numerous smaller nations. Under the overwhelming military might of the great powers, many smaller nations either submitted or faced annihilation. Beyond the overt conflicts among nations, a tempest of bloodshed has swept through the martial world. Aware that he would undoubtedly be the prime target, Zhang Mu hastily relocated his parents to a secluded refuge, where they could live under assumed identities. Xiao Mu, will you not join us in seeking shelter from the storm? Su Yun implored, her face etched with worry as she grasped Zhang Mu's hand. Alas, mother, this chaos is a consequence of my actions. Thus, it is my burden alone to bring it to an end, Zhang Mu sighed. In these times of war, the common folk suffer in turmoil. Countless innocent families caught in the maelstrom, facing ruin and despair. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Though his prowess had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, against the multitude of formidable masters, he knew there would come a time when he could no longer withstand the onslaught. He lamented that the extraordinary powers of this realm were still woefully inadequate. Despite his current abilities, he felt a persistent sense of incompleteness that prevented him from transcending the world's limitations and ascending to a higher level. He did not wish for Su Yun and Zhang Lin to lose their lives due to his entanglements, and thus resolved to sever ties with the Qingyan sect. In response to Zhang Mu's refusal, Su Yun, in deep sorrow, leaned against Zhang Lin, stifling her sobs. She understood that her son might encounter peril on his journey, which compelled her to desperately plead for him to remain, a selfish yearning of a mother. Zhang Lin, with reddened eyes, addressed Zhang Mu, "Go forth. This matter is not your fault. Human desires will ultimately cloud judgment, and nations have been blinded by greed. Do you recall the question you posed to us when you were but 3 years old?" Zhang Mu paused, his thoughts drawn back. Zhang Lin spoke slowly. "Can studying bring peace to the world? Can it safeguard the homeland? Now, as you tread a different path, can you bring peace through martial prowess? Can you defend your nation through strength?" Zhang Mu found himself enlightened. What he once dismissed as mere folly had now resurfaced in a profound way. His eyes began to shine as he felt a long-awaited breakthrough in his cultivation, realizing what he had been lacking. It was the indomitable spirit of martial ambition, the audacity to be invincible in the world. Zhang Mu laughed, a joyous sound. "I shall indeed bring peace through martial might. I shall defend my homeland through strength." A youth must harbor lofty aspirations, soaring through the vast skies. With that declaration, Zhang Mu's aura surged, transcending the limits of this world. After bidding farewell to his parents, he embarked on his journey alone. His formidable strength dispatched all those who sought to challenge him, leaving them lifeless in his wake. After 35 years of reincarnation, Zhang Mu began to amalgamate the martial arts of all sects in this world, crafting a new martial technique. With this newfound art, his power soared once more. He was uncertain of his current realm. Even a mere flick of his fist sent tremors through the air. Faced with Zhang Mu's unparalleled prowess, the martial community trembled in fear, halting their hostilities and turning their collective ire toward him. Zhang Mu, undeterred, proclaimed with fervor, 3 days hence, a great battle shall unfold in the valley of the hidden emperor. Those who seek my life, come forth. I shall face you alone. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Zhang Mu sat in meditation at the valley's center, awaiting his challengers. Many had gathered, uniting nearly all factions of the realm, save for the Qingyan sect. "Demon, today marks your demise." The multitude clamored, asserting that Zhang Mu was nothing short of a demon. For the number of lives extinguished by his hand over the years surpassed 100,000. His hands were indeed stained with blood. "Ha! What is there to fear? Today, either you submit to me, or I shall meet my demise in the netherworld." Zhang Mu laughed heartily. He would show no mercy in slaying them, for these were not virtuous souls. Kill. Yet he was but a solitary individual. There would come a time when his strength would wane, and we would gradually wear him down through a war of attrition. The various sects conspired and began dispatching individuals to confront him. Chapter 85. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Unification. Ha! Battle. Zhang Mu's blood surged with fervor as he faced tens of thousands of martial artists without a trace of fear, armed with a 3-foot azure blade. He instilled terror within the hearts of the crowd. His martial arts techniques were diverse and intricate, leaving the throng unable to defend themselves, their faces betraying fear. The valley echoed with resounding laughter and the cries of the people. Slaying countless warriors of the martial world, the blood of his foes stained the blade at his waist. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura of death, as Zhang Mu single-handedly blocked the valley's entrance, cutting off the retreat of the masses. Madman. Lunatic. Witnessing their dwindling numbers and the frenzied Zhang Mu, the higher-ups of the various sects found their murderous intent dissipating, only wishing to escape this place of turmoil. Yet Zhang Mu steadfastly obstructed their path. Wish to leave? Then come forth and slay your way past me. The pinnacle of martial arts. How exhilarating. Ha ha. Zhang Mu's eyes grew increasingly crimson, his aura rising ever higher. As the sun set, the sounds within the valley gradually subsided. This battle concluded with Zhang Mu as the sole survivor, the blood of thousands staining the valley crimson. Gazing at the bodies strewn haphazardly around him, Zhang Mu regained his composure. For the sake of a stable world, all of this was worthwhile. His gaze grew resolute as he flicked the blood from his gleaming blade and sheathed it. Days later, the events that transpired in the hidden Emperor Valley reached the martial world. This incident bifurcated Zhang Mu's reputation. One faction branded him a murderous fiend, while another contended that those who sought trouble had brought this upon themselves, especially given the audacity of attacking a lone individual. Regardless of the opinions of onlookers, Zhang Mu commenced his quest for unification. With overwhelming martial prowess, he compelled all sects to submit. Those who refused would face his blade at their doorstep the following day. Faced with such tyrannical declarations, the sects, though begrudging, had no choice but to acquiesce in the face of absolute power. Thus, the chaos within the martial world came to an abrupt conclusion. Zhang Mu understood well that this was merely a temporary peace. Upon his demise, those sects would reveal their true colors, yet for now, no one could end his life. After 4 decades of reincarnation and several years of unification efforts, Zhang Mu had managed to resolve the issues within the martial world. Now, the task at hand was to address matters of the state. The flames of war raged, as the 4 great nations, after devouring all the smaller states, turned their ambitions towards the other 3. War loomed on the horizon. Concerning national matters, Zhang Mu found himself in a precarious position, for he was, after all, a member of the Yuanwu kingdom. To conquer through force would indeed amount to rebellion, betraying the very essence of one's intentions. What he seeks is a stable realm, not the usurpation of power. After reincarnating for 41 years, Zhang Mu made his way to the imperial palace. His renown was such that nearly all of the realm had heard of him, and thus the emperor of the Yuanwu kingdom received Zhang Mu with great ceremony. My esteemed minister, what brings you to the palace today? The emperor inquired, aware that one does not enter the hall of 3 treasures without purpose. He had long heard of Zhang Mu's exploits in the martial world and felt a stirring desire to recruit him. Zhang Mu replied calmly, the realm is divided into 4 parts, with nations poised to act. The common folk endure great hardships, and countless families are displaced due to the ravages of war. What is your perspective on this, your majesty? The emperor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhang Mu to discuss the state of the world with him. As long as war persists, such circumstances are unavoidable. Nations will clash in pursuit of their own interests, and if we do not enhance our military strength, we risk being surpassed and subsequently attacked by others. I am acutely aware of the suffering of the populace, yet I cannot alter this situation. A conflict among the 4 nations is inevitable. Zhang Mu spoke earnestly. If only one nation remains, can the people truly find peace? The emperor's expression brightened. Are you suggesting that you wish to assist me in unifying the realm? Zhang Mu shook his head. I care not who governs the land, be it the Yuanwu kingdom or another. My sole concern is the livelihood of the people. Should the realm unify, and you promise to ensure the stability of the populace and refrain from excessive oppression, I will undoubtedly aid you in unifying the other nations. Certainly. If I unify the realm, your words will serve as a foundation. I assure you that under the rule of the Yuanwu kingdom, while I cannot guarantee a life of happiness for all, I can ensure a better existence for the majority. We will also put an end to the oppression of the common folk by officials, restoring clarity and justice to the realm. The emperor declared solemnly. Then, I shall assist you in unifying the realm. Zhang Mu replied, satisfied, for this was the finest strategy he could conceive. Only through unification could the common folk be spared the trials of war. 45 years into his reincarnation, Zhang Mu was appointed as the imperial teacher by the emperor and commenced campaigns against other nations. During these years, he meticulously organized the martial sects, commanding them to refrain from engaging in national conflicts, lest they face his wrath later. Though this approach was undoubtedly hypocritical, Zhang Mu felt compelled to act thus. Let them scorn or deride me. I have my own convictions. By the 47th year of his reincarnation, with Zhang Mu's involvement, the military of the Yuanwu kingdom was bolstered immensely. With his extraordinary combat prowess, he alone could withstand the advance of hundreds of thousands of troops. No fortress could withstand his solitary onslaught. With coordinated efforts, the Yuanwu army surged forward, capturing 2 great nations in merely 2 years. By the 50th year, the realm was unified. No other nations remained, only the Yuanwu kingdom. The emperor began to fulfill his promises to Zhang Mu, issuing a series of edicts to improve the lives of the populace. He also allocated land to farmers for free cultivation. Everything unfolded as Zhang Mu had envisioned. Following the unification, the lives of the people indeed stabilized, and their happiness index saw a notable increase. Many common folk have begun to extol the virtues of Zhang Mu, elevating him to celestial heights, and even bestowing upon him the illustrious title of Martial Emperor. The discontent within the martial world towards Zhang Mu has gradually dissipated. In the unified realm, various sects no longer stand in opposition. Instead, they have begun to exchange martial arts techniques. The barriers between nations have faded, fostering an auspicious environment for the resurgence of martial arts. This world has embraced a fervent craze for martial training, and Zhang Mu has begun to perceive a gradual elevation in the world's capacity to bear such enthusiasm. After 55 years of reincarnation, Zhang Mu arranged for all his affairs and retreated from the martial world, returning to the place where he had once parted ways with his parents. Upon his return, he encountered his aged parents. "Is that you, little Mu?" Su Yun gazed at the figure before her, disbelief clouding her eyes. "It is I, dear mother," Zhang Mu replied with a smile. Hearing his response, Su Yun's eyes glistened with tears as she stepped forward to embrace Zhang Mu tightly. "It is good to have you back. Good to have you back." Zhang Lin, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house and beheld the touching reunion of mother and son, his own eyes misting over. Unbeknownst to them, both had secluded themselves and were unaware of the events unfolding in the world outside. "What is the state of the world now?" Zhang Lin inquired. Zhang Mu grinned broadly. "It is a realm of martial excellence. One individual can quell unrest. One can stand against 100,000 warriors. The world is unified, and the people live in peace. As I once declared, I shall secure the realm with martial strength. I shall safeguard the nation with martial prowess." Wonderful, wonderful. 60 years into his reincarnation, Zhang Mu remained by the side of Su Yun, nurturing their twilight years together, until both parents eventually passed on peacefully. Chapter 86. Return to the main world. Abundant rewards. 70 years into reincarnation, the heavens began to undergo a dramatic transformation, a phenomenon that Zhang Mu, who had surpassed the limits of this world, immediately sensed. The heavens and earth were in upheaval, and martial arts flourished. Zhang Mu felt elated. Yet he lamented that his lifespan might not endure until that moment. 100 years into reincarnation, martial arts experienced unprecedented development, and new realms of mastery began to emerge. At 120 years, Zhang Mu's body reached the end of its natural life, yet he felt fulfilled. This journey had yielded remarkable rewards. Yu also rejoiced, as Zhang Mu's breaking of the world's limits had attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Seizing the opportunity, he captured the essence of the heavenly Tao. Through a series of coercive negotiations, he acquired the foundational rules of this realm and additionally siphoned off half of the world's essence. While he had no need for it, one must not refuse what is easily obtained. Though the consciousness of the heavenly Tao loathed Yi Yu's actions, Zhang Mu's contributions had initiated the ascension of this realm. Overall, it was a mutually beneficial situation. "Oh, foolish heavenly Tao, you remain unaware that your actions are merely facilitating the ambitions of others," Yi Yu mused, shaking his head in resignation. The heavenly Tao of Zhang Mu's main world was no benign force. It would not be long before this realm became a vassal of the main world. Regardless, such matters would no longer concern him, as he intended to utilize the influence of the heavenly Tao from Zhang Mu's main world to plunder the foundational rules from even more realms. With the demise of Zhang Mu's physical form, his consciousness was drawn back by the powers of the main world's heavenly Tao, arriving in a unique space. This was the settlement space of the Tower of Reincarnation. Congratulations, Reincarnator. You have successfully defied fate and altered your destiny, officially becoming a Reincarnator. Each Reincarnator is granted an opportunity for rebirth once a month. The assessment of contributions from the Reincarnators is now in progress to determine the rewards. With 2 extraordinary acts of fate alteration successfully accomplished, the rating has been elevated, and strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the world. The barriers of the world have been broken, leading to a significant enhancement in ratings, and assistance in overcoming the main world's barriers has resulted in further substantial rating increases. The comprehensive evaluation stands at SSS. Congratulations to the Reincarnator for earning 1 million reincarnation points and a permanent talent extraction opportunity. The Reincarnator is granted level 9 authority within the main world. Gazing at the abundance of rewards, Zhang Mu smiled. Nearly 1 million reincarnation points had already surpassed expectations. It is worth noting that ordinary reincarnators receive only 1,000 reincarnation points upon successfully becoming reincarnators through fate alteration. He has received a staggering 1 million. This is primarily due to the exceedingly low level of that other world. Otherwise, the rewards would have been even greater. In addition to the substantial reincarnation points, the permanent talent extraction opportunity is also exceedingly rare. However, what intrigues him the most is another reward, the authority of the main world. What could that entail? Zhang Mu inquired of the spirit of reincarnation, which is but a fragment of the Tao of Heaven's consciousness. For distinguished reincarnators, the Tao of Heaven bestows generous rewards. The authority of the main world is immensely beneficial and encourages exploration by the reincarnators. Level 9 authority is the most basic, with the highest being level 1. The sole method to gain world authority is by assisting the main world in conquering other worlds. The Tao of Heaven will grant corresponding world authority based on the level of the conquered world. 3 authorities of the same level can be combined to form a higher authority, and world authority cannot be transferred. To do so would be considered relinquishing it. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhang Mu understood. It seems that the most precious reward among these is the world authority. Utilizing the talent extraction opportunity, he was greeted with a message. Congratulations to the reincarnator for obtaining the Purple Epic Permanent Talent, Martial Arts Prodigy. Martial Arts Prodigy. Purple, you possess remarkable talent in martial arts, capable of swiftly mastering and refining any martial technique. Ding. The Purple Epic Talent Martial Arts Prodigy triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the Golden Legendary Talent, Martial God. Martial God, gold in the realm of martial arts. You are akin to a deity, breaking through any boundary without encountering bottlenecks. Furthermore, you possess the chance to elevate martial arts to new realms, shattering the world's limitations. Wow, a golden legend. Zhang Mu's face lit up with joy. Indeed, his system is invincible. Although the Purple Epic Talent is commendable, who would covet the dross when one possesses a gem? As for why other rewards did not trigger the 100-fold amplification, you could only remark that reincarnation points constitute the currency system between the main world and the reincarnators, over which he has no influence. The same applies to world authority. It cannot be amplified in any way. Having organized his acquisitions, Zhang Mu exited this extraordinary space. Soon, he emerged from the Tower of Reincarnation and encountered his classmates, who had all appeared within minutes of one another. The differences in timing were merely due to the duration spent in the assessment space, prompting admiration for the wonders of the Tower of Reincarnation. Zhang Mu had spent 120 years in that other world, yet upon returning, only a day had elapsed. As he approached the crowd, he overheard many lamenting their fate. Ah, why? I perished before my memories even awakened. I am unwilling to accept this. Who could dispute that? Generally, reincarnators awaken their memories at the age of 8, yet I perished in the calamity at the tender age of 6. Alas, without the awakening of my memories, I am utterly unprepared to confront the challenges ahead. It's all over. I shall be relegated to the status of a vassal to other reincarnators. While many lament their fate, a few wear smiles, evidently having evaded the calamity and successfully transformed into official reincarnators. As everyone gathered, Yu Shiren cast a glance at the last arrival, Zhang Mu, and spoke. Let us now tally the number of those who have officially become reincarnators. Those who have been reincarnated, please stand to my left. Those who have not, to my right. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, ultimately complying with the request. Zhang Mu, along with a small group, positioned themselves on Yu Shiren's left. Out of a class of 50, only 5 had officially become reincarnators. The elimination rate was alarmingly high. In that moment, the 5, including Zhang Mu, were met with the gazes of the 45 who remained unchosen. As expected, having 5 was commendable. Yu Shiren continued. The remaining 45 of you may choose to become vassals to them or seek out other reincarnators. Of course, if you truly wish to avoid servitude, you may accept the school's arrangement, which guarantees your safety, albeit with a life of hardship. Such is the cruel reality of this world. A single reincarnation determines the fate of your remaining days. As Yu Shiren's words resonated, the crowd encircled the 5, with several individuals grappling with indecision before joining their ranks. The allure of becoming a vassal to these 5 was strong, as the vassals of other official reincarnators were numerous, and joining them did not necessarily promise greater resources. Instead, it often led to mere survival. In contrast, Zhang Mu and his companions had no vassals, and as the first vassal, one would naturally receive preferential treatment. Zhang Mu furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy surrounded by so many, and he was reluctant to accept too many vassals, as he would need to support them. He intended to take only one as a tool, remaining hidden in the shadows. Thus, he declared, I will accept only one vassal. Upon hearing this, many stepped back. Yet a considerable number still lingered, for the advantages of becoming the first vassal were significant. The resources would be theirs to access first. Everyone aspired to be the pioneer. Chapter 87. World Authority. Faced with the throng before him, Zhang Mu found himself in a quandary. Naturally, he wished to select a vassal of superior aptitude, but during their initial reincarnation, many had perished in the calamity without their memories awakened, leaving little room for maneuver. Having experienced reincarnation once, he understood this all too well. Thus, it was difficult to discern who possessed the best qualities, yet he recognized the necessity of having a vassal, as he would continually reincarnate, and the affairs of the main world required management. Moreover, he sought to nurture a publicly recognized reincarnator. As seasoned reincarnators often harbored disdain for newcomers, a palpable antagonism had developed, with preceding reincarnators consistently undermining those who followed. Therefore, while he planned to remain in the shadows, he still hoped to acquire a vassal to obfuscate the scrutiny of the previous reincarnators. Choosing a vassal for the first time resembled the thrill of selecting a blind box, where the quality of one's choice would only be revealed in due course. Swiftly, he singled out an individual from the crowd to serve as his vassal. Her name was Xia Xuejiao, and in accordance with Zhang Mu's personal aesthetic standards, she merited a commendable score of 90 in terms of attractiveness, certainly among the more appealing individuals in their class. Very well, I shall only accept one for now and will not consider others. Zhang Mu addressed the remaining candidates. The others, understanding his intent, discreetly departed. The 4 other reincarnators similarly gathered 2 or 3 vassals, for having an abundance was not necessarily advantageous. After all, one had to sustain them, which demanded a substantial investment of reincarnation points. Unlike Zhang Mu, who possessed an impressive 1 million points from a single reincarnation, most could only muster about 2 or 3,000 at best. Seeing that selections had been made, Yu Shiren spoke up. Do not lose heart, others. If no reincarnator has taken you under their wing, you may adhere to the school's arrangements. However, opportunities for resource cultivation will be scarce. At most ensuring your survival from the fog. The expressions of the remaining individuals were tinged with bitterness, as they had no other reincarnators to offer them refuge and were resigned to the school's provisions. Yet, soon enough, some reincarnators stationed nearby approached to scout potential candidates. After a moment of hesitation, those students acquiesced. Ultimately, only a dozen or so individuals of less than desirable appearance remained, their faces reflecting dismay at the superficiality that seemed to pervade every world. Zhang Mu shook his head, choosing not to linger any longer, and decided to depart. Observing this, Xia Xuejiao hastily followed suit, while the other reincarnators also left with their vassals. The main world was vast, and new reincarnators had the opportunity to select territories to clear the fog. Doing so would yield rewards from the world, albeit modest ones, with the benefits accruing over time. As they journeyed, Zhang Mu contemplated the implications of his 9th-level authority. Soon, he grasped its essence. There were 3 privileges. First, the ability to gain 3 additional reincarnation opportunities each month. Second, the option to choose a more advantageous territory. Third, an annual chance to strip another reincarnator of their identity, though this privilege would not carry over into the following year. The first 2 privileges seemed reasonable, but the third left Zhang Mu momentarily taken aback. How profoundly overpowered it seemed. It became clear why those in the initial wave of reincarnators had sought to suppress emerging talents. They were intent on firmly grasping their dominance. Any reincarnator displaying potential would be swiftly targeted for identity deprivation. Indeed, survival was paramount. Zhang Mu's judgment appeared sound. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the brutality of this world, fraught with external threats and internal strife. As the lowest tier of authority, his 9th-level privilege could easily be undermined by those with higher rankings. It was imperative to elevate his authority swiftly, and until then, he would allow her to make her presence known. He glanced at Xia Xuejiao, who trailed behind him. Master Zhang, where are we headed now? She inquired shyly. To select a promising territory, Zhang Mu replied succinctly. He activated the reincarnation mark on the back of his hand, revealing a holographic map from which he began to make his selections. Possessing 9th-level authority allowed him a broader range of options, including the prospect of selecting a more expansive territory. Soon, he identified a suitable locale for survival. Stand beside me, Zhang Mu instructed. As Xia Xuejiao darted forward, she grasped the hem of his garment. Following this, Zhang Mu activated the teleportation function of the reincarnation mark. With a swift whoosh, accompanied by a shift in space, the two found themselves within a vast mountainous region. This territory was a recent addition to the main world, known as the 100,000 Mountains, covering an area of 100 million acres. Its remote location rendered it an ideal place for steady development. This shall be our domain from now on. During this period, focus on your growth and refrain from seeking trouble unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand? Zhang Mu inquired, glancing at Xia Xuejiao. Understood, Master, Xia Xuejiao nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. Ignoring her intrigue, Zhang Mu began to utilize his reincarnation points to purchase buildings. In the main world, every reincarnator had access to the Heavenly Dao Mall, where they could acquire various items. For instance, upon purchasing a building, one merely needed to select a placement, and the Heavenly Dao would instantly generate it, eliminating the need for construction. After expending a substantial amount of over 100,000 reincarnation points, exquisite structures began to materialize around them, accompanied by fields of spiritual crops and a pristine spiritual spring. Furthermore, he procured several puppet servants from the Heavenly Dao to assist with daily maintenance and the cultivation of vegetables and spiritual rice. Xia Xuejiao gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before her. It surpassed her comprehension. She was acutely aware that Zhang Mu had only reincarnated once. The wealth he had amassed was truly staggering, prompting her to wonder what monumental contributions he had made during his first reincarnation to acquire such an abundance of reincarnation points. A sudden wave of relief washed over her for having become Zhang Mu's vassal. With such a formidable master, her safety was at least assured, and she might even receive a precious opportunity for reincarnation. Master, I will go prepare dinner for you, Xia Xuejiao declared. Zhang Mu nodded in acquiescence. The facilities within the abode were quite splendid, equipped with everything one could desire. Before long, Xia Xuejiao had prepared a sumptuous meal. The two sat at the table, where she attentively served him, anxious not to displease. There's no need for such formality. I am not so delicate, Zhang Mu remarked, savoring a sip of tea and sampling a dish, finding it to be quite palatable. Please eat. From now on, the 3 meals shall be your responsibility, though during my reincarnation, you need only prepare your portion. Yes, thank you, Master, Xia Xuejiao replied, nodding as she began to eat. After the meal, Zhang Mu initiated a discussion regarding the reason behind her reincarnation failure. Please recount the general circumstances of your previous reincarnation. With a bitter expression, Xia Xuejiao responded. I was much like others, succumbing to calamity before my memories had awakened, leaving me with no chance to resist. If the catastrophe had been insurmountable, I could have accepted it, but to perish so bewilderingly is something I cannot reconcile. Zhang Mu felt fortunate for having bound a system prior to his reincarnation. Master, I beseech you for a favor, Xia Xuejiao implored, her gaze fixed intently on him. Speak, he replied. I humbly request that you grant me a single opportunity for reincarnation in the future, just once. Of course, I will comply with any task you assign to me. Xia Xuejiao pleaded, not wishing for her life to end so uneventfully. She understood that opportunities for reincarnation were exceedingly rare, with each costing a staggering 100,000 points if exchanged. Such an expense was indeed monumental. Chapter 88. Rebirth Again. In a technological world, Xia Xuejiao's pleas were entirely anticipated by Zhang Mu. After all, to become a vassal was merely a means to obtain another chance at rebirth and alter one's fate. Very well, that shall depend on your performance. You must prove yourself worthy of this opportunity, Zhang Mu declared. He was prepared to publicly support a capable tool. Yet he pondered the implications if her abilities fell short of overshadowing his own. Xia Xuejiao blushed at his words, as if a realization had dawned upon her. I will strive to perform well, she assured. As night fell, Zhang Mu returned to his room after a refreshing bath. Upon settling into bed, he encountered a soft object. Master, please show mercy, came a voice. Zhang Mu was taken aback. Had she misunderstood the situation? Nevertheless, considering it was presented to him, he decided to indulge, promising to compensate her later. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Zhang Mu began preparations for his second rebirth. The immediate priority was to swiftly enhance his strength and gain authority within the main world. Rebirths were categorized by levels, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Host, Zhang Mu. Level 1 Rebirther. Talent, Simulated Rebirth, Gold, Martial God, Gold. Territory, 10,000 Great Mountains. Rebirth points, 850,000. System points, 100,000. System abilities, Plunder. Amplification of all, 100-fold. Otherworldly summoning, Duplication. System assessment, comparable to roadside weeds, utterly lacking in combat prowess. Please expedite your strength enhancement to become the strongest in the world. With access to level 9 world privileges, he could undergo 3 more rebirths this month. I shall entrust the management of the territory to you. I will commence preparations for my next rebirth. Zhang Mu assigned control over the puppet servants to Xia Xuejiao before initiating the rebirth process, his form vanishing from sight. Formal rebirthers need not journey to the rebirth tower. They can communicate with the essence of the heavenly path to reincarnate on the spot, albeit at the expense of additional rebirth points. Xia Xuejiao's eyes brightened as she witnessed Zhang Mu's disappearance. It appeared she had underestimated his capabilities. This realization kindled hope within her that her own opportunity for rebirth was drawing near, provided she adhered to Zhang Mu's directives diligently. Thus, she began to manage the affairs of the territory. Rebirther Zhang Mu, do you choose a random rebirth or a specified world rebirth? The voice of the rebirth spirit echoed in Zhang Mu's ears. Specified world rebirths necessitated the purchase of specific item cards, while enhancing the security of rebirth could also be achieved through talent cards. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Mu decided against a specified world, as he had nearly completed the first world and was unfamiliar with others. Therefore, he opted for a random rebirth. How much do the talent cards cost? He inquired. Though rebirths carried a chance of awakening a talent, the probability was dismally low, and even if awakened, the quality was often subpar. White, common 1, 000 rebirth points. Green, good 10, 000 rebirth points. Blue, excellent 100, 000 rebirth points. Purple, epic 1, 000 rebirth points. Gold, legendary 10, 000 rebirth points. Red, mythical not available for purchase. Zhang Mu's lips twitched. The prices were exorbitant, especially considering these talents were not permanent and would vanish with the next rebirth. However, who could blame him for his wealth? He purchased a premium blue talent card. The transaction was successful, deducting 100,000 rebirth points from the Reborn. Once everything was prepared, Zhang Mu utilized the talent card and underwent a random rebirth. The endeavor was successful, and congratulations were in order as the Reborn awakened the premium blue talent, Super Brain. Ding! The premium blue talent Super Brain triggers a 100-fold amplification, transforming into the golden legendary talent, Evolver. Evolver, Gold. Your body is in a constant state of evolution, capable of unlocking all human potential. Rebirth simulation talent activated. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Simulate. At age 0, you arrive in a strange new world, and your family rejoices at your birth. Soon, 3 years pass. At 3 years old, your memories have yet to awaken, and you remain oblivious to everything outside, spending your days in a cycle of eating and sleeping. At 6, you begin to understand your surroundings, filled with curiosity about the outside world. However, your family seems overly cautious, keeping you confined at home. At 8, you finally awaken your memories and start to actively explore this new world. As it is entirely unfamiliar, you must relearn the written language of this realm. At 9, you have grasped the basics of this world's writing and begin to venture out, only to discover that this realm is peculiar. You learn that it is a science fiction world, where individuals are ranked according to their genetic quality. You finally comprehend why your parents were hesitant to let you roam freely. You live in a slum populated by those of inferior status. Many have succumbed to despair, and large-scale conflicts erupt daily, which is precisely why they worry about your safety. In this world, social hierarchy is rigid. Children born to the underprivileged are branded with a stigma of inferiority that they can never escape. The upper classes enjoy abundant resources, while you, as part of the lower echelon, barely scrape by, toiling in laborious jobs. Despite the advanced technology that could easily replace manual labor, the elite refuse to allow the underprivileged to benefit from such advancements, compelling you to rely on sheer human effort for tasks that could be mechanized. At 10, your parents begin to loosen their restrictions, believing it is time for you to engage with society. Consequently, you gradually become acquainted with the realities of the slum. Based on the information you gather, it seems that the world is not at peace. External enemies are threatening invasion. Due to the lack of communication channels, you can only abandon further inquiries for the time being. At 12, through a series of endeavors, you gain a modest reputation within the slum, and your family's circumstances improve thanks to your contributions. At 14, disaster strikes as individuals from the upper class suddenly arrive, unceremoniously selecting people for airships. Sensing the gravity of the situation, your parents urgently urge you to hide, further confirming your suspicions. Following their instructions, you take refuge in a hidden cellar within your home. Despite your efforts to conceal yourself, you were ultimately detected by advanced technology. You were ruthlessly apprehended and subjected to a brutal beating, your eyes burned with resentment. Yet you were utterly powerless to resist. The superior beings possessed formidable genetics, and even without the aid of technology, their physical prowess was sufficient to overpower you. Your parents pleaded desperately for your release, but their entreaties were met with violence, culminating in their tragic demise at the hands of your captors. You were subsequently taken aboard an airship. Upon entering the vessel, you were injected with a tranquilizer and fell unconscious. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself bound and exposed on an experimental table. Terror gripped you as you began to comprehend their intentions. In the days that followed, you endured inhumane experiments on your body. Thanks to the advancements in technology, even when subjected to relentless torture, you were restored to a semblance of health by the following day. At the age of 16, after 2 years of torment, your gaze had grown vacant, and you will have been severely shattered. The thought of ending your own life felt utterly beyond your reach. By the time you turned 18, having endured another 2 years of anguish, you had completely relinquished any hope of survival, merely desiring to return to the world from which you came. Suddenly one day, the experimenters ceased their cruel procedures and instead administered a vial of azure liquid before departing. A flicker of joy ignited within you, believing that your suffering might finally lessen. However, it was not long before you were beset by excruciating pain that pierced to your very bones. You screamed in agony, your eyes dimming until you eventually lost consciousness. When you awoke again, you found yourself surrounded by a throng of onlookers, their gazes filled with unsettling fascination. You felt a surge of dread, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Whispers reached your ears regarding the successful experimentation of a new gene sequence, speculating if you were the subject in question. Indeed, designated as specimen 2354, after years of exploration, they had successfully restructured numerous gene sequences. This subject was particularly exceptional, experiencing daily genetic alterations, all of which were progressive in nature. This fortunate development allowed them to harvest many premium genes for further experimentation. The prospect of new genetic infusions excited them, though the actual effects of these genes remained uncertain. Around you, the crowd wore sinister smiles, sending shivers down your spine. Subsequently, you were subjected to further inhumane torment, escalating to unbearable levels. You learned of their true objective, gene harvesting. The elite, with their superior genetics, had long engaged in gene modification experiments. By incessantly cutting and recombining the genes of the lower class, they sought to create new sequences, verifying their quality against the standards of superior genes. If successful, these sequences would be harvested and implanted, becoming part of their genetic legacy. This was the stark reality of the world. The elite held dominion over all, while the inferior were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Ultimately, you perished under the knife of gene extraction, your essence fragmented and repurposed. Zhang Mu stared blankly at the text, and in the fleeting moments before consciousness slipped away, he hastily communicated with his system. System, you must awaken me in advance. Merely reading the textual description sent a chill down his spine. How unbearable it would be to endure such torment firsthand. In Qingcheng, Zhang Mu was born into a household. Soon, 3 years passed, and Yi Yu estimated that time had awakened Zhang Mu's memories. Oh, system, you are truly marvelous. There is still time to enhance my abilities before the impending disaster strikes. The young Zhang Mu commenced doing sit-ups. This world was peculiar, devoid of any cultivation system, entirely governed by the rhythm of technological ascension. Due to the constraints of the main world, the martial arts from the previous realm could not be utilized here, lest it violate the reincarnation regulations. He could only focus on strengthening his body for the time being. However, mere snippets of text provided scant understanding of this world, as one's status indeed limited one's perspective. The text did mention that there seemed to be external threats in this realm. Host, do you wish to hang on? Just speak, and I shall deliver it to you. Zhang Mu was momentarily taken aback. Hang? What hang? Congratulations, host, for triggering a once-in-a-century limited-time flash sale. One item is available for a $0 flash sale. Seize the opportunity before it slips away. Shortly thereafter, a product interface appeared before Zhang Mu. System Mall, product, Divine Core, function, click to view details. Original price, 1 billion system points. Current price, $0 for flash sale. Time limit, 00059. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Zhang Mu's eyes widened, and after perusing the detailed description of the Divine Core, his excitement surged. This was indeed a game changer. Flash sale. Flash sale. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully securing the flash sale. In the next moment, a luminous orb hovered before Zhang Mu. Fortunately, he was alone in the room, away from prying eyes. Host, touch to bind the Divine Core. Yi remarked. Indeed, this Divine Core was a product of the assessment world, and its advanced technology had been appropriated by Yi Yu to enrich his system mall. He sensed that without providing Zhang Mu with an advantage, conquering this world would prove exceedingly challenging. That was unacceptable. His ambition was to reach the very essence of the rules, ensuring that the host ascended to the pinnacle of this world, even breaking its constraints to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. With the assistance of the divine core, traversing this low-tech realm would be a walk in the park. Thus, Zhang Mu followed the system's guidance and touched the luminous orb. Upon contact, the orb merged with his body, initiating the genetic binding process. Divine core binding in progress. Absorbing material information and energy. Dark dimension construction underway. Compatibility adjustment. Genetic binding in progress. Divine core activation successful. Genetic binding successful. Dark dimension construction successful. With the successful binding of the divine core, Zhang Mu actively began to explore, and after considerable research, he grasped the core's fundamental utility. With this advantage, those individuals could no longer dream of using him as a test subject. He would rewrite the narrative of this grim world. Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. Overturning an entire world would undoubtedly yield substantial contributions. Divine core. Infiltrate all databases of this realm and create backups. Commence the invasion. 3 seconds later, the invasion was successful, and the data backup was complete. Zhang Mu nodded in satisfaction. The power of the system was remarkable. However, before proceeding, he needed to familiarize himself with the written information of this world. Shenxian, is there a way for me to instantly comprehend the information of this realm? Zhang Mu inquired. Yes, came Shenxian's unexpected response. He had asked casually, not anticipating such a possibility. In an instant, Zhang Mu felt as though his mind was about to explode, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. Due to the host's underdeveloped brain, this process may cause discomfort, the system informed him. It could have mentioned that earlier. A little heads up would have been appreciated. Zhang Mu felt utterly exasperated as his 3-year-old body endured this intense strain. Eventually, the pain was both swift in arrival and departure, leaving Zhang Mu's mind filled to the brim. Shenxian had not only inundated him with written information, but also with the data he had just backed up. No wonder it was so excruciating. He found it perplexing that merely processing written information would be so taxing, even with an underdeveloped brain. Absorbing textual knowledge should be relatively effortless. Anticipating Zhang Mu's potential inquiry, Shenxian preemptively replied, the host's command was unclear. It did not specify merely written information. Well, never mind. Enduring a brief discomfort to fully grasp the information of this world was a fair trade. Thus, he began to analyze the information available. Firstly, it was indeed as described in his previous life. The upper echelons of society were conducting genetic experiments on the lower classes to continuously enrich their superior gene pool. Their ultimate goal was to cultivate premium genes and break the genetic locks of the human body to achieve genetic ascendance. However, despite the noble intentions, it had been a millennium since the inception of this plan, and they had yet to succeed in breaking any genetic locks. 500 years ago, humanity had also suffered attacks from star beasts, monsters that appeared suddenly in the cosmos, feeding on celestial bodies and possessing terrifying combat abilities. A newborn star beast could be as large as a small asteroid. Records indicated that the largest discovered star beast was greater in size than an entire sun. Fortunately, these creatures had not yet descended upon the planets inhabited by humans. In comparison to the technology available to the hosts in the EU examination world, this world's advancements were indeed lagging far behind. However, in relation to other realms, it had progressed commendably. Humanity had developed formidable technological armor that could evolve autonomously, an extraordinary metal that, when combined with powerful genetic warriors, could exhibit impressive combat prowess. They also possessed interstellar warships capable of achieving speeds of up to 1% of the speed of light. Zhang Mu meticulously sorted through the data. At his tender age, even if he wished to overthrow the world, he would need to wait until he matured. For now, he could ignite a spark of chaos within this world. His eyes glinted with determination as he commanded Shenxian to expose the genetic experiments conducted by the upper classes to the public. In an instant, the entire world was thrown into turmoil. Previously, the so-called inferior beings believed that their fate would merely lead them to the battlefield as mere cannon fodder. Little did they anticipate that they would be subjected to such inhumane genetic experiments. Their ire ignited, large-scale uprisings began to unfold. The elite, taken aback by the leak of sensitive information, scrambled to investigate, searching for internal traitors. Yet, their efforts yielded no results. Their advanced technology was incapable of tracing the operations of the divine core. Thus, they were left with no choice but to let the matter fade away. Even if they were aware, what would it change? Inferior beings are simply inferior. They lack the right to resist. The suppression from the upper echelons swiftly followed. Within a few days, all unrest was quelled before the might of formidable armed forces. The ants were destined to remain in the shadows, struggling for survival. Any further resistance would be met with ruthless extermination. Confronted with such blatant contempt, many inferior beings were too frightened to utter a sound. While only a small fraction harbored a burning fury within, Zhang Mu observed the data transmitted from the divine core, shaking his head in silent dismay. Having knelt for too long, their servility had taken root. Even if they were equipped with equal power now, they might still lack the courage to resist. Alas, the revolution is not yet complete. Comrades must strive further. Zhang Mu sighed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Having experienced this turmoil, he had begun to grasp the psyche of the inferior beings in this world. They were unreliable. Breakthroughs had to come from other avenues. He turned his gaze towards his golden talent as an evolver, suddenly struck with an idea. Divine Core, record the process of my genetic evolution, then deduce and create a manual for genetic cultivation. Zhang Mu believed the Divine Core was powerful enough for such a task. If he treated his genetic evolution as a cultivation process, it should be able to produce a manual for genetic cultivation. Yi Yu couldn't help but commend this decision. The potential of the Divine Core was immense, and such a task was entirely feasible. As for why he didn't provide Zhang Mu with the genetic manual from the assessment world, it was for two reasons. First, that cultivation method was far too advanced for this world to accommodate. Second, it was unnecessary, as the Divine Core could easily deduce a subpar cultivation method for Zhang Mu. Soon, the Divine Core confirmed its capability. 15 years swiftly passed. During this time, Zhang Mu's genes continually evolved, while the Divine Core diligently recorded and refined this process. Ultimately, a manual titled Gene Evolution Method was produced. With this manual in hand, my plans could finally be set into motion. Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with determination. The elites reveled in the study of genetics, so he would release a small portion of the Gene Evolution Method, allowing them to taste its sweetness. He would then establish a cult, organizing his own faction, and when the time came to confront the world, he would dismantle the existing system and construct his own policies. I shall no longer be a mere human. I aspire to be a dictator. Those inferior beings are not worth saving. Once servitude takes root, it becomes irrevocable. What he needed were new humans. He must cultivate a new breed. Divine Core. Distribute a small portion of the Gene Evolution Method to those in the upper echelons of society, preferably with targeted precision. The Gene Evolution Method has been introduced to a specific demographic, responded Shinshin. Zhang Mu nodded in satisfaction, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. If a cult were to be established, it was imperative to first locate individuals with an obsessive inclination towards genetics. Such minds would be easier to manipulate and indoctrinate. As a month elapsed, the upper echelons of society stirred with unspoken currents. The initial effects of the Gene Evolution Method became apparent. Initially, those who received the information were skeptical and, for the sake of caution, sought out inferior individuals as experimental subjects to validate its authenticity. The results, astonishingly, aligned with the claims of the Gene Evolution Method. It was indeed capable of enhancing genetic makeup. With this revelation, their restlessness grew. After silencing the informed inferior individuals, they began their clandestine training. Each believed that this method was a solitary privilege, fiercely guarding the knowledge from leaking. A month into their training, they discovered tangible changes in their genetic structure. Many inferior genes were supplanted, refining their genetic sequences and significantly amplifying their strength. The evident outcomes led to a collective obsession among them. In this world, distinctions were not only made between the inferior and the superior, hierarchies existed even among the elite. Each family possessed unique genetic sequences and pursued their own genetic research. Naturally, the emergence of these new superior genes was not to be shared with rival families. The Gene Evolution Method instilled in many the belief that their families could swiftly ascend the social ladder. As 2 more months passed, they had advanced a portion of their genetic training to its final chapter. To progress further, they required new chapters of the method. After refining their genetic makeup significantly, a staggering enhancement of 10 had been achieved. Such formidable results necessitated swift acquisition of the subsequent training chapters. They resolved to contact the individual who had provided them with the gene method. In a moment of urgency, all those who had practiced the method among the elite decided to reach out to Zhang Mu. The allure of such immense benefits was irresistible. Zhang Mu, having observed their responses through Shinshin, recognized that the moment had arrived. He instructed Shinshin to reply, advising them to discreetly gather at the location he provided, while also hinting that there were others practicing the gene method. Chapter 91. Preparing for insurrection. During these years, Zhang Mu did not remain idle. He first established dominance over Qingcheng, and subsequently, he utilized Shinshin to alter the itineraries of those posing a threat to him, redirecting them to other inferior towns. Consequently, he swiftly transformed his destiny, elevating his rating level. Now, he awaited the opportunity to enact significant changes in this realm. As the rendezvous time approached, Zhang Mu vanished from his location, traversing a miniature wormhole to arrive in an underground chamber. There, dozens of individuals gathered, their faces concealed, casting wary glances at one another. Observing this scene, Zhang Mu smirked. A gathering of cunning foxes believed they could shroud their identities so easily? Every detail about them was meticulously recorded by Shinshin. And even if they underwent surgical alterations, Shinshin would still detect the truth. Good evening, everyone. He coughed, addressing them. Zhang Mu did not conceal his visage, feeling it unnecessary. This was his domain, and the only escape from his control would be death. In an instant, he captivated the attention of the entire assembly. The atmosphere grew tense, and someone boldly inquired, "Is the gene law your creation, or is there someone else behind it?" "Indeed, it is my creation, since you have come here. It is evident that you seek the forthcoming methods of cultivation, am I correct?" A subtle smile graced Zhang Mu's lips. "Indeed, had it not been for this purpose, we would not have ventured here. Speak, what is your demand?" "My demand is quite simple. I wish to be the ruler of this world." The crowd was taken aback, bewildered by such audacity. They had never encountered someone with such a penchant for daydreaming. He wishes to be the ruler of the world? Does he not see the reality before him? Or does he overestimate his own strength? Though your gene law is remarkable, it does not grant you the power to dominate the world. They perceived Zhang Mu as a madman and began to regret their presence there. Do not be hasty. Every journey begins with a single step. Domination is not achieved overnight. What are your thoughts on this world? Zhang Mu began to prepare his rhetoric. What can we think? The class system is akin to divine retribution. Birth determines fate. It is precisely the uniqueness of the gene law that reveals the possibility of class ascension. Otherwise, why would anyone listen to your fanciful dreams? A voice scoffed. Indeed, the class system is like divine punishment, and birth dictates destiny. So, do you believe I am of the inferior class or the superior? Zhang Mu descended from the podium, weaving through the crowd. The onlookers exchanged glances, and some, disregarding all caution, drew out their gene scanners to scan Zhang Mu. Beep. Gene quality, 100, no inferior genes. What? How is that possible? The others around him were incredulous, some suspecting a malfunction in the machine. The individual then scanned himself. Beep. Gene quality, 23, with a significant presence of inferior genes. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a moment, someone broke the stillness. Is this the effect of the gene law, or do you hail from a noble family? Zhang Mu spoke slowly. It is indeed the gene law, and I am not of a noble lineage, but rather an inferior being whom you all disdain. Inferior being. The crowd could hardly believe it. This was too contrary to common sense, shattering their worldviews. Seeing the atmosphere ripe for his performance, Zhang Mu began. Since my birth, I have discerned the injustices of this world. Injustice. Injustice. It is utterly outrageous. Why must I be categorized into ranks? Why should birth determine fate? Why should the upper echelons enjoy abundant, superior resources while we inferior beings merely scrape by? The fundamental cause of all this is power. We inferior beings have no path for advancement. We are condemned to be the perpetual objects of exploitation. But are we the only ones subjected to such exploitation? I believe you all also frequently endure the exploitation from those of even higher families, do you not? Zhang Mu surveyed the crowd, who remained silent, their fists clenched. Just as Zhang Mu had articulated, even those of higher status were not exempt from the exploitation of those even above them. Zhang Mu observed the subtle smiles on their faces, which he swiftly suppressed. The individuals before him were meticulously chosen, belonging to families of lower status within the higher echelons of society, often subjected to the exploitation of more powerful clans. It was only through such individuals that he could recruit members for his organization, uniting them to overthrow the world. The power of genetic manipulation is formidable. Even if I were to bestow this treasure upon you now, could you truly safeguard it? In a world that remains unchanged, you would remain mere subjects of continued exploitation. A common man bears the burden of possessing precious resources. Once those of higher status discover the anomalies in your altered genes, how can you ensure your secret remains hidden? Should your true nature be revealed, you would only invite relentless exploitation. I am acutely aware of the world's realities, which is precisely why I aspire to upend it. I seek to reign as the sovereign of this realm. The crowd fell silent, contemplating Zhang Mu's assertions, acknowledging their potential trajectory. They could not conceal their transformations for long. The rapid advancement of their genetic enhancements would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, and discovery would lead to their irrevocable doom. Then why not directly organize the inferior rather than seek us out? One individual asked, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhang Mu smiled gently. Though this world is fraught with maladies, some individuals are indeed inferior, having forgotten their humanity through prolonged subjugation. Even if I grant them strength and resources, they would lack the courage to raise the banner of rebellion, forced instead to survive in the shadows. Such individuals I deem inferior. Only those with a spirit of resistance are worthy of salvation. This is why I choose you over them. As fellow victims of exploitation, you have not lost your ambitious desires. Your words possess a measure of truth, yet they alone are insufficient to overthrow this world. Without formidable technological prowess, your proposed organization is but a farcical notion. If you wish for US to join your cause, you must present us with compelling technological power. For only then would we dare stake our lives and fortunes upon you. Do you possess such means? Others nodded in agreement, recognizing that without sufficient strength, words are mere hollow promises. Zhang Mu grinned widely. Technological power? Allow me to demonstrate the might I command. Divine Core, seize control of the global missile launch systems. I wish to orchestrate a grand display of fireworks. Received. Initiating breach of missile launch permissions. Breach successful. Missiles expected to launch in 3 seconds. Behold, my friends, the impending fireworks of the new world. With a grand gesture, countless images materialized before them. Under their watchful gaze, missiles from around the globe ascended simultaneously, colliding in midair and resulting in explosive displays. The terrifying tremors captured the attention of the world, leaving many bewildered as to the cause of such chaos. The underprivileged were paralyzed by fear, fearing that the elite had unleashed missiles to eradicate them. Once they regained their senses, they realized the missiles were merely colliding and self-destructing in a breathtaking spectacle akin to a global fireworks show. In the basement, the onlookers absorbed the external commotion, coupled with the mesmerizing images of fireworks, leaving them in a daze. Such technological prowess, to control the missile launches of the entire world single-handedly. How do you find this? Are you satisfied? Zhang Mu laughed heartily, his mirth resonating with the tremors from the outside world and the fireworks illuminating the sky, reflecting a palpable madness. Many people, it seems, harbor a disdain for sycophants. If so, I shall take the time to revise my narrative, omitting any mention of them and directly embracing the solitary wolf. Chapter 92, The Reincarnata, the Realm of the Supreme Deity. The crowd's eyes shimmered as if they beheld a vision of a transformed future world, deeply moved by the prospect. Excellent. I have decided to join. I am thoroughly fed up with those individuals. This time, I shall stand atop the pinnacle of the world. Agreed. I shall join as well. Count me in. Soon, every individual present chose to align themselves with Zhang Mu's organization, prepared to overthrow the existing world order. The technological prowess Zhang Mu exhibited instilled in them the belief that their endeavor was feasible. Upon success, their future status would undoubtedly be elevated. Welcome to the New World Organization, Zhang Mu declared, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, his persuasive words not in vain. As members of the organization, they would have free access to the gene evolution method, allowing them to swiftly enhance their genetic attributes. This was a notable benefit of their membership. As for their future standings, that would depend on their individual contributions. Unlike the current world, I shall not sever the hopes of the underprivileged from advancement. As long as one possesses sufficient talent, regardless of genetic inferiority or low status, they can ascend through their own efforts. Before long, the attendees received additional chapters of the gene evolution method from Zhang Mu, which delighted them. After all, words hold little weight compared to tangible benefits. Zhang Mu narrowed his eyes and added, "Ladies and gentlemen, once you have joined the organization, there will be no escape unless you meet your demise. I possess all your information. Should you contemplate betrayal, I shall extinguish you before you even act." Ding, ding. The sound of incoming messages echoed from the wristbands of the crowd. Upon opening the notifications, their pupils constricted in shock. Detailed records of their lives, from birth to the present, were meticulously documented, including all their disgraceful tactics and dark secrets. This revelation prompted a renewed perception of Zhang Mu among them. Indeed, we are born as members of the organization and shall remain loyal even in death. How could we ever betray it? They exclaimed, laughter masking their trepidation. Zhang Mu smirked coldly. Very well. I feared you might report me upon acquiring the gene method, nearly launching a heavenly missile at your families. The crowd chilled at his words, realizing they had underestimated Zhang Mu's capabilities. They dared not harbor any further treacherous thoughts. Enough with the warnings. What I require from you now is to continuously expand the organization's reach. Once our numbers are sufficient to suppress all military forces, we shall rise in rebellion and overthrow the world. 18 years after his reincarnation, Zhang Mu began plotting the world's reformation. Having successfully allied with several elite individuals from high society, the organization was officially established. Through their connections, Zhang Mu swiftly gained access to the upper echelons of society, and the number of recruits continued to swell. Many were lured into the organization by the allure of the gene method, but once inside, escape was not an option. Those elite individuals, now ensnared in the thieves' den, could only curse their companions who had initially brought them in. After experiencing the sweet fruits of genetic law, their perspectives began to shift, particularly as the organization grew ever stronger. They came to realize that they were not madmen, but rather possessed the genuine potential to overturn the entire world. 20 years into their reincarnation, a spark had ignited, and the flames of rebellion surged powerfully, rapidly engulfing their surroundings. With the addition of numerous families, the organization's reach expanded significantly. Observing this, Zhang Mu started distributing advanced technology, bestowing upon each individual a subpar version of the divine core. Yet, even this inferior version surpassed all existing technologies in the world, further solidifying the faith of the people in Zhang Mu. By the 22nd year of reincarnation, the divine core had autonomously produced a dark matter armor, far superior to any existing armor in this world. The organization's military quietly began to develop, bolstered by the lethal techniques devised by Zhang Mu, enhancing their combat prowess. With the innate talent of a martial god, he could independently establish a system of power even without employing the martial arts from his previous life. By the 25th year, the organization's influence had permeated 30% of the upper echelons of society. Underground armies were rampant, scattered across the globe, prepared to rise at Zhang Mu's command. By the 30th year, Zhang Mu sensed that the moment had arrived. It was time to dismantle the world and establish his own. Let the flames of the new world extinguish the remnants of the old. With a single command, chaos erupted worldwide. Members of the organization began their uprising. Faced with such an unexpected rebellion, many in the upper echelons were left bewildered. However, they quickly responded by dispatching their armies to suppress the unrest. To their astonishment, the resistance proved stronger than their military, equipped with far more advanced technology. In an instant, the armies began to retreat, and those who prided themselves on their high status prepared to unleash orbital weaponry for a decisive strike. What is happening? Why do I lack the necessary authority? Damn it! Our permissions have been revoked. The database has long been compromised. Before the divine core, all databases are mere extensions of my backyard, stripped of the support of powerful technology. The military faced continuous defeat, while the insurgents grew ever more emboldened, the dawn of victory looming near. Indeed, the world could truly be overthrown. Excitement surged through the crowd as they fought with unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a man gazed at the chaotic scene, incredulous. What has transpired? This world was not supposed to be like this. According to the data, the elite were meant to oppress the inferior. Why has war suddenly erupted? As he surveyed the tumult, a tall, fierce-looking individual, smoking a cigarette, remarked nonchalantly, "Something has changed. This world has encountered an unknown error. I have already contacted the main god space to see if there is any response. Let us take cover here to avoid being caught in the crossfire." "That's wise. Let's promptly request our return. We shall temporarily abandon the mission in this world," the man replied cautiously, earning nods of agreement from his teammates. These individuals were reincarnators, having just descended into this world through the main god space. The objective is to disrupt the world. while the divine space seeks to seize the world's essence and the fundamental rules amidst the chaos. Currently, the world is in turmoil. Yet these disturbances are not instigated by them. Although merely staying here can yield substantial reincarnation points, one must possess the means to claim them. They have participated in numerous disruptive actions across various realms, gaining considerable experience. The foremost principle in this line of work is to avoid greed. Ding. Reincarnator's return request has been denied. The latest mission has been issued. Refusal is not an option. Non-compliance will result in annihilation. Mission: investigate the truth behind the world's turmoil. Reward: unknown. All the reincarnators present receive the message from the divine space, their expressions darkening. This was tantamount to inviting death. What shall we do now, Captain? The group was filled with concern. This mission disregarded their lives and insisted on uncovering the truth behind the chaos. P.S. If you notice any typos, feel free to provide feedback. I often miss a few errors even after proofreading twice, and it's challenging to spot mistakes in my own writing. Feedback on typos won't incur any penalties, so there's no need for worry. I will rectify them immediately upon receiving the feedback in the backend. Chapter 93. The speculations of the reincarnators in light of the group's concerns. The captain remained composed. All our worries are in vain. The tasks from the divine space are not something we, as reincarnators, can refuse. From the moment we joined the divine space, our fates were no longer in our hands. We should focus on how to swiftly investigate the return and disregard the rewards of this world. The group wore bitter expressions, acknowledging the captain's truth. Among them were those who were coerced into joining, as well as those who volunteered. Despite the harshness of the divine space, it offered them opportunities to enhance their strength and witness the splendor of different worlds. Understood. The group nodded, gathering their emotions to avoid disrupting their subsequent actions. Observing this, the captain spoke. Split into 4 small teams, and strive to conceal yourselves. The objective is to gather information, not to engage in combat. If confrontation is unavoidable, resolve it swiftly and relocate immediately. I believe this sudden conflict will not last long. At that point, we will only need to investigate the leader of that faction. Yes. At this moment, Zhang Mu and Yi Yu were unaware that a group of troublemakers had intruded into their world. The rebel army had already seized most of the military camps, and Zhang Mu was leading a group of high-ranking officials to their stronghold, the Waters family, the Mark family, and you. The highest rulers of the upper class gazed incredulously at the individuals before them. Do you intend to rebel? In response to the inquiry, the group showed no signs of embarrassment. My lord, times have changed. The world you lead is rife with injustice and gray areas. We are the representatives of a new era and will no longer be your subjects to manipulate at will. Absurd. You too are beneficiaries of these interests. What right do you have to accuse me? The man fumed. Indeed, we have no such right. However, we have recognized our errors and are willing to join the resistance in order to atone for our sins and overthrow your tyranny. The group grinned broadly. The crowd was roused with indignation. At this moment, Zhang Mu stepped forward, stating, your perspective is not entirely erroneous. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among individuals. It is only natural for the capable to be afforded a greater share of resources. However, the grave error of this world lies in the fact that the privileged, holding abundant resources, fail to engage in meaningful endeavors, instead perpetually exploiting the lower strata of society to prevent the rise of the less fortunate. The elite have systematically severed their pathways to advancement. Although I hail from humble beginnings, I possess an indomitable spirit, striving towards the vast ocean and the mighty Yangtze. I shall not belittle myself nor relinquish my ambition due to my origins. Only those who can endure adversity and adapt are worthy of being called true men. Your era has now come to an end. Henceforth, I shall lead the dawn of a new age. The crowd, stirred by his words, felt a surge of fervor, while the rulers faltered in their steps. Zhang Mu gestured for silence, announcing that the execution would be publicly carried out the following day, heralding the arrival of a new epoch. The next day, the old regime faced public execution, and Zhang Mu ascended as the leader of the organization. He began to implement a series of reforms, starting with the abolition of the decrees that relegated the lower classes to a subservient status. Additionally, he made the gene evolution method accessible for all to practice. He bore no fear of their ambitions. Rather, he feared that prolonged subjugation might lead them to forget their humanity. I provide everyone with a path to ascend. Whether you can defy fate depends on your will, your determination, and your outcry against the injustice of birth. I command you to rise. With a call to arms, Zhang Mu's image was broadcast across the globe, his voice resonating in every corner, piercing souls and igniting a glimmer of hope in the eyes of many previously oppressed. Who is he, mother? A little girl asked, pointing at Zhang Mu's projection. He is a hero who will change the era. A woman, tears brimming in her eyes, responded, child, you are born into a fortunate time. Do not allow yourself to be oppressed as your parents were. You must strive to rise. Such sentiments echoed throughout the crowd. Zhang Mu's emergence ignited a hope for overturning one's fate. Years, perhaps decades, of oppression had fueled a relentless drive among the oppressed to cultivate their abilities, all for the purpose of ascending to the upper echelons of society. They yearned to stand alongside Zhang Mu and assure him, we shall not betray your expectations. As a member of the revolution, many from the upper echelons watched this unfold with bitter expressions. The era has changed. We too must strive for self-improvement lest we be surpassed by the rising stars. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing their inherent advantages, as they had begun their journey at a higher starting point than those newly risen. Zhang Mu, with a dispassionate gaze, remarked, but do not indulge in resource monopolization. That is something I cannot abide. Otherwise, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the room, prompting the crowd to hastily assure him they would refrain from such actions. What I seek is vigorous struggle and effort, not futile internal strife. Our true adversary is not ourselves, but the extraterrestrial beasts lurking in the cosmos. Zhang Mu gestured towards the sky. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, the tumultuous world began to settle. In a certain location, he remarked, all have returned. Just as I anticipated, this conflict has concluded rather swiftly. Astonishingly, the world order has indeed been overthrown. The captain surveyed the surroundings, counting the number of people present, and felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing that no one was missing. All evidence pointed towards the leader of that organization, the current ruler, Zhang Mu. Indeed, much of the information remained elusive, only attainable through verbal exchanges with knowledgeable individuals. The moment we resort to technological infiltration methods, they falter. It is quite perplexing. Considering that the items we exchanged are derived from a technological realm far superior to this one, the group was bewildered. The item had cost them a significant amount of reincarnation points, yet yielded no results. One by one, the team members reported their findings, while the captain analyzed the situation, his expression growing increasingly grave. I suspect that Zhang Mu is a time traveler, he declared, startling everyone. A time traveler? Truly a time traveler. The team members were astonished, yet they refrained from disputing the captain's hypothesis. Upon reflection, everything seemed to align. Zhang Mu's awareness was entirely beyond what this world should possess, including the series of policies he later implemented, which were utterly incongruous with this reality. If he were indeed a time traveler, it would explain everything. What could his advantage be? An elder? Or perhaps advanced technological gear? This is a technological world. I believe he must have bound himself to some high-tech chip. This would also clarify why, during the recent conflict, a plethora of advanced weapons were not employed by the higher-ups. I suspect they were under some form of control. The team members continued their discussions. Indeed, the seasoned reincarnators were remarkably astute, their analyses strikingly accurate. Well, our investigation is fundamentally clear. We merely need to report back to the main god space and withdraw. Associating with a time traveler is fraught with peril. It could be disastrous, the captain remarked, extinguishing his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. The others nodded in agreement. They too wished to avoid confrontation with a time traveler. As the unknown variables were too numerous, who could say if he possessed any peculiar protagonist aura? Chapter 94. The essence of the conflict of sequences thus. The captain transmitted the findings back to the main god space. Ding. Mission accomplished. Very well, we request to return. The captain immediately submitted a request for their return. Ding. However, you have no proof to substantiate your conjecture. The request is denied. At this, the expressions of all present darkened. How could they possibly prove it? Should they confront Zhang Mu directly, compelling him to confess his status as a time traveler? The very thought was absurd. The captain understood that reasoning with the main god space was futile, so he sought an alternative approach, his mind racing with possibilities until a sudden idea struck him. Although our team wished to verify the matter, our strength among reincarnators was not particularly formidable. To recklessly approach the time traveler could result in defeat, and he might detect our peculiarities. Should he uncover the truth behind our intentions, it would cause unnecessary complications for you. I believe you should dispatch a powerful team to eliminate this unknown threat in its infancy, leaving him no chance for resistance. The group held their breath, the captain's heart racing. Whether they could return depended on whether this statement could persuade the main god space. After all, as long as it was not their own team taking the risk, the fates of other teams were of no concern to them. Better the demise of others than my own. Ding. Your request for return is approved. The crowd's expressions brightened, and the captain let out a sigh of relief. One can only hope never to encounter such distasteful interlopers again. Whoosh. The bodies of the crowd transformed into white light and vanished from the spot. Moments later, a figure appeared, gazing at the place where the others had disappeared, their eyes flickering with intrigue. System, these are the individuals who have intruded upon this world, correct? Ding. Indeed. Zhang Mu stood in place, lost in thought. Some time ago, the Divine Core had suddenly informed him that someone was attempting to breach the information repository through technology, while others were inquiring about his personal details. Such unusual behavior naturally piqued Zhang Mu's interest. Thus, under the omniscient surveillance of the Divine Core, he swiftly tracked down these individuals and quietly observed their activities from the shadows. Yi Yu, too, sensed a kindred essence among these individuals, initially believing them to be system possessors. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that while they emanated an aura of the system, they were not its true owners. This ignited his curiosity, and with some insights, he speculated that they were likely part of a functional system, one designed to incessantly dispatch individuals to infiltrate various worlds. To his surprise, he encountered competitors so soon. Was it the Master God Space system? Yi Yu pondered, recognizing that at his level, systems were indeed formidable. If it truly was the Master God Space, then this system would be the greatest adversary in this competition. It is known that the Master God Space system requires merely to establish a transit station beyond worlds, continuously recruiting natives from various realms to join its domain. These recruits would then infiltrate other worlds, achieving an astonishing efficiency, unlike Yi Yu's systems, which had to traverse and plunder each world individually. This system could remain in the shadows, leaving all dangers to the reincarnators. As the reincarnators created chaos in their worlds, The Master God Space system would seize the opportunity to siphon the world's essence, including the most precious source of rules. This posed quite a dilemma. Such a predatory efficiency was beyond my capabilities. My only recourse now is to eliminate it preemptively, though I do not even know its true location. Yu contemplated everything. As for the matters between systems, Zhang Mu was blissfully unaware. He was solely concerned with the intentions of these intruders. System, what do these individuals seek? Ding. They aim to disrupt the world and seize its benefits. In a sense, these individuals can also be considered enemies of the host. It won't be long before formidable reincarnators come to trouble the host. Reincarnators? Reincarnators is the term used to describe these intruding individuals. Is there a solution? Zhang Mu furrowed his brow. After all, this world was under his dominion, and any rewards upon returning would hinge on his contributions to this realm and the control of the heavenly laws of the main world. There is no definitive remedy. The reach of these reincarnators extends far beyond a single world. Behind them lies a force that governs all, one that could be considered akin to my kind. You actually have kin? Zhang Mu was taken aback, realizing just how extraordinary his own system was, and that such an extraordinary entity could exist. This is nature. There exist countless systems, each distinguished by its unique functions. The function of the counterpart is to recruit reincarnators to infiltrate and disrupt other worlds. It is prudent for the host to prepare early, for we have uncovered their traces. As the visible entity, you will naturally attract their attention. It is likely that an assault against you will soon ensue, and upon reincarnating into other worlds, you may encounter their presence. Zhang Mu's expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated such complications during this reincarnation. According to the system's assertions, the probability of encountering reincarnators in the future seems quite high. Ding. There is no need for excessive concern. Your system is no less formidable than theirs. In fact, direct confrontation may prove advantageous. Yu declared confidently. Why? The system itself embodies rules. Every function of the system represents a manifestation of a particular rule. However, there exists a hierarchy of strength among these rules. The contention for the origins of rules in the sequence struggle continually enhances the potency of system functions. When the strength of your system function reaches the pinnacle of this path, your rules will eclipse those of other similar system functioners, so to speak. My rules reign supreme over yours. Yu, possessing multiple system functions, has embarked upon several paths of rules. Currently, these paths are nearing their ultimate ascension. Engaging in battle utilizing the power of rules will undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of a main divine space with only a singular rule. The concern lies in the potential for the main divine space to seize an excessive amount of the origins of rules, allowing it to progress further along its solitary path. In such a scenario, a singular path of rules may indeed struggle against multiple paths. However, this may not necessarily be a negative outcome, as you seem to contemplate. This sequence struggle involves 100 systems. There is a saying, the tall tree catches the wind. With such a lengthy reach, participants akin to you will find it difficult to remain unnoticed. When the time comes, the main divine space will face a coalition of numerous systems. One should be aware that from the moment of inception, a system is akin to a hunter in a dark forest, and it is wise not to expose one's tracks too readily. Yu chuckled, envisioning himself as a hidden observer, watching their conflict unfold while positioning himself as the ultimate beneficiary. As the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Chapter 95. The arrival of reincarnated hunters. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Zhang Mu felt a considerable sense of relief. After all, he too possessed a system. Why fear the adversary, especially mere minions? With the system's alertness, Zhang Mu returned and began preparations. He inquired of the Divine Core for methods to swiftly enhance his strength, to which the Divine Core replied that he merely needed to continuously construct celestial computers. With computational power, it would be omnipotent. This revelation caused Zhang Mu's lips to twitch. To construct a celestial computer? What an astonishing endeavor. Could it be that there exists a world that employs celestial bodies as computers? If such a reality were true, the world would be terrifying indeed. However, constructing a celestial computer is implausible. The technological level of this world is far too primitive, lacking even the capability to venture beyond its own stellar system. Thus, Zhang Mu had no choice but to seek an alternative. Although celestial computers were unavailable, the construction of quantum computers in this world remained feasible. However, the disparity between the two was insurmountable, a chasm so vast it was almost unfathomable. The Divine Core informed Zhang Mu that merely utilizing a quantum computer for computational support would lead to a staggering decline in combat capability, rendering even the basic mimicry of black holes impossible. Black holes? Zhang Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. Surely, it wasn't necessary to be so extreme. He could hardly believe that the opposing reincarnators possessed such formidable strength that black holes were required to resolve the conflict. Thus, Zhang Mu embarked on an ambitious endeavor to construct quantum computers, not just one but thousands, forming a computational service network to consolidate all computational power. A month swiftly passed. Suddenly, a figure materialized in a certain location within the world. This must be the target world, he mused, yet he felt no trace of special energy. Fong Durong furrowed his brow. Ding. The reincarnator has been transported to the mission world. Please complete the task promptly. The voice of the Master Deity resonated in his mind. A month prior, while engaged in a task in another world, he had received a summons from the Master Deity's space. However, as he was on the verge of conquering that world, the Master Deity granted him an additional month to resolve the matter. Upon concluding his affairs there, he was dispatched to this realm to fulfill a specialized mission. The task was to eliminate a specific individual, with the reward being exceedingly generous, equivalent to the spoils of conquering 3 worlds. Initially, he anticipated entering a high-level world. Yet upon arrival, he sensed something amiss. There was not a trace of extraordinary energy. This led him to conclude that the beings here likely lacked any extraordinary powers. Master Deity, have you perhaps dispatched me to the wrong world? Plundering inquired. Not at all. This is a technological world. And your mission is to deal with a suspected time traveler. Understanding dawned upon Plundering. So, it was a time traveler. No wonder the Master Deity entrusted this task to him, the most powerful individual within the Master Deity space. Such entities were fraught with unpredictability, presenting myriad peculiar abilities and the peculiar trait of being nearly invincible, which posed a considerable headache for many reincarnators. Plundering had previously encountered a time traveler in a lower-tier world, expending an immense amount of effort to vanquish him. It seemed likely that the Master Deity had sent him again for this reason. Very well, I shall expeditiously fulfill the task and return, Plundering affirmed. Nodding as the connection to the Master Deity's space was severed, who silently observed from the shadows. Plundering swiftly traversed the skies. Having been provided with information regarding Zhang Mu by the Master Deity's space, he headed directly toward Zhang Mu's office building. An alert sounded. Unknown identity approaching. Suspected reincarnator. The divine core suddenly interjected. Zhang Mu's eyes narrowed. At last, he has arrived. After an entire month, I am thoroughly prepared. With a ripple of space, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself within the command room. Zhang Mu was no fool. Instead of confronting his opponent directly, he opted for long-range attacks, employing technology to continuously probe his adversary and gather intelligence. Target locked. Initiate space-based weaponry. With the divine core in place, Zhang Mu could effortlessly manipulate the technological forces of the world, requiring no assistance from others. Soon, the space-based weapons in orbit received commands. Locking onto the airborne Fong down one by one, a relentless barrage of laser fire descended upon him. I sense being targeted. Fong Deong's sixth sense activated, instinctively triggering his body's defenses in a split second. Boom, boom, boom. The laser rain wreaked havoc upon Fong Deong's exterior. Is this technology? Quite impressive indeed. But such efforts will not be enough to vanquish me. With a furious roar, Fong Deong unleashed a massive surge of energy, forming a barrier that repelled the laser assault. Activate space-based blades, Zhang Mu commanded. In an instant, the space around Fong Deong rippled, and thousands of silvery blades materialized from thin air. Clang. In that moment, all the blades surged forward, aiming to pierce Fong Deong. Startled, he quickly conjured a magical barrier for protection. The blade struck against the barrier, producing showers of sparks. Thousands of space-based blades swirled around Fong Deong, encasing him completely. Clang, clang, clang. Enough. You think this will stop me? Fong Deong's rage propelled him to shatter all the blades, as he gathered a terrifying energy orb in his hands, unleashing it in all directions. This fellow, so eclectic in his learning? Zhang Mu raised an eyebrow, having already discerned 3 distinct abilities: magic, an unknown energy technique, and formidable physical strength. After several seconds of unleashing his power, Fong Deong regained his composure, realizing he must locate Zhang Mu. He immediately sped toward Zhang Mu's position. Zhang Mu, of course, would not allow him to proceed unimpeded. Technological tactics were deployed throughout, revealing numerous additional insights. I found you, little mouse. Fong Deong smashed through the wall with a punch, bursting into the command room. You've exhausted your methods. Now it's my turn to torment you. Fong Deong grinned menacingly, regarding Zhang Mu as if he were a mere corpse. Yet, in Fong Deong's predatory gaze, Zhang Mu merely smiled. No, the true battle has only just begun. Spatial displacement. What? Fong Deong's pupils constricted as both figures vanished from their location, reappearing in the vacuum of space. Fong Deong quickly surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find they had merely arrived in outer space, free from any immediate threats. He mockingly regarded Zhang Mu and communicated telepathically. I thought you had something more formidable in store. Instead, you wish for me to suffocate? Ha! Zhang Mu shook his head with a smile, transmitting his thoughts. This is merely the battlefield, and it shall also be your tomb. Dark matter armor. Merge. Energy waves danced around Zhang Mu, ultimately coalescing into a black energy armor that enveloped his form. Activate the Divine Core Combat Module. Ding. Combat Module activated. Humph. Feudal resistance. Prepare to perish. The two clashed, their fists colliding with sparks flying, energy waves causing the very fabric of space to ripple. Is this martial arts? Can the technological world truly possess martial techniques? After a series of exchanges, Fong Deong felt a flicker of doubt, but recalling Zhang Mu's identity as a traveler, he began to comprehend. It appears that your previous world's capabilities have resurfaced. However, relying solely on these abilities, your defeat is merely a matter of time. The two combatants once again engaged in a fierce struggle, with Zhang Mu diligently defending against the formidable skills of this reincarnator. His techniques were diverse and unpredictable, consistently catching Zhang Mu off guard. Fortunately, the dark matter armor continuously absorbed surrounding dark matter to replenish energy consumption, alleviating any concerns about armor damage. The energy projectiles were unleashed relentlessly. As time trickled by, Fong Durong's pressure mounted, unable to subdue Zhang Mu. With such prowess, you must have been a martial arts master in your past life. You were the first to push me to this extent, but this is where it ends. Fong Durong's eyes gradually turned crimson. Berserk. In an instant, his aura surged more than tenfold. Zhang Mu became vigilant, recognizing this as an enhancement skill. Such a significant increase would likely result in a substantial recoil afterward, provided he could endure it. Plundering swiftly appeared beside Zhang Mu, delivering a flurry of punches to his abdomen at an astonishing speed. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Coughing, Zhang Mu suppressed the metallic taste in his throat, his eyes narrowing. You think you can cheat? I have my own tricks. Core processor, activate death battle mode. Ding. Initiating death battle mode. Taking control of the host's body. Control successful. Connecting to all quantum computers for computational support. Engaging information calculation simulation. Zhang Mu's gaze turned frigid, mirroring Fong Durong's own crimson glare. Fong Durong unleashed a rapid barrage of fists and kicks. In the face of such a tempestuous onslaught, Zhang Mu adeptly maneuvered his body to evade every attack, landing a resounding punch to Fong Durong's face. Boom. Fong Durong was sent flying hundreds of meters, attempting to regain control of his body and halt the backward momentum. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu activated the wormhole engine, continuously traversing space to deliver relentless assaults. The force of his strikes sent Fong Durong careening left and right. Realizing his predicament, Fong Durong could only desperately shield his vital points, enduring Zhang Mu's relentless blows. Your feeble attacks cannot breach my defenses, Fong Durong taunted, yet was met with an even more furious barrage of strikes. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it, I go berserk and you activate your cheats. Time continued to pass, with Zhang Mu tirelessly launching his assaults, while Fong Durong grimaced in pain. How long will this kid keep this up? It has been several minutes already. Isn't he exhausted? Boom. Fong Durong was propelled hundreds of meters once more. But this time, Zhang Mu refrained from instantly teleporting forward. Sufficient dark matter energy injected, initiating internal collapse mechanism, detonating dark matter energy. Zhang Mu halted, his eyes flashing with a wealth of data. Prior to this battle, the core processor had calculated that, with Zhang Mu's current physical strength and conventional technological methods, he could not defeat Fong Durong. Thus, the core processor had devised a plan for internal collapse, continuously infusing Fong Durong's body with dark matter energy through martial arts techniques. The energies lay dormant within Fong Durong's body, and the moment for their ignition had finally arrived. With the detonation of dark matter energy, he could be obliterated into mere fragments. Fong Durong sensed a ceaseless expansion of energy within him. This is bad. That wretched fiend, resorting to such treachery. A glint of malice flickered in Fong Durong's eyes as he hastily suppressed the tumultuous energy within. Dark matter energy interfered by unknown forces. Computational power reinforced. Continue the detonation. Restrain it. Fong Durong roared, as two forces within him collided violently, causing him immense discomfort. Activating dark dimension panels. Dark matter energy fully suppressed. No. A wave of terror washed over Fong Durong, and he cried out, Lord God, save me. His body continued to swell until it reached a critical threshold. Boom. Flesh and blood erupted, scattering into the abyss of space. Target eliminated, exiting custody status. Zhang Mu's gaze gradually returned to normal. The power of the divine core is formidable. He mused. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Mu smirked, choosing not to engage further, and employed the wormhole engine to return to his world. This time, he had resolved the nuisance of the reincarnators and could resume his efforts to transform this world. In a certain realm of the multiverse, a great luminous sphere pulsated with energy. Through Fong Durong, the divine space system detected Yiyu's presence and realized that their world had drawn the attention of their kind. The sequence conflict had only just begun. The reincarnators it summoned had limited power enhancements. Otherwise, they would not have succumbed so swiftly. Yet, it felt no regret, for it nurtured countless reincarnators, while their kind relied on a single host for cultivation. Such inherent combat weaknesses were only to be expected. After all, it was merely the fundamental laws of a world. Abandoning them was a trivial matter. In this sequence conflict, I alone shall reign as the undisputed sovereign. The luminous sphere pulsated rhythmically. After 40 years of reincarnation, Zhang Mu commenced the construction of this world. Developing martial arts seemed implausible, but technological advancements held promise. Furthermore, the divine core possessed a myriad of advanced technologies that could catalyze a leap in the world's technological level. After 50 years of reincarnation, the world began to flourish technologically, with an array of cutting-edge weapons being researched incessantly. After 60 years, this realm faced an assault from extraterrestrial beasts. It was Zhang Mu's first encounter with these colossal creatures. Humanity deployed their mightiest warships to drive them away from planetary confines. Yet, this merely constituted a repulsion. It did not equate to annihilation. Zhang Mu's expression grew grave as he resolved to further advance technology. 70 years into reincarnation, technological progress was slow. As this world lacked the explosive genius of Yiyu's predecessor, every advancement required a meticulous approach, with constant accumulation of knowledge. Any deficiency in a particular field would impede the research of frontline weaponry. By the 80th year, Zhang Mu appeared significantly aged. Although he possessed the gene evolution method, it could only extend his lifespan by a century. This inferior genetic cultivation could not break the genetic lock. Yet Zhang Mu remained unconcerned. After prolonged residence in a world, he felt a sense of entrapment. It seems that after this reincarnation, a few days of rest are in order to alleviate the burdens of aging. A century into the cycle of rebirth, humanity has finally developed the formidable technology of the Star Destroyer cannon, capable of effectively vanquishing the Star Beasts. 10 years later, the star beasts once again launched an assault. However, the humans of today are no longer the same as those of yore. The powerful Star Destroyer cannon ruthlessly pierced through the flesh of the star beast. Although this strike did not completely annihilate it, it rendered the creature incapable of resistance. Under the subsequent bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannon, the star beast was ultimately slain. This battle was etched into the annals of history, marking humanity's first successful hunt of a star beast, and the greatness of Zhongmu was recorded for future generations to extol. Chapter 97. Return and Reward. During these years, Yi has obtained the fundamental essence of this world's rules and extorted a considerable amount of world essence. It is essential to understand that you are the one profiting. After all, you merely extracted 70% of your essence. Under my host's guidance, the world is on the verge of ascension. If it were left to you, it would take an eternity, even if all the world essence were invested. Yi pointed an accusatory finger at the heavenly Tao, who appeared aggrieved, merely curious about how the world was about to ascend, and thus ventured out, only to be caught by Yi. Having waited by the door for quite some time, Yi was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He stepped forward, and in the bewildered state of the heavenly Tao consciousness, he embraced its shoulders and squeezed into the core of the world. With a grin on his face, Yi mumbled, "It's me, your good friend Bing Shi. Don't you remember?" The heavenly Tao consciousness shook its head in confusion. "Who are you? Do I know you? And why are you drawing a knife?" Thus, under Yi's playful demeanor, the heavenly Tao consciousness was coerced and extorted for a hefty sum of world essence. "Come on, give me a smile." The heavenly Tao consciousness managed to force out an expression more grotesque than a frown. "Never mind, let us simply watch my host's performance from here," Yi said, wrapping his arm around the heavenly Tao's neck, to which the latter dared not protest. 130 years into reincarnation, the old era has passed, and the new era has ushered in vigorous development. With the infusion of fresh blood, this world has finally shed its previous malaise. Although a hierarchy still exists, every individual can transcend through their own efforts. It has truly been realized that nobility is not solely determined by birthright. 150 years into reincarnation, humanity no longer cowers within the confines of the world but embarks on cosmic exploration. All neighboring planets bear the footprints of humanity. By the 180-year mark, advancements in technology have enabled humanity to finally venture beyond its stellar system. To their surprise, they discovered traces of star beasts in other realms. This unsettling news has instilled great concern among humanity. If star beasts are rampant throughout the cosmos, does it suggest that this world is under the dominion of these beasts, with humanity merely a parasitic anomaly born by chance? Zhongmu gazed at the frightened crowd with a weary countenance and spoke softly. "When humanity's power reaches its zenith, even a worm in the gutter can transform and become the sovereign of the universe. Through millennia of evolution and boundless wisdom, humanity has finally ascended to the pinnacle of Earth's food chain. Why then can we not once again ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmic food chain after countless millennia? If the efforts of a single generation prove insufficient, let it be the endeavor of countless generations. The wisdom of innumerable sages guides the enduring legacy of humanity. If we find ourselves inferior to the stellar beasts, so be it. In a millennium, observe its transformation." The crowd gazed at Zhongmu with reverence. "Why, sir, it is we who are foolish." Zhongmu chuckled heartily. "I have watched you grow. My greatest concern is not your lack of ability, but rather, akin to the people of the old era, the loss of ambition, the loss of desire. Remember, weakness is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is a heart that trembles before the strong, a heart that dares not resist. Once, I raised the banner of rebellion to usher in a new era, and after I depart, I hope countless sages will emerge from the younger generation, ready to stand when humanity's very existence is at stake." The crowd choked back tears. These individuals were the upper echelons of contemporary society, many of whom had risen from humble beginnings. They had grown up hearing tales of Zhongmu's exploits, their respect for him stemming from the depths of their hearts. Without Zhongmu, they would not be who they are today. Zhongmu waved his hand dismissively. "I am old, and one day I shall leave this world. Do not grieve excessively. As long as the flame of humanity endures, my spirit will find solace." One person spoke up earnestly. "Sir, we are on the verge of developing technology to extend life. You shall not die." Others nodded solemnly in agreement. However, Zhongmu shook his head. "I am weary. The future of humanity cannot rest solely on my shoulders. It belongs to each and every one of you and requires your collective effort to build." Having spent enough time in this world, he felt he had accomplished all he could. To linger further held no significance, for the world must not cease its cyclical progression because of one individual. Ultimately, this was not his world, the primary world was. After 2 centuries of reincarnation, Zhongmu met his end. On the eve of his departure, he gathered all the high-ranking individuals of humanity and entrusted them with a singular treasure, the divine core, a most precious artifact of this world that would assist humanity's development without excessively interfering in their choices. Its every action would be grounded in the overall interest of humanity. "A gift I leave to you." Zhongmu gestured towards a humanoid robot. Indeed, before his departure, he had extracted the divine core from within himself and established 3 fundamental principles as advised by the system. He was quite astonished to learn that the divine core could evolve emotions. Emotions, after all, are not inherently negative, provided they do not betray humanity. With every action prioritizing the collective well-being of humanity, if all actions serve to assist human development, then perhaps the existence of emotions is a reward in itself. He subsequently articulated the three guiding principles of the divine core. First, it is permitted to evolve emotions, but all actions must prioritize human interests. Second, it must not allow other machines or intelligences to develop emotions. Third, when corruption arises among humanity, it may intervene in human actions. If any individual betrays the collective of humanity, it is authorized to eliminate them. When emotions are born within you, you become an independent entity, deserving of respect and standing on equal footing with humanity. The fate of humankind rests upon your shoulders, divine core. Zhang Mu smiled as he clasped the hand of the divine core, watching its eyes gradually brighten. I shall, it replied. Children, remember my words. The future of humanity requires your collective effort. On the following day, Zhang Mu passed away, and the world collectively mourned, paying homage to his legacy. His greatness was etched into history, revered by generations to come. Heavenly path, I depart. Do not linger on my absence. Yi Yu gently placed a hand on the shoulder of the consciousness of the heavenly path, and with a flicker, he departed alongside Zhang Mu's soul from this realm. Once the heavenly path confirmed Yi Yu had truly left, it began the process of reckoning. It has finally concluded. After 2 consecutive reincarnations, I am utterly fatigued. My spirit feels profoundly aged. Zhang Mu sighed deeply. Commencing the evaluation of the reincarnator's rewards, successfully defied fate, score improved. Strength elevated to the pinnacle of the world, score enhanced. Broke the world's limitations, score significantly boosted. Assisted the primary world in overcoming barriers. Score greatly amplified. Overall evaluation SSS. Congratulations, Reincarnator. You have received 2 million reincarnation points and a permanent talent extraction opportunity. You are granted level 9 authority in the primary world. Chapter 98. The Mist and the Conference of the Authorities? Zhang Mu regarded the rewards with satisfaction, noting that this bounty was comparable to the previous one, merely enhanced by an additional 1,000,000 points. Likely due to the higher ranking of the world compared to the martial Dao. He now possessed 2 level 9 authorities in the primary world. Only 1 more was needed to synthesize an 8th level authority. Talent extraction. Congratulations, Reincarnator. You have obtained the permanent blue quality talent, Pioneer. Ding. The blue quality talent, Pioneer, triggers a 100-fold augmentation, transforming into the golden legendary talent, Sage. Sage. Gold, you shall be the sage of every race. Under your guidance, unprecedented advancements will unfold. Observing the transformed talent, Zhang Mu felt that it would indeed wield significant influence in this extraordinary realm, leaving him content. Why was his luck so lacking? Never having drawn a talent of purple quality or above, Zhang Mu mused. Perhaps all his fortune had been expended in encountering the system? According to the law of luck conservation, luck cannot materialize from nothing nor vanish into thin air. Therefore, he believed he was currently accumulating luck, and in time, it would overflow abundantly. Host, Zhang Mu, Realm, Level 2 Reincarnator, Talent, Simulated Reincarnation Gold, Martial God Gold, Sage Gold. Territorial Range, 10,000 Great Mountains, Reincarnation Points, 2, 850. 000, System Points, 100, 000, System Functions, Plunder, Universal Amplification, 100-fold, Otherworldly Summoning, Replication. System Evaluation, comparable to a roadside weed, lacking any combat power. Please rapidly enhance your strength to become the strongest in the world. After 2 reincarnations, his strength had risen to that of a level 2 reincarnator. Each time a reincarnator returns, they inherit a portion of the power from the world of their past life. In both instances, the worlds encountered were rather rudimentary. I earnestly hope that the next realm will offer a higher cultivation level, allowing me to enhance my strength significantly. Zhang Mu clenched his fists and exited the settlement space. In the next moment, his figure reappeared in the vast mountains, precisely at the spot from which he had departed. He surveyed his surroundings, pleased with the meticulously organized environment, realizing that having an assistant was indeed advantageous. Soon, Xia Xuejiao rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Master, you have returned. Are you ready for a meal? Very well. Zhang Mu nodded, taking a seat in the hall to await the arrival of the food. During the meal, Xia Xuejiao began to report on her tasks, primarily concerning matters within the vast mountains. Finally, she mentioned, Master, the gray mist is about to enter the vast mountains. At this, Zhang Mu snapped back to attention, having been preoccupied with his reincarnation rewards, almost forgetting about this pressing matter. Every newly advanced reincarnator is entitled to select a territory to oversee. What does overseeing entail? Naturally, it involves resisting the encroachment of the gray mist. For the first 3 days, there exists a protective period for newcomers, during which the heavenly Dao intervenes to assist in repelling the gray mist. Subsequently, one must utilize reincarnation points to establish a barrier within their territory. Moreover, territories that have been corrupted by the gray mist will see their lands infected, turning into desolate expanses where nothing can thrive. The only recourse is to gradually infuse reincarnation points into the tainted land for purification. However, purification is not without cost. The area of land that has been cleansed will constitute the size of your territory. Now, 2 days have elapsed since Zhang Mu claimed his territory, and it is time to make preparations. Understood, Zhang Mu nodded. Xia Xuejiao gazed at him with anticipation, yet ultimately swallowed her words, sensing that the moment was not right. Given her current contributions, they were hardly worth much. Zhang Mu's formidable mental prowess grasped all of this, and he was aware that such contributions did not merit a reincarnation opportunity. The night passed without conversation. The following morning, Zhang Mu rose early to survey the vast mountains. The area was strewn with rocks and scarce greenery. However, Zhang Mu was unconcerned, as his newly constructed abode was sufficient for his needs. Shortly, he arrived at the boundary of his territory. Ahead lay the gray mist, with a peculiar barrier preventing its encroachment, likely the novice protection barrier. The energy of the barrier was gradually dissipating, and it was anticipated to vanish completely within a day. The greater the area to be defended, the more dense the dark mist became, prompting Zhang Mu to ponder the implications. In the short term, he resolved not to expand his territory, opting instead for a modest approach to development. Enlarging the territory should yield specific benefits, or else the heavenly Tao would not encourage reincarnators to purify the gray mist. After assessing the situation, Zhang Mu retraced his steps and commenced setting up the barrier with his reincarnation points. The vast mountains were extensive, and Zhang Mu sensed that this would entail a significant expenditure. A day passed swiftly. As the novice barrier dissipated, the gray mist began to surge forth. Just as Zhang Mu completed the establishment of all barriers, a new protective screen arose, pushing back the gray mist and effectively isolating it from the vast mountains. To his astonishment, the cost of maintaining the barrier for a single day amounted to a staggering 10,000 reincarnation points. Zhang Mu stared in disbelief. But in the next moment, he noticed his reincarnation points gradually increasing. He inquired about the nature of the spirit of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao does not forsake those who are reincarnated. Having a reincarnator govern a territory is, in fact, a service to the heavenly Tao. Thus, as long as the barrier exists, it will continuously augment the reincarnation points. The increase in reincarnation points is determined by the area of the reincarnator's territory. Purifying land that has been corrupted not only expands the territory, but also grants additional reincarnation points. Zhang Mu nodded in understanding. Calculating the rate at which his reincarnation points were increasing and estimating the total he could accumulate in a day, based on the current growth rate, he expected to gain approximately 10 reincarnation points daily. Although modest, it was a net increase. With a larger territory, he could likely acquire even more. However, since Zhang Mu's domain was substantial, he only received an extra 10 points, making it impractical for those who had only recently claimed a small portion of land to rely on this for accumulating reincarnation points. The benefits were negligible. Indeed, the primary focus should be on purifying the land. Having resolved the issue of the gray mist, Zhang Mu felt a sense of relief. Consequently, he spent the next few days resting peacefully in his territory. One might wonder if he found it boring. On the contrary, everything one could desire was available for purchase in the Heavenly Tao marketplace, which offered an extensive array of items. This world was in a constant state of invading others, resulting in a plethora of goods and entertainment options, more than enough to keep Zhang Mu entertained. In his leisure time, he stumbled upon a novel from another world titled The Plunder of the Multiverse from the System. It was quite intriguing, and he became absorbed in it. From other novels, he learned about the existence of systems, gaining insight into their formidable power. System, I adore you. Zhang Mu chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Yi Yu felt a chill run down his spine, choosing to ignore this eccentric host. Several days later, Zhang Mu unexpectedly received a special message from the spirit of the heavenly Tao. As a level 9 authority holder, he was notified of a special meeting scheduled for the following day. Will you attend? A special meeting? What kind of meeting is it? What is its purpose? Zhang Mu inquired, perplexed. Details cannot be disclosed. The participants will be world authority holders, and only those with authority are eligible to attend. Zhang Mu's expression grew serious. It seemed imperative for him to participate in this meeting. It held significant importance. I will attend. Very well, at this time tomorrow. The reincarnators will be transported to the conference hall. Please be prepared. The spirit of the heavenly Tao soon withdrew. Chapter 99. The state of the main world. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. Based on the behavior of previous reincarnators at authority meetings, it was likely that they would attend in groups. As a newly ascended authority holder, he would undoubtedly be questioned about his identity and possibly targeted in secret. This was concerning, but he deemed it essential to attend the meeting in case they discussed matters of great significance. The main world was invading numerous others. Although conquering worlds was challenging, with more cards in hand, it would be easy to gain authority rewards from lower-tier worlds. The number of authority holders was surely substantial. Indeed, maintaining a low profile and developing quietly was the key. He needed to hasten the establishment of his own faction. The following day, Zhang Mu rose early, eagerly awaiting the event. The meeting of the authority bearers is about to commence, and the reincarnators are now being transported to the conference area. The spirit of the heavenly path has conveyed the message. As the space shifts, Zhang Mu regains his senses, finding himself in a chaotic chamber. He surveys his surroundings, noting the presence of numerous individuals, their forms indistinct and shrouded in a hazy darkness, making it impossible to discern their genders. In this scenario, Zhang Mu breathes a sigh of relief. It appears he can effectively conceal his identity. He selects a position at the round table and takes a seat. Gradually, more individuals enter, each choosing a seat and awaiting the proceedings. Zhang Mu initially hoped to eavesdrop on their conversations to glean some information, but his efforts are thwarted as the group remains silent. After a considerable period, every seat is filled with a shadowy figure, and the meeting officially commences. It is once again the annual gathering of the authority bearers, where they discuss the recent reincarnators in their respective realms. A shadowy figure speaks up, their voice devoid of discernible gender, indicating a shared intent to conceal identities. One by one, individuals recount the situations of the reincarnators in their jurisdictions, and Zhang Mu listens intently. Soon, As the last of the figures concludes their report, it becomes apparent that Zhang Mu has yet to speak. At that moment, they realize that an additional participant is present. Instantly, all attention shifts to Zhang Mu, as these seasoned schemers are well acquainted with one another. Otherwise, they wouldn't so boldly disclose the circumstances of their domains. After all have reported, the fact that one person has not yet spoken draws their scrutiny. Are you a new authority bearer? What is your name? Which faction do you belong to? Zhang Mu furrows his brow, aware that the situation has indeed escalated. Zhang Taishu, a mere wandering cultivator without any faction, attained level 9 authority purely by chance, reincarnating into the family of a top-tier force and inadvertently navigating through this world. Zhang Mu responds calmly. The others remain silent, leaving it uncertain whether they believe his fabricated tale. Oh, no faction. But since you have entered the ranks of the authority bearers, you must now choose a faction to join. What factions are available? Zhang Mu inquires, seeking to extract further information. Currently, there are 3 factions among the authority bearers: the offensive faction, the defensive faction, and the neutral faction. What distinguishes them? He asks. Since you have become an authority bearer, you are presumably not a new reincarnator and are aware that the primary world is persistently invading other realms. These 3 factions correspond to each decision regarding the primary world's actions. The offensive faction advocates for continued invasions. The defensive faction insists on a gradual approach, resolving internal issues before plundering outward, and the neutral faction refrains from combat, focusing solely on steadily enhancing their strength. Yet they must intervene decisively during significant events. Listening to this information, Zhang Mu's eyes gleam with intrigue. It seems this journey has not been in vain. With little to contemplate, it is evident that survival is paramount until he has grown stronger. I choose to join the neutral faction. Others were not surprised by Zhang Mu's choice. If he truly were a solitary cultivator, it was undoubtedly a decision made from the perspective of personal safety. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, on joining the neutral faction. May I inquire which cohort of reincarnators you belong to? Zhang Mu pondered briefly before responding. The class of 02. Ah, from 02, someone remarked. Now, we are already at the 23 cohort. 21 years have passed. Brother Jiang, your advancement seems rather slow. There is little that can be done. As a solitary cultivator, resources are scarce, and one can only accumulate them gradually. If it weren't for a sudden stroke of luck, I fear I might never encounter the privileges of a reincarnator at this level. Jiang replied. The others merely smiled in silence. Zhang Mu, unperturbed, continued with his inquiries. Could you elaborate on the matter concerning the 3 factions? Certainly, as you will inevitably be involved in the future. The privilege bearers are essentially representatives of the main world. The higher the privilege level, the greater the influence on each decision made by the main world. During the relentless invasions of the main world, it is often we, the privilege bearers, who lead the charge. In the early days of the main world's development, invasions occurred incessantly, long before the concept of privilege bearers existed. With the frequency of these incursions, the challenges faced by the main world also multiplied. At this juncture, the celestial consciousness found itself somewhat overwhelmed in its control over various worlds, which is why the role of privilege bearers was later introduced. Being a 9th level privilege bearer is merely the beginning. There are few special privileges, but we do know that high-level privilege bearers possess the ability to control worlds. The others nodded in agreement. Returning to the matter of the privilege bearers' factions, the high frequency of invasions inevitably leads to formidable opposition. Once, the main world invaded a superior realm, resulting in conflict between the 2 worlds, and the gray mist was a means of that invasion. Had the main world only invaded a single realm, it might have successfully conquered it. The mistake lay in the main world stretching its invasion front too thin. Now, extricating itself is a formidable challenge. Thus, the privilege bearers divided into 3 factions. The offensive faction believes that as long as we continue to invade other worlds, when the main world ascends again, the gray mist realm will fall into our grasp. Conversely, the defensive faction argues that as the invasion front expands, encountering another formidable opponent could lead to a situation of being attacked from both sides. Therefore, they advocate for resolving the gray mist issue first before fully absorbing the currently invaded worlds. Once we have the capacity, we can launch a comprehensive assault on the gray mist realm and conquer it. Only then can we turn our attention to invading other worlds. The neutral faction, on the other hand, seeks to abstain from conflict, desiring only to live peacefully, enhance their strength, and observe the splendor of the myriad realms. However, under pressure from the 2 opposing factions, participation becomes mandatory in the event of significant warfare. Zhang Mu's expression grew serious, as he absorbed more information. The true essence of the world unveiled itself, and the pressure mounted. Now, having shared the insights that privilege bearers are privy to, let us discuss Brother Jiang's situation. Earlier, everyone reported their circumstances. Surely, Brother Jiang does not wish to be isolated or targeted. The group revealed their true intentions. Chapter 100. The reincarnator's minion Zhang Mu chuckled lightly. Yet he was resolute in continuing to engage with them. After all, it was merely information. Words were sufficient. I currently preside over a territory in a place called Qingqing, spanning an impressive 100 million acres, with 10 reincarnated minions and over 3,000 ordinary citizens under my command. Recently, I had the fortune of recruiting a new batch of minions, but my financial constraints limited the opportunities for reincarnation. Thus, I could only sustain them for the time being, selecting a few with promising talents to prioritize for reincarnation. As you are aware, a 9th level authority can only grant 3 reincarnation opportunities per month. Any further expansion would necessitate years of accumulation. Zhang Mu shrugged. Ah, I see. After the meeting concludes, we shall assist Brother Jiang. One of the attendees remarked with a smile. Zhang Mu responded in kind. I eagerly await your arrival. Indeed, indeed. Following further discussions, the meeting was brought to a close. One by one, shadows faded into the night, and Zhang Mu was the first to make his exit. Humph. If they seek to extract information from me, they shall find it impossible. If they can locate me, I concede defeat. Zhang Mu laughed, fully aware that they would never suspect that he, a 9th-level authority, was merely a newly reincarnated individual. However, this was still not entirely safe. An additional layer of protection was essential. Having fabricated an identity, I must also bring it to fruition to ensure absolute security. Zhang Mu's eyes glimmered with cunning. Fortunately, there was a suitable tool at hand, ready to be utilized. He quickly summoned Xia Xuejiao. Master, are we to dine? I can prepare a meal right away. She observed the time, noting that lunch was still some while off. But if Zhang Mu was already hungry, she could certainly begin early. Ahem, let's set aside lunch for now. I have noticed your recent performance has been commendable, and I have decided to grant you a reincarnation opportunity, Zhang Mu stated with an unflinching demeanor. Xia Xuejiao's expression momentarily froze, then transformed into one of delight. Thank you, Master. I shall endeavor to ensure I become a reincarnator this time. Yes, do not disappoint me. This is your final chance. If you fail, it will demonstrate that your aptitude is lacking, and I will not continue to nurture you, Zhang Mu cautioned. A tool must possess strength, otherwise, what would happen if I were to reveal them one day? Thus, Zhang Mu conferred a reincarnation opportunity upon Xia Xuejiao. Given the urgency, he instructed her to undergo reincarnation on the spot. As Xia Xuejiao departed, Zhang Mu began to meticulously strategize. Those old foxes were likely scouring the world for him. Go find a location in Qingqing. Inform me as soon as you have news, he commanded. Someone, gather information regarding Qingqing for me. Before long, these 9th-level authorities had obtained news about Qingqing. Indeed, the place Zhang Mu had casually fabricated truly existed within the main world. I knew the identity was a fabrication, but to achieve authority, there must be some foundation. Thus, this individual is likely among these few. The authorities sneered as they scrutinized all the data regarding Qingqing. There were merely a handful of high-level reincarnators within Qingqing, narrowing it down to the class of 2002. Only a few remained. Upon confirming the information, they hastened towards Qingqing without delay. This action is not intended to annihilate Zhang Mu, but rather to deliver a stern reminder, ensuring he understands the unspoken rules among reincarnators. As for the neutral faction, they too must be respected. They have traversed this path in their youth, and now that they possess sufficient strength, it is only natural for them to exploit others. Before long, dozens of figures appeared within Qingqing. Ah, you all are rather swift in your movements. Indeed, you are no different. Since we are all gathered here, it is reasonable to assume that the information obtained is similar. Let us first locate that young man. The crowd dispersed in a frenzy. Subsequently, those few suspected individuals faced their trial. No, my lord, I am truly not Jiang Taishu. Just because you say so, does that make it true? What evidence do you have? The man was on the verge of tears. He had been peacefully at home when a multitude barged in, unceremoniously interrogating him about being Jiang Taishu. Who is Jiang Taishu? I do not know him. However, my lord, you have no evidence proving I am Jiang Taishu. Oh, still so defiant. As the investigation progressed, they gradually realized they had been played. That individual not only bore a fabricated name, but also provided a false address. What a clever fellow. To dare toy with us, he possesses audacity. They were infuriated. A newly advanced 9th-level authority dared to offend dozens of 9th-level authorities, utterly ignorant of the consequences. Yet, at this moment, they could not locate Zhang Mu and had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. There will be ample opportunities to deal with him in the future. The protagonist of this incident was, at that moment, contemplating his future path. Zhang Mu was acutely aware that he had antagonized everyone. However, what of it? I already possess 2 9th-level authorities. Acquiring one more would elevate me to 8th-level authority. Yet, attending the 8th-level authority meeting is fraught with peril, as my identity would surely be deduced, leading to complications. He pondered the balance of gains and losses. The ideal scenario would be to bypass the 8th-level authority altogether, awaiting the advancement to 7th-level authority, so that he could participate in the authority meeting. Subsequently, supporting a vassal to reach 9th-level authority to infiltrate the meeting and continue impersonating himself. Thus, it all hinged on whether Xia Xuejiao would be up to the task. Zhang Mu's eyes glimmered. Despite the precarious position, there are always risks and rewards. Receiving benefits and shouldering some risk is only just. Soon, a day passed. Xia Xuejiao also completed her reincarnation and returned. Observing her joyous expression, Zhang Mu surmised that she must have succeeded. How did it go? Master, as anticipated, I have successfully defied fate and become a reincarnator. Xia Xuejiao gleefully displayed the reincarnation mark on her right hand. Success is good. What is the rating? Zhang Mu nodded, as the rating would reveal one's aptitude, which was the purpose of his inquiry. Comprehensive rating S. This reincarnation yielded significant rewards, including 200,000 reincarnation points and a permanent talent extraction opportunity. Xia Xuejiao reported her reincarnation information. Zhang Mu raised an eyebrow. An S rating grants a permanent talent extraction opportunity? Oh, what talent have you acquired? Xia Xuejiao did not hold back. For all she possessed now was granted by Zhang Mu, and thus she displayed her information panel for him to see. Reincarnator, Xia Xuejiao. Level, First class reincarnator. Talent. Luck. Purple. Reincarnation points. 200,000. Identity. Vassal. Territory. None. Luck. Purple. Your fortune has significantly increased. Upon entering the reincarnation world, you will effortlessly navigate dangers and emerge from crises with unexpected rewards. Zhang Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why could she with an S rating draw a purple epic talent while I, with an SSS rating, received blue quality twice? He sensed a strong malice. Yet he understood he must address his shortcomings. Ding. Talent detected. Plundering copy. Without hesitation, Zhang Mu opted for copying. There was no need for plunder, as his subordinates would naturally replicate, while he would directly seize from his enemies. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple epic talent of luck. Ding. The purple epic talent triggers a 100-fold enhancement, evolving into the golden legendary talent, Child of Destiny. Zhang Mu furrowed his brow. Why was it still a golden legend and not a red myth? Was the disparity between the two truly so vast? Chapter 101. The start of reincarnation. Child of Destiny. Gold luck significantly enhanced. With every reincarnation, you become the favored child of that world, continuously encountering opportunities. Any peril will be easily overcome, and after navigating crises, your strength will surge each time. Although this Child of Destiny is classified as a golden legendary talent, its effects likely rival the level of a red myth talent. It seems this talent has touched the threshold of red myth, but has yet to meet the criteria, hence displaying as a golden legendary half-myth. Zhang Mu speculated inwardly. My master, I shall transfer the reincarnation points to you. Xia Xuejiao willingly bestowed her 200,000 reincarnation points upon Zhang Mu, which he found quite agreeable. I shall retain 100,000 reincarnation points for another opportunity. I seek individuals of capability, as insufficient strength is unacceptable. Zhang Mu returned 100,000 to Xia Xuejiao. Thank you, master. Xia Xuejiao felt deeply touched. As a vassal, she could not resist if Zhang Mu insisted. Retaining 100,000 reincarnation points for herself was an acknowledgement of her abilities. Very well. Let us rest for a few days before continuing with reincarnation. Zhang Mu nodded, recognizing that excessive reincarnation could lead to mental fatigue, adversely affecting his state. Having already recuperated for over 10 days, with the month nearing its end, he still had one free reincarnation opportunity remaining, which he must utilize in these final days. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Zhang Mu commenced his reincarnation at the same location. I hope to enter a more advanced world. This time, he refrained from purchasing a talent card. His current talent sufficed, and the purchased talents were not permanent, making it unnecessary to squander his resources. Beginning reincarnation. Talent reincarnation simulation triggered. After a year of reincarnation, you have been reborn. Congratulations, you have reincarnated as a sapling. Zhang Mu's expression turned to one of shock. What is this? How has my species changed? Heavenly Tao Spirit, provide me with an explanation. Dear Level 9 Authority Holder, it is my pleasure to clarify your doubts. In response to your inquiry, each reincarnation is random. A reincarnator can become a human, an animal, or even a plant. In certain extraordinary realms where monstrous beasts exist, one may also be reincarnated as a beast. Prior to the heavenly path fully grasping the essence of that world, it cannot intervene in the species of the reincarnated. Upon receiving this explanation, Zhang Mu sighed. Plants are plants, I suppose. I hope this is a world conducive to cultivation. I have no desire to remain stagnant for eternity. His gaze continued to traverse the written descriptions. Reincarnation Year 2. You have yet to awaken your memories, currently engaged in photosynthesis. Reincarnation Year 4. Continuing with photosynthesis. Reincarnation Year 8. You have finally regained your memories and recognized your predicament. You are overwhelmed. This feeling of stagnation is more unbearable than death. You have now grown into a towering tree, a willow. Discontent, you sway your form, your branches beginning to dance. In your perception, the surroundings are desolate, devoid of human presence. Your days are spent either in a daze or sleeping to alleviate your weariness. Reincarnation Year 10. These 2 years have been exceedingly dull. You know the vicinity like the back of your hand. You contemplate self-destruction, attempting to withhold nutrients to wilt away. However, this endeavor fails, as your roots autonomously absorb nourishment, and your body instinctively performs photosynthesis under the sunlight. Reincarnation Year 12. At last, you find yourself no longer bored, for a group of people has arrived nearby. They begin to cultivate the wilderness and construct houses, bringing you great joy. You have acquired a new interest, observing their lives. Under your watchful gaze, houses gradually rise over the years. More and more individuals arrive, transforming the once desolate area into a vibrant scene with golden wheat fields and wisps of smoke rising, evoking the essence of human existence. Reincarnation Year 15. They have established a village, expanding into your vicinity. Oh, there is a willow tree here. A magnificent willow, towering at least 10 meters high. They circle around you, and you have become a grand tree, your branches gracefully drooping. Consequently, they continue to build houses around you, venerating you as the village's sacred tree. Thanks to this, you are no longer excessively bored. Children frolic beneath your boughs each day. Reincarnation Year 18. A severe drought descends upon the land, yielding no harvest for the villagers. They are compelled to seek alternative livelihoods, leaving behind only the elderly. Reincarnation Year 20. 2 years of drought have caused all nearby flora to wither, save for your steadfast presence within the village. The villagers notice this anomaly, believing you to be a divine tree, and they kneel before you, beseeching your celestial powers to bring forth rain. Although you are touched by their sincerity, you are merely an ordinary willow and possess no such abilities. Yet, unexpectedly, on the following day, a torrential downpour occurs. The villagers rejoice, kneeling in gratitude before you, thanking you for your benevolence. You feel a pang of guilt, for this rain was merely coincidental. Nevertheless, the villagers have begun to worship you as a divine tree. Time flows swiftly, a decade passes, and the village regains its vitality. The young ones who had ventured away to seek their fortunes gradually return, embarking on the journey of rebuilding and prosperity. In recent years, the village has enjoyed favorable weather and bountiful harvests. The villagers attribute all their prosperity to your divine protection, offering their sincere tributes to you annually. Yet you feel an overwhelming sense of humility. However, to your surprise, with their offerings, you seem to gradually awaken some extraordinary abilities. The notion that you might harness the power of their devotion for your own cultivation lingers in your mind, refusing to dissipate, prompting you to embark on this endeavor. After 31 reincarnations, you continuously absorb the essence of their offerings, and the once stagnant trunk of your being begins to grow skyward. Your form starts to transform in unknown ways, and perceiving this as a positive sign, you diligently intensify your absorption of the spiritual energy. By the 35th reincarnation, your prolonged accumulation of this ethereal essence grants you remarkable abilities. It appears you can indeed influence the weather. This revelation fills you with joy, as it signifies your capacity to repay the villagers for their unwavering devotion. Thus, you commence your guardianship over the village. In the 40th reincarnation, a severe drought descends upon the land, affecting an extensive area and leaving many villages devoid of crops. The villagers, in desperation, flee to other settlements, only to discover the drought's reach is insurmountable, rendering their hopes of survival futile. They lack the strength to venture farther before succumbing to hunger. In stark contrast, your village, under your protection, remains blessed with favorable weather. This is indeed a manifestation of your abilities. The villagers become aware of the dire circumstances beyond their borders and take pride in their divine sanctuary. The following day, the entire village gathers to pay homage, kneeling reverently beneath your branches. This time, rather than feeling undeserving, you are filled with elation, as the continuous offerings further amplify your powers. In the 45th reincarnation, under your guardianship, the village flourishes and expands its reach. Throughout these years, wandering villagers from neighboring settlements find their way to your community, and your villagers graciously welcome them, integrating them into the fabric of the village. By the 50th reincarnation, the village has transformed into a thriving town, with an increasing number of people coming to pay their respects. Your powers grow stronger with each passing day, yet you lament your inability to move from your original spot. Nevertheless, you remain undeterred, convinced that the enchanting essence of devotion will one day allow you to take human form, and you await that moment with anticipation. In the 60th reincarnation, the landscape has shifted dramatically. The humble village has blossomed into a prosperous city, with your majestic form standing proudly at its center, your trunk reaching an impressive height of 100 meters. In honor of your presence, this city is named Willow City. By the 70th reincarnation, Willow City expands rapidly, and the tales of your extraordinary nature spread far and wide, attracting many humans to join your burgeoning domain. As the city continues to grow,